Volume 1, Turmoil in the Mortal Realm. Chapter 1, The Mischievous Boy of the Mountain Village. At the crow of the rooster, the sky gradually brightened, and the once tranquil Yun family village began to bustle with activity. Some were preparing breakfast, others were heading out to work the fields, and a few children ran about, calling out as they made their way to the private school. This year, Yun Hao, now 8 years old, had reached the age for schooling. Thus, his father had spent some silver to enroll him in the village's private school. Having risen early and finished his breakfast, Yun Hao strolled leisurely toward the school, which was not far from his home. A brief walk would suffice. Hence he felt no urgency to hurry. Since he became aware of his surroundings, Yun Hao had exhibited a demeanor distinctly different from that of other children. He was neither the taciturn type nor excessively mischievous. In the eyes of some adults, his behavior occasionally seemed peculiar. For instance, Yun Hao once disassembled a cart in his yard, and when his father inquired about it, he replied, "The cart can move on its own. It does not require a horse to pull it, one merely needs to sit and operate it." Such an answer, in this era, was perceived as somewhat abnormal by the adults, and over the years, Yun Hao had managed to stir up a few similar incidents, garnering the reputation of being a strange child in Yun family village. However, aside from these oddities, Yun Hao behaved like any other child. Otherwise, the villagers might have truly regarded him as a monster. In truth, it was not entirely Yun Hao's fault. Since developing his own thoughts, his mind often conjured a plethora of bizarre ideas. Especially at night, as he drifted into slumber, his imagination would unfold like a film, presenting a myriad of scenes that flashed before his eyes. Among these visions were iron boxes with 4 wheels that could run without horses, towering buildings that seemed to touch the sky, great iron birds soaring through the heavens, and massive ships floating upon the water, alongside an array of people with diverse appearances and attire, and so forth. It was these unsolicited and vividly realistic images that led the young child to exhibit behaviors that confounded the adults. As the name suggests, Yun Family Village was settled by the Yun family, with more than 90% of its inhabitants sharing the surname. Therefore, during a short journey from home to school, Yun Hao encountered several relatives. Of course, Yun Hao was quite polite, greeting each relative he met along the way, and before long, he found himself stepping into the courtyard of the school. His childhood companions had already gathered, and being children, they huddled together, chattering excitedly about where they would play after class. One child proposed going to the small river by the village to catch loaches, as it was now August and September, hot summer months, when wading into the river to catch loaches was among the most enjoyable activities for children. Another child suggested venturing to the nearby mountains to gather bird eggs or forage for nearly ripe wild fruits in the forest. In short, the 5 little ones all chimed in with similar ideas. Before Yun Hao could voice his opinion, the schoolmaster entered from outside, prompting the group of children to obediently stand at their desks and respectfully call out in unison, "Good day, master." The script of the Lu state, like that of most countries on the continent, was square and predominantly written in traditional characters, with a hint of pictographs. It was said that this writing was compiled and recorded by the once mighty Han Empire, which flourished thousands of years ago and had been in use ever since. Yun Hao was not attending class for the first time. He had heard the origins of the writing from the master, and every child who attended private school was aware of it. Today, the master continued from yesterday's lesson on the 3-character classic, and Yun Hao, along with the other children present, listened attentively until the lesson concluded after a full hour. The master then allowed the little ones a brief respite. Private school typically commenced in the morning, with the master teaching for 2 hours before dismissing the students. The afternoons were free, allowing the children to play to their heart's content. Once class was over, Yun Hao hurried home, having made plans with his friends to roast bird eggs and gather wild fruits at the mountain's edge after lunch. Yun Hao's mother, having passed her 40th year and after giving birth to 3 daughters before him, appeared somewhat aged, likely due to the rigors of mountain village life. As the youngest child in the family, with 3 elder sisters who were already married, Yun Hao was doted upon as the sole male heir, cherished by the entire family. "Yaoer, just play by the mountain's edge for a while, but do not venture into the forest, all right? There are dangers lurking there," his mother said lovingly, gazing at him with concern. As he ate, Yun Hao waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her, "I know, mother. You've told me 100 times that there are wild beasts and monsters in the forest. I won't go into the woods, so don't worry." Though he spoke reassuringly, he secretly pondered, "Mother is just trying to scare me. I've seen wild beasts, but where are the monsters?" I asked the master, and he said those are just tales created by the ancients to frighten children, treating me like a mere child. After finishing his meal, Yunhao met up with his friends at the village's edge, and the 5 children together made their way to the foot of the nearby mountain. According to the elders, this great mountain beside Yun family village was immense, stretching for countless miles, with no end in sight, and was densely populated with towering trees, some hundreds or even thousands of years old, far too large for even the strongest adult to embrace. Given the sheer size of the mountain, it was hard to believe there were no wild beasts residing within. Several hunters lived off this mountain, relying on its resources for their livelihood. Having been cautioned by their elders before departing, none of the children suggested going into the forest. Yun Hao and his 4 companions walked to a low-lying grove of wild fruit trees at the mountain's base, where they quickly divided their tasks. Yun Hao and 1 other child would climb trees to gather bird eggs, while the remaining 3 would pick fruits. Once they entered the grove, the children dispersed to carry out their designated tasks, climbing trees and picking fruits, busy and joyful in their endeavors. Children from mountain villages were accustomed to climbing trees and wading into rivers. Thus, when it came to the not-so-tall wild fruit trees, Yun Hao and his companion found it quite easy to scale them. They swiftly climbed to the top of a tree where a bird's nest was located. Typically, the presence of a bird's nest did not guarantee the existence of birds, and without birds, there would naturally be no eggs. Yun Hao was not particularly fortunate upon reaching the nest. He found it empty, seemingly abandoned for quite some time. Effortlessly descending the tree, he chose another fruit tree with a nest and swiftly climbed up again. This nest contained a few bird eggs, but not enough for all the children. Yun Hao carefully tucked the eggs into his clothing and quickly descended once more. After handing the eggs to a companion, he resumed his search for new targets in the grove. After several trips back and forth, he had collected over 20 eggs. Together with those gathered by another friend, they had amassed enough for a hearty meal. Yun Hao decided to finish collecting from this nest before descending, but as he stretched his head out to inspect the nest, a glinting shadow lunged at him as snake. Yun Hao gasped, reacting with commendable speed. He tilted his head just in time to evade the snake's sudden strike from the nest. However, he had not considered that he was precariously perched on a slender branch. With a sharp crack, the branch snapped beneath him, and Yun Hao, caught off guard, fell straight down, crashing through several branches before landing hard on the ground with a resounding thud. His 4 companions stood frozen in shock, watching helplessly as Yun Hao plummeted from the tree and lay motionless on the ground. After a long pause, the 4 children, gripped by fear, screamed and fled, seeking the safety of their elders. Being merely 8 or 9 years old, they were ill-equipped to handle such a situation, their fear overwhelming any concern for Yun Hao's condition as they ran back to find adults. The grove was left with only Yun Hao's small, solitary form lying still beneath the tree, blood seeping slowly from the back of his head, soaking the ground beneath him. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm. Chapter 2. Past Lives and Present Life. Yun Hao's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, countless fragments of information flashing through his consciousness. At times, he was the Yun Hao who had grown up in Yun family village. At others, he transformed into a young man from another time and space, leaving him utterly uncertain of his own identity. After what felt like an eternity, Yun Hao gradually opened his eyes. The first sight that met his gaze was that of his father and mother. His father wore an anxious expression, his eyes red-rimmed, a clear indication of prolonged sleeplessness. Similarly, Yun Hao's mother appeared weary, her face pale, likely shaken by the incident. Upon seeing their son awaken, both parents expressed their relief with joy, hastily inquiring about his condition, completely oblivious to the profound weariness reflected in Yun Hao's freshly opened, i.e. said depth of experience that should not belong to a mere 80-year-old child. Yun Hao's lips twitched slightly before he smiled and reassured them, "Father, mother, I am fine. You need not worry. It's good that everything is fine. Good that everything is fine." Yun Hao's father, Yunan Tian, gently patted Yun Hao and said joyfully, "Father, mother, you should go and rest. I wish to sleep a little longer." Yun Hao glanced at his mother and added. Yunha's mother, Yin Shi, with tears brimming in her eyes, nodded and said, Howard, you lie down and rest well. You've slept for a whole day and night. I will go prepare some delicious food for you. Just wait a moment. Yunnan Tian also nodded at Yunhao and left with Yunha's mother. Once Yunhao saw that both his father and mother had departed, he stared at the ceiling for a long while, his expression somewhat complex. He sighed quietly and slowly closed his eyes again. At this moment, his mind was engulfed in myriad thoughts, and he truly did not know where to begin untangling them. Not long after Yunhao lay down, his mother brought him several of his favorite dishes. Having gone a whole day and night without food, his stomach felt painfully empty. As he devoured the meals his mother had painstakingly prepared, waves of emotion surged within him, causing his nose to tingle with the onset of tears. After finishing his meal, he felt considerably better, though the back of his head still throbbed from where he had bumped it against a tree, and the bandage wrapped around it still ached faintly. After all, Yunha's body was that of a mere child of a few years. His stamina was significantly lacking. After eating, he quickly succumbed to drowsiness and fell back into a deep sleep. The next day, after sleeping for over 10 hours, Yunhao awoke with renewed vigor and, disregarding his mother's objections, insisted on taking a stroll around the village, claiming he felt stifled after lying down for several days. In truth, as soon as Yunhao stepped outside, he rushed towards the small river beyond the village. Kneeling by the clear water, he gazed at the reflection of a face that was both familiar and foreign, still bearing the innocence of youth, and his thoughts began to drift once more. Since that day, when Yunhao fell from the tree and struck his head, he had undergone an incredible transformation. Although he was still the 80-year-old Yunhao, his mind had merged with the memories of his past life, that of Ma Haoyu. In his former life, Ma Haoyu was an orphan, unloved and alone, having endured many painful and unforgettable experiences from a young age. In summary, he had never known a single day of happiness in his previous existence, and he held no attachment to it. Though his current life had spanned only a few short years, it had granted him the warmth of familial care and the comfort of a home. Despite its brevity, it surpassed the decades of his past life. Reflecting on this, Yunhao, who had previously appeared somewhat lost, suddenly felt a surge of clarity. He leapt to his feet and declared to himself, The Ma Haoyu of my past life is dead. Since heaven has bestowed upon me this chance for rebirth, I am Yunhao, a true individual who will live for himself. Having come to this realization, Yunhao raised his voice and shouted a few times by the riverside, as if bidding farewell to his former existence. As he strolled back home from the river, Yunhao gradually adapted to his current identity, a young child with the experiences and thoughts of an adult spanning over 2 decades. Such a transition required time for anyone. Moreover, he needed to ascertain the nature of the time and space in which he now found himself. Had he traversed to an ancient era on Earth, or was he in another parallel realm? Understanding this was crucial for his future life. As Yunhao walked, he soon approached the vicinity of the private school he usually attended. He initially contemplated entering to converse with the old scholar, hoping to gain further insight into this world, but then recalled his mother's instructions to return home promptly. Although most of Yunha's thoughts were those of Ma Haoyu, it was his current parents who had raised and nurtured him. Without them, there would be no rebirth. Thus, at this moment, Yunhao regarded Yunnan Tian and Yun Shi as his true family, his genuine father and mother. He felt compelled to heed their words. Consequently, Yunhao quickened his pace towards home. Upon his return, he was inevitably met with another round of his mother's concern, a warmth that enveloped him and made it hard for him to extricate himself from its embrace. Yunhao attentively absorbed his parents' words and devoted a full half-month to recuperating at home before he was permitted to resume his studies at the private school, listening to the old scholar's teachings on ancient and contemporary matters. Upon returning to the classroom, Yunhao was no longer the same boy he once was. Many of his childhood companions noted the change in him. He no longer played with them, spending more time engrossed in books or seeking guidance from the old scholar. Indeed, how could a mind matured with adult reasoning still engage in childish games? Even if Yunhao wished to play, his heart was no longer in it. The distance between Yunhao and his childhood friends widened, yet his bond with the old scholar grew stronger. The scholar now held a fondness for this inquisitive student who frequently posed questions. Time flowed on, and 2 months had passed since the awakening of Yunha's past life memories. He had thoroughly borrowed and read the limited collection of books from the old scholar. Perhaps due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, Yunha's mind was highly developed. He possessed not only keen intellect, but also an exceptional memory, ensuring that he would never forget what he had read even after a single glance. Through the old scholar's writings and their discussions, Yunhao gradually began to understand the temporal and spatial context in which he currently resided. The lifestyle and production conditions of the people here resembled those of Earth's spring and autumn period. Yet it was decidedly not Earth's ancient era, but rather an unknown realm altogether. The characters, daily necessities, modes of expression, and attire here were reminiscent of the spring and autumn period, but warfare was a rarity. Several reasons contributed to this phenomenon. Firstly, the environment was remarkably pristine, with air purer than that of Earth's purest oxygen. Additionally, the climate was mild, with minimal natural disasters, resulting in a populace that was well-fed in content, thus diminishing the motivations for conflict. Secondly, this realm was vast, so expansive that even the well-traveled old scholar was unaware of how many nations, races, or inhabitants existed on the continent, nor where its borders lay. However, the old scholar did share some information about their home, the state of Lu. For instance, the Yun family village was situated 5 days' walk from a small town called Chongling, which governed their village. Chongling managed 18 villages similar to Yun's, and Yun's village was one of the closer ones. It was said that the furthest village required about 15 days of walking to reach Chongling, illustrating the significant size of the town. Beyond Chongling lay Dingan County, which oversaw 9 towns akin to Chongling, with Chongling being relatively small and remote, taking about 10 days by horse-drawn carriage to reach the county seat. Above Dingan County lay the prefecture, ruled by Yongchang Prefecture, which governed 12 counties. Above the prefecture were the states, with each state comprising 6 prefectures. The state of Lu alone encompassed 4 states. Yunhao had carefully calculated and was astonished to realize that a single prefecture here was at least equivalent to half the size of China on Earth. This seemingly modest state of Lu was comparable in size to an entire continent of Asia, indeed leaving Yunhao, who had traversed from Earth, utterly amazed. The vastness of a nation was a significant factor in curbing the emergence of warfare. When land was so extensive, no one would fight to the death over a trivial piece of territory. This was a wondrous and enigmatic place, an expanse that felt boundless, igniting within Yunhao an exhilaration that was hard to contain. He yearned to mature swiftly, for the infinite world outside beckoned to him. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 3. Stepping out in the blink of an eye, the season of the autumn breeze had arrived. Most families in Yun family village relied on agriculture for their livelihood, while a small portion depended on the mountains for sustenance, engaging in hunting. Surrounding Yun family village was a vast orchard, spanning approximately 1,000 acres, dedicated solely to the cultivation of a specific variety of honey tangerine. Though not particularly large in size, these tangerines boasted an exquisite flavor, making them unparalleled throughout the entire Chongling town and even Dingan County. Other villages simply could not produce tangerines of such distinctive taste. In addition to their regular fields, Yunhao's family had also been allocated over 10 acres of honey tangerine orchard. Practically every household in Yun family village received a share of these orchards, distributed according to the number of family members. Thus, as the season arrived, the entire village, men, women, and children, mobilized, rising early to harvest the tangerines from the orchards. After breakfast, the members of Yunhao's family each shouldered a large basket and hurried off to the tangerine grove. Having experienced such work in his previous life, Yunhao found it to be a novel endeavor, and after a day of laboring alongside his parents, he felt invigorated. 10 acres was no small expanse. Even with the assistance of his sisters, it took them over 10 days to complete the harvest. Naturally, during this time, the private school held no classes. The tangerines harvested by Yunhao's family filled more than half of their home. With such an abundance, it was impossible for them to consume all of it themselves. Moreover, the honey tangerines from Yun family village were renowned far and wide, with even high-ranking officials, from the county magistrate to the district governor, specifically requesting these tangerines to be offered as tribute. It was said that some were even destined for the royal court. Consequently, Each year during this time, merchants flocked to Yun Family Village to purchase its honey tangerines, and this year was no exception. In recent days, a steady stream of merchants had arrived, bringing with them their teams of horses and carts, causing the village to bustle with a festive air, especially since this year's purchasing price exceeded that of the previous year, much to the villagers' delight. After a week of bustling activity, every household had sold out their tangerines, and the merchants gradually departed, restoring tranquility to Yun Family Village. However, Yunhao was filled with joy once more. Given the village's remote location, many necessities could not be self-sustained and required procurement from Chongling Town, particularly items for the winter. Each year at this time, having just sold their tangerines and with a little extra money in hand, families would venture into Chongling Town to purchase winter supplies. Yunhao's family owned a cart and an old donkey for labor, which made transportation convenient. Neighbors without any means of transport frequently approached them to arrange a joint trip. Merely to share in the effort of travel, what thrilled Yunhao most was that his father had agreed to take him to Chongling Town this year. He had longed to witness the world beyond. And even a small town brought him immense happiness. 2 days later, at the crack of dawn, Yun Nantian harnessed the donkey to the cart, allowing Yunhao to sit beside him. They then picked up the neighboring families they had arranged to travel with and set off along the main road toward Chongling Town. The journey from Yun Family Village to Chongling Town required 5 days on foot, but with the donkey cart, they could arrive in a little over 3 days. The route was smooth, devoid of deep mountains or forests. And there were no concerns about banditry, ensuring their safety along the way. Yunhao was far from lonely during the journey. Several other carts accompanied them, and the presence of more people created a lively atmosphere. Moreover, the scenery along the way was breathtaking. For the villagers of Yun Family Village, accustomed to their surroundings, the views held little novelty. Yet for Yunhao, it was a revelation, having experienced severe environmental pollution in his previous life on Earth. He had never encountered such pristine beauty. If this scenery were placed on Earth, it would be a tourist destination, capable of generating immense wealth merely from entrance fees. The uneventful 3 days swiftly passed. And as Yunhao gazed ahead, he finally beheld a sizable town emerging in his line of sight. "Father, look, isn't that Chongling Town up ahead?" Yunhao inquired eagerly. Yun Nantian affectionately ruffled Yunhao's hair and nodded with a smile. Upon entering the town, the families dispersed to attend to their own affairs, agreeing to reconvene the next morning outside the town for their return to Yun Family Village. Yunhao was unconcerned with such trivialities. He curiously examined the surrounding buildings. After all, it was a town, and several affluent families resided here, with each house more splendidly constructed than the last. Pavilions and towers, red walls and green tiles, all showcasing an air of antiquity. Chongling Town was vibrant and bustling, with a continuous flow of people. Shops lined the streets. Restaurants, pawn shops, inns, brothels, butcheries, and even coffin stores were all present. Yun Nantian first led Yunhao to a modest inn located on the outskirts of the town, where they secured a room after paying the fee and parked the donkey cart before taking Yunhao to explore the bustling main street. Instead of rushing to purchase supplies, Yun Nantian took Yunhao to a well-regarded medical clinic, where a man in his 50s or 60s was examining a patient's pulse, presumably the physician. Yun Nantian quietly observed from the side as the doctor diagnosed the patient, leaving Yunhao, filled with questions, to remain obediently by his father's side, his eyes darting about, taking in the sights of the clinic. After a while, a strong voice rang out, "Nantian, come in and sit." Turning around, Yunhao saw his father bowing respectfully to the elderly physician. "Cousin, it has been long. You still look as spry as ever." The old doctor waved his hand with a smile. "I am getting old, getting old." His gaze then fell upon Yunhao, who stood closely behind Yun Nantian. "Nantian, is this your little Yunhao? He has grown so tall since I last saw him. If I recall correctly, the last time I met him, he had just learned to crawl." "Yes, cousin. Yunhao, come here and greet your granduncle." Yun Nantian gently urged as he pulled Yunhao forward. "Greetings, granduncle." Yunhao respectfully bowed to the man he had no recollection of. Good, good. Nantian, you are truly fortunate that I see great potential in this little one." The granduncle laughed heartily, scrutinizing Yunhao with keen eyes before turning to Yun Nantian. Ancient medicine emphasizes the principles of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, especially in the case of a skilled physician. Thus, Yun Nantian wholeheartedly believed his granduncle's words. For the old man's medical expertise was well known in the region, and he felt a surge of excitement as he expressed his gratitude to him. After chatting with his granduncle for a while longer, Yun Nantian took his leave, and it was finally time to procure supplies. First on the list was sufficient salt, as the journey was quite long and inconvenient, and with winter approaching, the villagers would need to prepare pickled vegetables and meats, which required a substantial amount of salt. However, salt was a regulated commodity, forbidden for private trade, thus its price was exorbitant. Once Yun Nantian managed to acquire an adequate supply of salt, he found that he had already spent a considerable portion of his silver coins. Next, he needed to purchase fabric for the upcoming New Year celebrations, as there were tailors in Yun family village who could sew the fabric into clothing. Additionally, he intended to buy a few firecrackers to be set off during the festivities, along with some farming tools needed for the upcoming spring. After a long day of shopping, their money was nearly spent, and they had gathered a fair amount of goods, with Yunhao even managing to carry a few items of his own. As father and son made their way back, they passed a small bookstore. Seeing it, Yunhao naturally wished to step inside and browse. Having read all the books from the old gentleman, he still had much to learn about this world, and reading was undoubtedly one of the most effortless ways to gain knowledge. Yunhao glanced at the bookstore and then at his father, the meaning of his expression unmistakable. Yunnan Tian contemplated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and accompanied Yunhao into the bookstore. In this era, the industry was still underdeveloped, and books were predominantly crafted from a type of tree bark, painstakingly transcribed by hand. Hence, their prices were predictably exorbitant, with a single volume costing nearly as much as a pound of salt. The bookstore was modest in size, naturally housing a limited collection, and Yunhao was acutely aware of the steep costs. So he meticulously sifted through the offerings before finally selecting a tome after considerable deliberation. This particular book, titled Miscellaneous Histories, narrated the customs and traditions of the state of Lu and its neighboring realms, along with various peculiar anecdotes. Such literature offered a unique perspective on the world, precisely what Yunhao sought at this juncture. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 4. The initial whispers of the celestial path. It had been 4 or 5 days since returning to Yun family village from Chongling town. During this time, apart from attending private lectures to listen to the venerable teacher expound on ancient and contemporary matters, Yunhao found himself cloistered in solitude, engrossed in the miscellaneous histories he had brought back. To be candid, Yunhao had never truly attended school in his previous life. While he recognized some Chinese characters, he lacked the depth of knowledge acquired through systematic study. Fortunately, the script of this life bore a resemblance to that of his former existence, and coupled with the lessons from the past few months at the private school, he had managed to grasp most of the traditional characters. The tome was replete with intricate characters, compelling Yunhao to consult Shuo and Jiezi from time to time, thus slowing his reading pace considerably. After nearly 10 days of diligent effort, he finally completed Miscellaneous Histories. That a significant portion of its content had indeed broadened his horizons, allowing him to appreciate some of the wonders of this world. However, certain passages piqued his curiosity, particularly a section detailing extraordinary individuals referred to by common folk as immortals. This group was relatively small, and even the author of the book had never encountered one, instead relying on various accounts that had circulated through the ages. Yet, in the final segment of this section, a few sentences stood out, though I have not witnessed with my own eyes. A dear friend of mine encountered an immortal within a certain royal palace, thus affirming the truth of such tales that in his previous life, Yunhao had considered himself an atheist. However, the undeniable reality of his rebirth compelled him to place a degree of faith in the accounts documented in the book. After finishing the tome, he sought the counsel of the venerable teacher at the private school, who, despite having lived a long life and possessing a wealth of knowledge, could only recount hearsay about such extraordinary beings, claiming to have never seen one in person. Even the eldest elder of the village, the former patriarch of the Yun clan, who was now a venerable 110 years old, echoed the same sentiment. He had never laid eyes on such immortals. Regardless of how many individuals he inquired, the response remained consistent. Merely hearsay, with some even expressing skepticism, questioning whether this was yet another fabrication from ancient times. Nevertheless, Yunhao's unique experiences led him to firmly believe that these tales held some truth. He resolved that when he matured, he would seek out these immortals. As autumn yielded to winter, the chill set in, and following a day and night of heavy snowfall, Yun family village transformed into a pristine white wonderland. This marked Yun Hao's first encounter with snow since his awakening in his previous life. With the new year approaching in just 4 or 5 days, each household in the village rose early to clear the snow from their doorsteps in preparation for the festivities for the children. Snow brought joy. Building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights offered endless amusement. However, for Yun Hao, the experience was rather different. Given that his actual mental age was nearing 30, he was, in essence, a true adult. The allure of playing in the snow failed to ignite his interest. He found greater solace in the warmth of his bed, preferring to contemplate the path that lay ahead. Yun Hao had indeed been reborn. And having glimpsed the world in his past life, he could not fathom remaining confined to this small mountain village indefinitely. Venturing beyond its confines was inevitable. The question remained as to when and how he would embark on his journey. At his tender age of 8 or 9, he was incapable of undertaking any meaningful endeavors, regardless of the adult experiences he carried within him. This realization left Yun Hao with a profound sense of longing. Knowing he would need to remain in Yun family village for another 3 to 5 years before opportunities arose. Contemplating what he might accomplish upon venturing forth felt too distant, and he dismissed such thoughts. Believing that a path would inevitably reveal itself in due time, in his idle moments, Yun Hao pondered how he might leverage his unique experiences to create something of value. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately relinquished the notion. His previous lack of formal education rendered subjects like physics and chemistry mere fantasies, and even though he recognized more characters in this life than before, the absence of resources for invention and innovation rendered his centuries of advanced experience futile. Occasionally, he would entertain a dark thought. Were the protagonists of those transmigration narratives on Earth all exemplary students? As the new year approached, Yun Hao celebrated his birthday, marking another year of life, bringing him closer to his aspirations. The New Year festivities in Yun family village brimmed with traditional charm, with age-old customs preserved intact, even captivating this well-traveled young adult. Days passed in a tranquil, unchanging rhythm, yet Yun Hao experienced significant growth. The village's children thrived on ample nourishment, naturally maturing rapidly, and Yun Hao had acquired proficiency in many agricultural tasks. Before long, winter returned, and following the season's first snowfall, a significant incident unfolded in Yun family village that a neighboring household lost a dozen sheep overnight to an unknown predator, which had drained each creature of its blood. This event sent waves of alarm throughout the usually placid village, especially when another household suffered a similar fate the following day. Concern rippled through the community, as most families owned a few chickens or sheep. Should this calamity persist, it could lead to dire consequences. In response, the village chief organized a group of around 100 young men to take turns standing watch each night, vowing to capture the culprit. Out of curiosity, Yun Hao stealthily ventured out several nights to observe, only to be dragged back by his mother, who grasped his ear. After nearly a week of vigilant guard duty, the group finally had a breakthrough that a cadre of 20 young men, armed with clubs, pursued a beast that had not yet executed its crime, chasing it for several miles before delivering a fatal blow at dawn. The creature was brought to a clearing in the village, where an eager Yun Hao finally laid eyes on his first wild beast in this world. It was a strikingly patterned animal, adorned in purple spots, reminiscent of the leopards of his previous life, albeit considerably larger, roughly the size of an adult water buffalo. According to the village hunters, this creature was known as a purple leopard, a species not regarded as particularly formidable among the mountain's fauna. In fact, there were beasts that dwarfed it by 1 or 2 times its size. Hearing this, Yun Hao couldn't help but marvel. Was it possible that the living standards in this world were so elevated that even the wildlife thrived to such an extent? Appearing so robust and well-fed, the incident involving the purple leopard offered Yun Hao a vivid glimpse into the distinctions between this world and his former one. Even the animals possessed a certain ferocity, making him wonder how exceptional the humans here must be. Life gradually returned to its usual tranquility, with no further major events occurring in the subsequent years. The families of the mountain village continued their cyclical existence year after year. Meanwhile, Yun Hao matured into a young lad. Having just celebrated his 12th birthday, he had become one of the primary labor forces in his household. Since the previous year, Yun Hao had ceased attending the private school, for his eagerness to learn had outstripped the venerable teacher's capacity to impart knowledge. Returning would simply be a waste of time. Feeling that the moment had arrived for him to step beyond the confines of Yun family village to explore the outer world independently, he grappled with how to broach the subject with his father and mother. The crux of the matter lay in his uncertainty about what he would do upon leaving. How would he sustain himself? He could hardly resort to begging. It seemed far more prudent to remain at home. Perhaps sensing Yun Hao's thirst for knowledge, his father, Yunan Tian, one day took him aside to discuss a matter concerning his future. As his father began to speak, Yun Hao's heart raced with excitement. It felt as though the universe had conspired to align with his desires. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 5. The apprentice of the medical hall Yunan Tian addressed Yun Hao, saying, "My son, you have grown that I have an idea I wish to share. Please listen, and take your time to consider your response." Yun Hao scratched his head and replied, "Father, if you have something to say, then please do so directly. There is no need for formality between us." "Very well," Yunan Tian continued. "As your only son, I aspire for you to achieve greatness. Surely you do not wish to toil in the fields for the entirety of your life?" Seeing Yun Hao nod in acknowledgement, he continued, "Recently, during my visit to Chongling Town, I had the opportunity to stop by your great-uncle's home. I am contemplating sending you to study medicine with him in a few days. Take some time to think it over, and let me know your decision." Upon hearing Yunan Tian's words that he was about to depart, Yun Hao found himself filled with exhilaration. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the sleeve of his father and implored, "Father, please do not rush. Did I ask there any need for further contemplation? I have consented, and in a few days I shall accompany you," with a heart brimming with excitement. Yun Hao sat upon his family's donkey cart, gazing at the surrounding scenery while engaging in light conversation with his father. Accompanying them was a neighbor who had hitched a ride to attend to some matters in Chongling Town. Despite the journey's duration stretching nearly 4 days, Yun Hao perceived the time as fleeting. Although he possessed a rather grand mindset, this was his inaugural step in this world, leaving no room for him to contain his childlike exuberance. In stark contrast to Yun Hao's buoyant spirit was Yunan Tian, who, while considering the future of his son, could not conceal the sorrow of parting from his only child, the sole heir of the Yun family. Noticing the somber expression on his father's face, Yun Hao could only sigh inwardly. Regardless of who he had been in his previous life, he was now Yun Hao, the legitimate son of Yunan Tian. And it was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of sadness. The memory of his loving mother weeping like a heartbroken soul upon his departure only deepened his melancholy. As the donkey cart clattered into Chongling Town, Yunan Tian adeptly parked it in front of the medical hall that Yun Hao had previously visited. Their neighbor disembarked, exchanged pleasantries with Yunan Tian, and departed. Yunan Tian led Yun Hao directly into the medical hall, where a considerable number of patients were present. Yun Hao's maternal grandfather was diligently prescribing remedies to the ailing, prompting Yunan Tian to pull Yun Hao aside to wait quietly. After a span of half an hour, Yun Hao's grandfather finally attended to the last patient. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted the father and son duo seated together and greeted them with a jovial smile. "Nantian, you have arrived. This season's transition has brought an influx of patients suffering from headaches and fevers that I apologize for making you wait. You are too kind, Uncle. We are family. A little wait is of no consequence." Yunan Tian replied, rising with Yun Hao to smile in return. "Let us proceed to the inner room for a discussion," the grandfather suggested, waving his hand dismissively. Once settled in the inner chamber, Yunan Tian spoke candidly. "Uncle, I entrust Yun Hao to your care, that I have complete confidence in your guidance." Yun Hao's grandfather turned to him with a smile and inquired, "Little Yun Hao, have you truly decided to study medicine? Be forewarned, once you come here, there is no turning back." Yun Hao nodded earnestly, responding, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I shall not waver, that a gentleman's word is his bond." "Very well, your determination is commendable. Mastering medicine requires perseverance. Nantian, you may return home. As long as Yun Hao is willing to learn, I assure you he will become an excellent doctor," the grandfather asserted. Though Yunan Tian felt a pang of reluctance, he imparted a few words of care before resolutely departing. Yun Hao's grandfather, surnamed Sun, belonged to a lineage of physicians. Possessing a true ancestral medical expertise that in Chongling Town, he was affectionately known as Sun Longzhong. His wife had passed away a few years prior due to a stroke, leaving only him and another apprentice, along with Yun Hao in the medical hall. Sun Longzhong had a son and a daughter. His daughter was married and resided in another town. His son had inherited his father's medical skills and currently operated a sizable medical hall in Ding'an County, which Yun Hao had visited in his youth. The medical hall also boasted several side rooms, and the other apprentice, a local from Chongling Town, returned home each evening, leaving son Longzhong alone most of the time. Yun Hao was assigned to a side room on the western side, where Yunnan Tian had brought bedding for him at this moment. Yun Hao was busy arranging his sleeping quarters on his first day. Son Longzhong did not assign Yun Hao any tasks, but instead instructed the apprentice named Xiao Zhong to show him around the medical hall to help him acclimate to his new environment. The medical hall was an ancestral property of the Sun family, with its front facing the street, followed by a spacious reception area, and further in a modest courtyard. The side rooms included Sun Longzhong's living quarters on the eastern side, while the western side was now designated for Yun Hao. Apart from these two rooms, there were two others that remained unoccupied. One was used for storage, and the other contained a long table adorned with offerings of fruits and a small incense burner, along with a portrait of the ancestors hanging on the wall behind the table. Xiao Zhong, who guided Yun Hao on a tour, informed him that the offerings were for son Longzhong's ancestors. And it was said that the individuals depicted in the portrait were the forebears of the Sun family spanning several generations. Xiao Zhong, age 13 and a year older than Yun Hao, was not as tall as him, but was quite plump, with a chubby face that gave him a rather innocent appearance. However, beneath that facade lay a hint of cunning, as he was quite talkative. With Yun Hao's rich social experience and ability to read people, he quickly discerned Xiao Zhong's character, which would be advantageous as he navigated their future interactions, especially since Xiao Zhong had entered the field earlier and could offer valuable insights. As night fell and Xiao Zhong returned home, the medical hall was left with only son Longzhong and Yun Hao. Typically, son Longzhong did not cook for himself, as age and the fatigue from a long day of attending to patients diminished his appetite. Most evenings, he would simply dine at a nearby tavern. Son Longzhong beckoned Yun Hao to close the main door of the medical hall and led him to the tavern next door, where they ordered a couple of dishes and rice. Chatting as they ate until the meal was swiftly concluded. To be frank, Yun Hao found the food at the tavern rather mediocre, believing it lacked the flavor of his mother's cooking and paled in comparison to the meals of his past life. Upon returning to the medical hall, Yun Hao proposed, "Grandpa, would it be possible for me to prepare our meals starting tomorrow?" Surprised yet amused, son Longzhong replied, "Yun Hao, can you cook? Why not enjoy the ready-made meals? The tavern's food is too unpalatable. Our own cooking would be far superior. As for my cooking skills, you'll find out tomorrow at noon when I prepare a meal for you," Yun Hao confidently asserted. Having wandered alone for years in his previous life, Ma Haoyu had consumed countless meals, and cooking was a trivial matter for him. He had faith in his culinary abilities. "Very well, the lunch tomorrow shall be entrusted to you. I hope it is delicious," son Longzhong chuckled, his tone slightly teasing as he returned to his eastern room. That a night passed in silence. Struggling to adapt to his new sleeping environment, Yun Hao awoke early to exercise in the courtyard, only to discover that son Longzhong had already risen. When Yun Hao stepped outside, he found son Longzhong performing a series of graceful, slow movements reminiscent of Tai Chi. Yun Hao quietly observed from the doorway until son Longzhong completed his mysterious routine. Acknowledging Yun Hao's presence, son Longzhong beckoned him over and asked, "Would you like to learn?" Yun Hao eagerly nodded. "Who wouldn't he wish to learn? Perhaps this was a form of Qigong." Son Longzhong smiled and replied, "Then starting tomorrow, after the fourth watch, you shall wait for me in the courtyard. I will teach you a portion. Remember, this must not be disclosed to anyone, including Xiao Zhong." Yun Hao recognized that this must be an invaluable ancestral secret, meant solely for the family, and he was curious as to why his grandfather would choose to teach him, considering he was, in essence, an outsider. Regardless of the circumstances, it is always beneficial for Yun Hao. Could it be that Grandfather Biao is deceiving him? Volume 1. The Winds of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 6. Starting with herbal medicine in the morning, while there were no patients, Dr. Sun formally assigned Yun Hao tasks that would remain unchanged for the entire year. The first of which was to accompany Brother Zhong in gathering herbs. Collecting herbs is a crucial step that every physician must undertake. Without knowledge of the medicinal materials, how could one prescribe remedies? Of course, one should not underestimate the seemingly simple act of gathering herbs, as it involves numerous intricacies. Here at Dr. Sun's, he commonly utilizes around 500 to 600 types of herbs, yet memorizing all of them is no simple feat. Throughout the morning, Yun Hao diligently followed Brother Zhong, learning to recognize various herbs. After 2 or 3 hours, he had only managed to memorize about 15 or 16 types. That it is not that Yunhao's intellect is lacking. The memories of his 2 lifetimes have enhanced his cognitive abilities significantly compared to his previous existence. However, the adage "a different profession is like a different mountain" holds true. Cleverness does not suffice in the field of medicine. As noon approached, Yunhao procured a few copper coins from Dr. Sun and took Brother Zhong to the market to buy some food. Surprisingly, despite not having cooked for several years, Yunhao's culinary skills had not waned. He skillfully prepared 4 or 5 dishes, 2 meat and 3 vegetable, each bursting with flavor and aroma, to the extent that Dr. Sun nearly swallowed his own tongue in delight. After the meal, Dr. Sun praised Yunhao, claiming that even the grand feasts he had enjoyed in his youth at the state capital's finest taverns could not compare to today's meal, that he remarked that he had grown old, yet could still indulge in such culinary pleasures for a few more years, indicating that as long as Yunhao continued his medical studies here, he would be responsible for their meals. In the afternoon, Yunhao resumed the tedious task of herb recognition. During the initial month, he was only allowed to familiarize himself with the herbs before he would be permitted to begin gathering them. By the end of the afternoon, he had learned an additional 20 or so herbs. At this pace, it would take at least a month to become acquainted with all the medicinal materials in the clinic. With such limited progress in a single day, Yunhao felt a sense of urgency. However, there was little he could do. Each herb in the box had been prepared, sliced, pounded, or ground. Before being placed inside, to fully commit them to memory required rote memorization, which proved to be quite challenging. Dr. Sun, being an experienced physician, noticed Yunhao's struggles and called him over to impart some advice. "Yunhao, do you see those herbs piled up in the backyard? Those are the ones we just acquired from the herbalists. They're easier to recognize with their branches and leaves intact. Start with them." In a corner of the clinic's backyard stood a large wooden rack laden with drying herbs, freshly gathered from the mountains by herbalists. They were placed there to dry out their moisture before being sliced and processed. Dr. Sun also provided Yunhao with a hand-drawn herbal manual. Yunhao simply needed to compare the illustrations with the actual herbs before him, while simultaneously memorizing their medicinal properties, significantly accelerating his learning process. The book in Yunhao's hands, titled Comprehensive Herbal Compendium, detailed over 10,000 known herbs, not even accounting for various mineral and animal medicines, nor the thousands of more obscure substances yet to be introduced. Memorizing all 10,000 herbs was not a realistic goal for Yunhao. Accomplishing the memorization of the 500 to 600 types in the clinic would be a commendable achievement. Beyond recognizing each herb, he also needed to understand their preparation methods, which was another area of great expertise. For instance, the herb Ishowu is categorized into 2 types, raw and processed. The raw herb can be dried and cut into chunks with relative ease, while the processed version requires soaking in yellow wine, followed by 9 cycles of steaming and drying, which enhances its nourishing properties. This distinction is quite significant. Another example is the thorny herb Tsang Erzi, which is toxic. It must be stir-fried until its surface turns yellow, thereby reducing its toxicity before it can be utilized. There are many such examples, but I need not enumerate them all. Yunhao continued his studies well into the night before finally preparing to rest, as he needed to rise early the next day. Tomorrow morning, Dr. Sun would teach Yunhao a set of unknown martial arts techniques. Young people generally have a fondness for learning martial arts, and this thought filled Yunhao with a sense of excitement, resulting in a restless night of tossing and turning. Yunhao awoke half an hour earlier than the time set by Dr. Sun. Unable to sleep any longer, he decided it would be more beneficial to rise and exercise a bit, to loosen his muscles and avoid any potential strains during practice. Yunhao began to work up a slight sweat. Dr. Sun emerged, noticing Yunhao waiting for him in the courtyard. Without further ado, he instructed, "Yunhao, first observe me as I practice a few times, then follow along. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask." Yunhao responded with an affirmative sound, obediently standing to the side. Dr. Sun remained stationary for a moment, taking a deep breath before slowly raising his hands and executing a series of graceful, yet powerful movements in an unnamed martial arts form. The routine was not particularly lengthy. After practicing 3 or 4 times, Dr. Sun asked Yunhao, "How much have you managed to remember?" Yunhao pondered for a moment before replying, "Approximately 2/3 of the techniques. I believe I could memorize the rest after watching 1 or 2 more times." "Good, then I shall demonstrate it for you a couple more times. Pay close attention. Dr. Sun affirmed with a nod of satisfaction, and resumed his practice. After 3 additional demonstrations, Dr. Sun broke into a light sweat, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. I'm getting old. I used to be able to practice continuously for over 10 times without breaking a sweat. I must concede to age, he remarked. Yunhao, have you retained it all? Yunhao replied confidently, I have memorized everything. Would you like me to demonstrate it for you, Grandfather Biao? You can correct any mistakes I make. Dr. Sun gestured for him to begin. Yunhao imitated the movements with considerable effort, though his speed was considerably slower as it was his first attempt. Nevertheless, he executed each technique with integrity, only faltering slightly in a few movements, achieving a commendable approximation overall. Dr. Sun was quite pleased with Yunhao's performance. Yunhao, we shall conclude today's lesson here. Focus on mastering the techniques for now. Upon hearing these words, Yunhao, astute as he is, immediately discerned that this set of martial arts techniques was but the tip of the iceberg, hinting at further intricacies, perhaps even the methods of internal cultivation. This realization ignited a fervent passion within him. It seemed possible that he might soon emerge as a master of the martial world. After Sun Longzhong departed from the courtyard, Yunhao diligently practiced the techniques 3 or 4 more times, smoothing out a few awkward movements before wiping the sweat from his brow and retreating indoors to wash his face. For breakfast, Yunhao prepared a modest meal of 2 small dishes and a pot of millet porridge, sharing 2 cornmeal buns with Sun Longzhong, who once again expressed his delight in the meal. Once Xiao Zhong arrived, Yunhao resumed his monotonous routine of rote memorization, setting himself the ambitious goal of memorizing 50 medicinal herbs, aspiring to master all the herbs in the vicinity within a fortnight, so he could assist Xiao Zhong in gathering them. During this fortnight dedicated to the memorization of herbs, Sun Longzhong refrained from teaching him anything else. The study of medicine would commence only after he had memorized the effects of all the herbs and subsequently learned 400 herbal formulas for the martial arts practiced each morning. Sun Longzhong did not introduce any new techniques, leaving Yunhao to practice alone, where he could now fluently perform the basic forms of this set of techniques in reverse. Although Sun Longzhong had not imparted any advanced knowledge of the martial arts, he keenly observed that Yunhao's physical condition had improved somewhat since he began training, albeit the changes were not exceedingly pronounced. For instance, this morning marked Yunhao's 6th round of practice. Just days prior, completing 6 rounds would have left him breathless. Yet over the past couple of days, his breathing had become calm and steady, devoid of fatigue. However, upon reaching the 8th round, Yunhao found himself slightly fatigued, his breath quickening, prompting him to forego the 9th round, setting his sights on completing 10 rounds the following day. After a fortnight, Sun Longzhong assessed Yunhao's progress, after which Yunhao was tasked with gathering herbs. In the morning, Xiao Zhong would collect the herbs while Yunhao assisted him, and in the afternoon, their roles would reverse, ushering in a new phase of learning. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm. Chapter 7. The medical sage's fist. Yunhao had been at the medical clinic for a full 2 months, becoming quite adept at preparing herbal remedies for patients. Now, he began to commit to memory the formulas for herbal decoctions that Sun Longzhong had entrusted to him. Each formula was a classic, passed down through generations of esteemed physicians, meticulously corresponding to specific ailments that every doctor must learn. The significance of these decoctions cannot be overstated. Sun Longzhong had repeatedly emphasized the necessity for Yunhao to memorize them thoroughly, as they would be indispensable in his future practice. Leveraging his remarkable memory, Yunhao memorized dozens of formulas in just a few days, much to Sun Longzhong's satisfaction. Point 1. Early morning, as was his custom, Yunhao rose at the 4th watch, greeting Sun Longzhong, who had also risen early, before promptly commencing his martial practice. After 2 months of dedication, Yunhao could now perform the forms up to the 18th round. This set of martial techniques proved increasingly challenging. The more he practiced, the more demanding it became. Initially, he could reach the 10th round in about 10 days, but as he progressed, each additional round required 5 to 7 days, or even longer. Nonetheless, the rewards were significant. After numerous rounds, Yunhao found himself neither flushed nor breathless, and he noticed an increase in his appetite, strength, and even a slight growth in height, all of which he attributed to this enigmatic martial art. This further convinced him that this set of techniques was far from ordinary. Upon completing his 18th round, Sun Longzhong, who had been observing quietly, nodded in approval before turning to attend to patients in the clinic. A new day dawned, with Sun Longzhong treating patients and prescribing remedies, while Xiao Zhong and Yun Hao busied themselves gathering herbs at the medicine cabinet. That on this particular day, the town's magistrate fell ill. Sending a servant to summon Sun Longzhong for a house call, Yun Hao was chosen as Sun Longzhong's assistant, carrying the medical kit behind him. The magistrate, a filial son, was merely suffering from a cold. Sun Longzhong prescribed a remedy and returned with Yun Hao to the clinic. The day passed swiftly, and after their meal, Sun Longzhong instructed Yun Hao, "Once you finish tidying up, come to my room." Yun Hao paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement, pondering what matter his elder relative wished to discuss. Shortly thereafter, he knocked and entered Sun Longzhong's room, where he found him seated at a table, engrossed in a medical book. With an aged piece of silk cloth beside him, covered in numerous inscriptions, suggesting it was quite old. "Yun Hao, come, sit down," Sun Longzhong beckoned, gesturing for him to take a seat at the table. "Please, elder, feel free to speak." "There is no need for such formality," Yun Hao replied respectfully. Sun Longzhong gently pushed the aged silk cloth toward Yun Hao, saying, "First, take a look at this. We will discuss other matters afterward." Carefully, Yun Hao picked up the time-worn silk, scrutinizing the content inscribed upon it. Qi emerges from the dantian, dispersing throughout the limbs, traversing the meridians, interacting with the sinews, bones, and skin. This is the essence of humanity. When utilized, it possesses immense power. The methods of its application. Even Yun Hao, despite his lack of experience, recognized this as a passage on internal cultivation, that he understood that it was not merely a technique of the martial arts he practiced daily. This was a treasure indeed. Sun Longzhong, observing Yun Hao's growing excitement, remarked, "I believe you have discerned its significance. Indeed, this pertains to the internal cultivation of the martial arts. Only through the cultivation of both internal and external aspects can one achieve mastery. Neither can be neglected." Yun Hao hesitated, words caught in his throat, prompting Sun Longzhong to chuckle lightly before continuing. "Do not rush. I will explain it to you in due time." That he gestured again to the silk cloth, stating, "The internal cultivation inscribed here, along with your daily practice martial art, is known as the medical sage's fist, a legacy passed down through my ancestors. That my forebears were revered as medical sages, renowned for their extraordinary skills, having saved countless lives. It is said that one of my ancestors once rescued a celestial master from a sect, and this set of techniques was bestowed upon him." After a brief pause, Sun Longzhong continued, "The medical sage's fist not only strengthens the body but, through the diligent exploration and practice of my family over generations, another remarkable application was discovered. This is the very purpose for sharing this technique with you." Without revealing the specific application just yet, he stated, "The medical sage's fist is a treasured heirloom of the Sun family, and it cannot be imparted to outsiders. However, practicing martial arts requires innate talent, and regrettably, neither of my children could master it. Yet, you are not considered an outsider, and I see great potential in you. I hope you can carry on the tradition of the medical sage's fist. Rest assured, elder, I will not disappoint your expectations." Yun Hao replied with resolute determination, "That I must now reveal to you another secret of the medical sage's fist. Once you cultivate the internal technique to the 3rd level or above, you will be able to sense subtle conditions within others' bodies using your internal energy. In other words, you will be able to diagnose ailments with remarkable accuracy. This is a closely guarded secret of the Sun family in the realm of medicine." Sun Longzhong spoke solemnly. Yun Hao was understandably taken aback. He had never imagined that internal cultivation could possess such extraordinary capabilities. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. With such a skill at his disposal, how could he not become a renowned physician? Surely wealth would follow suit. Sun Longzhong, noting Yun Hao's momentary lapse into excitement, cautioned, "Do not celebrate too soon. Internal cultivation is the most challenging to master. Even I, after decades of practice, have only reached the 4th level, which is still far from the 10th level. Furthermore, once you attain the 3rd level, I have additional techniques for diagnosing illnesses using internal energy to share with you, but these techniques are equally difficult to master." Yun Hao was jolted back to reality by Sun Longzhong's words. Indeed, if internal cultivation were easy, there would be martial masters aplenty. That he realized he had grown overly exuberant, as he was no longer a child. He needed to cultivate patience in all endeavors and refrain from displaying his emotions so openly. Sitting up straight, he replied earnestly, "Thank you for your guidance. Elder, I will strive to meet your expectations. Just observe my efforts." Sun Longzhong nodded slightly, continuing, "You may return now. You can commence your practice this evening, and feel free to consult me with any questions you may have. To go now." Yun Hao rose, bowing respectfully to Sun Longzhong. The sharing of such a closely guarded secret was a monumental boon, and thus, his gesture of respect was entirely warranted. That in truth, Sun Longzhong's decision to impart such a confidential treasure to Yun Hao was the result of careful observation and contemplation over time. After all, Yun Hao was considered a semi-member of the family. Furthermore, with a son and daughter of limited aptitude, and the sacred physician fist practiced in a most disarrayed manner, he feared that the martial art might be lost without an heir. The third reason was his recognition of Yun Hao's commendable potential. Thus, Sun Longzhong decided to pass on the techniques of the sacred physician fist to Yun Hao, eager to see how far he could advance. Indeed, Yun Hao's performance left him exceedingly pleased. Lastly, though not precisely a reason, over the past few months, Yun Hao had demonstrated utmost respect towards him, diligently preparing his meals 3 times daily, and also applying himself earnestly to his studies. These factors compelled him to resolve to impart the martial legacy of the Sun family, preserved over generations, to Yun Hao. With great enthusiasm, Yun Hao returned to his room, clutching the silk cloth that contained the inner cultivation methods of the sacred physician fist. By the dim light, he meticulously studied each character inscribed on the silk, for this was profound knowledge. He dared not practice recklessly, lest he fall into the abyss of madness. This night, he would not engage in practice. Understanding the inner cultivation methods would suffice as a fruitful endeavor. Any uncertainties would have to wait until he could confer with Sun Longzhong before he began his training. The text on the silk was not extensive, totaling around 2,000 characters, written in a relatively accessible manner. Though some sections employed specialized terminology, that it was perfectly reasonable for Yun Hao, having never encountered such concepts in either his past or present life. To find certain parts perplexing, after diligently studying for 2 hours, Yun Hao could recite the text flawlessly, comprehending about 80 to 90% of it. He resolved to discuss his insights with Sun Longzhong the next day before commencing his practice. The following day, well before dawn, Yun Hao rose early, his eyes bloodshot, indicating a restless night spent in anticipation. This hour, Sun Longzhong had not yet awakened, so Yun Hao busied himself in the courtyard, practicing the techniques he had been honing for several months. After a dozen repetitions, he felt invigorated, his entire being replete with ease. After completing his martial practice, Yun Hao observed Sun Longzhong also engaging in his own training. After months of practice, Yun Hao could now discern the distinctions in their respective styles. While the outward forms appeared similar, he understood the differences lay in the presence or absence of inner energy. Once Sun Longzhong finished his routine, Yun Hao respectfully presented the silk cloth containing the inner cultivation methods, saying, "Esteemed granduncle, I have memorized the contents of the silk, yet there are a few aspects I do not fully comprehend. Please enlighten me." Sun Longzhong accepted the silk and replied, "Speak freely." Yun Hao pondered briefly before articulating several areas of confusion. Sun Longzhong smiled with satisfaction. Yun Hao's inquiries reflected the critical aspects of the cultivation methods, which, if misunderstood, could lead to the peril of falling into madness. The very nature of his questions revealed Yun Hao's diligence and ability to discern the essential points, showcasing his exceptional qualities. Having practiced the sacred physician fist for decades, Sun Longzhong possessed both theoretical knowledge and practical experience, and within minutes he clarified Yun Hao's queries for the intricacies of meridian pathways. It was a trivial matter. Sun Longzhong had ample medical texts documenting these aspects, and Yun Hao could easily reference them without needing to consult Sun Longzhong further. Once their dialogue concluded, daylight broke. Sun Longzhong proceeded to open the medical clinic, while Yun Hao hurried to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Sun Longzhong had grown accustomed to Yun Hao's culinary skills, rejecting any meals from external sources. Having recently benefited from his teachings, Yun Hao decided to prepare a couple of extra dishes to express his gratitude to his granduncle. Thus began another busy day, in addition to continuing his herbal gathering. Sun Longzhong would allow Yun Hao to observe him as he diagnosed patients and prescribed remedies, serving as a form of indirect learning. In summary, Yun Hao had acquired a foundational understanding of medicine, marking his entry into this realm. The day swiftly passed, and after dinner, Yunhao eagerly returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the mat, closed his eyes, pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, slowed his breathing, and cleared his mind. Following the instructions from the cultivation methods, he commenced his practice. Yet, the more he sought to still his mind, the more intrusive thoughts flooded in, memories from his childhood, even haunting experiences from his past life. This made it nearly impossible for him to attain tranquility, leading to increasing agitation. Realizing that this approach was futile, Yunhao abandoned his sitting position and paced back and forth to readjust his mindset and breathing. Once more, he sat down, striving to empty his thoughts. After several cycles of this, he gradually began to enter a meditative state. Achieving a moment of clarity was no small feat. As for cultivating the sensation of qi, it was still premature. Without a month or so of practice, he could not expect to feel warmth in his dantian. After sitting for over half an hour, Yunhao awakened. During his first meditation, his legs had grown numb from restricted circulation, and he had lost sensation. However, had it not been for this, he could have easily continued sitting for another half hour without issue. Once again, he stood to stretch his stiff legs and, after a brief rest, resumed his seated practice. That night, Yunhao cycled through meditation 3 times, finally succumbing to sleep at midnight. The next day, as per routine, Yunhao practiced his martial arts. However, his movements still only skimmed the surface of their essence, and he did not expect significant changes from a day's meditation. Nevertheless, with a promising start and his diligent efforts, positive results were likely imminent. Today marked the 15th day of the lunar month, a day when Sun Longzhong would prepare offerings to honor their ancestor. The Sacred Physician Sunday this day was no exception, as the offerings had been arranged the day prior. Previously, these rituals had solely been conducted by Sun Longzhong, with Yunhao and Xiao Zhong excluded due to their lack of lineage. Today, however, the situation was different. Having imparted the inner cultivation methods of the Sacred Physician Fist to Yunhao, Sun Longzhong recognized him as a member of the Sun family, thus granting him the right to participate in the ancestral rites. Yunhao, come with me today, Sun Longzhong beckoned, one hand holding the offerings with a respectful acknowledgement. Yunhao closely followed Sun Longzhong into the ancestral hall, a place he had never entered before during the past few months. Inside, a large portrait adorned the front wall, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, crafted from materials unknown to him, yet appearing remarkably pristine. It depicted a full-body likeness of an elderly man, possibly the work of a master artist, capturing the old man's silver hair and flowing beard with vivid detail, resembling an immortal at first glance. Though it was Yunhao's first encounter, he needed no introduction. The figure portrayed was none other than their illustrious ancestor, the Sacred Physician's son, revered through countless generations. Upon entering, Sun Longzhong wore a demeanor of solemn reverence, every action executed with utmost care, as if to avoid disturbing the ancestral spirit captured in the painting. Yunhao instinctively mirrored this caution. Sun Longzhong arranged the offerings on the altar, then lit 3 long incense sticks, gently placing them into an incense burner on the table. After completing these rituals, he turned to Yunhao, saying, "You may offer incense to our ancestors as well. Today marks your formal initiation." Yunhao promptly stepped forward, igniting 3 incense sticks and placing them into the burner before stepping back to stand behind Sun Longzhong. Only then did Sun Longzhong bow thrice before the portrait, and Yunhao followed suit, not daring to be remiss. Once their respects were paid, Sun Longzhong said, "Yunhao, from this moment forth, you are my formal disciple. You shall be responsible for the upkeep of this room. Remember to clean it every morning." Yunhao nodded vigorously, affirming his understanding. Sun Longzhong continued, "There are 2 items in this room that you must handle with utmost care. Do not damage them. The first is this painting on the wall, which is of utmost significance. Not only does it depict our ancestor, but it is also a treasured relic passed down through generations, and we must ensure its preservation. The second is this incense burner on the altar. This, too, is an heirloom, said to have been gifted by the immortal master who saved our ancestor. Though it may appear ordinary, it is nonetheless a cherished relic, and we, as descendants, are obligated to safeguard it." Yunhao understood the importance of the painting. However, he was surprised to learn that the seemingly unremarkable incense burner was also an heirloom. Its appearance was so humble that he had not considered it as such. The incense burner was about the size of a watermelon, its exterior dull and unremarkable, neither distinctly bronze nor iron, and lacking any decorative embellishments. Moreover, it was filled with ash, making it appear rather unassuming, akin to a trinket found at a flea market. Perhaps on Earth in his past life, it could have been considered an antique worth some value. Now, Yunhao contemplated whether the immortal master had simply given the least useful item to the sacred physician Sunday. After all, how could an item meant for divine use appear so plain? These thoughts flitted through Yunhao's mind in an instant as Sun Longzhong finished his instructions. Yunhao quickly responded, "Rest assured, esteemed granduncle. I will remember." Since that incident, Yunhao had acquired an additional task. Every morning, the first order of business was to tidy up the room, accompanied by the ritual of burning incense, before he proceeded to practice his martial arts. The basics of the medical sage fist were relatively simple, especially since Yunhao had already spent 2 to 3 months mastering the initial techniques. Thus, he progressed swiftly in cultivating his internal energy, achieving a sense of qi within merely half a month. Now, whenever he practiced his internal techniques, a warm sensation would arise in his dantian, accompanied by a subtle feeling of fullness in his lower abdomen, enveloping his entire body in a comforting warmth. Of course, this sensation was merely the beginning. He still needed to practice diligently to guide the generated internal energy through his meridians. Only when he could circulate this energy through all the yin and yang meridians in his body would he consider himself to have attained the first level. Currently, Yunhao's goal was to reach this first level as soon as possible. By his own estimation, even with relentless practice throughout the night, it would still take at least 2 months, which left him marveling at the passage of time and cultivation. Volume 1. Turbulence in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 9. The strange dream. On this particular day, Yunhao was still busy in front of the medicine cabinet, with Xiao Zhong assisting him. Yunhao skillfully extracted various herbs from their respective boxes. His technique had become quite adept. When the prescription from Dr. Sun called for 3 qian, he could practically scoop it up in one handful, with the weight being nearly precise. Consequently, his speed in gathering herbs was remarkable. The prescription he was currently preparing was for treating rheumatism, which included a thorny herb about the size of a soybean, covered in sharp spines, making it easy to injure oneself if not careful. Today, there was a higher number of patients, and in his haste, Yunhao inadvertently opened the box containing the thorny herb and reached in, leading to the inevitable consequence. He let out a small exclamation of surprise and quickly withdrew his hand, only to find 2 thorns embedded in his right index finger, from which blood had begun to seep after he removed the spines. Calling to Xiao Zhong, he asked him to take over the herb gathering momentarily, while he dashed to the back courtyard. Unlike Earth, there were no band-aids available for him to staunch the bleeding. However, he knew of a familiar method to quickly halt the blood flow, applying incense ash to the wound. The only source of incense ash in the entire clinic was from the full incense burner, and without a moment's hesitation, Yunhao sprinted towards the courtyard, blood dripping steadily from his finger. He swiftly reached the table where the incense burner was placed, extending his bleeding right hand towards it, while his left hand pinched a bit of incense ash, which he promptly sprinkled onto the wound. The effect of the ash was quite remarkable as soon as it was applied. The bleeding significantly reduced to just a slight seepage. After applying more ash, the bleeding was nearly stopped. Aware of the bustling activity in the clinic, he hurried back inside, relieved that the bleeding had ceased. In his haste, Yunhao failed to notice that a drop of his blood had fallen onto the incense burner, which absorbed it like a sponge, causing it to emit a brilliant burst of colorful light that illuminated the entire room. In a mere 2 breaths, the radiant spectacle faded, leaving the incense burner as unremarkable as before, as if the preceding events had never transpired. After a long day of labor, Yunhao returned to his room to begin his meditation and practice, a routine he adhered to without fail. That an old saying rings true: practicing martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. Not only did Yunhao practice diligently at the appointed time each day, but he also gradually extended the duration of his training. Initially, he could only sit cross-legged for half an hour, but after several months, he could now remain in that position for an uninterrupted hour and a half. Naturally, the longer one practices, the greater the benefits. Presently, Yunhao was capable of circulating the internal energy through 3 of his meridians. Tonight, he resolved to attempt to circulate it through the 4th. While it sounds simple to guide internal energy through the meridians, the reality is far more challenging. The internal energy is cultivated through rigorous practice, but given the relatively short time he had been training, the accumulation was still minimal, leading to a lack of force. Furthermore, the meridians that had never previously accommodated internal energy were not only lacking in elasticity, but also narrow, with some areas experiencing blockages, thereby impeding the smooth passage of energy. Every attempt to push through a meridian was arduous, requiring dozens of attempts for success. This was certainly not a task that could be completed in a single night. It had taken him nearly 15 days to open the 3 meridians he had already achieved. He anticipated that the 4th would require a similarly extensive effort. Yunhao began by focusing on nurturing the internal energy within his dantian, a practice that would bolster its strength. Typically, he would spend half an hour on this. And today was no exception. After half an hour, he summoned his internal energy with intent and commenced pushing through the meridian. The 3 meridians he had previously opened were those of the yang energy in his legs and one arm. Tonight, he targeted the remaining arm's yang meridian. Though Yunhao had been practicing internal energy for a month or two and had just completed a nurturing session, he found his momentum waning after merely a few breaths of effort. Having only managed to open 1/5 of the meridian, the outcome of the day was relatively satisfactory, leading Yunhao to abandon the idea of further attempts, not due to a lack of desire, but rather an understanding that one could only push through a meridian once or twice a day. Excessive attempts would risk injuring the meridian that he recalled his initial attempts at pushing through a meridian, where he had been eager to press on, only to injure himself after 3 or 4 attempts, resulting in considerable pain that required 6 or 7 days of rest before he could resume. This experience taught him the invaluable lesson that haste often leads to setbacks after completing his practice. It was time for rest that Yunhao's skills were still rudimentary, and he had yet to reach a level where he could forego sleep during his training. A sleepless night would leave him equally devoid of energy the following day. That night, Yunhao fell asleep particularly swiftly, his head barely touching the pillow before he began to emit soft snores that moment. Although he appeared to be in a deep slumber, his mind was racing at high speed. In his dreams, Yunhao found himself in a fantastical realm of light, surrounded by an indistinct void, only occasionally illuminated by vibrant, colorful rays that adorned this peculiar world. The various rays of light danced before him, resembling the golden light he had once seen atop Mount Ame in his previous life, then shifting to the splendid auroras of the Arctic, and at times, mimicking the streak of a comet across the night sky. Just as he was captivated by this mesmerizing display, the dazzling lights suddenly vanished, replaced by an array of floating, shimmering, unknown symbols. These symbols glimmered with golden light, resembling a combination of images and characters, akin to the runes used by certain Taoists in their spellcasting. Yet, Yunhao had never encountered such knowledge, rendering him incapable of recognizing any of these rune-like symbols. The sheer volume of the floating runes was overwhelming, densely populating the entire unknown space, leaving Yunhao slightly dizzy. Despite his inability to comprehend any of these mysterious symbols, he could sense an ancient and profound aura emanating from them. That night, Yunhao traversed through this dreamscape, caught between reality and illusion, pondering the nature of existence itself. At the stroke of the 4th watch, the dreamlike realm abruptly dissipated, and Yunhao awoke with a start. He reflected on the vividness of his dream, recalling every detail, including the symbols he had consciously memorized, as if they had truly transpired. After pondering for a moment, Yunhao smiled wryly. After all, a dream was merely a dream. What good was it to remember? It was far more practical to step outside and practice his punches. Quickly washing his face, he proceeded to the central room dedicated to the ancestors of the Sun family to clean. He attended to this task daily, and the room was not particularly dirty. It sufficed to replace the offerings on the table and dust the surface. Today, as Yunhao wiped the incense burner, a peculiar sensation unexpectedly arose within him. It was subtle enough that he could not quite identify it. Once his hand left the burner, the feeling vanished instantly. Not thinking much of it, he continued his cleaning. Soon, having completed his tasks, Yunhao stood in the courtyard to commence his punching practice. Once, twice, and he continued until reaching his previous limit of 19 repetitions. Typically, at this juncture, he would feel fatigued, both in physical strength and internal energy, unable to continue further. However, today was peculiar. After the 19th repetition, he distinctly felt he still had energy to spare, and completing the 20th should pose no issue. Logically, he should only be able to accomplish this after unblocking all the yang meridians in his limbs. Yet he still had surplus energy. Why not test himself? Thus, Yunhao proceeded with his movements. After completing 19 repetitions, he launched into the 20th to his astonishment. He finished it with relative ease, leaving him pondering for an extended period about what might have gone amiss. Yunhao is a person who does not dwell on trivialities. If he cannot comprehend something, he simply sets it aside, for it is ultimately a matter of personal benefit that if he remains perplexed, he can always consult the seasoned physician's son for guidance. Volume 1. The Winds of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 10. Remarkable Progress. Regarding Yunhao's peculiarities, even Sun could not elucidate the reasons behind them, that he had even taken Yunhao's pulse and conducted a thorough examination, yet found no answers. Yunhao, a veritable novice in the realm of martial arts, could only feel more bewildered when the experienced Sun himself was at a loss. Thus, he resolved to not overthink it. As long as he was making progress, that was sufficient. Time flowed like water, and another day passed amidst the busyness. Yunhao returned to his chamber once more, sitting cross-legged at the appointed hour, focusing his mind on the dantian to cultivate his internal energy. Just as he began to clear his mind of distractions, he felt a profound sense of fullness in his dantian, accompanied by waves of warmth radiating through his limbs and torso, bringing him an almost overwhelming sense of comfort. This phenomenon was unprecedented since he began his internal cultivation. However, Sun had mentioned that such sensations could signify an increase in internal energy, that at this moment, the previously sparse energy within Yunhao's dantian was visibly multiplying at an astonishing rate, its density increasing to more than 3 times its original amount. Regrettably, Yunhao lacked the means to introspectively observe this energy, or he would have been astounded. The amount of internal energy he was accumulating in mere moments would typically take several months of diligent practice. Unaware of such significant changes occurring within him, Yunhao merely sensed a substantial increase in his internal energy. Regardless of the specifics, he was confident that tonight's surge in energy would surpass his previous experience. Continuing to nurture his dantian for a while longer, he then summoned his internal energy to once again attempt to penetrate the arm's yang meridian, which he had only partially opened the day before. This time, the internal energy surged forth like a flood released from a dam, effortlessly traversing the meridian from beginning to end without any obstruction, an occurrence that left Yunhao momentarily incredulous. After a brief moment of astonishment, he hastily redirected his internal energy to traverse the meridian once more, confirming that it flowed freely, with a considerable reserve remaining, unlike previous occasions when a single surge would deplete his energy completely. Given the surplus of energy and the remarkably abrupt increase, as if it had been conjured into his dantian from thin air, Yunhao resolved to take an unconventional approach today and attempt to penetrate another meridian. In addition to the extraordinary meridians, the human body possesses numerous others. Those located on the front side are referred to as yang meridians, while those on the back are known as yin meridians. Having already opened the yang meridians in his limbs, Yunhao now aimed to open one of the yin meridians. Of course, whether it can be done or not remains to be seen only through attempts. Once more, I directed my inner energy towards the yin meridian of my right arm. After traversing half of the meridian, my inner energy began to wane, gradually retracting back to my dantian. Although I only managed to cover half a meridian, I was nonetheless quite satisfied, for this was a significant reduction in time compared to my usual efforts, saving me at least a month or 2 of arduous training. After completing my practice, I stretched my legs and promptly fell into a deep slumber, snoring within moments. The night bore no distinction from the one before. I found myself once again in that dazzling, dreamlike world, a realm of ethereal illusions from which I could not extricate myself. Time swiftly passed. 3 or 4 months slipped by, and now, with the permission of Sun Longzhong, I was allowed to prescribe remedies to others independently, though the final approval for medication still rested with him. Regardless, the ability to prescribe independently marked me as half a master. I had absorbed a considerable amount of medical theory and pharmacology, qualifying myself as a competent healer. Yet what truly delighted me was that my 4 limbs and 8 meridians had been thoroughly opened. Just 3 or 4 days prior, the 4 yin and yang meridians along my chest and back had also become unimpeded, leaving only the 8 extraordinary meridians for me to conquer. During these 3 months, my internal power had surged as if propelled by a roller coaster, ascending at an astonishing rate. Just a few days ago, I successfully achieved the first layer of mastery. Now, if I could open all the 8 extraordinary meridians, I would reach the second layer. The initial layers of the Medical Saint's Fist internal cultivation are the most fundamental and challenging to surpass. The beginning is always the hardest, but once all the meridians are opened, the subsequent accumulation of inner energy becomes a straightforward task. With diligent effort and my current pace of training, advancing to the third or even fourth layer would pose no substantial challenge. Since I began my internal practice, it had been a mere 5 or 6 months, and I had already connected all my meridians, a feat that could be deemed miraculous, according to Sun Longzhong. He had taken nearly 2 years to break through the first layer. Even the fastest of Sun family's ancestors took a year to master this internal cultivation that I end my journey through medicine and healing. Prescribing and collecting herbs and training in martial arts, I diligently followed a systematic approach. Each day, bustling with activity, my diagnostic skills grew increasingly precise. My prescription abilities became more adept, and my inner energy continued to accumulate. With each passing day, I advanced steadily as the number of open meridians increased. The changes in my body became more pronounced. First, I found that I could perform 30 or 40 punches in succession without feeling fatigued. Secondly, I had noticeably grown taller and felt lighter than ever. I had once attempted a powerful jump and could soar at least a yard high, surpassing the walls of the medical hall. A feat worthy of a third-rate martial artist. It is worth mentioning that despite my previous lives, I remained a mere youth, my mind infused with a fervent passion for martial arts. The transformative effects of practicing the Medical Saint's Fist were beyond my initial expectations, further fueling my desire for cultivation. The 8 extraordinary meridians are crucial pathways within the human body. The Ren and Du meridians run vertically along the front and back, while the Dai meridian encircles the body. These 3 are the most challenging to open and should be tackled last. After spending over a month opening the other extraordinary meridians, only these 3 remained that I decided to cultivate my inner energy carefully, allowing it to grow more robust, preparing for a formidable push to break through. For the past few months, I have been plagued by peculiar dreams each night, but over time, I paid them little heed. Especially since they bore no adverse effects, that I still awoke each morning with vitality. And particularly in the last month or 2, my mind felt clearer, as if I had suddenly become more astute. Half a month later, feeling that I had reached a sufficient threshold, I commenced my final assault on the 3 remaining meridians. The Dai meridian, which encircles the body, was the shortest of the 3 and relatively easier to open, making it my primary choice. My inner energy was already abundant, and after nurturing it for over half a month, it was eager to burst forth. The moment I focused my intent, my energy surged forth with a mighty rush. In an instant, the Dai meridian opened effortlessly, astonishingly smooth. My inner energy circled within the Dai meridian before returning to my Dantian. I then proceeded to circulate my energy through all the other meridians once more before finally retiring to sleep and dream. The following evening, I targeted the Ren meridian, which runs vertically along the front of the torso, connecting the upper and lower body and serving as one of the most vital meridians in the entire system. Opening it was no trivial task. That night, I struck at the Ren meridian twice before achieving success, leaving one side of my body sore. However, it was a small price to pay for a successful breakthrough. On the third night, the most critical of all, only the Du meridian remained positioned centrally along the back. Once I opened it, I could truly claim success in my internal cultivation, due to the previous 2 nights' exertions. My inner energy was somewhat depleted, and I was unable to open the Du meridian on my first attempt. It took 2 tries before I finally succeeded. At this point, all my meridians had been opened, allowing my inner energy to flow freely within. After connecting all meridians, my inner energy began to circulate systematically throughout my body, a process known in martial arts as the Great Circulation. Each complete cycle of the Great Circulation brings forth immense benefits, far surpassing mere nurturing practices. From this moment onward, my internal power truly entered a phase of rapid advancement and unstoppable momentum. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 11. Emergent Memories. In less than a year since I began my martial training, I had already connected all my meridians, a feat accomplished at a speed akin to lightning compared to Sun Longzhong's 5 years of effort. This remarkable velocity made me feel somewhat extraordinary, prompting me to keep this achievement hidden from Sun Longzhong. who remained unaware that I had cultivated the medical saint's fist to the second layer. The night before, I had opened all my meridians. And now I was to perform the Great Circulation for the first time. Conducting the Great Circulation requires traversing 12 meridians, a journey far more extensive than merely opening one or two. I had previously inquired about this with Sun Longzhong. Once again, I settled into a meditative posture, directing my inner energy along the predetermined pathway. Although my meridians were now open, they retained a certain elasticity. Prolonged inactivity could cause them to become blocked again, particularly in my case as a recent practitioner. Despite the passage of only one day, my meridians had contracted somewhat, making the circulation of my energy quite laborious. After traversing just 3 meridians, I found myself lacking the strength to continue and had to concede defeat. The energy in my dantian was nearly depleted, and further circulation was impossible. It appeared I would have to try again the next day. The insufficiency of inner energy was the crux of the issue, and I was well aware of it. Thus, instead of succumbing to fatigue, I focused on consolidating my scattered energy and nurturing it with intent. After a period of time, once my energy was replenished, I stretched and moved my limbs before settling down to sleep, knowing that patience was key and that the great circulation could wait until tomorrow. That night, I noticed a slight change in the dream I had come to expect each evening. Some of the peculiar symbols I had seen countless times appeared to have faded, though only a few, perhaps merely a fraction of the total, had vanished. Had I not been observant, I might not have noticed this subtle alteration. After a night of pleasant dreams, I awoke the next morning feeling invigorated. The first task of my day remained unchanged, cleaning the central room. However, today as I swept, various names of herbs and their effects flitted through my mind. Initially, I thought little of it, as I routinely memorized numerous formulas and occasionally recalled uncommon herb names. Yet today was different. The information surfaced in my mind without any conscious effort, as if it were a natural occurrence. This phenomenon continued to distract me, even as I attempted to practice my punches. Eventually, I decided to halt my training after a few sets and instead focus on clarifying the memories swirling in my mind. The first to emerge was an unmistakably complete prescription known as the Qi Enhancing Decoction, composed of ginseng, astragalus, angelica, and 36 other herbs designed to bolster a martial artist's inner energy. The second was a formula called the Marrow Cleansing Decoction, containing 27 ingredients such as earth bone bark and broken bone supplement, meant for external soaking, with the effect of cleansing the marrow and enhancing one's constitution over prolonged use, thereby facilitating internal cultivation. I had never encountered these prescriptions before, nor had I seen them in the vast collection of medical texts at Sun Longzhong's home that I was utterly perplexed as to how they had come to reside in my mind. Despite my efforts to trace their origins, I could not uncover how these 2 formulas had lodged themselves so vividly in my memory, as if they had always been a part of me. Anomalies are often indicative of the extraordinary rapid progress in cultivation, coupled with the sudden emergence of these prescriptions, was undeniably unusual, yet felt entirely natural. After much contemplation, I reluctantly attributed it to the peculiar experiences of my 2 lifetimes. Perhaps a reasonable explanation after all. Regardless of the strange origins of these prescriptions, they were undeniably beneficial to me and appeared at the most opportune moment. That as a half-fledged healer, I had gained considerable experience in diagnosing and prescribing. Having reviewed these formulas multiple times, I deduced that they were indeed useful, and my instincts assured me that there were no flaws within them. Whether to proceed with them was solely up to me. The ingredients required for these 2 prescriptions were readily available in the medical hall. However, a specific note indicated that all herbs must be whole and fresh, harvested only recently, as processed materials were not permissible. Consequently, to utilize these formulas, I would need to seek out fresh herbs, which might entail venturing into the mountains myself. Nevertheless, these were minor concerns that I had already resolved to employ these 2 prescriptions, as they promised to reduce my cultivation time, enhance my inner energy, and cleanse my constitution. That it would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. That as an apprentice in the medical hall, I received no monthly stipend. Sun Longzhong provided only food and shelter. Thus, I possessed not a single copper coin. To obtain the fresh herbs required by the prescriptions, I would need to gather them myself. The mountains adjacent to Chongling town were rich in medicinal herbs of all varieties. The farmers who sold herbs to the medical hall typically harvested them from the mountains. With my current knowledge of herbal medicine, I was confident I would not mistakenly collect the wrong plants. The expansive mountains bordering the town were part of the same mountain range as my home in Yunjiakin. Given the vastness of these mountains, I anticipated that I would need at least 3 to 5 days to gather herbs. Especially considering my youth, Sun Longzhong would certainly not permit me to venture into the mountains alone. Thus, I needed to devise a plausible excuse. While preparing meals, I pondered for quite some time and ultimately concocted a reasonable justification. During dinner with Sun Longzhong, I expressed my desire to return home for a visit, as I had been away for nearly a year and wished to see my mother. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Longzhong agreed. After all, I was not yet 13 years old, still very much a child, and had never been away from home before. That it was entirely natural for me to miss my family. And he had no grounds to deny me this familial reunion. With Sun Longzhong's approval, I wasted no time. After finishing my meal, I began to gather my belongings, ensuring I had all the necessary tools, including large bags for herbs and a small spade for digging. Just before I departed, Sun Longzhong handed me some silver coins, understanding that the journey back to Yunjiakin was not a short one. He insisted I hire a carriage for the journey, as he was not comfortable allowing me to walk all the way back alone. That I had not considered the implications deeply, but I was grateful that Sun Longzhong trusted me. Otherwise, my actions might have raised numerous red flags. Accepting the silver coins and expressing my gratitude, I headed in the direction of the carriage station, conveniently aligned with the mountains. With some of the silver, I purchased a substantial supply of provisions, shouldered my pack, and set off towards the seemingly endless mountains. Having traveled scarcely 3 miles from the town, I reached the base of the mountain, where several farms were nestled at the foot and slopes, leading to a multitude of paths upward. I chose a route that was less dense with trees. During this segment of the journey, I resolved not to pause, for the finest herbs thrived in the remote depths of the mountains, while the accessible ones had long been harvested. Stopping would yield no rewards. Throughout the morning, I pressed onward. With my current inner energy and stamina, the ascent was relatively effortless, and I covered at least a day's worth of distance within just a few hours. As I climbed higher, the terrain became increasingly challenging, with towering expanses of primordial forest dominating the mountainside, leaving no path forward. Occasionally, I glimpsed small animals darting through the underbrush. Fortunately, this area of the mountain was relatively safe, with few ferocious beasts. That I had some knowledge of the mountain's conditions, having conversed with herbalists who delivered medicinal plants to the medical hall. That I had learned from them about the dangers lurking deeper within the forest. From this point, I began to encounter some promising herbs, though many were still too young. Since these herbs were for my own use, I naturally sought those with greater maturity and pressed onward without stopping. Venturing deeper into the heart of the mountain. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 12. Surging inner power. That I in my mind, the 2 prescriptions combined required over 60 types of herbs, some thriving in sunny spots and others in shaded areas, with a few even growing in ice caves that never thawed. Collecting all 60 varieties would indeed demand considerable effort. Thus, I trekked onward, searching for the herbs I needed. By day, I scoured the terrain, and by night, I slept atop trees, braving the elements for a full 7 days. That I had even exhausted my provisions and had to subsist on wild fruits from the mountains for the last couple of days, leaving me ravenous. Fortunately, I managed to gather all 60 varieties. The mountains were home to numerous small creatures. Pheasants and wild rabbits were plentiful. However, I had set out without fire-starting tools, so I could only watch the tantalizing creatures bounce around, unable to catch any. The 60 herbs filled the 2 large bags I had prepared, which I carried on my back, while some were bundled with vines and held in my hands as I began my descent. The herbs I had collected were fresh and laden with moisture, making them quite heavy. Thankfully, my skills had improved significantly, allowing me to bear this weight without difficulty. The way down was considerably easier. As I was retracing my steps, I managed to return to the base of the mountain in just 1 day's time. I arrived at the foothills. Twilight was just beginning to settle in. I made my way back to the medical hall without delay, where Sun Longzhong was preparing to close for the evening. Upon seeing me return, he smiled and inquired, "Why have you returned so soon? You should have stayed longer to enjoy your visit home." Yunhao felt a flush of heat on his face and replied, "Dear granduncle, you seem quite busy. I have little to occupy my time back home, and my mother hopes I would return sooner. After all, I only stayed for a day before coming back." Yun Hao, wise beyond his years, could weave lies without a moment's hesitation. Yet he inevitably felt a twinge of awkwardness for deceiving his concerned elder. Sun Longzhong, well, it's good that you're back, that I haven't had a meal prepared by you in days. And I must admit, I've been rather longing for it, Sun Longzhong said with a chuckle, teasingly. Yun Hao promptly nodded. Please wait a moment, granduncle, that I shall prepare a meal for you right away, that he hurried back to the courtyard, placing the herbs he had gathered on his bed. Luckily, Sun Longzhong had not inquired about their origin, for he would have been at a loss for words. After they had dined and engaged in light conversation, they each retreated to their respective quarters to rest. Once back in his room, Yun Hao took out the herbs he had collected, cleaned off the dirt, and organized them meticulously. The prescription required only fresh herbs. He had gathered just one of each, knowing he would have to fetch more once they were used. The clinic had a designated area for preparing herbal medicine for patients. Yun Hao carried the herbs to the front of the clinic, ignited a fire, and added water. Once the water reached a boil, he placed the first batch of herbs, those for the Ichi decoction, into the pot to simmer. The prescription indicated that the herbs could be brewed twice, with the 2 batches combined and divided into 3 servings, to be taken once daily. This meant a single set of herbs could last for 3 days. However, it was advised to take a 3-day break after every 7 days. As the old saying goes, every medicine carries a bit of poison. Even the finest remedies should not be consumed continuously. Having been studying medicine for over half a year, Yun Hao was well versed in these principles and adhered strictly to the prescription's instructions. Preparing the medicine was a slow process. Initially, he used high heat to brew for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, followed by a gentle simmer for the duration of 2 sticks. He then poured out the decoction and added more water to begin the second brewing. Yun Hao patiently completed the Ichi decoction and proceeded to prepare the second prescription, the Shisui decoction. The brewing method was the same as that of the Ichi decoction, though the applications differed. One was for internal use, while the other was for external use. After an hour and a half, he had successfully brewed both decoctions. Simultaneously, he had heated a large pot of water. Once the medicine was ready, he carried it along with the hot water back to his room. Inside his room, he had a large wooden tub for bathing. He poured the Shisui decoction and hot water into the tub before disrobing and immersing himself in the medicinal bath. The Ichi decoction had already been divided into 3 bowls, and he consumed the first while it was still warm. Perhaps due to the recent consumption, he felt no immediate effects, but the hot water was quite soothing. Yun Hao soaked until the water had completely cooled, then dried himself off and sat down on his bed to meditate. While bathing, he sensed a slight chill penetrating his skin, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Fortunately, it was bearable. After a meal's time, he entered a meditative state, and it was at that moment that he began to feel the potency of the Ichi decoction. While there had been little change during his bath, once he commenced his practice, his dantian began to radiate warmth as a vast, invisible reservoir of internal energy surged within him. Feeling his lower abdomen swell with energy, Yun Hao promptly directed his internal energy to flow through the meridians in the sequence of the great circulation. Previously, he could only circulate his internal energy through 3 or 4 meridians before feeling depleted. Today, however, it was entirely different. The abundant energy surged through his meridians with vigor. This ample internal energy continued to flow through 9 meridians before it finally came to a halt. Filling Yun Hao with exhilaration, it was clear that the Ichi decoction's efficacy was evident. This was merely his first dose, with 2 more to follow in the coming days that he couldn't help but anticipate the results. With such pronounced effects, Yun Hao found himself eagerly awaiting the sensations that tomorrow's dose might bring, yearning for the dawn to arrive swiftly. The following morning, while practicing his martial arts, Yun Hao deliberately observed his body. Noticing no significant changes, his primary curiosity lay in whether the Shisui decoction would yield similar notable effects as the Ichi decoction. However, it was apparent that the Shisui decoction's effects were not as pronounced. At least for the moment, of course. This was primarily due to Yun Hao's impatience. It would be unfair to claim that the Shisui decoction lacked efficacy. Purging the marrow is no trivial endeavor. It requires the medicine to penetrate from the skin to the muscles and tendons, then to the organs and finally to the bones. The areas needing alteration were numerous, and the skin's absorption of medicine is inherently slow. Even if he soaked 10 times, it might not yield results as evident as the Ichi decoction's single application. That evening, Yun Hao reheated the Ichi decoction and consumed it while still warm, then began soaking in the Shisui decoction once more. After his soak, he resumed his meditation. Tonight, the effects were equally apparent. Within a mere quarter of an hour of meditation, his Dantian generated a substantial amount of internal energy, noticeably more abundant than the previous night. Once again, he guided the internal energy along the great circulation, feeling it surge with vigor, this time reaching the 12th meridian before halting. Having gained a clear understanding of the Ichi decoction's efficacy, Yun Hao found himself feeling remarkably calm. Thus, on the third night, he dutifully consumed the third dose of the Ichi decoction, followed by his usual soak in the Shisui decoction before meditating. This evening, the Ichi decoction's effects were even more pronounced than on the previous 2 nights, with a greater generation of internal energy. Under his mental guidance, Yun Hao completed his first full cycle of the Great Circulation. At the moment the Great Circulation completed its full cycle, Yun Hao felt a slight tremor throughout his body, as if enlightenment had struck him, granting him clarity of thought, but he found himself more agile in his thinking. And his body felt remarkably lighter, akin to a plump individual suddenly shedding 30 pounds that in martial arts. The practice of the Great Circulation is said to harmonize the body's internal and external energies, automatically transforming one's constitution. That Yun Hao's recent bodily sensations were a normal response to completing the Great Circulation for the first time. However, subsequent practices would not yield such pronounced effects. Yun Hao, satisfied, guided his internal energy once more and completed another cycle of the Great Circulation. From this point forward, he would only need to continue practicing the Great Circulation to enhance his internal strength, no longer requiring to focus solely on nurturing his Dantian. This marked the entry of his medical prowess into a new echelon. Thus, within less than a year's time, Yun Hao accomplished the full cycle of the Great Circulation, saving nearly a decade of training compared to Sun Longzhong, which could be deemed miraculous. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm. Chapter 13. The innate realm. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Yun Hao had grown into a young man of about 15 or 16. Perhaps due to years of martial practice, he stood taller than most of his peers, even surpassing Sun Longzhong in height, were it not for the youthful innocence still visible in his face. One might mistake him for an adult merely by his stature. That Yun Hao's parents were ordinary folk from the countryside, of average appearance, and he inherited their genes, making him rather unremarkable in looks. However, his eyes sparkled with intelligence, and there was an undeniable sharpness to his demeanor. Having spent years in the clinic tending to patients and gathering herbs, shielded from the elements, Yun Hao's skin remained relatively fair, quite unlike the typical rustic youth. On this particular night, Yun Hao closed the clinic's doors and, following Sun Longzhong's instructions, prepared several signature dishes and brewed 2 jin of yellow wine. The two of them sat back, chatting leisurely while sipping their drinks. After finishing his cup, Sun Longzhong gestured for Yun Hao to refill it. Then, with a soft sigh, he asked, "Yun Hao, how long have you been here?" Yun Hao pondered for a moment before replying, "I've been at the clinic for about 4 years." "Why the sudden inquiry, granduncle?" Sun Longzhong looked at Yun Hao with a mix of pride and reluctance, saying, "Yun Hao, you are exceptionally bright. Not only have you solidified your medical knowledge, but your progress in the medical sage fist is noteworthy. I can see that you have at least reached the 4th level, correct?" He waved his hand, signaling Yun Hao not to respond, and continued, "Your talent is commendable, and I have been observing your performance over these years. To be honest, I feel that there is little left for me to teach you. Let me be direct. You have graduated under my tutelage and are now fully capable of being a competent physician." Sun Longzhong concluded with a smile, taking a hearty swig of his drink. Seeing this, Yun Hao quickly refilled his cup and replied, "Granduncle, it sounds as if you were trying to send me away. I feel I still have much to learn from you." "Enough, enough," Sun Longzhong interjected with a chuckle. "You can't fool me that in the past year, I've hardly seen any patients. It has all been you prescribing the remedies, and the results have been on par with my own. Isn't that the truth? Moreover, only at the 4th level can one externalize internal energy, allowing your diagnoses to be so precise. That am I mistaken?" Sun Longzhong asked with a grin. Yun Hao smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. Sun Longzhong's words rang true, and he had no rebuttal. Indeed, he felt there was little left for him to learn at the clinic. Sun Longzhong downed another cup, then said, "With your knowledge and talent, staying in Chongling town is somewhat beneath you. After the new year, You should go to Dingen County and seek out your uncle there. It will provide you with broader experiences and knowledge. And you'll also be able to earn your own living. Yunhao nodded silently, acknowledging that his grandfather had treated him quite well, even planning the next steps for him. The duo then delved into various other topics, during which Yunhao seized the opportunity to inquire about the medical sage fist. In truth, over the past 3 years, through the chi-boosting decoction and the bone-washing brew, Yunhao had genuinely cultivated the inner power of the medical sage fist to its pinnacle, the 10th level. However, since Sun Longzhong's cultivation was not as advanced as Yunhao's, he remained oblivious to this achievement. Initially, the silk cloth that Sun Longzhong provided Yunhao for training in the medical sage fist did not include any methods for progression beyond the 10th level, nor did it even hint at what awaited in the realm beyond the 10th level. Nevertheless, Yunhao felt that he was on the verge of breaking through the 10th level of inner power. However, he was utterly uncertain about the subsequent path of cultivation and could only probe Sun Longzhong for hints. Upon hearing Yunhao's questions, Sun Longzhong pondered for a moment before responding. Among my ancestors in the Sun family, there indeed was one who transcended the 10th level. When I was a child, my grandfather told me that beyond the 10th level lies the innate realm, a state attained by only the most exceptional individuals. As for the specifics of the innate realm, I am unfortunately unaware. Sun Longzhong's words left Yunhao feeling disheartened, as they amounted to little more than vague platitudes, indicating that he would have to navigate his cultivation journey independently. After sharing a few more drinks, the two retired to their respective quarters, while Yunhao commenced yet another nightly endeavor that had persisted uninterrupted for the past 3 years. Over these 3 years, Yunhao had exerted considerable effort to procure the herbs required for the chi-boosting decoction and the bone-washing brew. Needing 4 prescriptions each month, it was impractical for him to continually ascend the mountain, as even a brief absence of 2 or 3 days would not be tolerated by Sun Longzhong. Ultimately, Yunhao devised a solution by reaching out to several herbalists who regularly supplied the clinic, asking them to gather the necessary herbs, which he would later collect in person, offering them a generous price. Such a favorable arrangement was hard for the herbalists to refuse, ensuring Yunhao had a steady supply of fresh herbs at his disposal. Regarding the funds for purchasing the herbs, Yunhao, relying on his exceptional skills, would venture into the mountains outside the town after the clinic closed. There, in the nearby forests, he would hunt various wild game, typically capturing 3 to 5 animals each night, which he would then exchange for silver at the town's market the following day. Thus, for 3 years, Yunhao not only maintained a continuous supply of necessary herbs, but even managed to save a few taels of silver. However, the wildlife in the mountains outside the town had suffered greatly. In the vicinity of the hills near Chongling town, it had become nearly impossible to find even a single wild chicken feather. Upon leaving the town, Yunhao dashed into the mountains with great vigor, his legs moving like the wheels of a chariot, his toes barely grazing the ground as he sped away, his speed surpassing that of a cheetah. The medical sage fist was a martial art focused on health rather than combat techniques. Even though Yunhao's inner power could rival that of top martial artists, he did not apply it to his limbs. His method of running was one he had painstakingly developed over the past 3 years. Now that Yunhao possessed some silver, hunting had become a secondary concern. Instead, he was more focused on refining the peculiar lightness technique he had been experimenting with. He reasoned that in this environment, clearly set in an era of cold weapons where martial prowess was revered, it was crucial to possess a means of self-defense, prompting the development of the half-baked lightness technique he tirelessly practiced each night. In the dead of night, Yunhao stealthily returned to his room, engaged in meditation for a while, then began soaking in herbal-infused baths, after which he slept for just over an hour before rising to practice his martial arts. With over 2 months remaining until the year's end, Yunhao intended to break through to the 10th level during this period, after which he planned to return home for the new year. Next year, as per Sun Longzhong's guidance, he would take up the position of a sitting doctor at the medical clinic of Sun Longzhong's son, who was also Yunhao's uncle. Yunhao's schedule was meticulously organized, with each task proceeding methodically. His inner power steadily increased as he persevered in his efforts. Recently, as his inner strength surged, he found himself dreaming more vividly of the strange dreamscape he had encountered repeatedly over the years. The flickering lights becoming more intense, and the mysterious, colossal runes seeming to tremble ever so slightly, filling him with astonishment that a dream that had remained unchanged for 3 or 4 years now exhibited a hint of variation. What could this signify? Perhaps it is an omen of his imminent breakthrough to the 10th level of inner strength. Time has swiftly passed, and over a month has gone by. Yunhao has barely managed to cultivate his inner strength to the pinnacle of the 10th level. Yet he remains at a loss regarding how to transcend this realm, that he is unaware of the knowledge held by Sun Longzhong, for there are no records on the Silken Scrolls, and in his previous life. He was but a novice in martial arts, leaving him momentarily stranded without a course of action. That night, Yunhao ascended the mountain to practice his lightness skill, that as he was completing his circuit. He suddenly sensed that his inner strength seemed to be beyond his control, exhibiting signs of chaotic turbulence, recklessly surging within his body. His expression darkened, and he hastily sat down to meditate, attempting to guide the tumultuous inner energy with his will. The raging inner energy relentlessly battered his meridians, leaving them bruised in no time. Alongside the damage to his meridians came excruciating pain, as if his body were being torn apart inch by inch. Akin to 1,000 tiny blades slicing through his flesh, first, he managed to grit his teeth and endure, but as time passed, the pain dulled his mind, shrouding him in a haze of confusion. He could not tell how long it had been when a soft crack echoed in his mind, as if something had shattered, instantly restoring clarity to his thoughts. That moment, the inner energy within him inexplicably became docile, obediently flowing along his meridians while simultaneously repairing the damage they had sustained. Though the inner energy had returned to a semblance of normalcy, Yunhao could still perceive a change. The once robust energy had diminished, now reduced to less than a third of its original potency. Just as he marveled at this transformation, his mind experienced another anomaly, that he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Yet paradoxically, he felt acutely aware. An odd sensation indeed. In this state of semi-consciousness, a torrent of vast golden runes surged into his mind, overwhelming him, causing his head to throb painfully. Fortunately, this condition did not persist for long, merely lasting the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Once his body returned to normal, Yunhao remained seated, his eyes gently closed, yet his sweat-drenched visage betrayed the tremors of excitement coursing through him. Following the disappearance of the peculiar runes from his consciousness, an array of memories not originally his own began to surface. The volume of these memories was staggering, rendering him unable to absorb them all at once. However, even the initial fragments ignited a fervor within him, leaving him utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the medical hall in Chongling Town, within the ancestral chamber of the Sun family, a flash of radiant light erupted. The once still gray incense burner on the table levitated, spinning gracefully in midair, scattering its ash in a flurry. Then, with a delicate crack, the outer layer of the burner fractured, falling away to reveal its true form. The unassuming burner, now exposed, gleamed with a lustrous purple-copper hue, featuring an intricate design with dual handles and 3 legs, exuding an ineffable aura that was adorned with intricate carvings of starry skies, rivers, mountains, and a myriad of beings, including celestial beings and mythical creatures, all vividly depicted as if they were alive, captivating anyone who gazed upon it. The incense burner revealed its true identity, its brilliance dimmed, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed, leaving only the inconspicuous remnants of its shattered shell on the table. Yunhao continued to immerse himself in the sudden influx of memories, the initial segment detailing a cultivation technique known as the Heavenly Flame Formula. This technique spanned nearly 20,000 words, chronicling the cultivation practices from the Qi refinement stage to the out-of-body stage. Although the word count appeared substantial, when divided among the 5 major checkpoints and 15 minor ones within the cultivation progression, it amounted to mere fragments. This resulted in the Heavenly Flame Formula being rife with obscure phrases and esoteric terminology that Yunhao, utterly unacquainted with cultivation, perused the text. His initial enthusiasm swiftly waned. Doused like a flame by a bucket of cold water. Regaining his composure, he gradually rose to his feet and gazed skyward at the deep, star-studded night, which seemed imbued with an air of mystery. Reflecting on the earlier memories of the medicinal formulas and this newfound cultivation technique, he surmised they were interconnected, yet no amount of pondering could unravel how such knowledge had come to him. Unable to fathom it, he chose to set it aside, trusting that the truth would eventually unveil itself. What mattered most was the present moment. He vividly recalled the tales he had read in a historical compendium during his childhood. Where stories of celestial beings truly existed, he had never anticipated that one day he would draw so close to the realm of immortals. With a roar directed towards the heavens, Yunhao sought to express the exhilaration bubbling within him. Such a fortuitous encounter would leave anyone in a state of unrest. As the night approached the third watch, Yunhao harnessed his inner strength and made his way back to Chongling Town. He distinctly felt his steps were lighter and his speed had increased markedly, indicative of a significant enhancement in his abilities. After a brief meal, he returned to his quarters and, as was his custom, settled into meditation. That an hour passed swiftly, and as he circulated his inner energy, he noticed a gaseous substance, akin to air, seeping through his skin into his body, merging seamlessly with his inner energy. Perhaps due to the limited quantity of this external energy, he observed no noticeable increase in his inner strength after an hour of practice. However, he felt an enhanced clarity of mind, a surge of vitality, and an overall feeling of lightness, the effects being remarkably pronounced. Unbeknownst to Yunhao, he had transcended the acquired realm and genuinely entered the innate stage. His original inner energy now transformed into true innate energy. This energy could absorb external spiritual essence, thus known as spiritual power, marking the threshold into the realm of cultivation. After concluding his practice, Yunhao did not contemplate these subtle changes, nor did he cast a glance at the memories lingering in his mind. For it was now the fourth watch, and he needed to venture out to exercise and tidy up. As he entered the central room, upon lighting the candle on the table, he was met with an astonishing sight. The incense burner was gone, leaving only two inconspicuous gray metal fragments. Yunhao froze for a moment, realizing that this was a cherished heirloom of the Sun family, something Sun Longzhong held in high regard. This was a grave matter. He hurriedly rushed to Sun Longzhong's door, knocking urgently and calling for him to come out. Before long, Sun Longzhong emerged fully dressed. Yunhao, what has happened, grandfather? You must come quickly and see. The incense burner on the table has vanished. Yunhao, somewhat anxious, remarked, while Sun Longzhong quietly gazed at the space on the desk where the incense burner had once rested. After a prolonged moment, he let out a soft sigh, gently shook his head, and turned to leave. Sun Longzhong was perplexed by the events that had unfolded, yet the stark reality before him was that the incense burner was gone, although this burner had been rather unremarkable and seemingly useless. It was nonetheless a relic from his ancestors, and losing it weighed heavily on his heart. When dawn broke, Sun Longzhong instructed Yun how to procure a new incense burner, which he placed back on the desk. After paying respects to his ancestors, he resumed the day's routine. Amidst the busyness, Yunhao noticed a subtle change within his body. The true qi flowed through his meridians without any conscious effort on his part, moving slowly and steadily. Yunhao was uncertain whether this could be considered the innate realm that Sun Longzhong had mentioned, but he recognized that it indeed represented a new and distinct state, unlike anything he had experienced before. Even during his consultations with patients that day, his clarity was remarkable. As soon as he channeled a hint of internal energy into their bodies, the causes of their ailments vividly manifested in his mind, allowing him to prescribe remedies with unprecedented speed. As night fell, after a long wait to finish his meal, Yunhao eagerly returned to his room. This evening, he had no intention of venturing out, for his mind was brimming with information yet to be explored. He first meditated for an hour, then quietly sifted through the vast reservoir of knowledge in his mind, focusing primarily on the Fenchen Ju. The Fenchen Ju was divided into 5 sections based on various levels of cultivation. The initial portion pertained to the qi refinement stage, while the subsequent segments were applicable only after reaching the foundation establishment stage, which he had no need for at present, so he set it aside for now. The heart method for the qi refinement stage was relatively straightforward, encompassing numerous aspects related to the human body's meridians and vital energies. Fortunately, having studied medicine for several years, Yunhao was well acquainted with these concepts, making the material much easier to comprehend. In essence, the qi refinement stage was merely a phase for accumulating true qi, or spiritual energy. Once this energy reached a certain threshold, one would progress to the next level. The qi refinement stage was further divided into 18 tiers, forming the foundational segment of the entire cultivation system and holding significant importance. A solid foundation would greatly enhance the likelihood of breaking through to higher levels in the future. The heart method for the qi refinement stage comprised merely 3,000 to 4,000 characters. After meticulously reading it twice, Yunhao had grasped the general content within about an hour, though some parts at the end remained somewhat unclear. However, the concluding section dealt with breakthroughs beyond the foundation establishment stage, which was not immediately relevant, so he decided to revisit it later. The earlier portion of the heart method bore a striking resemblance to Yunhao's current condition. The method of operating spiritual energy and its manifestation were nearly identical to what he experienced within himself. Could it be that I have already mastered the first tier? He mused, furrowing his brow in self-reflection. In truth, Yunhao had genuinely become a practitioner at the first tier of the Qi refinement stage. Yet his lack of understanding akin to that of an illiterate prevented him from recognizing this fact. For most cultivators, the Qi refinement stage represented a significant hurdle, yet it could also be traversed with relative ease. For those endowed with innate spiritual roots, reaching the first tier could take merely 3 to 5 months, while those with lesser aptitude might manage it in 1 to 2 years. Conversely, for ordinary mortals devoid of spiritual roots, it was akin to scaling the heavens. Even after 10 or 20 years, they might never gain entry into the realm of cultivation. Yunhao's family had long been engaged in agriculture, with no ancestor possessing spiritual roots, thereby leaving him without them as well. That if there were any advantages to his physique, it would be his superior mental capacity and heightened spiritual acuity compared to the average individual. Spiritual roots for cultivation were rare, often found in only 1 or 2 among hundreds of thousands. Otherwise, celestial beings would be abundant in the skies. Yunhao was fortunate to have encountered Sun Longzhong, who imparted the medical sage fist to him. It is worth noting that martial arts also serve as a pathway into the realm of cultivation. In this era, internal martial arts were as scarce as phoenix feathers. Only prominent families or major sects possessed such techniques. Take Sun Longzhong, for instance. In the entire town of Chongling, with its tens of thousands of inhabitants, he was the sole individual endowed with internal energy, underscoring the rarity of such practices. Having learned the medical sage fist, coupled with his above-average mental acuity, Yunhao could concentrate his thoughts more effectively, which contributed to his rapid advancement in internal energy cultivation. Another factor was his utilization of 2 remarkably effective medicinal formulas, alongside his diligent practice over the past 3 to 4 years without any interruption. These various elements combined allowed him to make tremendous strides in his internal energy cultivation in the span of 4 years. Yunhao had successfully transformed his acquired internal energy into innate spiritual energy. Without this transformation, relying solely on his lack of spiritual roots, he might take 20 years without ever reaching the first tier of the Qi refinement stage to become a cultivator. Yunhao's success was both fortuitous and inevitable. It stemmed from his own efforts as well as from inscrutable forces beyond his comprehension. Regardless, he was now a cultivator, albeit the most fundamental and seemingly insignificant one. Yet it nonetheless afforded him greater opportunities for advancement. After contemplating for a considerable time, Yunhao increasingly felt he truly belonged to the first tier of the Qi refinement stage. The innate realm that Sun Longzhong had described seemed to him merely the beginning of the Qi refinement journey. I can now be considered a cultivator. Ha ha ha! How splendid! Overcome with joy, Yunhao laughed heartily, wishing he could shout with exuberance were it not for the late hour. After a while, he composed himself. Joy was delightful, but this was only the beginning, and the path ahead remained long, that he could not afford to become complacent. Next, Yunhao skipped over the heart method of the Fenchen Ju and began to peruse the subsequent content. The following sections did not contain the spells or techniques he had anticipated, but rather an introduction to alchemy. Alchemists can attain the Great Way. All things under heaven can be transformed into elixirs. Myriad methods share a common origin. Point 1 Elixir encompasses heaven and earth, its mysteries unfathomable. This brief introduction, though succinct, clearly articulated the benefits of the alchemical path. Yunhao understood these lines, albeit he merely glanced over them hastily before continuing on. The subsequent content detailed a plethora of medicinal formulas, along with a classification of medicinal grades and the methods and precautions for crafting elixirs at each level. Yunhao examined some of the initial formulas and discovered 2 that he had long used, the Qi-enhancing decoction and the marrow-washing decoction. Now referred to as the Qi-enhancing pill and the marrow-washing pill, both suitable for the Qi refinement stage. In addition to these 2 elixirs, there were thousands of other oral elixirs, solely focusing on enhancing one's cultivation. In addition, there are thousands of peculiar elixirs, referred to as external elixirs here. This section is rather extensive, and Yun Hao, not bothering to read it thoroughly, decided to first comprehend the refining methods before exploring them further. As he continued to browse, he encountered the classification of elixir grades, which he opted to set aside for later. Following that were the methods for refining elixirs of various grades. Yun Hao skimmed through 4 or 5 refining methods. Although he had yet to master the specific techniques, he did grasp one crucial aspect. The earlier mentioned Burning Heaven technique was specifically devised for the art of elixir refinement. This technique is a fire attribute cultivation method. Only by practicing the Burning Heaven technique can one generate a unique elixir fire, thus enabling the superior refinement of the elixirs documented. Upon reaching this point, Yun Hao felt a hint of disappointment. While Burning Heaven technique sounded formidable, it was in reality a technique lacking in offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, having it was better than not, so he resolved to practice it nonetheless. His gaze returned to the Burning Heaven technique, where it indicated that in order to refine even the most rudimentary elixirs, he must first reach the 6th layer of the Qi training stage, where his consciousness could leave his body to control the flames for elixir refinement. If the first layer was already this challenging, one could only imagine the difficulty of the 6th layer. Luckily, Yun Hao was a person of great patience that he revisited the techniques for the initial layers of Qi training several times, firmly committing them to memory. Today, he chose not to meditate. Having absorbed so much information regarding cultivation and elixir refinement, his mind was far from tranquil. Instead, he decided to indulge in a good night's sleep, intending to continue his efforts the following day. Once asleep, Yun Hao found himself once more in the enchanting realm of dreams. Familiar with this dreamscape, he immediately noticed some changes upon entering. Some of the mysterious runes suspended in midair had vanished. However, this time, he recalled the reason. The first time the runes had diminished, 2 prescriptions had appeared in his mind. Hence, the portions that disappeared this time were undoubtedly the Burning Heaven technique and the related elixir refinement knowledge that had been added to his consciousness. The next day, upon waking, Yun Hao resumed his practice of martial arts, but his thoughts were now consumed with his future cultivation plans. The Burning Heaven technique would be his primary focus, while elixir refinement would have to be put on hold. Although elixirs could enhance one's cultivation, he was currently unable to produce even a single elixir, rendering such thoughts futile. After finishing his martial arts practice, Yun Hao went to prepare a meal. Over the years, Sun the physician had grown accustomed to the meals he prepared. Yun Hao held deep respect for the elder who shared his medical knowledge and martial arts with him, and he willingly took on the task of cooking. Another day of treating patients and writing prescriptions commenced. This was how Yun Hao operated. Once he became engaged in his work, he would not dwell on other matters, focusing intently on ensuring his patients' well-being. Presently, Yun Hao had gained a modest reputation in Chongling Town, having never made a mistake in treating patients despite his young age, and his results were no less effective than Sun the physician's. Some patients even specifically requested him for their consultations. Although Sun the physician observed beside him daily, he rarely altered the prescriptions Yun Hao provided, often praising his efforts, which spoke volumes about Yun Hao's burgeoning medical skills. As another busy and fulfilling day drew to a close, Yun Hao continued to acquire new knowledge, encountering fresh ailments and novel prescriptions, and the diverse array of patients truly enriched his learning experience. As night fell, he remained committed to his cultivation practice, which had become second nature to him, that a day without practice left him feeling restless, especially as he was now engaged in the pursuit of immortal techniques. How could he not take this seriously? Following the principles of the Burning Heaven technique, he repeatedly circulated the meager spiritual energy within his body, soon entering a state of profound immersion that in this state, Yun Hao lost awareness of guiding his spiritual energy, forgot his very existence, and transcended all thoughts, merging with the vastness of the universe. His internal spiritual energy began to operate autonomously, even at a speed surpassing his previous deliberate guidance. This was the advantage of possessing a strong mental capacity, allowing Yun Hao to swiftly dispel distractions and achieve a state of unity with the cosmos, thereby enhancing his ability to absorb the ambient spiritual energy and augment his own. That he remained in this state for an indeterminate duration, only to awaken 2.5 hours later. Yet he felt no fatigue. In fact, his spirits were remarkably high. Given his current state of mind, sleep seemed elusive, so he opted to review elixir refinement techniques instead. The elixir grades recorded in his mind were categorized from 1 to 10, with each grade further subdivided into upper, middle, lower, and exceptional tiers. Elixirs from grades 1 to 3 were suitable for use prior to the out-of-body stage, while those from grades 4 to 6 were intended for the spirit division stage to the great ascension stage. The higher grades were not of the mortal realm. Achieving divinity still lay far beyond Yunhao's reach, prompting him to filter out the subsequent content that he felt no inclination to examine the details beyond the spirit division stage. Grades 1 to 3 were his primary focus. Within the first grade elixirs, there were dozens suitable for the Qi training stage, including those that enhanced cultivation, facilitated breakthroughs, and provided detoxification, among others. Notably, the Vitality Elixir and the Marrow Cleansing Elixir were first-grade elixirs that could be utilized throughout the Qi training stage, being the most common elixirs in the realm of cultivation. Considering his current level, both the Vitality Elixir and the Marrow Cleansing Elixir were indispensable choices for him. However, as an individual practicing in solitude without the backing of a sect, he had no means to obtain these elixirs that it would take an indeterminate amount of time for him to concoct them himself. Nevertheless, Yunhao drew inspiration from the medicinal soups he had been using, realizing that although their efficacy fell short of even 1/10 of that of elixirs, they were still better than nothing, that if these two elixirs could be substituted with medicinal soups, then other elixirs could also be transformed into soups. It was akin to finding a substitute for elixirs, albeit with diminished effects, that as long as he could endure to the 6th layer of the Qi training stage, he would eventually be able to refine elixirs himself. After much contemplation, Yunhao believed this method to be feasible. However, he had consumed Vitality soup for several years, and due to the impurities contained within, there was a limit to its intake. After taking it for 3 consecutive days, a break of 7 days was required. During that 7-day hiatus, he did not wish to squander the time. Although he could not use Vitality soup, he could add another type, thus creating a system of alternating usage. This should expedite the enhancement of his spiritual energy. Yunhao meticulously searched through the first-grade elixirs and found one called the True Supplement Elixir, which was also a fundamental elixir for increasing spiritual energy. Most of its herbal components could be found in the mountains, making it quite suitable for his current circumstances. Yunhao understood that the various herbs he could gather were merely mortal grade, with short growth periods, weak potency, and lacking any spiritual energy. Thus, even if he brewed them into medicinal soups, their efficacy would not reach even the lowest grade, given the assistance of these subpar medicinal soups. It was evident that his cultivation speed would be limited unless he encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, significant progress within 3 to 5 years was unlikely as the end of the year approached. Yunhao prepared to return home for the new year, bidding farewell to Sun the physician and the clinic, as he planned to venture further to Ding'an City for future developments, since acquiring the cultivation techniques. Yunhao's desire to step outside had intensified. Remaining cloistered would only hinder his prospects. To advance further on the path of cultivation, he needed to immerse himself in the world of cultivators. Upon returning home, he intended to settle matters with his family, preparing for the pursuit of a carefree, immortal life. His parents needed to be well taken care of, as the old adage states, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. Despite having lived 2 lives, Yunhao could not forget his parents who had raised him in this one. He must not let them worry unduly that in the blink of an eye. Several days passed, and the time to return home drew near. Tomorrow was the day Yunhao would leave, and that evening, Sun the physician went out to purchase a variety of small dishes and some gifts. The two of them sat together as usual, enjoying their drinks. Sun the physician's eyes were slightly red. Having spent years in solitude, he had come to regard Yunhao as a grandson. Now, with Yunhao preparing to depart, Sun the physician felt a tinge of reluctance. However, as the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually part. Yunhao had grown up and learned the family medical arts, and it was time for him to venture out into the world. Yunhao, come here, let's have a drink today, that I wish you a future filled with promise, Sun the physician said with a smile, raising his cup. Yunhao promptly lifted his cup, downing it in one go, and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Sun, that my achievements today are all thanks to your guidance, that I in the future." Sun the physician waved his hand, saying, "Do not say that. Your accomplishments are due to your own efforts, that as the saying goes, a master leads one to the door. But the cultivation is up to the individual. My role in your success is not as significant as you may think. What I want to impart to you, dear Yunhao, is that no matter what you do in the future or where you go, always remember that for a healer, the most important thing is medical ethics. Never forget that." Yunhao nodded earnestly. I will remember. Uncle Sunday, you can rest assured. Son, the physician grunted affirmatively and added, tomorrow, as you return home. Remember to take those gifts back to your parents that I won't be seeing you off tomorrow. He then pulled out several loose silver coins, handing them to Yun Hao. Take this silver with you. Buy some things for yourself and find a carriage to head home early. Seeing this, Yun Hao felt warmth in his heart and accepted the silver without hesitation, carefully stowing it away. There were no further expressions of gratitude. Rather, it was a silent resolution in his heart that when he achieved success in the future, he would not forget his grandfather. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 17. The journey Yun Hao rode upon a frail, aged horse. Ambling leisurely towards Yun family village as the new year approached, the local transport services were reluctant to accept Yun Hao's solitary business, primarily because returning from Yun family village meant an empty carriage, which was hardly profitable. However, having previously treated the transport service owner, they had become somewhat acquainted. Although he could not hire a carriage, the owner graciously rented him an old horse at a low price, with the understanding that Yun Hao would return it after the new year. Since he needed to ride back, Yun Hao had spent half a day learning horsemanship at the transport service. Otherwise, this would have been his first experience riding. The horse, though aged, could not gallop and could only plod along at a slow pace. Fortunately, Yun Hao was not in a hurry. He gazed at the distant mountain scenery while keeping an eye out for medicinal herbs in the wild fields along the way. Having spent over a day on the road, Yun Hao managed to gather some ordinary herbs, particularly those that could be utilized in the alchemical recipes he was currently studying. This land was vast and sparsely populated, untouched by human interference, allowing the vegetation to flourish abundantly, with a plethora of herbs thriving on the hills and in the fields. Thus, as Yun Hao journeyed, collecting herbs, he found the distance less daunting. On the fourth day after leaving Chongling town, he returned to Yun family village all by himself. Why now? Yun Hao had gained a modest reputation in the village. The villagers were aware of his studies in medicine at Chongling town, where he had become known as a minor physician. Some villagers, upon visiting the town, had sought his medical expertise, and upon their return, they inadvertently spread the word about him, much to the delight of Yun Tian, who wore a proud smile during that time. That on the path into the village, he encountered many familiar faces, exchanging greetings until he finally reached home. The reunion with his family was inevitably lively. Regardless of how much Yun Hao had grown, in his mother's eyes, he would always remain her child. Having not seen him for nearly a year, she could not help but inquire about his well-being. On his first day back, Yun Hao dutifully stayed at home, though he was not without tasks. Numerous patients from the village sought his medical attention. Although there was a barefoot doctor in the village, his knowledge could not possibly compare to that of Yun Hao, who had received systematic training. The villagers understood this well. Having a qualified physician available at their doorstep was a rare opportunity, and they were keen to consult him before the new year, knowing that once Yun Hao departed, they would be left without access to his expertise. That on that single day, Yun Hao attended to over 10 patients, nearly matching the number he would see in a day at a clinic. Most of the villagers suffered from chronic ailments, primarily from overexertion, which were not particularly difficult to diagnose, though they lacked the necessary medicines. That evening, Yun Hao continued his meditation and cultivation, sitting quietly until the late hours of the night. Although his cultivation did not exhibit significant advancement, the duration of his meditative practice had steadily increased. Initially, he could sit for an hour and a half, but now he found himself meditating well into the night. That if this trend continued, it would not be long before he could sit through the entire night, rendering meditation as effortless as sleep. Early the next morning, after having breakfast and bidding farewell to his mother, Yun Hao set out once more. Today, he prepared to ascend the mountain to gather the necessary herbs. Otherwise, he would return home to find himself without the beneficial qi soup and marrow-cleansing soup during this period. By noon, Yun Hao was spending his time in the mountains. Fortunately, he had discussed his plans with his mother beforehand. Otherwise, she would have been anxious for his safety. The towering mountains adjacent to Yun's village were a veritable treasure trove of medicinal herbs, yet there was not a single herbalist in the entire village, leaving only those who ventured into the mountains to forage for herbs. Thus, it was not long before Yun Hao encountered a plethora of herbs, collecting over a dozen varieties, despite the abundance of herbs. The entire day was consumed in his endeavors, and by the time he descended the mountain, darkness had enveloped the land. As he approached the village, he discovered his parents anxiously awaiting his return, their expressions filled with concern. Witnessing this scene left him momentarily speechless. It was truly comforting to feel such care from others. Yunhao had gathered a considerable amount of herbs today, which meant he would not need to make another trip to the mountains for several days. Noting his parents' worries, he hurriedly assured them that he would not return so late again. Thus, the tranquil yet warm days of the year passed by. In a few days, Yunhao resolved to set out for Ding'an City, a matter he had long since discussed with his parents. Although they felt a tinge of reluctance, they ultimately recognized that Yunhao's future was of utmost importance, and they no longer voiced any objections. After the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month, Yunhao mounted his old horse and embarked on his journey. His first destination was Chongling Town, from where he would transfer to a carriage bound for Ding'an City. However, the journey to Ding'an City would take approximately 10 days, providing ample opportunity for travel. With no incidents along the way, they arrived at Chongling Town, where Yunhao returned the old horse and made arrangements with the carriage owner for a ride to Ding'an City. He then walked to the medical clinic to see Dr. Sunday. The carriage company dispatched a vehicle to Ding'an City every 2 days, but today there was no carriage available, necessitating a wait until the following morning. Thus, Yunhao would spend the night at the clinic. Upon returning to the clinic, Yunhao assisted Dr. Sun in preparing prescriptions and gathering herbs as usual. In the evening, he washed vegetables and cooked dinner, a meal that would truly be their final farewell feast. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Yunhao bid farewell to Dr. Sun and made his way to the carriage company. Due to the lengthy journey to Ding'an City, each traveler was required to pay a fare of half a tael of silver for the carriage ride, with personal expenses along the way being the responsibility of the individual. The carriage heading to Ding'an City was the finest in the carriage company, spacious enough to accommodate 6 passengers in 2 rows, drawn by 2 excellent horses, ensuring a swift journey. When Yunhao arrived, the carriage already had 4 passengers, making him the 5th. They only awaited one more before they could depart. As Yunhao lifted the curtain and boarded the carriage, he recognized 2 of the other passengers, both from Chongling Town, who had previously sought treatment at the clinic, making them acquaintances. The 2 familiar faces greeted Yunhao, as doctors like him were held in high esteem in the town. Yunhao returned their greetings with a smile, pleased that he would not be entirely alone on this journey. Otherwise, the prospect of traveling for over 10 days without a familiar face would be quite disheartening. Before long, the final passenger arrived, and once the carriage owner confirmed the count, he summoned the driver, and they set off. Among the 7 passengers, aside from Yunhao and the 2 acquaintances, the others were strangers. After conversing briefly with the 2 familiar faces, Yunhao noticed the rest of the passengers dozing off in boredom, prompting him to exit the carriage and engage the driver in conversation. The driver, surnamed Yu, was also a native of Chongling Town and was somewhat familiar with Yunhao, displaying no aversion to his company. On the contrary, he was quite eager to chat. Known as Old Yu, he was over 40 years old and had driven carriages since he was a teenager, thus having encountered numerous experiences throughout his travels. Yunhao delighted in listening to Old Yu recount tales of customs from various regions and his diverse encounters, some of which were first-hand experiences, while others were stories he had heard from others. Regardless, Yunhao gleaned a wealth of valuable information from these discussions. As they departed Chongling Town, the official road stretched ahead, leading to another town about 4 to 5 days away. Due to the stability and prosperity of the Lu Kingdom over the past decade, incidents of robbery were virtually non-existent, ensuring a measure of safety on the road. Traveling along the official road, they would pass several villages, with the carriage stopping each night at a village along the way to rest and attend to their meals. Thus, the carriage, with its 7 passengers, traveled intermittently for 4 to 5 days, finally reaching the first town along their route. This town was larger and more bustling than Chongling Town, and Yunhao's party planned to rest here for a day, as the next 2 days of travel would offer no villages for lodging. Consequently, they needed to procure sufficient provisions for the journey ahead. After 10 days of travel, the carriage finally arrived at the outskirts of Ding'an City. Like most cities, Ding'an was surrounded by imposing city walls constructed from sturdy bluestone or bricks, rising to a height of 4 to 5 zhang. As they drew near, the towering walls instilled a sense of heavy oppression. The carriage halted at the city gate, where a small detachment of soldiers was stationed, each armed with a sword, wearing helmets and donning soft armor, patrolling the entrance. Among them, 3 or 4 soldiers collected entrance fees, a responsibility the carriage company did not cover for its passengers. Thus, the passengers disembarked from the carriage. The entrance fee was 2 copper coins per person, after Yun Hao and the others paid their dues. They passed through the lengthy city gate and entered Ding'an City. Following brief exchanges with the other passengers, they each went their separate ways, allowing Yun Hao to take a closer look at his new surroundings. Directly in front of the city gate was a wide street capable of accommodating 4 carriages side by side. The street was lined with various ancient-style buildings, primarily constructed from clay bricks or timber. The sides of the road were bustling with shops, taverns, inns, butcheries, brothels, and tailor shops, indicative of the city's prosperity and a clear sign of its considerable population. Intrigued, Yun Hao strolled along the street until he reached the opposite end, where he encountered a crossroads. Glancing left and right, he chose a street at random to explore, as he intended to familiarize himself with his surroundings, given that he would be spending a considerable amount of time here. Yun Hao had arrived in the morning, and by the time he had traversed most of the county town, it was already afternoon. Nevertheless, he kept an eye out for his uncle's clinic but, sadly, found no sign of Baichao Hall. Feeling a pang of hunger, Yun Hao stopped a passerby to inquire about the location of his uncle's Baichao Hall. Thankfully, the clinic was quite renowned in Ding'an City, and anyone he asked was able to direct him. Following the directions he received, he navigated through 3 or 4 streets, and after a little over half an hour, he finally located Baichao Hall. Situated on the bustling street directly in front of the county office, Baichao Hall boasted an impressive faade, 2 stories high, exuding an air of grandeur, with a steady stream of patrons coming and going to receive treatments and collect prescriptions. Entering the clinic, Yun Hao surveyed the surroundings. On the first floor, several large medicine cabinets were prominently displayed, and 4 or 5 assistants were diligently preparing prescriptions, busily attending to the needs of the patients. The second floor was likely designated for consultations, as individuals frequently descended with prescriptions in hand to have their medicines prepared. Yun Hao made his way directly to the second floor, where he soon spotted his uncle, Sun Ping, attending to patients. Sun Ping bore a striking resemblance to Dr. Sun, differing by only a few degrees. He was nearing 40, amiable in demeanor, and certainly skilled in his practice. The second floor of the clinic was divided into 2 sections. The front area was smaller, designated for Sun Ping's consultations, while the larger back section served as the living quarters for Sun Ping's family. At that moment, 4 or 5 patients were waiting at Sun Ping's desk, showcasing a mix of commoners and affluent individuals, indicating Sun Ping's reputation as a capable doctor. Not wishing to interrupt his uncle's work, Yun Hao stood to the side, patiently waiting. Once Sun Ping finished with the current patient, he finally noticed Yun Hao standing there. "Xiao Hao, come over here and lend a hand. I've seen over 20 patients today, and I'm utterly exhausted." Upon encountering Yun Hao, Sun Ping's face lit up with sheer delight, akin to that of a person who has just spotted their savior. Earlier this year, Sun Ping had received a letter from his father, who resided in Chongling Town, which elaborately detailed Yun Hao's circumstances. One could say that the esteemed old physician had extolled Yun Hao to the heavens. Sun Ping was well aware of his father's temperament. He seldom offered praise lightly. Thus, one could surmise that Yun Hao must indeed possess remarkable skills. As soon as Yun Hao arrived, with several patients still awaiting attention, Sun Ping invited him to take a look at them, hoping to gain some reassurance. Yun Hao, seizing the opportunity to familiarize his elder cousin with his abilities, set aside his belongings and took a seat in Sun Ping's place, while Sun Ping stood beside him, eager to observe his diagnostic process. In the realm of medicine, diagnosing a patient's condition is grounded in the principles of observation, inquiry, palpation, and listening. Yun Hao first examined the patient he had just taken over, a venerable old man, past 50, with a head of silver hair, dressed in coarse fabric, and hands calloused from toil, unmistakably a member of the impoverished class. Assessing a patient's attire and demeanor is a crucial aspect of medical practice. Those from destitute backgrounds often suffer from ailments related to overexertion, whereas the affluent tend to experience illnesses, such as gastrointestinal issues and strokes, which are often termed rich men's diseases. Consequently, the prescriptions offered vary significantly. For the impoverished, remedies that are both effective and economical are provided, while wealthier patients are given more expensive medications that if the remedies were too inexpensive, the affluent might doubt their efficacy. Yun Hao then examined the old man's tongue and inquired about his symptoms before proceeding to take his pulse, which was his final method and one of the most effective means of diagnosis. As Yun Hao intently focused on the pulse, the old man hesitated and turned to Sun Ping, asking, "Sun Doctor, What is this? Sun Ping understood the old man's confusion, and it was not only he who harbored doubts. The other patients waiting behind the old man were also observing Sun Ping. The primary concern stemmed from Yun Hao's youth. As the saying goes, one should seek the wisdom of the aged rather than the young. People generally feel more at ease with seasoned physicians who possess extensive experience. These patients had come seeking the esteemed Sun Ping's renowned expertise, and now, with the unexpected arrival of a young and unfamiliar doctor, they were naturally perplexed. Sun Ping, with a reassuring smile, explained to the patients, "Please rest assured, this young doctor is my cousin, who has studied medicine under my father for many years, that he has fully inherited our family's medical skills and may even surpass me in proficiency. I assure you, you will all receive excellent care. Should he fail to remedy your ailments, I, Sun Ping, will waive the fees and personally attend to you again." Upon hearing this, the patients had little room for further objection. For Sun Ping's reputation in Ding'an City was commendable. He would not jeopardize his own standing. Having completed his pulse examination, Yun Hao began to write the prescription that he felt a surge of gratitude toward his cousin's support. It was a testament to Sun Ping's faith in his abilities. Yun Hao swiftly penned the prescription and moved on to the next patient. This time, Yun Hao bypassed the tongue examination and direct inquiries, opting instead to take the patient's pulse first. Within moments, he addressed the well-to-do individual. "Do you frequently experience chills in your back, weakness in your lower back, and occasional fatigue in your legs? Furthermore, do you tend to sweat excessively at night?" Upon hearing Yun Hao's precise observations, the slightly plump patient was taken aback. Then, after a pause, broke into a joyful smile, exclaiming, "Young brother, you are truly remarkable. You have described my condition accurately, that I now believe in your abilities." Yun Hao smiled subtly and nodded, continuing, "Since you trust me, it is imperative to follow my treatment regimen. What do you say?" The patient promptly replied, "No problem, young brother. I will heed your advice." As Yun Hao prepared the prescription, he remarked, "I suspect you have quite a few wives at home. Your ailment stems from excessive indulgence, that I recommend a month of abstinence. Do not engage in such activities until you have completed the prescribed course, or else all efforts will be in vain." The patient, feeling a rush of embarrassment, flushed and nodded silently in agreement with Yun Hao's advice. Having dispatched this patient, Yun Hao swiftly moved on to the next one. Maintaining an impressive pace, that in no time, he had seen off 4 or 5 patients. Just as he was about to rise and offer his seat to his cousin, Sun Ping placed a hand on him, exclaiming, "Well done, Xiao Hao. It appears you have wholly inherited my father's medical prowess. This gives me great confidence. From now on, you shall take my place here to attend to patients." Yun Hao, startled, quickly waved his hands and replied, "Cousin, that won't do. Here, I am unfamiliar with the surroundings. How many people would trust me with their ailments? It would be better if you continue to see patients, and I can assist you." "That cannot be." Sun Ping insisted that, "As you can see, I am inundated with patients daily, and I can barely manage to be honest. It was my suggestion for you to join me. Your presence would alleviate my burden." Sun Ping continued, "How about this? I will see patients in the morning, and you will take over in the afternoon. I will be by your side to lend you credibility. With your current skills, I am confident that it won't be long before patients seek you out. Furthermore, I won't have you working without compensation. I will pay you 5 taels of silver each month. Cousin, just providing me with food and lodging is sufficient." "I cannot accept your silver," Yun Hao replied, shaking his head. Sun Ping patted Yun Hao on the shoulder and said, "Enough of this nonsense. We have an agreement. You shall start working tomorrow. Now, let us go have a couple of drinks." Sun Ping led Yun Hao out of the clinic. It was still the early spring season, and the day had grown dim. Adjacent to the clinic was a sizable tavern, where Sun Ping was evidently a regular patron. He guided Yun Hao to the second floor, where they settled down and ordered food. Yun Hao, having felt the pangs of hunger, politely inquired, "Cousin, why didn't you invite Aunt and my cousin's sister to join us?" Sun Ping chuckled. "Your aunt has gone back to her family for a visit and will return in a couple of days. As for your cousin's sister, it would be inappropriate for a young lady to be out in public. It is just the 2 of us today." Yun Hao acknowledged this with an pouring wine for Sun Ping. The uncle and nephew conversed over drinks. Yun Hao gleaned much about the happenings in Ding'an City from his cousin. After finishing their meal and drinks, they returned to the clinic, where Sun Ping arranged a small partition for Yun Hao behind the large herbal cabinet on the first floor, providing him with a simple wooden bed. The staff employed at the clinic resided nearby and returned home in the evenings, while Sun Ping's family lived on the second floor, eliminating the need for a watchman. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to find accommodations for Yunhao. Yunhao was quite satisfied with his quarters. At least he would have privacy. Without the risk of disturbance, he could practice his cultivation without fear of being discovered. That night, he resumed his meditation, and the hours passed swiftly. After the fourth watch, he concluded his session, feeling invigorated despite having gone without sleep. From this day forth, Yunhao embarked on a life in Ding'an City that was both simple and extraordinary. Dear friends, if you find this book to your liking, please consider adding it to your collection and perhaps casting a couple of recommendation votes. Thank you. Volume 1, Turbulence in the Mortal Realm. Chapter 19. The first encounter with talismans. The Baichao Hall Clinic lacked a backyard, and the space on the first floor was somewhat cramped. Therefore, upon rising early, Yunhao found no suitable place to practice his martial arts. It would be absurd to step outside onto the street for training, as it would undoubtedly draw the attention of passers-by. Having just finished meditating, Yunhao felt restless and unable to sleep that he meandered through the clinic on the first floor. Just a few steps inside the entrance, there was a row of wooden counters, behind which stood 4 large herbal cabinets. Each cabinet measured 2 meters in width and 1.8 meters in height, boasting nearly 50 drawers, each capable of holding 3 types of herbs. Thus, it was estimated that the clinic housed no fewer than 600 varieties of herbal medicine that I in addition to the cabinets. There were dozens of small clay jars beneath the wooden counter. Upon inspecting these, Yunhao discovered they contained certain medicinal substances that were unsuitable for long-term storage. For instance, some plant seeds, only the size of grains of rice, were inconvenient to store in the cabinets and prone to insect infestations. Additionally, there were some plant pollens, such as catkins, which were entirely powdery and could only be kept in jars. Yunhao had encountered these substances in the clinic back in Chongling Town and had often utilized them, but he had not paid them much heed until now. However, upon seeing these powdered medicines, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Yunhao wandered through the clinic, reflecting on his recent thoughts. He found himself questioning the origin of that fleeting inspiration. The clinic is relatively crowded, leaving him with little room for movement. The constant influx of people throughout the day does not hinder his evening practice, but it certainly disrupts his efforts in concocting potions and soaking in baths during daylight hours. This issue must be addressed. Without the aid of medicinal substances, the timeline for his cultivation remains uncertain. This is indeed a significant matter. Just moments ago, an epiphany struck Yunhao regarding how to resolve this predicament. He was inspired by the powdered medicines to consider another formulation commonly used in prescriptions: the powdered remedy. A powdered remedy involves proportionately blending all the medicinal ingredients, then utilizing specialized tools to grind the herbs into a fine powder, which can simply be taken with water. Aside from its unpleasant taste, it is, in fact, more convenient than decoctions. Having studied medicine for many years, Yunhao is well acquainted with powdered remedies. Their efficacy is comparable to that of decoctions, and despite the somewhat cumbersome preparation process, powdered remedies possess numerous advantages. They are easy to store, convenient to carry, and simple to consume, making them his preferred choice at present. Furthermore, Yunhao meticulously reviewed the specific formulations for the qi-boosting decoction and the marrow-cleansing decoction in his mind, confirming that transforming the elixir into a powdered form is entirely feasible. However, another challenge remains. The marrow-cleansing elixir is primarily an oral medicine. Initially, it was prescribed for external use due to its high impurity levels, but now, as he contemplates creating a powdered version to be taken alongside the qi-boosting powder, the dosage must be carefully considered. In the morning, Yunhao accompanied his cousin to attend to several patients, while in the afternoon, he consulted alone, with Sun Ping providing support nearby. After observing him for an entire afternoon, Sun Ping felt reassured about Yunhao's abilities. His diagnoses were accurate, prescriptions reasonable, and his approach to medication cautious. Even without Sun Ping's oversight, Yunhao would likely not err. The following morning, Yunhao chose not to accompany his cousin to see patients. Instead, he focused on preparing the qi-boosting and marrow-cleansing powders. The clinic was well-stocked with various herbs and had all the necessary grinding tools, so he dedicated that morning to this task, for the herbs he required. He had a few taels of powdered silver left, ensuring that he would not be taking advantage of his cousin's resources. After all, the clinic's medicines come at a cost, while a couple of doses are manageable. Prolonged use would be untenable, and he felt uneasy about that. Yunhao crafted a prescription for the qi-boosting powder and had the assistant prepare it for him, after which he painstakingly ground each herb himself. This process was rather labor-intensive. Unlike in his previous life, there were no machines available, and he relied solely on manual labor. At by midday, he had barely completed half of the task. This particular batch was 5 times the usual amount, sufficient for him to use over the next 50 days. That it was not that he wished to prepare more. He simply had limited funds at the moment and could only manage this quantity for now. He planned to procure more once his cousin's wages were disbursed at the end of the month. Yunhao spent 2 mornings completing the qi-boosting powder, and he anticipated needing an additional 2 days to prepare the marrow-cleansing powder. He did not keep his work on the powdered remedies a secret from Sun Ping. He had already devised alternative excuses. When Sun Ping inquired, he deftly deflected with a few vague responses. Such matters of cultivation were not something he intended to divulge to others. For the next 3 days, Yunhao consumed both the qi-boosting and marrow-cleansing powders each night. After 3 consecutive days, he felt no unusual changes in his body, but could distinctly perceive a slight increase in his internal spiritual energy. Albeit minimal, that he understood that he could not continue taking the remedies for another 7 days, a limitation inherent in both decoctions and powdered remedies, leaving Yunhao feeling quite helpless. Thus, Yunhao's routine stabilized each day. He saw patients and prescribed remedies, while in the evenings he practiced his cultivation. Over the course of several days, he indeed established a handful of regular patients. One day, he attended to an elderly woman, whose attire revealed her affluent background, and her children appeared exceptionally filial. After a thorough examination, Yunhao diagnosed her with a rare form of rheumatism. Typically, this condition would flare up during this season, resulting in twisted and deformed joints accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet, remarkably, the elderly woman only experienced mild discomfort with changes in the weather and exhibited no other symptoms, as if something was suppressing her ailment, which piqued his curiosity. Yunhao inquired, "Madam, you must have been suffering from this condition for quite some time. Ordinarily, the symptoms are severe. However, it seems yours are not so pronounced. Could you share with me any medications you have taken in the past?" The elderly woman pondered briefly before responding. "Over the past few years, I have consulted many doctors without success. The episodes can be quite distressing, but a month ago, my son learned that a celestial master had arrived at the Taoist temple on Fengling Mountain. He spent a considerable sum to obtain a talisman for me, and ever since donning it, my condition has rarely recurred." Upon hearing this, Yunhao felt a surge of excitement. Meeting a fellow practitioner of the mystical arts was precisely what he desired. With the news of a celestial master, he resolved to seek out this individual. Suppressing his enthusiasm, he cautiously asked the elderly woman, "May I see the talisman the celestial master provided you?" Without hesitation, she retrieved a small sachet from around her neck, producing a yellowed piece of paper adorned with intricate symbols, which she handed to Yunhao. Yunhao accepted it with both hands, carefully unfolding the talisman for examination. Crafted from a highly absorbent yellow paper, the talisman was embellished with vermilion and animal blood, forming a pattern of runes. Recognizing these familiar symbols, Yunhao became even more convinced that the celestial master spoken of by the elderly woman was indeed a practitioner of the mystical arts, as these symbols resembled those he had seen in his dreams each night, unique to the realm of cultivation, known only to those within it, while Yunhao was unaware of the specific efficacy or rank of the talisman he held. As a practitioner in the first stage of qi cultivation, he could still sense the faint spiritual energy emanating from it, affirming its authenticity. Overcome with joy, he scrutinized the talisman for a while before recalling that he had yet to prescribe a remedy for his patient. Reluctantly returning the talisman to the elderly woman, he turned his attention back to her treatment. Yunhao had already determined that the elderly woman's affliction was merely suppressed and not eradicated. Should the talisman lose its potency, her symptoms would likely return with greater ferocity. Therefore, he prescribed the maximum dosage. After dismissing the elderly woman, he attended to another 5 or 6 patients. As evening approached, he tidied up and descended to find his cousin. His cousin's family treated Yunhao with great kindness. Typically, after the clinic closed, Sun Ping's family would invite Yunhao to join them for dinner, and today was no exception. However, following Yunhao's recent culinary displays, his cousin had taken a particular interest in his cooking. Whenever he had the chance, he insisted that Yunhao prepare several dishes. As Yunhao descended the stairs, he inquired about the evening's menu. Sun Ping, seated below with an abacus in hand, looked up upon hearing Yun Hao's footsteps. Before Yun Hao could speak, Sun Ping said, "Xiao Hao, tonight we need a meat dish and a couple of cold salads. Business was good today. Let's have a drink together." Yun Hao replied with a simple then added, "Cousin, I would like to visit the Taoist temple on Fengling Mountain tomorrow. Would you be able to manage the afternoon patience?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ping chuckled and responded, "Of course, go enjoy yourself, that I will see to the patients tomorrow afternoon. You've been here for some time now. It's only right for a young man like you to get out and explore that it's approved." "Thank you, cousin, that I'll prepare a few extra dishes tonight to showcase my true culinary skills," Yun Hao said cheerfully, heading upstairs to assist his aunt with the meal. With a peaceful night behind him, the following morning, Yun Hao rose early as usual. Recently, he had taken the time to review all the first-grade elixirs stored in his memory, identifying 3 or 4 lower-tier elixirs that could be crafted using ordinary herbs. Since he could produce them, he could also follow his previous methods to create powdered versions. Given that his mornings were typically free, Yun Hao decided to prepare these 3 or 4 elixirs as powders, anticipating that he might require them at some point in the future. The selected elixirs included the healing elixir, intended for treating external injuries, and the detoxification elixir, specifically designed to counteract poisons. There exists a type of blood-replenishing elixir capable of treating excessive hemorrhage caused by various ailments. In simpler terms, it serves as a remedy for blood deficiency. The final variety is known as the revival elixir, intended for emergency situations. As long as there is a breath left in a person, the revival elixir can ensure their return to life. Yun Hao first gathered all the necessary ingredients for the cleansing toxin elixir. This morning, with a lull in his activities, he began to crush some of the herbs, leaving the remainder to be ground tomorrow morning. As for the other 3 elixirs, Yun Hao decided to wait until the end of the month when he would receive his wages. He felt too embarrassed to ask his uncle for credit. After crushing about a third of the herbs, dawn broke. Yun Hao opened the door of the clinic and, after a brief wait, he washed his face and stepped out once a young assistant arrived. Volume 1, Turmoil in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 20. Emergency Rescue. Fengling Mountain lies approximately 4 to 5 miles outside the southern gate of Ding'an City. The journey from the city is entirely along well-maintained official roads, taking no more than half an hour to traverse the foot of Fengling Mountain. A winding stone staircase leads to the summit, and at the halfway point, one can glimpse a structure nestled among the trees. Apart from this, no other buildings are visible on the mountain. Yun Hao gazed up at the peak, inhaling deeply, feeling a surge of excitement. Regardless of the cultivation level of the immortal he was about to meet, this would be the first fellow cultivator he had encountered since embarking on his journey, leaving his heart in a state of unease. The mountain is not particularly high. The staircase leading to the halfway point comprises no more than 300 or 400 steps. For Yun Hao, who had already begun his cultivation, this was merely child's play. He ascended in leaps and bounds, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the temple obscured by trees. The temple is not extensive, consisting of 2 sections and 3 houses made of green bricks and tiles. The porch bears the inscription Jin Tianguan. Yun Hao hesitated momentarily before resolutely stepping inside. Upon entering the temple, he noticed a young acolyte sweeping the leaves and dust from the courtyard. Approaching, Yun Hao courteously inquired, "Greetings, young acolyte." The young acolyte paused, set aside his broom, and returned a single-handed bow, saying, "Greetings to you, benefactor. May I ask what brings you here?" Yun Hao cast a brief glance at the several side rooms behind the young acolyte, and continued, "I wish to inquire whether there exists a master of profound arts within your temple." The young acolyte's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. You have come to seek a master, have you? Unfortunately, the immortal rarely accepts disciples, and besides, your timing is not opportune. The immortal ventured into the mountains yesterday to gather herbs, reportedly to concoct a certain elixir. Yun Hao recognized that the young acolyte had misunderstood his intentions, yet he entertained thoughts of his own. If this cultivator possessed greater skills than he, what harm would there be in seeking to learn from him? However, hearing that the immortal was absent left Yun Hao somewhat disheartened. "Could you tell me when the immortal shall return?" Yun Hao asked, unwilling to give up. The young acolyte shook his head, replying that he did not know. Before resuming his sweeping, seeing that he could glean no further information, Yun Hao turned and began his descent down the mountain. This time, it had been a fruitless endeavor, perhaps in a few days. He would return to check again. After all, it was not far, and he could treat it as physical exercise. That be why the time Yunhao returned to Ding'an City, it was still before noon, with time to spare and lacking motivation. He headed straight back to the clinic. There remained 2/3 of the cleansing toxin elixir yet to be completed. It would be prudent to finish it sooner rather than later, in the afternoon. Yunhao took on a task from Sun Ping, leading to another busy day. The next morning, Yunhao resumed his work on the final touches of the cleansing toxin elixir. After 2 hours, he completed the concoction and wrapped it in oil paper to prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating. The finished cleansing toxin elixir, along with the chi replenishing elixir and the bone-washing elixir, was placed beneath his pillow. As these were his personal belongings, generally untouched by others in the afternoon, it was Yunhao's turn to attend to patients. Just as he finished examining one, he heard a commotion from downstairs. Moments later, Sun Ping rushed up the stairs, panting as he searched for his medical kit, calling out to Yunhao, "Xiaohao, quickly gather your things and come with me. Someone has been bitten by a snake. We must hurry." Upon hearing this urgent call, Yunhao immediately abandoned his current patient and dashed downstairs. Sun Ping hurriedly explained the situation to the patient, who had initially expressed some hesitation, but upon hearing a certain name from Sun Ping, he promptly acquiesced, agreeing to wait for Sun Ping's return. Yunhao had little to gather. He had just been contemplating the recently completed cleansing toxin elixir and saw this as an opportunity to test its efficacy. He retrieved the paper package containing the elixir from beneath his pillow and tucked it into his clothing. Sun Ping dashed downstairs, noticing that Yunhao was already waiting at the entrance. There stood 2 burly men clad in green, their faces etched with urgency. Without further ado, Sun Ping addressed the 2 men, "Brothers, lives are at stake. Please lead the way." Yunhao, seeing the situation, did not linger to chat and promptly followed Sun Ping. And the 4 of them hastily exited the clinic. The 2 green-clad men led the way at a brisk pace, almost as if they were running. Sun Ping struggled to keep up, drenched in sweat, always a few steps behind, while Yunhao remained composed, exhibiting no signs of exertion. Under the guidance of the 2 burly men, Sun Ping and Yunhao traversed 2 streets before finally entering a large estate. Yunhao observed as they walked, noting from the architecture and size of the estate that its owner must hold considerable power and influence. Upon entering the estate, Yunhao encountered numerous individuals. The men were dressed in green, while the women appeared as maids, all wearing expressions of concern and urgency. That he also noticed several green-clad men leading other physicians carrying medical kits into the estate, indicating that the owner had summoned not only their Baichaotang clinic, but seemingly every physician in Ding'an City. The estate was expansive, and Sun Ping and Yunhao followed the 2 leading men through the front yard, passing corridors and even traversing half a garden before arriving at the rear courtyard. At this moment, the door to a main room in the back courtyard stood wide open, with maidservants frequently entering and exiting, while sounds of shouting emanated from within. When Sun Ping and Yunhao were ushered into the main room, they found it crowded with people. In one corner of the room stood an enormous wooden bed adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, upon which lay a child of 8 or 9 years. The child's complexion was a ghastly shade of blue, and white foam trickled from his mouth, accompanied by occasional spasms of his limbs, a clear indication to any knowledgeable observer that he was suffering from poisoning. Beside the child, a woman was half leaning over him, holding one of his hands, tears streaming down her face as she murmured something repeatedly. The child's other hand was gently held by a silver-haired physician who was checking his pulse. Standing next to the elder physician was a tall, middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, exuding an air of authority and command. At this moment, he remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze fixed intently on the child and the physician, his eyes brimming with anxiety. Yunhao surveyed the scene with disdain. In such a critical moment, the diagnosis was evident, and immediate treatment was paramount. Yet these individuals seemed preoccupied with pulse-taking, delaying action when every second counted for the child's life. Though young, Yunhao's experiences across 2 lifetimes had matured him beyond youthful impulsiveness. Yet, witnessing such a dire situation, he, as a competent physician, could not stand idly by. He pushed through the crowd and approached the elder physician, stating bluntly, "Senior, you should be performing bloodletting and urgent rescue now. No matter how accurate the pulse diagnosis, it is of no use in the present circumstances." The middle-aged gentleman in the brocade robe abruptly turned his head, grasping Yunhao's arm as he urgently inquired, "Young brother, "Do you possess a means to save my son?" Remaining calm, Yunhao replied, "If you trust me, I have some confidence in being able to resolve this poison." The middle-aged man inhaled sharply, his pupils constricting, his expression becoming animated. After a moment, he solemnly nodded. "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. I believe in your abilities." The elder physician, already displeased by Yunhao's brusque manner, huffed softly, stepping aside to allow Yunhao space. Yunhao, not wishing to engage in petty disputes, focused on the urgent task at hand. "Where is the child's wound? Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to search for it," he asked the middle-aged man directly. The middle-aged man quickly pulled up the child's right pant leg, revealing a swollen, darkened calf with two small puncture wounds from which dark blood oozed intermittently. Yunhao called out, "Who has a knife? It needs to be sharp." Without delay, he tore open the child's pants, exposing the entire thigh, which had already changed color, indicating the spread of the snake venom within the body, a troubling sign. Given that the venom had already infiltrated the body, the method of cutting off the blood flow to prevent its spread was no longer viable. Yunhao then called out, "Quickly, fetch a bowl of yellow wine." As soon as the words left his mouth, someone handed Yunhao a small knife, its blade gleaming with a sharpness that could pierce the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunhao brought the blade down on the wound where the child had been bitten by a snake. The knife sliced through the skin, and a thick stream of dark blood oozed from the incision. After discarding the knife, Yunhao swiftly scanned the area, seized a piece of the child's clothing, and with a decisive rip, tore off a strip that he then wadded it up and forcefully pried open the child's tightly clenched jaws, stuffing the fabric into the child's mouth to prevent him from biting his own tongue during convulsions. Having completed these urgent tasks, Yunhao inquired about the whereabouts of the yellow wine, only to be approached by Sun Ping, who, with a look of desperation, tugged at his sleeve as if he had something of great importance to convey. In that moment, however, Yunhao had no time to entertain his uncle's words and waved him off, stating, "Uncle, we can discuss this later. Right now, we cannot afford to delay." Sun Ping, nearly beside himself with anxiety, had just heard from other physicians that several reputable doctors had already examined the child before he and Yunhao arrived. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the type of snake that had bitten the child, they were unable to administer the appropriate antidote, and with the venom having spread to the child's vital organs, time was of the essence. The physicians had concluded that the situation was dire, and the child's life was in jeopardy. Yunhao, in his reckless determination, had rushed forward, prompting the attending physicians to shake their heads in dismay, thinking that this young man was about to face grave consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Ping hurried to intervene, but Yunhao dismissed him with a single phrase. All Sun Ping could do was sigh in despair, hoping that Yunhao would somehow save the child's life. Otherwise, not only would Yunhao be in peril, but their clinic, Bai Keitang, would also face ruin. Moments later, a maid entered briskly, carrying a bowl of yellow wine. Yunhao reached into his pocket, retrieving a paper pouch from which he poured a small amount of detoxification powder. Roughly 2 or 3 coins worth. After a moment's thought, he added a little more. Stowing the pouch away, he combined all the detoxification powder into the bowl of yellow wine and stirred it gently to ensure the powder was fully integrated. Next, Yunhao signaled to the middle-aged man in fine clothing to open the child's mouth, and he proceeded to pour the concoction of yellow wine mixed with the detoxification powder into the child's mouth. After administering the medicine, Yunhao refrained from any further actions, instead quietly observing the child's reactions to the treatment. The expressions of those present varied as they watched either Yunhao or the child on the bed. After a while, Yunhao noted that the white foam in the child's mouth had diminished, and the black blood flowing from the gash on his leg was increasing. Seeing this, Yunhao secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. The efficacy of the cultivator's medicinal concoction was indeed remarkable. Though it was crafted from ordinary herbs, the combination of various dosages had resulted in a potent detoxification powder capable of counteracting myriad toxins. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yunhao stood and informed the middle-aged man, "The poison within the child is beginning to recede, do not fret. In due time, you shall witness a marked improvement." His words exuded confidence, prompting the man to regard him with a newfound seriousness. Nodding slowly without uttering a word, turning his gaze back to the child on the bed. As time passed, the attending physicians also recognized the changes. The child was gradually ceasing to convulse. The foaming at the mouth had stopped, and the bluish hue of his face was fading. These subtle, yet significant signs of improvement were unmistakable to the experienced doctors, leaving some of the older physicians astonished as they murmured among themselves, eager to learn the identity of this remarkable physician and puzzled by the potent effects of the detoxification powder he had employed. Sun Ping, being a seasoned practitioner himself, also noticed the child's transformation and felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his chest. After a meal's time, it became evident that the discoloration at the base of the child's thigh was waning, the snake venom gradually being expelled from the wound. At this moment, even the untrained middle-aged man could discern the change. His previously rigid expression softened, and he smiled at Yun Hao in gratitude. Yun Hao, ever vigilant in observing the child's condition, surmised that with the venom being expelled from the child's leg, it would not be long before the child regained consciousness. However, he realized that the child had lost a considerable amount of blood, and while the venom was being expelled, it was crucial to replenish his vital energy swiftly. Otherwise, he would face yet another danger. Ideally, the best remedy at this juncture would be the blood-replenishing pill that Yun Hao had yet to concoct. Naturally, he would not disclose the formula for it, as that would expose his unique concoction, a thought he would never entertain. Eschewing the blood-replenishing pill did not imply that other ordinary remedies would be ineffective. Yun Hao was aware of 3 or 4 potent formulas for restoring vital energy. However, he chose not to present them, as he had already garnered enough attention for the day and wished to avoid offending the other physicians, becoming a target of their ire. Yet, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity to showcase his skills to others, he turned to Sun Ping, who was nearby, and said, "Uncle, you possess vast experience. Please prepare a formula for this child to quickly restore his vital energy." Upon hearing Yun Hao's request, Sun Ping glanced at the child on the bed and immediately grasped the implication. Although the child's poison was nearly expelled, he had lost too much blood, resulting in a pallor that clearly indicated a deficiency in both vital energy and blood, presenting a risk of further complications if not promptly addressed. Without hesitation, Sun Ping deftly opened his medical box, retrieving paper and a brush to craft a prescription. Before long, he had composed a formula, one for a ginseng decoction, consisting solely of ginseng, but in a substantial quantity, half a pound, which was an unparalleled choice for restoring vital energy. The second formula was for the 4-substance decoction, also prescribed in large quantities, making it quite suitable under the current circumstances. Sun Ping handed the prescriptions to the middle-aged man, addressing him, "Master Song, please dispatch someone to procure these 2 prescriptions and prepare them into a decoction with all haste." The man referred to as Master Song took the prescriptions without further ado and promptly exited, clearly understanding the urgency of the situation. Time was of the essence. Before long, Master Song returned, presumably having instructed his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. Upon entering, he clasped his fists in gratitude to the dozen or so physicians present, saying, "I am deeply grateful to all of you. Please, feel free to leave. I will ensure that my steward delivers 10 taels of silver to each of you as a token of appreciation." The physicians bowed in return, some even commenting that they had achieved nothing and felt undeserving of the silver. Yet, regardless of whether it was a matter of undeserved reward or not, the physicians began to depart in succession. Sun Ping and Yun Hao hesitated, uncertain if they should leave, primarily because the 2 decoctions had yet to be administered to the child. It would not be right to depart without concluding the matter properly. Just as Yun Hao was pondering his next move, Master Song pointed at him and called out, "This young brother, please stay for a moment," and the same goes for this physician. Thus, the uncle and nephew found themselves temporarily remaining in the room. Master Song then inquired gently, "Might I ask for your name, young brother?" Yun Hao quickly replied, "It is but a humble name. I am Yun Hao. You may call me Xiao Hao, Master Song." Uncertain of Master Song's background, Yun Hao had referred to him as such because others did, suspecting he must be a leader of a faction in the martial world. Master Song then turned his gaze towards Sun Ping, asking, "And who might this be?" Yun Hao interjected in response to Master Song, "This is my uncle, surnamed Sunday." Master Song nodded and said, "Physician Sun, please take a seat. I am profoundly grateful to both of you for your assistance today. Rest assured, there will be ample rewards once this matter is concluded." Physician Sun hurriedly stood up, shaking his hands in modesty. "Master Song, you honor me. Saving lives is simply the duty of a physician. There is no need for such extravagant rewards." Sun Ping's demeanor clearly indicated his apprehension towards Master Song. to the extent that he refrained from accepting any reward even after saving a life. This left Yun Hao with a renewed understanding of Master Song's influence in the city of Ding'an. With a gentle smile, Master Song reassured, "Physician's son, do not be alarmed. This is a sincere expression of my gratitude. Please accept it. It is settled." Upon hearing this, Sun Ping fell silent, clearly aware of Master Song's temperament. As the child remained in a state of unconsciousness, still in peril, the three men focused their discussion on the child's health. Yun Hao continued to monitor the child's condition, and once he noted that the wound on the leg had ceased oozing black blood, he retrieved some hemostatic powder from Sun Ping's medical box and sprinkled it over the wound. This powder, commonly kept by physicians, was made from herbs such as Nodo ginseng, and was quite effective. After applying the hemostatic powder, he wrapped the wound with clean linen, intending to change the dressing every 2 days. Thus, the matter of the snake venom was effectively resolved. The uncle and nephew duo waited for another meal's time, and soon after, several attendants entered hastily, carrying bowls of medicinal soup. Sun Ping quickly approached, checking the temperature of the soup with his hand. Finding it lukewarm, he promptly lifted a bowl and began to administer it to the child. Continuing, the second bowl was poured in as well. After consuming the medicine, the child, who had remained unconscious for about half an hour, suddenly awoke with a cry, startling the woman beside him into a fit of tears. Master Song, too, was visibly moved, repeatedly murmuring, "It's good he has awakened. It's good he has awakened, at this moment." Yun Hao and his uncle truly felt a weight lifted from their hearts that I in a spacious, antiquely decorated parlor. Master Song occupied the head seat, while Yun Hao and Sun Ping sat to his right. The three conversed amiably over cups of tea. Tio expressed his gratitude for Yun Hao and Sun Ping's life-saving efforts for his son. Master Song instructed his steward to present them with 100 taels of silver, specifically designated as Sun Ping's personal fee, excluding Yun Hao. Sun Ping beamed with joy, utterly oblivious to the directions of the world, as this sum not only represented several months of profit for him, but also established a connection with Master Song, which was of paramount importance. This connection would empower him to stand unafraid of offending influential figures in Ding'an City in the future. Before long, a subordinate of Master Song arrived bearing a brocade box, a dagger sheathed in leather, and 10 taels of gold leaves. Master Song personally handed these items to Yun Hao, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Xiao Hao, this token is but a small gesture. You must accept it. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall be considered my brother, Song Tianxiong." Taken aback, Yun Hao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted the gifts with alacrity, for he held a genuine willingness to forge a friendship with Song Tianxiong. The 3 gifts included 10 taels of gold, a sum undoubtedly surpassing Sun Ping's 100 taels of silver, and the dagger, rumored to be a rare treasure, one of the few works crafted by the foremost master blacksmith of the state of Lu de As for the contents of the brocade box. They were of utmost necessity to Yun Hao, a 500-year-old ginseng, already taking on a human form, perfect for invigorating one's energy. Upon receiving the 3 gifts, Song Tianxiong continued with a smile. "Xiao Hao, given your remarkable medical skills, I would like to invite you to join my Ba Dao men to treat the ailments of our brothers. What do you say?" Before Yun Hao could respond, Sun Ping, who had been listening intently, nodded vigorously, saying, "Absolutely, absolutely. Rest assured, Master Song, we shall finalize this arrangement for Xiao Hao. Tomorrow, I will arrange for him to move in with you. As his elder, I am well within my rights to decide." With this, Yun Hao found himself with little to say. He knew he must heed his uncle's wishes, and besides, he had initially contemplated leaving the medical clinic. There were many matters he could not address there, but he feared that departing without a source of income would hinder his cultivation. Song Tianxiong laughed heartily. "Excellent. Then Xiao Hao shall come tomorrow. I will arrange accommodations for you today. You will receive a monthly wage of 20 taels from my treasury. I assure you, I will not have you working for free." In conclusion, Song Tianxiong treated Yun Hao and his uncle to a lavish meal before sending them home. Upon returning to the clinic, Yun Hao inquired about Song Tianxiong and Ba Dao Men. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 22. The Apothecary's Steward. Sun Ping, concerned that Yun Hao might face challenges upon joining Ba Dao Men, endeavored to share all he knew about the organization. "How long has Ba Dao Men existed?" Sun Ping was uncertain. When he first arrived in Ding'an City, Ba Dao Min had already been established for several years. Ba Dao Min wielded considerable power within Ding'an City. The brothels, gambling houses, and even half the taverns were under their ownership, a testament to their economic prowess. Additionally, they boasted over 2,000 fixed disciples, one-third of whom were skilled in martial arts, further underscoring their strength. Strangely enough, despite their formidable influence, Ba Dao Min focused solely on expanding within Ding'an City and did not seek to establish dominance in other counties. In summary, Ba Dao Min could be considered the second most powerful entity in Ding'an City, second only to the local government. Indeed, there was no issue within the city that Ba Dao Min could not resolve. Even in the face of capital offenses, they could ensure one's safety. The current master of the organization, Song Tianxiong, was said to be a disciple of the previous master, whose wife was the former master's daughter. It was clear that the old master had recognized Song Tianxiong's capabilities and entrusted him with the leadership to further the organization's legacy. Many young individuals in Ding'an City aspired to join Ba Dao Min, as membership guaranteed a life free from financial worries, allowing one to traverse the city with confidence. Today, when Song Tianxiong proactively invited Yuan Hao to join Ba Dao Min, Sun Ping hastily accepted on his behalf. Considering all these factors for Yuan Hao's future, naturally, Yuan Hao's advancement would also reflect well on Sun Ping as his uncle. After hearing Sun Ping's account of Ba Dao Min, Yuan Hao gained a newfound perspective on the organization. Strictly speaking, Ba Dao Min could not be classified as a genuine sect of the martial world. Rather, they resembled a local criminal syndicate that I in high spirits after indulging in a fair amount of wine at Ba Dao Min. Sun Ping soon grew drowsy and, after bidding Yuan Hao farewell, ascended the stairs to rest. With some leisure time, Yuan Hao took out the 3 gifts bestowed upon him by Song Tianxiong. The 10 tails of gold leaves, though not particularly heavy, gleamed enticingly in the light. Yuan Hao examined the gold leaves for a moment before tucking them away. He had run out of silver and planned to exchange the gold leaves with his uncle for small silver coins. Intending to prepare the other types of medicinal powders, particularly given his satisfaction with the detoxifying powder's performance today, which further motivated him to ready the other medicinal powders. Next, Yuan Hao opened the brocade box, revealing an old ginseng that bore resemblance to a small human child with arms and legs, nearly taking on a human form. Such old ginseng was rarely seen, not even by Sun Ping, let alone by Yuan Hao. In the invigorating powder Yuan Hao used, ginseng was a crucial ingredient. Previously, he had only used ordinary 3 to 5-year-old ginseng, which yielded satisfactory results. Now, contemplating the effects of incorporating this 500-year-old ginseng into his remedies filled him with anticipation. The third item was a dagger, less than a foot in length, its sheath crafted from the hide of an unknown animal, both soft and durable. Upon drawing the dagger, a glint of cold light flashed before his eyes. The blade was exceptionally sharp, and a gentle flick of his finger produced a crisp sound, indicating it was a finely crafted weapon. What Yuan Hao did not realize was that this dagger had been Song Tianxiong's personal weapon, a prized possession befitting the master of a prestigious organization. After a night of uninterrupted cultivation, Yuan Hao arose early to gather his belongings that in truth, he had little to pack. He had arrived with merely a bundle. While his bedding was provided by his uncle, that he possessed only a few garments, but the 3 packets of medicinal powder were of utmost importance. Before long, he had completed his preparations. Sun Ping, too, was up early, eager to personally escort Yuan Hao to Ba Dao Min, considering it a significant event. Noticing Sun Ping descend the stairs, Yuan Hao took out the 10 tails of gold leaves and said, "Uncle, could you exchange these gold leaves for small silver coins? It's impractical to carry them around as they are." Sun Ping accepted the gold leaves with a smile, saying, "Very well, I shall exchange them for you. However, do make sure to spend wisely. Bring some back for your parents to show your filial respect, understand?" Yuan Hao nodded earnestly. "I will remember, and I promise not to squander it." Sun Ping ascended the stairs and soon returned. According to common wisdom, 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 100 taels of silver, so the 10 taels of gold were exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver. Additionally, Sun Ping handed Yuan Hao 5 taels of small coins, claiming it was his pay for this period. Initially, Yuan Hao hesitated to accept, feeling it inappropriate to take his uncle's money since he had not worked a full month. Additionally, with 1,000 taels of silver in hand, he did not feel the need for the extra coins. However, Sun Ping insisted, and Yun Hao, unable to decline, accepted the gesture graciously. Once they had concluded these matters, the uncle and nephew skipped breakfast and headed straight to Ba Dao Min with Yun Hao's bundle in hand. Navigating through several streets, they arrived at the expansive estate of Ba Dao Min Ti that moment. Two men in green attire stood at the entrance, the very disciples who had visited the clinic the day prior to seek assistance. Manager Yun has arrived. Please come in. The master is awaiting you. One of the green-clad men greeted with a respectful smile upon seeing Yun Hao and Sun Ping approach. Manager Yun? I am the one you refer to as such. Yun Hao asked, puzzled. The green-clad man nodded with a smile. Indeed, the master mentioned yesterday that from today onward, you shall be the steward of the apothecary for Ba Dao Min. Upon hearing this, Yun Hao felt a surge of gratitude for Song Tianxiong's trust. To be entrusted with such responsibility upon his entry into Ba Dao Min was a rare honor not afforded to just anyone. Sun Ping, overhearing Yun Hao's new role as the steward, immediately donned a beaming expression, hurriedly greeting Yun Hao before departing. For him, his nephew's ascension to a managerial position at Ba Dao Min was a momentous occasion, deserving of celebration among his peers. Manager Yun, please, this way. The burly man in a green attire slightly bent his waist as he guided Yun Hao into the estate. Suddenly receiving such respect from others made Yun Hao feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to say, Brother, please don't call me Yun Guanshi. It feels awkward. You may call me Yun Hao or Xiao Hao instead. The green-clad man shook his head repeatedly, saying, That would be too much for me. You are the brother of the sect leader. We cannot address you by your name directly. I dare not. Seeing that this matter was unlikely to change, Yun Hao decided to let it be, allowing them to call him whatever they wished. Soon, he was led to the parlor where they had tea the previous day, where Song Tianxiong was waiting for him, having met the sect leader. And with his decision to join the Ba Dao sect, Yun Hao recognized the need to adapt to his new role. Upon seeing Song Tianxiong, he immediately positioned himself as a subordinate. There is no need for formalities. Xiao Hao, Song Tianxiong said, stepping forward to grasp Yun Hao's hand, preventing him from performing the customary greeting. Yun Hao was not one to engage in false pretenses. With Song Tianxiong's words, he felt there was no reason to remain overly polite. Then I shall heed your words and from now on refer to you as Brother Song, but that's more like it. This is the essence of manhood. No need for unnecessary niceties. Song Tianxiong laughed heartily, patting Yun Hao on the shoulder. Yun Hao quickly moved to the crux of the matter, asking, Brother Song, now that I have joined the sect, could you please assign me some tasks? Song Tianxiong waved his hand, saying, Not so fast. First, I will arrange accommodations for you. Once you are settled, we can discuss further. With that, he called out, Come in. Immediately, a disciple clad in green, the very one who had escorted Yun Hao earlier, entered briskly. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully to Song Tianxiong and greeted him as sect leader. Standing aside to await instructions that Du Lao San, Song Tianxiong addressed the disciple. From today onward, you shall accompany Xiao Hao. His safety and daily needs are now your responsibility. The man named Du Lao San promptly responded, Yes, sect leader. You can rest assured. Turning to Yun Hao, Song Tianxiong said, Xiao Hao, follow Du Lao San to see the accommodations I have prepared for you. If they do not meet your satisfaction, I will find you another place. This evening, let us share a couple of drinks together. Yun Hao, not one to be overly formal, cupped his fist in salute to Song Tianxiong. Thank you, brother, that I will head down now. Following Du Lao San, Yun Hao arrived at a small garden within the estate, traversing a short corridor that led to a secluded courtyard featuring 3 rooms. Adjacent to the small garden, the courtyard was adorned with various plants, creating an elegant ambience that Yun Hao found quite appealing at first glance. In the courtyard, the 3 rooms included a spacious main suite, which was to be Yun Hao's residence, while the smaller side rooms were designated for Du Lao San and a maid, as Du Lao San mentioned. Song Tianxiong had also arranged for Yun Hao to select 2 maids, allowing him the opportunity to choose those to his liking. It was clear that Song Tianxiong had given this matter considerable thought. However, Yun Hao had little interest in choosing maids, viewing it as akin to selecting a wife. Thus, he entrusted this task to Du Lao San while he entered his own room to assess the environment and arrange his belongings. After wandering around the room a few times, Yun Hao was genuinely pleased with the spacious and tranquil setting, deeming it an ideal place for both living and cultivating his skills. Approximately at the time it would take to finish a meal, Du Lao San returned with 2 young maids, both around 15 or 16 years of age and possessing charming appearances. Yuan Hao waved his hand, instructing Du Lao San to settle the two maids, as he preferred not to involve himself in such trivial matters. That evening, Song Tianxiong summoned several heads of the sect to introduce them to Yuan Hao. The gathering was amiable, marking the beginning of Yuan Hao's life within the Ba Dao sect. Volume 1. The Turbulent World of Mortals Chapter 23. Practical martial techniques. The medicinal hall of the Ba Dao sect had existed before Yuan Hao's arrival. But it was merely a name without substance, lacking both medicine and a physician. Generally, disciples would seek medical attention in the city. Song Tianxiong's sudden decision to appoint Yuan Hao as the steward of this medicinal hall was largely due to his recognition of Yuan Hao's medical skills and character. It could be said that Song Tianxiong was a competent sect leader, not one to overlook a capable individual. To enhance the medicinal hall, Song Tianxiong specifically instructed the accounts office to send Yuan Hao 1,000 taels of silver, allowing him to establish the hall within the estate. There were plenty of vacant rooms in the estate. Yuan Hao only needed to purchase a medicine cabinet along with various herbs and tools. While this task seemed straightforward, it proved to be rather tedious. Fortunately, the Ba Dao sect had no shortage of manpower. Yuan Hao was now regarded as a key figure within the sect. His requests were met with compliance. Medicine cabinets were typically not readily available and had to be custom-made by carpenters, which was time-consuming and would take at least half a month. Meanwhile, procuring various medicinal herbs was considerably simpler. Sun Pings by Chao Tang Clinic already had established channels for purchasing herbs, which Yuan Hao could conveniently utilize. During the half-month wait for the cabinet's construction, Yuan Hao visited his uncle's clinic almost every morning. Now that he had silver in hand, it was prudent to begin manufacturing other types of powders as soon as possible. After half a month of diligent effort, the medicinal hall of the Ba Dao sect officially opened under Yuan Hao's management. Although there were many disciples, it was not the case that someone fell ill every day. Thus, the hall remained relatively quiet. Yuan Hao was not alone in the hall. He had also enlisted 2 clever disciples to assist him with minor tasks, primarily gathering herbs, while he focused on diagnosing patients. Due to the hall's tranquility, Yuan Hao found himself with ample time for cultivation, and he began to set aside some daylight hours for meditation. Although the results were not immediately apparent, he did make some progress, ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. Most of the disciples within the Ba Dao sect were young, dedicating their days to practice martial arts and resolving conflicts, which often led to injuries. Since the medicinal hall's inception, Yuan Hao had treated numerous external injuries. Fortunately, he had access to a healing powder that, when taken orally and applied externally, worked wonders for cultivators. Regardless of the severity of the injury, taking the healing powder ensured a swift recovery without leaving noticeable scars, which greatly enhanced Yuan Hao's reputation within the Ba Dao sect. Some disciples even referred to him as Yuan, the divine healer. One morning, as Yuan Hao strolled through the estate, he passed through the small garden and along the corridor to the martial arts training ground that he often saw disciples practicing there and would frequently stand by to observe. However, most of their techniques were superficial, offering little value to him. With his cultivation level at the first tier of qi refining, he could easily fend off dozens of such disciples, making him dismissive of their martial arts. Today, the training ground was unusually quiet, with disciples gathered around observing something. Curiosity piqued, Yuan Hao approached to discover that Song Tianxiong was demonstrating his martial skills in the center of the ground. Song Tianxiong's prowess was indeed remarkable. His movements were grand and powerful, and his footwork was fluid and agile. Each strike was executed with precision, accompanied by a resounding whoosh, indicative of his inner strength. Excellent, excellent. As Song Tianxiong concluded his practice, the surrounding disciples erupted in applause. That was Yuan Hao's first time witnessing such impressive martial techniques, and he couldn't help but join in the clamor of approval. After finishing his routine, Song Tianxiong acknowledged the applause with a nod, and at that moment, he noticed Yuan Hao among the crowd. He waved his hand, signaling the disciples to commence their practice, and approached Yuan Hao. It was then that Yuan Hao noticed a small boy trailing behind Song Tianxiong. This young boy was none other than Song Tianxiong's beloved son, Song Zixuan, who was now 9 years old. Song Zixuan was strikingly handsome, with bright, expressive eyes that radiated intelligence. Despite his tender age, he exuded a maturity beyond his years. Zixuan, come here. This is Uncle Yuan, who saved your life. You should greet him. Song Tianxiong gestured for Song Zixuan to approach. Obediently, Song Zixuan stepped forward, Bowing deeply to Yun Hao, "Greetings, Uncle Yun. Thank you for saving my life." Yun Hao hurriedly helped Song Zishuan up, feeling somewhat awkward. "Brother Song, look at this." The child is unaware of the customs. "Why be so formal? Besides, you have already given me gifts to express your gratitude. How can I accept such a bow from Zishuan?" Song Tianxiong looked at his son with satisfaction before chuckling. "How could any gift compare to my son's life? In fact, I feel I owe you more. You are entirely deserving of this bow." Yun Hao smiled upon hearing this, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Song Tianxiong had a generous spirit, exhibiting the qualities of a chivalrous hero. To continue discussing it would imply a lack of respect for him. Thus, Yun Hao deftly shifted the topic. "Brother Song, your martial skills are quite impressive. Could you teach me a couple of moves for self-defense?" Song Tianxiong appraised Yun Hao from head to toe. To speak frankly, Yun Hao was not lacking in height. However, his slender build, particularly due to his years of medical study, imparted a certain scholarly air that made him appear ill-suited for martial arts. With your physique, mastering martial arts will be quite challenging. Moreover, your age is rather advanced for such pursuits. Otherwise, I would gladly impart my unique skills to you." Song Tianxiong remarked, shaking his head. Yun Hao chuckled. "Brother Song, I have no aspirations to become a martial arts master. Just teach me a few self-defense techniques, and I shall not burden you with your exceptional skills." After a moment's contemplation, Song Tianxiong replied, "Actually, I possess a set of techniques that require no internal energy. They are simple yet remarkably practical. Allow me to demonstrate them here." He then inquired, "By the way, did you bring the dagger I gifted you? If so, take it out, and I shall demonstrate the techniques for you to observe." "Yes, I have it." Yun Hao responded eagerly, swiftly retrieving the sharp dagger from his bosom and handing it to Song Tianxiong. Receiving the dagger, Song Tianxiong called over a disciple to act as a sparring partner. He began by executing a series of feints with the dagger. 5 moves in total, each impressively straightforward and easy to remember. However, these 5 moves exuded a lethal intent, clearly designed for combat, far beyond mere flashy displays. Song Tianxiong proceeded to demonstrate the sequence a second time, then waved the disciple away. "Xiao Hao, have you memorized them? If so, practice them for me to see." Yun Hao nodded, affirming that he had retained the techniques. "That I shall give them a try. I would appreciate your guidance, Brother Song." Taking the dagger, Yun Hao adjusted his stance and began to practice. Executing the moves flawlessly, Song Tianxiong nodded slightly. "Very good. Xiao Hao, remember these 3 words when applying these techniques: steady, precise, and ruthless. These moves, adapted from grappling techniques, are meant for close combat. Only by catching the opponent off guard can they be effective. These 3 words are the keys to victory. Make sure to remember them." Yun Hao listened intently, nodding occasionally, aware that such wisdom could be the difference between life and death at a critical moment. Finally, Song Tianxiong added, "What you currently lack is speed. With diligent practice, you must enhance your striking speed." "Thank you, Brother Song. I have learned much," Yun Hao said respectfully, clasping his fists in gratitude, with a smile and a wave. Song Tianxiong replied, "Continue practicing at your own pace, that I must take my leave now, but I shall return for a drink with you soon." After watching Song Tianxiong and his son depart, Yun Hao practiced with the dagger for several more rounds, striving for fluidity in his movements until he could replicate the techniques effortlessly, even with his eyes closed. Thus, for the following period, every night after meditating until dawn, Yun Hao would rise to practice these 5 lethal techniques. Eventually, he even devised 1 or 2 new techniques based on them. A month had swiftly passed since Yun Hao joined the Bidao sect, consumed with matters regarding the pharmacy and his martial skills, almost forgetting to check on the return of the immortal practitioner on Fengling Mountain. Fortunately, he overheard several disciples discussing Fengling Mountain today, prompting him to recall his long absence from there. The next day, Yun Hao arose earlier than usual. As soon as the city gates opened, he set off toward Fengling Mountain. Upon ascending to the mountainside, he found the Jintian Temple as serene as ever, devoid of any visitors. Observing this, Yun Hao surmised that the immortal, spoken of by common folk, had not yet returned. Many ordinary citizens and dignitaries in Dangon City were aware of the presence of an immortal here. Had the immortal been in residence, the scene before the Jintian Temple would surely have been vastly different. Nevertheless, having made the trip, Yun Hao resolved to enter and inquire, so as not to have made the journey in vain. Upon entering the temple, he encountered the same young acolyte as before, with no other individuals in sight at times. Yunhao pondered whether the temple housed only this solitary acolyte. The acolyte, engrossed in cleaning, glanced up and remarked, "Ah, it's you again. Please come back in a few days." The immortal should return within the next few days, grateful for the information. Yunhao thanked him and turned to descend the mountain. Having waited a month, a few additional days were of little consequence. He planned to return in 3 or 4 days. Upon returning to the city, Yunhao stopped by his uncle's medical clinic. With nothing pressing to attend to, he quietly returned to the Bidao sect to await another opportunity to ascend the mountain and meet the immortal, uncertain if this forthcoming meeting would bring fortune or misfortune. Yunhao felt a twinge of unease within 3 days swiftly passed. Today, Yunhao intended to ascend Fengling Mountain, but was unexpectedly delayed by a pressing matter. Early that morning, several individuals within the sect suffered from severe diarrhea, with some becoming so weak that they nearly collapsed. Upon receiving the news, Yunhao understood the gravity of the situation and hurried to examine and inquire about each case. After thorough questioning, Yunhao deduced that they had consumed contaminated food and promptly decided to administer a medicinal broth with added saline to those afflicted. Having diagnosed the issue, he quickly prepared the remedy, instructing his subordinates to hastily brew the medicine for everyone. For an entire morning, Yunhao devoted himself to ensuring the well-being of these individuals, managing to avert any severe complications. After lunch, he noted that many were beginning to recover, allowing him to finally attend to his own affairs. In the afternoon, Yunhao found himself once again at the entrance of the Jiantian Temple. Today, the temple was teeming with people, those seeking an audience with the immortal lined up for dozens of meters. This unmistakable crowd indicated that the immortal had indeed returned to the temple. Yunhao's purpose differed from that of the ordinary folk, necessitating discretion to avoid revealing his true intentions. Thus, he chose to wait until all the others had entered before seeking an opportunity to slip inside alone. Circling around the temple, he discovered a massive square stone at the rear, perfectly flat on top. With a gentle leap, he ascended approximately 2 meters to land atop the stone, basking in the warm afternoon sun. The area behind the temple was tranquil, providing Yunhao with an ideal spot to meditate and absorb energy in preparation for his nocturnal visit to the immortal. Before long, he entered a state of profound tranquility. And perhaps due to the abundant trees on the mountain, he found himself absorbing more spiritual energy than usual, resulting in a notably fruitful session. As night fell, and the moon rose high in the sky, Yunhao descended from the stone, having achieved a satisfying level of cultivation. The Jiantian Temple was now enveloped in silence, a stark contrast to the daytime bustle, allowing him to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. As he approached the temple's entrance, an almost imperceptible sound caught his attention, causing him to halt abruptly and strain to discern its origin. After a prolonged moment of silence, while the peculiar sound had faded, Yunhao became aware of a faint yet distinct metallic scent wafting from within the temple. His expression darkened. Something felt amiss, instilling an unsettling sense of foreboding within him, as though danger loomed nearby. At that moment, he considered retreating, but a sense of reluctance held him back. Resolutely, he decided to venture inside cautiously to uncover the source of the disturbance. Should he sense anything amiss, he would exit immediately. Foregoing the meeting with the immortal, with determination, Yunhao opted not to continue toward the entrance, but instead leapt lightly onto the wall. Peering over the wall, he surveyed the interior of the Jiantian Temple. Of the 3 side rooms, only the one on the right emitted light, from which a thin trail of bloodied scent seeped through the door-esque crevice. Yunhao stealthily descended from the wall and approached the illuminated room, moistening his fingertip with saliva before gently puncturing the paper-covered window. Through the tiny gap, he beheld a scene that sent chills down his spine, instantly leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Inside the room lay 3 lifeless female bodies, each brutally disemboweled, their blood pooling on the floor, resembling a hellish nightmare. In the opposite corner, 3 mangled infant corpses rested atop a table, evidently extracted alive from the bellies of the deceased women. Standing beside the infant remains was a man in a dark blue robe, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. Yet his hands were drenched in blood, and his expression twisted in malevolence, resembling a devil rather than a celestial being. Yunhao, witnessing this horrific tableau, felt his throat tighten, muscles tense, and heart race. The TO claim he was unafraid would be a lie. Despite being a cultivator, he had never encountered such terror, and merely remaining conscious in that moment was a feat in itself. It was evident that this place was fraught with peril. Yunhao signaled his desire to leave, regretting his earlier decision to investigate, but he understood that the figure within the room, resembling a demon, was undoubtedly the immortal spoken of in hushed whispers, a practitioner far beyond his capabilities. Under such dire circumstances, could Yunhao expect to escape unscathed after uncovering the secret of this formidable cultivator? The answer is singular. Yunhao is doomed. With great difficulty, Yunhao swallowed hard and began to retreat slowly. Just as he neared the corner of the wall, he inadvertently stepped on something foreign beneath his feet, producing a faint sound that in the stillness of the night. This noise was enough to alert the cultivator within the house. Without hesitation, Yunhao leaped vigorously, vaulting over the surrounding wall, and then sprinted down the mountain. Given Yunhao's previously honed agility, he was quite swift, especially when exerting every ounce of strength. Generally, no martial artist could hope to catch up with him. However, before he could cover much distance, he sensed a figure rapidly closing in behind him. A bitter smile crept across Yunhao's face. This was the disparity of power that he wondered what level of cultivation the person pursuing him possessed. One thing was certain. If he continued on this path, he might not witness the dawn of a new day. In the face of adversity, Yunhao found an unexpected calm. Panic was futile. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to extricate himself from this predicament. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and finally resolved, he halted, turning to confront the swiftly approaching cultivator. Within 2 breaths, the cultivator reached Yunhao's side, and upon catching sight of him from a distance, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Before Yunhao could utter a word, the cultivator, with a grim expression and eyes gleaming with cold light, inquired, "Whose disciple are you? What brings you here?" Yunhao, adopting an exceedingly respectful demeanor, replied to the elder, "I am but a wanderer without a sect, merely practicing erratically from a book passed down in my family. I came here today to seek your guidance." "Esteemed elder Ditso, you are a loose cultivator. I never expected to encounter a practitioner in this remote locality. How intriguing. However, young man, having stumbled upon my affairs, you shall meet your end today." The cultivator brandished a short sword, seemingly conjured from thin air, and advanced menacingly toward Yunhao. "Please, elder, hold your hand that I have matters to discuss," Yunhao urged, hastily stepping back. "Boy, with death imminent, what more is there to discuss?" "Very well, let us see what tricks you still have up your sleeve. Your cultivation is unparalleled, esteemed elder. I do not presume I could escape your grasp." Yunhao conceded, "I have come prepared to serve you as a disciple, willing to devote my life to your service. Furthermore, I have achieved some level of cultivation myself. Surely it would be more advantageous for you to have me running errands than to seek a mere mortal." The cultivator, upon hearing Yunhao's words, felt a flicker of temptation. It wasn't that he desired Yunhao as a servant, but rather he recalled a technique he intended to practice that required the fresh blood of a cultivator as a catalyst. Wasn't Yunhao an ideal candidate? Yet, he remained skeptical that Yunhao would comply with his wishes, and keeping Yunhao close would necessitate caution against any potential schemes. Nonetheless, the allure of the technique was undeniable, prompting him to concoct a plan that he subtly flicked his right hand, concealing a talisman within his palm as he approached Yunhao, speaking, "Indeed, your words resonate with me. You possess commendable roots. Let us make a pact. Today, I shall take you as my disciple." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, seemingly to pat Yunhao's shoulder affectionately, while in reality, he intended to use the talisman to control him. Just as the hand was about to land on Yunhao's shoulder, he sprang into action, executing a swift countergrab to seize the cultivator's hand that held the talisman, preventing it from descending. With his other hand, he thrust forward sharply, a flash of cold light cutting through the air. A soft thud resonated as the dagger given to him by Song Tianxiong plunged deep into the cultivator's chest, precisely at the heart. Having succeeded, Yunhao immediately released his grip and leapt back 3 to 4 meters. Watching the wounded cultivator from a distance, the cultivator, in disbelief, gazed down at the dagger embedded in his chest. He had thought he had Yunhao at his mercy, but in his moment of carelessness, he had failed to employ a protective talisman, allowing Yunhao to gain the upper hand with a single strike to his heart. In that moment, the cultivator coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground with a resounding thud, his body convulsing intermittently. gasping for breath, his life quickly ebbing away. However, Yunhao dared not approach just yet. As the saying goes, a centipede, even when dead, does not become stiff, and who could say what tricks a cultivator might still have up their sleeve? After what felt like an eternity, the fallen cultivator lay still, devoid of any motion. Yunhao picked up a stone and hurled it at the body, striking the head and creating a gaping wound, yet the figure remained unresponsive. Only then did Yunhao feel a semblance of safety. Sighing in relief, he wiped the sweat from his brow and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The tension had drained him, and he only now realized how fatigued he truly was. After a brief respite, Yunhao stood and approached the corpse of the cultivator. Scanning it closely, he bent down to retrieve the short sword, and then began to search the man's waist and pockets. That a moment later, he indeed discovered several items. Among them was an ancient-looking book, which he could not examine closely in the darkness. So he simply tucked it away. Additionally, he found a small jade vial, roughly the size of a child's fist. Shaking the vial, he could hear a rolling sound within. Of course, in the pitch darkness, he could not discern its contents. But it was his now, and he could examine it later. After securing his newfound treasures, Yunhao glanced around and dragged the cultivator's body away, discarding it in a nearby thicket before making his way down the mountain. As for whether there were any valuable items remaining in the temple, Yunhao had considered it, but the horrifying scene he had witnessed left him without the courage to return in search of more. He could only abandon the idea. Not far outside the city, Yunhao found a clean spot to sit and meditate, but it was still the dead of night. The city gates firmly closed. He could not return. So he resigned himself to spending the night outside. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 25. Elixirs within the Ba Dao sect. Yunhao found himself alone in a room with the door tightly shut. In his hands, he held the ancient book he had acquired, flipping through its pages as his expression shifted dramatically. This tome contained records of a cultivation method and several spells, but the means of practicing this method were shocking, employing terrifying methods that most would not even conceive. The horrific scene Yunhao had witnessed the previous night at the temple, including the 3 infant corpses, were preparations made by that cultivator for the sake of this dark practice. Though Yunhao possessed little knowledge of cultivation, it was evident to him that this book detailed a nefarious technique. Pursuing such a path would defy the heavens, and he vowed never to practice it, even if it cost him his life. Yunhao slowly closed the book, initially contemplating its destruction. However, upon reflection, he decided to keep it, as it was the first text he had encountered in his cultivation journey, and it might serve a purpose in the future. Next, he retrieved the small jade vial, examining it closely. The vial was evidently crafted from exquisite jade, with no other remarkable features. Gingerly, he removed the wooden stopper and tilted the vial into his palm. 3 pea-sized, slightly greenish objects tumbled out, resembling elixirs. Yunhao was momentarily taken aback, but he gently picked up one of the items, bringing it to his nose, and was greeted by a fragrant aroma that instantly cleared his mind. Overjoyed, Yunhao was nearly certain that these items were elixirs. Although he was unaware of their names, he decided not to rush. He could later search his mind for any elixirs he had encountered that resembled these. Reflecting on his harrowing experience at the temple, he realized he had narrowly escaped with his life. The cultivator practicing dark magic was at the 3rd level of Qi manipulation, 2 realms above Yunhao. Boasting ample combat experience and a ruthless disposition that if not for Yunhao's quick thinking, he might very well have ended up a corpse in the wilderness. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. But instead of fear, it ignited his determination to cultivate further. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was unbearable. He understood that only by growing stronger could he take control of his own destiny. He then examined the short sword wielded by the cultivator. Although it was only slightly longer than Yunhao's dagger, it was clearly a formidable weapon, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, exuding a potent aura that seemed superior to that of his own dagger. Yunhao couldn't help but marvel at the might of cultivators. Even the weapon of one he had managed to defeat would be considered a treasure in the eyes of an ordinary person. That morning, as some individuals ventured up the mountain to seek out the immortal master, they stumbled upon the gruesome scene in the temple, which sparked a wave of panic, faced with such horror. It was no surprise that few could remain composed. Soon, not a soul was left on Fengling Mountain. Before long, the county officials, alerted to the bloodshed, dispatched officers and coroner to investigate. the officers discovered the immortal master's corpse hidden in the woods along the path. This incident quickly spread throughout the small town of Ding'an, stirring up a frenzy of gossip. Yun Hao, oblivious to the commotion outside, remained unconcerned about the turmoil beyond his door. Last night, he left no discernible clues at the scene. What could a few footprints possibly reveal? Moreover, he was situated within the Ba Dao sect, serving as the steward of the medicinal hall. Typically, when a murder occurs, the authorities would first communicate with the Ba Dao sect to ascertain any connections. If the incident bears no relation to the sect, the officials would proceed with their investigation without suspecting any member of the Ba Dao sect, especially not Yun Hao, the steward of the medicinal hall, who would be beyond reproach. Therefore, Yun Hao remained comfortably at home, engrossed in his own pursuits. After considerable effort in searching and comparing, Yun Hao ultimately concluded that the 3 pills within the jade bottle were of a different kind, specifically a pill known as Bu Jin Dan, which enhances cultivation during the qi refinement stage. According to the records in his mind, the higher the grade of Bu Jin Dan, the more intense its green hue would appear. The Bu Jin Dan in Yun Hao's possession, based on its coloration, could only be classified as a low-grade pill within the first tier. Despite its modest rank, it was the first authentic pill Yun Hao had ever owned, filling him with unparalleled excitement. Yun Hao refrained from consuming the Bu Jin Dan immediately, for until he could concoct his own pills, these 3 were treasures not to be squandered. Perhaps he would utilize them upon breaking through to the second tier, where they might prove significantly beneficial. Half a month after the incident at Jiantianguan, Yun Hao had exhausted the medicinal powders he had prepared at the clinic, namely the Yi Qi San and the Shi Sui San, necessitating a new batch, or else he would lack even for his evening dose. Being the steward of the medicinal hall indeed had its advantages. At least he could procure his own medicines without incurring expenses. And with the assistance of 2 subordinates to help grind the herbs, their combined efforts yielded impressive results, allowing them to prepare the Yi Qi San in just a morning. This time, Yun Hao added a portion of a 500-year-old mountain ginseng to the Yi Qi San. Not the entire root, but merely a third, as he chose to preserve the remainder. That evening, after consuming the Yi Qi San, Yun Hao distinctly felt its effects. The dosage he took was equivalent to what he previously required for 2 doses, significantly boosting his internal spiritual energy. Based on this potency, Yun Hao estimated that he could potentially break through to the second tier within the next half-year. However, without the aid of medicinal support, relying solely on his gradual cultivation, achieving the second tier within 3 years would be exceedingly challenging, thus underscoring the immense role that pills play in the path of cultivation as the seasons changed. Yun Hao found himself nearing a year in Ding'an City, during which much had transpired. He had transitioned from a physician at the clinic to the personal physician of the Ba Dao sect, elevating his status considerably, making him a figure of some repute in Ding'an City. Secondly, he had acquired 3 pills and a short sword previously wielded by a practitioner of the mystical arts, marking significant gains. Thirdly, over the past year, he had consumed an entire 500-year-old mountain ginseng, and through his relentless efforts, his cultivation had made substantial progress. Just a few days prior, Yun Hao had finally ascended from the first layer of qi refinement to the second, representing another noteworthy achievement. In comparison to other stages of cultivation, the qi refinement stage is relatively easier to progress through. Of course, without spiritual roots, a solid foundation, or appropriate medicinal assistance, even the qi refinement phase can prove to be quite formidable. Although Yun Hao lacked spiritual roots, he was fortunate to possess other requisite conditions. He transitioned from martial arts internal energy to qi refinement, had access to a plethora of relevant medicinal aids, and additionally benefited from a 500-year-old mountain ginseng, making the breakthrough to this layer fairly straightforward. TOA cultivator, the 500-year-old mountain ginseng is considered a rare treasure, capable of yielding great benefits when refined into pills. Frankly speaking, the distinction between the first and second layers of qi refinement is not particularly pronounced, nor is there a significant display of difference. The only notable change is the increased absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during cultivation, resulting in a slightly more robust internal energy. Having achieved a breakthrough, Yun Hao's spirits were notably high. For a cultivator, few things can bring greater joy than the advancement of one's abilities. As the lunar month of December approached, Yun Hao planned to return home earlier this year, as the journey from Ding'an City to Yunjiazhuang is no short trek, requiring a fortnight for a single visit. Throughout the year, despite spending considerable sums on medicinal materials, Yun Hao managed to save 200 to 300 taels of silver. This time, he aimed to bring back more valuable items to bring joy to his parents. A few days later, Yun Hao mentioned his homeward journey to Song Tianxiong, who had no objections. Indeed, he even arranged for a fine steed for Yun Hao to ride home, thus shortening the travel time. Additionally, Song Tianxiong prepared various gifts for Yun Hao's parents, ranging from textiles to tea leaves, encompassing nearly everything Yun Hao intended to bring back, allowing him to save a considerable sum. Yun Hao appreciated Song Tianxiong's kindness. Remembering the old adage, one relies on parents at home and on friends when away. Song Tianxiong proved himself to be a worthy friend that on that day, the weather was clear and bright. The sun shining warmly. Though it was winter, Yun Hao, a cultivator, felt no chill but rather a warmth in his heart, perhaps due to the anticipation of returning home. Mounted on a magnificent steed, he trotted towards Chongling town. A large bundle of gifts strapped to the horse's rear, filled with treasures destined for home. Riding a fine horse allowed for much swifter travel. Previously, journeys by carriage were bumpy and time-consuming, taking 4 to 5 days to reach the first town. Whereas now, he arrived in just over 2 days. After spending a night in the town to rest and prepare provisions, Yun Hao set forth once more. 6 days later, Yun Hao returned to Chongling town. And the first order of business was to visit Dr. Sun, delivering the items that Sun Ping had brought back for him. Yun Hao was not one to forget his roots. Without the elder, his life would have taken a different course. After spending a night at the clinic in Chongling town, the two of them shared a drink together, and Dr. Sun expressed great satisfaction with Yun Hao's current progress. The next morning, Yun Hao mounted his steed and galloped away, feeling increasingly anxious as he neared home. Wishing he could arrive in an instant that in his previous life, Yun Hao had lacked the warmth of parental love, making him particularly sensitive to the comforts of home. Thus, now that he could return, no distance felt too great. Furthermore, as a cultivator on this path, he would inevitably drift further from the mundane world. So seizing the opportunity to honor his parents was paramount to avoid future regrets. Volume 1. The Winds of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 26. Secrets of the Ba Dao Sect. Yun Hao spent nearly a month at home, enjoying a harmonious reunion with his family during the new year. His return on horseback brought considerable pride to Yun Tian. Moreover, he brought back several hundred taels of silver, a sum unprecedented in the Yun household, which Yun Tian had never encountered in his lifetime. With newfound wealth, Yun Tian generously invited his 2 daughters and their husbands to celebrate the new year together, resulting in a year filled with joy. After the Lantern Festival, Yun Hao returned to Ding'an City. Upon learning of Yun Hao's return, Song Tianxiong wasted no time in inviting him for drinks with several prominent members of the sect. During the gathering, Song Tianxiong revealed news that Yun Hao had not yet learned. The Ba Dao sect would begin recruiting disciples after the Lantern Festival. This recruitment was a significant event within the Ba Dao sect, occurring every 3 years and lasting only half a month, during which children from all towns in Ding'an City would be sent for selection. Indeed, the Ba Dao sect's recruitment specifically targets children around the age of 10. With no consideration for older candidates that, of course, adults can join the Ba Dao sect, but their status will never rival that of those nurtured from a young age. As Yun Hao learned, Song Tianxiong himself had grown up within the Ba Dao sect, having been selected during one of these triennial recruitments, as had the other prominent members present. Song Tianxiong entrusted Yun Hao with a task. During the half-month recruitment period, he was to examine the health of each prospective disciple. Any with poor health were to be dismissed without exception. Strictly speaking, the authority bestowed upon Yun Hao by Song Tianxiong was quite considerable. It is essential to understand that within the entire Ding'an County, encompassing all towns within its jurisdiction, whether affluent or not, every family aspires for their children to gain admission into the renowned Ba Dao Men for training. Any child selected by Ba Dao Men is deemed to have a promising future, and their families bask in the reflected glory. Thus, the selection of disciples by Ba Dao Men is a momentous event in Ding'an City. Long before the new year, Ba Dao Men had announced the forthcoming selection of disciples to the local officials of over a dozen towns, hoping they would present a multitude of suitable candidates. Yun Hao occupies a pivotal role in this selection process. If he gives his approval, the child is accepted into Ba Dao Men, but if he disapproves, the child must return once they came to secure a place for their children in Ba Dao Men. Countless parents devise various strategies each year, seeking connections and circumventing protocols to ensure their offspring are admitted. Hence, Yun Hao wields tremendous influence. Yet this position can easily lead to animosity. However, Yunhao remains undeterred, for he holds a favorable regard for Song Tianxiong, since Song Tianxiong places such trust in him. Yunhao is determined to execute this task flawlessly. The Dao Min conducts its disciple selection every 3 years, with only 300 slots available each time. Besides Yunhao's critical assessment, there are 2 additional evaluations. Naturally, even if a child passes the latter 2 tests, if Yunhao deems their physical constitution unsatisfactory, they will not gain entry into Dao Min. Recently, the atmosphere within Dao Min has been bustling with activity as preparations for the imminent selection are underway. With the exception of Yunhao, who finds himself at leisure. His responsibility is straightforward. With a mere pulse diagnosis, he can ascertain each child's health condition, a task in which he excels, necessitating no extensive preparation. Consequently, while others toil, he remains unoccupied. Time swiftly passes, and soon the day of selection arrives. Outside the grand estate of Dao Min, disciples are already stationed to maintain order. The area outside the estate is teeming with people, numbering in the thousands, predominantly parents accompanied by their children. Some have arrived on foot, others by carriage, a diverse crowd indeed. Certain parents even arrived as early as midnight the previous night, eager to secure a prime position, highlighting the significance placed on Dao Min's recruitment. Yunhao, too, rises early, as his role is assigned to the final stage of the selection. Initially, several other heads within the sect conduct preliminary assessments, posing questions to test the children's intellect. This initial phase primarily aims to evaluate the children's cleverness. Those deemed lacking are sent back, for Dao Min is no charitable institution that indiscriminately accepts anyone. The first round consumes an entire day, with numerous children being deemed unfit and returned home, leaving fewer than 500 candidates. The following day, these remaining children undergo further testing, which consists of identifying characters written on silk scrolls. Those who can recognize all characters are considered to have passed this stage, to be the end of this round. The remaining children number less than 300, and the next day marks the onset of Yunhao's responsibilities. On the 3rd day, Yunhao is already at his post early, as children line up to present themselves for his examination. With his medical expertise and qi cultivation, identifying latent ailments within these children poses little challenge. However, due to Yunhao being the sole examiner, he only manages to assess half of the children by day's end. Among those, several exhibit varying degrees of health issues, some congenital and others acquired, conditions that would hinder their future martial training. Thus, such children cannot be accepted to be the 4th day. Yunhao completes his duties, leaving under 200 healthy and intelligent children, all of whom can read and are exceptional among their peers. These selected children will reside within the estate, where dedicated instructors will impart martial skills, leaving them only to hone their abilities done on the 3rd day after their admission. It is said that Song Tianxiong personally met with each child, selecting 2 or 3 as key disciples for special training. To Yunhao, this seemed a trivial matter. After all, who would be a sect leader without their own chosen disciples? Thus, he dismissed it, hearing and forgetting the incident that in the subsequent days, Yunhao diligently practices. Unaware that he has not seen Song Tianxiong for several days, nor does he know where he has gone. Several weeks later, upon Song Tianxiong's return, he promptly requests Yunhao's presence. They reconvene in the spacious parlor, where Yunhao, oblivious to the occasion's significance, inquires, "Brother Song, did you summon me for something?" Song Tianxiong nods solemnly, replying, "Indeed, Xiaohao, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. You must promise to keep today's revelations confidential." Taken aback, Yunhao perceives the gravity of the matter from Song Tianxiong's demeanor and solemnly assures him, "Rest assured, Brother Song. Today, I shall retain this knowledge within me, concealing all I witness and hear. Follow me." Song Tianxiong instructs, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestures for Yunhao to accompany him. He leads Yunhao to a corner of the parlor, where he discreetly presses a concealed mechanism. A subtle click resonates, and a section of the wall slowly slides open, revealing a hidden chamber. Song Tianxiong strides into the chamber, lighting several candles, with Yunhao closely trailing behind. After entering, Song Tianxiong presses another spot, causing the chamber's entrance to seal shut. Yunhao surveys the modestly sized chamber, which houses a large table flanked by 2 chairs, atop which rests an ornate box, the only other item present. Song Tianxiong motions for Yunhao to sit, then states, "Xiaohao, after our time together, I recognize you as a trustworthy brother, which is why I wish to share this matter with you. Additionally, I require your assistance. Yun Hao, composed, responds, Brother, please feel free to speak. Xiao Hao, in truth, Ba Dao Men is not a significant sect. We merely function as a branch under the true Ba Dao Men. Across all counties within Yongchang Prefecture, Ba Dao Men is present, and our Ding'an Ba Dao Men falls under its jurisdiction. Furthermore, the principal sect of Ba Dao Men is not located here, but is said to lie in Guangling Prefecture. Song Tianxiong pauses before continuing. Ba Dao Men is not an ordinary worldly sect. We have the backing of a celestial sect. Yun Hao is not only astonished but also exhilarated, as this is his first encounter with news of cultivators so close at hand. Song Tianxiong observes him with a knowing smile, adding, You heard correctly. It is indeed a celestial sect, that I have even met a celestial master capable of flight. Ba Dao Men serves as the earthly representative of the celestial sect, and each year we remit our earnings to them. Additionally, we are tasked with identifying disciples possessing celestial roots. This year's recruitment was primarily aimed at uncovering such talents. Recently, I discovered 3 children with celestial roots among the candidates. Yun Hao is momentarily overwhelmed, as it is his first time hearing of the necessity for celestial roots in cultivation, a revelation that underscores his lack of knowledge in this area. Yet this presents an opportunity to rectify his ignorance. Song Tianxiong continues, In fact, for children with celestial roots emerge this time, one of whom is my son, Song Zishuanda. We are preparing to send these 4 to Guangling Prefecture, where celestial masters will receive them for initiation into their sect. Your role is to accompany and safeguard them along the journey. You are aware that the road to Guangling is long, and while I will dispatch brothers from the sect to escort them, I worry that they may become unwell due to unfamiliar surroundings. Hence, your presence will be invaluable for their care. I end the first volume. The turbulent affairs of the mortal realm emerge. Chapter 27. Spirit Stones. Song Tianxiong's request for Yun Hao to serve as a traveling physician for this secretive mission takes him by surprise. He had speculated about the nature of this confidential matter, never anticipating that it would involve accompanying the children. This arrangement grants Yun Hao the chance to encounter other cultivators, fueling his somewhat naive aspirations of seizing this opportunity. Naturally, Yun Hao conceals his excitement, replying earnestly, Please rest assured, Brother Song, that I will diligently ensure the well-being of the 4 children during our journey, guaranteeing that they arrive in Guangling in good health. By the way, Brother Song, how are you able to discern which children possess celestial roots? Song Tianxiong chuckled and said, Since I have divulged such crucial matters regarding the Badando sect to you, allow me to broaden your horizons. Upon finishing his words, Song Tianxiong reached for a brocade box resting on the table, gently opening its lid and cautiously extracting a stone roughly the size of a child's fist at first glance. This stone bore a resemblance to jade, its surface smooth and lustrous, undeniably appealing. However, a slight blemish marred its aesthetic, as dark impurities were clearly visible within, detracting from its overall beauty. When Song Tianxiong unveiled this stone, Yun Hao could distinctly sense the air around them becoming infused with a vibrant and concentrated spiritual energy. Behold this stone, he continued, bestowed upon us by the immortal masters, known as a spirit stone. Anyone possessing a celestial root can feel the spiritual energy within when they grasp the spirit stone, while those without such roots are oblivious to it. He chuckled, adding, As for me, your elder brother, I can handle spirit stones nearly every day, yet I am unable to perceive any spiritual energy within them. Thus I am, regrettably, not destined for the path of cultivation. Spirit stone? Yun Hao pondered, recalling that his studies on cultivation had not mentioned such a thing. Nor did the tome on demonic arts he had previously acquired reference spirit stones. Thus, he found himself entirely in the dark regarding their purpose. Song, elder brother, do you know what this spirit stone is used for? This spirit stone is an indispensable treasure for the immortal masters during their cultivation. It is said that they can absorb the spiritual energy contained within to enhance their prowess. Upon hearing this, Yun Hao comprehended that the spirit stone harbored denser spiritual energy than that found in the outside world, akin to a medicinal pill that serves as a vital aid for cultivators. Nodding in understanding, Yun Hao watched as Song Tianxiong reverently placed the spirit stone back into the brocade box. Subsequently, Song Tianxiong cautioned Yun Hao about several matters requiring attention before they both exited the secret chamber, each preparing for their respective journeys. Ding'an County. a small district under the jurisdiction of Yongchang Prefecture, lay in a remote and secluded area. Traveling by carriage from Ding'an County to Yongchang Prefecture would take nearly a month. And Yongchang Prefecture itself was one of the 6 districts under the governance of Guangling Prefecture, requiring an additional month and a half to reach. The arduousness of the journey was thus evident. Before departing, Yunhao made a visit to his cousin's medical hall, informing him of his impending trip to Guangling Prefecture, suggesting it could be a year or 2 before he returned, that he requested his cousin to convey a message of safety to his family. Additionally, he instructed his subordinates to prepare ample supplies of various powders for the journey, believing that it is always prudent to be well prepared. And on the 4th day, following the conversation between Song Tianxiong and Yunhao in the secret chamber, Yunhao set forth with the 3 selected disciples who possessed celestial roots, alongside Song Zishuan. Accompanying them were 50 meticulously chosen disciples from the Badando sect, each skilled in martial arts and adept in combat, tasked with ensuring the safety of the 4 children and Yunhao throughout their journey. Leading this expedition was a seasoned head of the Badando sect named Luo Li, who had previously led a team to the Badando sect headquarters in Guangling Prefecture 3 years prior. Once again, it was this veteran who took the reins. The 4 children destined for cultivation shared a carriage adorned with the emblem of the Badando sect. Others, including Yunhao, rode on horseback, and thus a procession of 52 horses and a cart set forth from the city gates before dawn. The 50 disciples divided into 2 teams, each consisting of 25 members. Yunhao and Luo Li positioned themselves on either side of the cart. 2 spirited horses drew the cart, and the experienced driver ensured their swift progress. After a morning's travel, they had covered nearly 50 miles that in 6 or 7 more days. They would exit the boundaries of Ding'an City, passing through 2 small towns along the way. During this stretch, the banner of the Badu sect proved quite effective. Generally, upon seeing the cart's emblem, most would refrain from provoking them. However, according to Luo Li, once they left the jurisdiction of Ding'an County, they would likely encounter bandits. Fortunately, within Yongchang Prefecture, nearly every county town housed a branch of the Badu sect, ensuring a degree of safety wherever they roamed. As twilight descended, the group arrived at a small village, causing quite a stir among the villagers as they entered. Luo Li, as the leader of this expedition, sought out the village chief to arrange accommodations for the party. While the adults could make do with a night under the stars, it was imperative that the 4 young ones had proper lodging, particularly since one of them was Song Min, as only son. Luo Li had watched Song Zishuan grow up and would not allow him to suffer any discomfort. The village was indeed quite small. The chief vacated his home, which barely accommodated the 4 children and the 2 leaders, Luo Li and Yunhao, along with a dozen disciples, leaving the remainder of the group and their horses to endure the night outside. The following morning, the party resumed their journey with the goal of reaching the first town before nightfall for some much-needed rest. They progressed steadily, and after 6 or 7 days, they exited Ding'an County and entered another jurisdiction. Following the route they had previously taken, Luo Li and the others adhered to the main road, intentionally bypassing the county town where another branch of the Badu sect was present. This town would soon select disciples with celestial roots to be sent to Guangling Prefecture. However, such individuals were not easily found. Sometimes it could take over a decade to discover one with a celestial root, which in essence is a spiritual root. Those possessing such roots find cultivation significantly easier. The discovery of 4 children with spiritual roots by the Badu sect in Ding'an County was a rare occurrence, which is why Song Tianxiong placed great importance on their escort, enlisting Yunhao for the task. After a fortnight of travel, the group reached the foot of a mountain, with a treacherous path ahead that would take nearly 10 days to navigate. This mountainous terrain posed significant challenges. Not only was the route rugged, but some sections could accommodate only a single cart. The most daunting aspect of this journey, however, was the presence of bandits who were known to ambush travelers. Even the Badu sect was not immune to such attacks, as the vastness of the mountains provided ample hiding places for these marauders. Thus, with past experiences in mind, Luo Li insisted on a thorough rest for everyone before embarking on the perilous ascent. They checked their weapons and horses, ensuring they were adequately prepared before cautiously leading the way up the mountainside. The initial stretch of the path was carved into the mountainside, relatively easy to traverse, and wide enough for their group. Though flanked by towering trees, Luo Li assured them of its safety, encouraging a relaxed demeanor that in truth, a group of 50 to 60 individuals like Yunhao's was generally not targeted by bandits. Their stature and armaments made them an uninviting target. Smaller groups of bandits lacked the capacity to challenge them, while larger factions posed an uncertain risk, dependent on chance encounters. Typically, formidable bandits would scout potential targets before launching an attack. If they spotted a small party, they would refrain from engaging. Conversely, a merchant convoy with escorts would likely face dire consequences. In summary, the likelihood of a bandit encounter hinged on their interest, if they desired to rob. They rarely missed their mark. For a group like Yun Hao's, they were not perceived as a lucrative target, thus minimizing the risk of confrontation. Although Luo Li was aware of the bandits' presence and had taken precautions, his experience led him to believe this journey would be fraught with tension but ultimately safe. Leading the way, Luo Li maintained the front, with 50 disciples forming two protective lines flanking the cart. Yun Hao remained vigilant by the cart side, prepared to assist should any unexpected situations arise. Despite lacking formal martial training and having never sparred with the disciples, Yun Hao's cultivation level rendered him a formidable presence. Surpassing all others in strength, it could be stated without hesitation that even a one-on-one confrontation with Song Tianxiong would end in defeat for him. Confident in his abilities, Yun Hao felt little fear of bandits. Considering them a mere rabble, provided no cultivators appeared, he could ensure the safety of the four young ones. After a day of trekking through the mountains, the journey remained uneventful, devoid of even a single sighting of other travelers. Luo Li's demeanor turned grave, tightening his grip on his weapon, a sentiment echoed by Yun Hao, who sensed an underlying tension. Volume 1. Winds of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 28. The innocent suffer as darkness enveloped the landscape. Yun Hao's group halted, seeking a sheltered area to pass the night. The dense foliage of the mountains prohibited cooking, yet they had prepared ample provisions and fresh water, ensuring they would not go hungry. Only when the cart came to a stop could the four young ones disembark to stretch their legs and breathe the fresh air, clearly aware of their purpose to seek an immortal mentor. The children were in high spirits, their chatter filling the cart. Now traversing a precarious hillside for the first time, their curiosity led them to explore their surroundings. Among them, Song Zishuan emerged as the leader, with the other three trailing closely behind. Despite his youth, Song Zishuan exhibited maturity beyond his years, possessing keen intellect and articulate speech. As the only son of the Badu sect's leader, he naturally exuded a commanding presence that captivated the others. After consuming their rations, Yun Hao, feeling restless, began to wander, instinctively searching for medicinal herbs or rare ingredients for alchemy. While Luo Li and the disciples regarded Yun Hao's actions as typical, the four children found his behavior perplexing. They followed him closely, watching as he plucked various plants, sniffing them before discarding them, or sampling leaves only to spit them out. Curiosity piqued, they trailed Yun Hao for quite a distance, eventually entering a small grove. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Song Zishuan inquired, "Uncle Yun, what are you doing?" With a chuckle, Yun Hao replied, "Zishuan, surely you must know what I am up to." Without hesitation, Song Zishuan answered, "I know. You're a physician." "Oh, I see now. You are gathering herbs." Yun Hao smiled silently, affectionately ruffling Song Zishuan's hair. Just 17 years of age, Yun Hao was not much older than Song Zishuan. However, his vast life experiences granted him a maturity that surpassed his years. As Song Tianxiong's brotherly peer, he accepted the title of uncle with ease. Yun Hao held a special fondness for the intelligent and perceptive Song Zishuan, particularly since he had once saved the boy's life, fostering a deep, unspoken bond between them. The four children continued to accompany Yun Hao through the grove for some time. Despite finding only common herbs, Yun Hao felt a twinge of disappointment, as they held no practical use for him. And thus, he refrained from collecting them. As he began to retrace his steps with the children, Yun Hao's acute senses suddenly alerted him to a presence nearby. He halted abruptly, gripping the arms of the four children to restrain them. "Show everyone, remain silent and hide here for a moment." Yun Hao swiftly pushed the four children behind a large tree, whispering urgent instructions to them. The astute Song Zishuan immediately sensed that something unusual was afoot and nodded silently in understanding. Yun Hao cast a glance at him, patted his small shoulder, and turned to dash away. This time, he unleashed his true strength, moving with the swiftness of a darting arrow, disappearing from sight in mere moments. The four children behind him gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Just as Yun Hao was about to exit the thicket, He sensed a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from the direction where Luo Li and the others were resting. Almost immediately, he heard the clamor of battle cries and the sharp sounds of clashing weapons, which indicated that a significant change had occurred on Luo Li's side. Anxious, Yun Hao summoned all his strength and sprinted forth, drawing the short sword he had acquired through bloodshed. Moments later, he arrived at their campsite. Before him, he beheld Luo Li and his dozens of disciples surrounded by a band of roughly 200 to 300 assailants. Engaged in a fierce struggle, the newly arrived marauders were a ragtag group, dressed in varying styles and wielding an assortment of weapons. Their martial arts skills were equally diverse, with some displaying commendable prowess, while others fought like mere peasants. This disorganized assembly was clearly identifiable as bandits. Fortunately, their lack of coordination resulted Luo Li offered a bitter smile. Most of these disciples had been his companions for several years, their bond akin to that of brothers. He witnessed their demise with his own eyes, feeling an anguish that pierced his heart. Yet, he remained deeply grateful to Yun Hao. Were it not for him, a total annihilation of their forces would have been highly probable, particularly if anything had befallen the four young ones. His heart would not have found peace even in death. The group rested in place until dawn broke, before they began to pack up for the journey ahead. Excluding the 5 deceased disciples, nearly half of the remaining ones were injured, with 10 suffering severe wounds that rendered them unable to walk. Luo Li arranged for these disciples to lie on the cart. Although it was cramped, he would never abandon them. As for the 4 young ones, they shared a horse 2 by 2, encircled by their companions as they set out once more. The presence of Yun Hao brought a sense of reassurance to the group. His medical skills were capable of saving many, and his martial prowess was indisputable. With such a figure by their side, what could they possibly fear? In the following days of travel, the journey was remarkably tranquil. They did not encounter a single bandit, but rather came across another group. This contingent, escorted by 20 household servants, was transporting their families. Upon their meeting, both parties paused to exchange greetings. Through mutual inquiries, Yun Hao and his companions discovered that the leader of this group was none other than the high official from the Qing dynasty whom the bandits had initially attempted to ambush. This official had been delayed for several days due to his wife's minor illness, which inadvertently spared Yun Hao's group from calamity. When Luo Li mentioned this incident to the official, he expressed his gratitude profusely and insisted on paying a visit to extend his thanks. It turned out that the official's hometown was not far from Ding'an County, making them something of fellow townsmen. After a brief conversation, the two groups parted ways, after a month of arduous travel. Yun Hao and his companions were on the cusp of reaching Yongchang Prefecture. Although this was not their final destination, the Ba Dao sect from Ding'an County fell under the jurisdiction of Yongchang Prefecture. It was imperative for them to report in, especially since they were escorting disciples with celestial roots to Guangling Prefecture, a matter of utmost importance. Moreover, after days of traveling with little rest, the entire party was utterly fatigued. Even Yun Hao felt the strain, let alone the 4 children. Thus, they decided to take a proper respite for 3 to 5 days before continuing their journey. Outside the massive gates of Yongchang Prefecture, their large number, coupled with their weapons and horses, made the entry somewhat laborious. Fortunately, their cart bore the emblem of the Ba Dao sect, a respected force within Yongchang Prefecture, which eased their passage through the gate. Yongchang Prefecture sprawled extensively. Standing outside, one could scarcely see the end of its towering, solid walls. For Yun Hao and some disciples, this was their first encounter with such a grand city, leaving them momentarily awestruck. Upon entering, they transformed into curious onlookers, much like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, marveling at everything around them. True to its reputation as a city with a population nearing 1 million, the wide streets of Yongchang Prefecture astonished Yun Hao and his companions. The thoroughfares were so broad that even several horse-drawn carts could traverse side by side without difficulty. Such spacious streets were reminiscent of Yun Hao's past life, a testament to Yongchang Prefecture's prosperity. Under Luo Li's guidance, they traversed several streets before settling into a sizable inn. Apart from Yun Hao and Luo Li, who each requested private rooms, the 4 young ones shared a room, while the other disciples occupied a large dormitory, 10 to a room. Once accommodations were arranged, Luo Li needed to report to the Ba Dao sect, making it inconvenient to bring his disciples and the 4 children along. So Yun Hao remained behind to care for the little ones. Having been on the road for so long, Yunhao had little time to cultivate or take his tonic, primarily due to the overwhelming presence of others. Seizing this opportunity for rest, he settled down to meditate. The four children, meanwhile, had already succumbed to sleep in the neighboring room, and even if there was some noise, his keen senses assured him that nothing significant would occur. After meditating for about 2 hours, Luoli returned, bringing news that the Ba Dao sect in Yongchang Prefecture was taking a keen interest in the four children possessing celestial roots from Ding'an County. Consequently, they decided to dispatch a team to accompany Luo Li and his group to Guangling Prefecture for added protection. This news was quite fortuitous for Luo Li, as the journey to Guangling Prefecture would undoubtedly present greater dangers. With the support of the Ba Dao sect, their passage would be considerably easier, alleviating much of their anxiety. For Yunhao, however, the situation was indifferent. His primary objectives were to ensure the safe passage of the four children to Guangling Prefecture and to explore the possibility of integrating into a sect for systematic learning of cultivation knowledge. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, after exchanging farewells with Luo Li, Yunhao departed the inn. Having come all this way to a grand and bustling prefecture, it seemed unnecessary to confine himself indoors. He had no urgency to cultivate at this moment, especially since his current level of cultivation did not require immediate concern. Upon exiting the inn, Yunhao leisurely chose a path and strolled without haste. As they would not be departing for another 3 days, Yongchang Prefecture proved to be immense. Even after days of wandering, he had yet to explore it fully. During these days, he indulged in various local delicacies and marveled at the wonders of this world, purchasing numerous trinkets for the four children. For the safety of Song Zishuan and the others, the four children did not venture beyond the inn's door during their stay in Yongchang Prefecture, which left them envious of Yunhao's freedom to roam. 3 days later, they prepared to set off again. Luo Li led the way, but this time they did not exit through the same gate as before. Instead, they approached a different one, situated in the opposite direction. Upon reaching this gate, they encountered another group of 50 to 60 individuals, all mounted and exuding a fierce demeanor, unmistakably figures of the martial world. Upon recognizing this new cohort, Luo Li galloped ahead, exchanging a few words with a somewhat slender man among them. The two groups then merged and exited the city together, heading towards Guangling Prefecture. Luo Li's disciples led the way, while the newly joined disciples from the Ba Dao sect took charge of the rear of the cart. Yunhao remained steadfast by the side of the cart, fully committed to safeguarding the four children as per Song Tianxiong's instructions. Meanwhile, Luo Li conversed with the newly appointed leader of the Ba Dao sect contingent, a figure named Zheng, who Luo Li had already introduced Zheng to Yunhao and his disciples en route. Despite his somewhat frail appearance, Luo Li had assured them that Zheng Hu ranked second in martial prowess within the Ba Dao sect of Yongchang Prefecture. Apart from the sect leader, he was the most formidable fighter, which justified his assignment to ensure the safety of the four children. The vicinity surrounding Yongchang Prefecture was relatively secure. Zheng Hu confidently guaranteed their safety. Even if some audacious bandits dared approach, they would flee at the sight of him. Guangling Prefecture governs 6 counties, with Yongchang Prefecture not being the furthest but separated by another county, making the actual journey quite lengthy, at least a month and a half on the road. A large contingent departed Yongchang Prefecture, traversing villages and towns under the stars, and after several more days, they maintained an overall peaceful journey. With over 100 individuals escorting them, bandits typically lacked the audacity to engage, especially since they sought no profit from such endeavors. The tranquility of the journey disappointed the combative Zheng who, in a fit of frustration, lamented the absence of bandits to challenge him, eager for an opportunity to stretch his muscles. This remark left Luo Li and the others in a cold sweat. Who would wish for bandits to come knocking? In the time that followed, they continued to travel uneventfully until they encountered another group escorting children with celestial roots, also bound for Guangling Prefecture. Thus, 2 contingents from different origins merged into a single, now significantly larger party, which further deterred any bandits from causing trouble. Luo Li felt a palpable sense of relief as they progressed. As the days passed, they unknowingly traversed a month, bringing them closer to Guangling Prefecture. Yunhao's mood grew increasingly anxious. The continuation of his path and cultivation hinged upon what awaited him in Guangling Prefecture. Guangling Prefecture, one of the 4 prefectures of the Lu Kingdom, is characterized by its mountainous terrain and governs 6 counties and 72 districts, with a population in the millions. It ranks third in overall strength among the 4 prefectures of the Lu Kingdom. Yet, even this third-ranking Guangling prefecture left Yun Hao utterly astounded. In a world devoid of modern machinery and high technology, how could its inhabitants construct walls standing 20 zhang high and 6 or 7 zhang thick, stretching for dozens of miles? What a monumental endeavor this must have been, requiring countless hands and years to accomplish. Yun Hao could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the people's strength and wisdom, which he found truly remarkable. He and his entourage, numbering in the hundreds, paused temporarily outside the city of Guanglingzhou. This time, they would not enter the city, for the dominant Badao sect was not located within its confines, but rather on a modest hill just outside, where a sprawling estate of 100 acres awaited them. This was their destination. The group lingered at this spot, awaiting their guides. Without the presence of these guides, they lacked the privilege to enter the estate. Once their procession came to a halt, each team leader would venture into the city to report, after which the responsible party from the Badao sect would escort them to the estate. The very headquarters of the sect, Luo Li and the leader of another team, had already made their way into the city. Given the vastness of Guanglingzhou, it was unlikely that Luo Li and his companion would return promptly. As for the others, they could only remain patiently in place, waiting. After nearly 2 hours, Luo Li and the other team leader returned, following an elderly man with a youthful demeanor and a radiant complexion. Upon glancing at Song Zishuan and the other children, he led both groups towards a nearby hill. As the saying goes, a distant mountain can tire a horse. Though the hill appeared close, the journey took a full hour. At the foot of the hill stood a grand archway adorned with the characters Badao Mountain Manor, while behind it lay a stone stairway leading upward. Following the steps, one could faintly discern some red bricks and green tiles in the distance. 2 squads of gate guards flanked the archway, each consisting of 20 men, all clad in splendid attire and wielding sharp swords, exuding an air of formidable prowess, unmistakably not to be trifled with. The elderly man halted the 2 groups before the archway and addressed them. "You may send forward 2 individuals from each group to accompany me up the mountain. The rest must remain here and wait. Please do so immediately." Without hesitation, Yun Hao and Luo Li stepped forward, accompanied by the 4 children, presenting themselves before the elder. That moment, one of the guards stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the elder and inquiring, "Master Wang, why have you come in person this time?" The elder, identified as Wang, smiled slightly, responding, "There are many children being sent this time, and I do not trust my subordinates with them, hence my personal attendance. You need not attend to me. Quickly relay the message." "Understood," replied the guard, turning away and gesturing to the sky. A signal rocket soared upward, emitting a sharp, piercing sound as it ascended the mountain. Wang beckoned to Yun Hao and the others, saying, "Follow me." Yun Hao, Luo Li, and the 4 children trailed closely behind Wang, followed by 3 individuals from the other group. Half an hour later, the group of various sizes arrived at the entrance of Badao Mountain Manor. Thanks to Wang's presence, they navigated the heavily guarded manor with ease. Spanning over 100 acres, Badao Mountain Manor featured pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams, flowing streams, and an overall pleasant environment. However, none of those accompanying Wang had the mind to appreciate the scenery. Even Yun Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. Wang led the group through several buildings and gardens before arriving at an exquisitely elegant courtyard. Within it, 2 middle-aged men were engaged in a game of chess. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, bending slightly at the waist and standing silently. Witnessing this, Yun Hao and the others dared not utter a word, nor did they even move. As Yun Hao observed the 2 men in the courtyard, he could distinctly sense a subtle wave of spiritual energy emanating from them, particularly from one, whose presence exuded an indescribable pressure, leaving him feeling quite subdued. Not long after, the 2 men concluded their game. Wang then deeply bowed to one of them and said, "Master, we have brought 5 children for your examination." The man addressed as master was tall, with a square face and a short beard, radiating an imposing aura that spoke of his high status. The other, referred to as Master Dong, was evidently a cultivator, clad in a long robe, with a countenance like fine jade, embodying an ethereal quality reminiscent of transcendence. Upon hearing Wang's words, both men turned their gaze towards Yun Hao and the others, their expressions shifting notably upon seeing Yunhao, with their eyes shining even brighter when they caught sight of the children. Master Dong gestured with his right hand, summoning a crystal-clear orb into his palm, then pointed at Song Zishuan, saying, "That little one, come here." Wang promptly nudged Song Zishuan forward, and Master Dong reassured him, "Do not be afraid. Place your hand on this orb and close your eyes. Do not think of anything." Though small, Song Zishuan was composed. He nodded silently and placed his hand upon the orb. After a moment, the orb erupted with a surge of blue light, which lasted only a brief while before dimming, only to be followed by a vibrant green glow. At the emergence of this second illumination, both Master Dong and the Badao sect leader displayed palpable excitement. Their breaths growing slightly labored as they fixated on the orb. Wang, standing by in reverence, was equally astonished, not by the orb's light, which he had witnessed every few years, but rather by the unprecedented phenomenon of a child causing the orb to illuminate twice. Wang was particularly taken aback by the unusual display from his master and Master Dong, who typically remained unfazed even in the face of calamity, but were now exhibiting such astonishing expressions of shock. What surprised Wang even more was yet to come. This was merely the beginning. After the orb began to dim again, shortly after the second wave of green light, it erupted once more, this time radiating a grayish-brown hue, which endured even longer than the previous two. Upon witnessing this third manifestation, Master Dong was not only stirred but began to tremble slightly, a manifestation of overwhelming excitement. However, his gaze was no longer fixed on the orb. Instead, he stared intently at Song Zishuan, as if beholding an invaluable treasure, his enthusiasm unmistakable. The leader of the Badao sect mirrored this fervor, his gaze equally fixated on Song Zishuan, murmuring reverently, "A triple attribute spiritual root. A triple attribute spiritual root." Once the orb ceased its glowing, Song Zishuan gently withdrew his hand, standing obediently to the side. Master Dong repeated the word "good" thrice, expressing his elation. The leader of the Badao sect hastened to Master Dong's side, exuberantly exclaiming, "Master, we shall finally have our moment of glory. Last time, we were overshadowed by a disciple with dual spiritual roots. How long can they gloat now? Indeed, I anticipate that upon our return, our master will undoubtedly reward us." Master Dong replied, a warm smile gracing his face as he turned to Song Zishuan. "Little one, what is your name?" In response to the master's inquiry, Song Zishuan replied, "I am Song Zishuan." Zishuan, is it? Please wait here for a moment. We shall converse shortly." Master Dong gestured towards the spot where they had been playing chess, indicating that Song Zishuan should sit and wait. Upon hearing this, Song Zishuan promptly moved to take a seat. Following this incident, a smile graced Master Dong's face, clearly in high spirits. Subsequently, he designated another child to come forward for examination. Following this, the three children who had accompanied Yunhao approached the spherical object one by one. Among them, two merely emitted a burst of green light, while the third child radiated a striking red glow. The final child to be tested was the only one sent by another family. And to everyone's surprise, she was a little girl. As she stepped forward to touch the sphere, a wave of blue light erupted. The results from these four children greatly pleased Master Dong, for it was known that sometimes many of the children sent from below were mere false spiritual roots. They might feel something when touching the spirit stone, yet upon contact with the spherical object, they would show no reaction. Such occurrences have been frequent, and today, among the five who came, all possessed genuine spiritual roots, a rare phenomenon indeed. This situation evidently delighted Master Dong, who wore a beaming smile from the outset, presenting a demeanor that was approachable and devoid of the usual lofty airs associated with a master. Initially, the children regarded Master Dong with a hint of reverence, hesitant to speak. However, the master's amiable disposition soon encouraged them to whisper amongst themselves, their murmurs hinting at curiosity about the peculiar spherical object and its treasures, according to the customary practice of previous years. After the examination of the children, those who escorted them would receive some rewards before being sent home. This occasion was no exception, though the inordinately cheerful master of the Blade sect waved his hand and instructed Steward Wang, "Take them down for a hearty meal, and grant each a luminous pearl. The other disciples shall each receive 100 taels of silver." Just as Steward Wang was about to respond, Yunhao stepped forth. Upon emerging from the crowd, Yun Hao bowed respectfully to Master Dong and said, "I have a request to make." Master Dong, seemingly having anticipated Yun Hao's initiative, displayed no surprise. "Are you seeking to join our ranks?" he inquired. Yun Hao was taken aback. He had not expected the master to be so well aware of his intentions that he nodded and replied, "Indeed, I humbly ask for your approval." With a smile, Master Dong continued, "Generally, our Yuyang sect does not accept wandering practitioners at the Qi refinement stage like yourself. Even if you were to be admitted, your treatment would not be particularly favorable. However, since you arrived with this group, I presume you are a disciple of the Blade sect, thus not considered an outsider. Very well, I shall accept you today." Yun Hao was elated and expressed his gratitude profusely. Yet, Master Dong raised a hand to quell his excitement, saying, "Do not be overly jubilant just yet, that I must first assess your spiritual root attributes, that if they prove satisfactory, I will personally recommend you to the sect master. Now, let us see your spiritual root." With that, Master Dong produced the spherical object once more, and Yun Hao approached without hesitation, placing his hand upon it. After a prolonged moment of anticipation, the sphere remained devoid of any light. It was evident that he possessed no spiritual roots. Master Dong and the Blade sect leader exchanged surprised glances, as a Qi refinement practitioner without spiritual roots was indeed a rarity. Disheartened, Yun Hao withdrew his hand. Master Dong found himself in a quandary. Lacking spiritual roots, Yun Hao was destined to struggle on the path of cultivation. Even if, by some stroke of fortune, he had become a Qi refinement practitioner, without any extraordinary encounters, he would remain stagnant, forever confined to the Qi refinement stage. Thus, individuals like Yun Hao were regarded as true failures in the realm of cultivation, for sects were not charitable institutions. Not everyone could be taken in. At that moment of difficulty for Master Dong, Song Zixuan hurried over, kneeling before him and repeatedly bowing, pleading, "Please, Master, accept my Uncle Yun. Please accept Uncle Yun." Master Dong quickly helped Song Zixuan to his feet, exclaiming, "Zixuan, rise. Your actions could be my undoing, that I shall accept him." Yun Hao was profoundly touched by Song Zixuan's fervent plea. Such a kindness would not be easily repaid in the future. Master Dong then turned to Yun Hao and asked, "Do you possess any other skills?" After a moment of contemplation, Yun Hao nodded and replied, "I have extensive knowledge of various herbs." "Does that count? Knowledge of herbs? Excellent. It is rare to find disciples within our sect who possess such expertise. Henceforth, you shall be an outer disciple of Yuyang sect. Upon our return to the sect, I will arrange specific duties for you." Yun Hao respectfully bowed again, thanking the elder for his patronage. "Very well. Now, everyone else may depart." Master Dong gestured for Steward Wang to escort the others away. Yun Hao turned to speak with Luo Li, who was astonished by Yun Hao's recent actions, that he had only known Yun Hao for his martial prowess. But now he realized that he was also a master, albeit one of a seemingly lower rank, yet nonetheless distinct from mere mortals. That as Yun Hao approached him, Luo Li's demeanor shifted to one of cautious respect. "Brother Yun, no, Master Yun. How may I serve you?" Yun Hao chuckled softly, saying, "Brother Luo, there is no need for such formality. Let us continue to address each other as brothers that I am going to cultivate alongside Zixuan and the others. Please inform Brother Song that I will take good care of Zixuan, and also ask him to send a message home, reassuring them of my safety." Luo Li nodded earnestly, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Yun. Once we return to Ding'an County, I will personally visit your home. From now on, your family will be under the protection of the Blade sect. In that case, I shall remember your kindness, Brother Luo, and I will repay it in due time," Yun Hao said solemnly, patting Luo Li on the shoulder. Cultivators typically refrain from making promises lightly. Any vow made must be fulfilled, lest it disturb their mindset and subsequently hinder their cultivation. It was due to Yun Hao's promise today that Luo Li's family would later escape a calamity. But that is a tale for another time, and shall not be elaborated upon here. After Steward Wang and Luo Li departed, Master Dong produced a jade talisman from seemingly nowhere and performed a few incantations upon it, causing the talisman to vanish into thin air. The children present were left in awe, having never witnessed such magical prowess. Even Yun Hao marveled at the wonders of the celestial arts. Master Dong smiled and said, "Very well. Everyone, please wait here for a few hours. Someone will come to escort you back to the sect." Yun Hao and the other children stood patiently to one side, observing as Master Dong and the Blade Sect leader engaged in a game of chess. They had been playing for 2 hours, yet had barely progressed halfway through. Yun Hao found the match quite fascinating, while the children grew increasingly restless. Had it not been for Master Dong's imposing presence, they would have likely wandered off to play. Yes, they fidgeted and gazed around. One child suddenly pointed skyward and exclaimed, "Look, I see a master flying in the sky." "Quick, look!" The other children immediately looked up. And Yun Hao followed suit, spotting several figures in the distance, each standing upon a flying sword, hurtling towards them with remarkable speed. That moment, both Master Dong and the Blade Sect leader rose. Gazing at the approaching cultivators in the blink of an eye, 4 of them landed in the courtyard, 1 woman and 3 men, all appearing quite youthful. Yet one could never judge a cultivator's age by their appearance. They could look to be in their 20s or 30s while being ancient entities with centuries of life experience. Stepping forward from the quartet was a youthful-looking cultivator with a cherubic face, who greeted Master Dong with a beaming smile. "Ah, Master Dong, Brother Duan, you truly know how to enjoy life. What a leisurely day this has been." Master Dong laughed heartily in response, "Since you envy me so much, how about we switch places?" The youthful cultivator quickly waved his hands. "Oh no, I dare not. That is the sect master's decision, and I cannot possibly accept your offer." Master Dong chuckled and shook his head, greeting the other cultivators in turn. Each addressed him with a hint of respect, calling him Master Dong, indicating his esteemed status within the Yuyang sect. After a brief exchange, Master Dong remarked, "I did not expect to receive 5 disciples with such excellent spiritual roots all at once. I cannot possibly take them all back to the sect by myself, so I must trouble you, my fellow brothers and sisters, to assist me." The other cultivators readily agreed. "Master, you need only command us, and we shall oblige." Pointing towards Song Zishuan and Yun Hao, Master Dong instructed, "I will take these 2. The remaining 5 children may be distributed among you." Soon, arrangements were made, with the youthful cultivator taking 2 children, and the others each taking 1. Once everything was settled, Master Dong turned to the Blade Sect leader, "Brother Duan, please keep an eye out for any more children arriving in the coming days. If any with exceptional spiritual roots appear, be sure to notify me immediately." "Rest assured, Brother Dong, I will keep vigilant," the youthful cultivator replied. Brother Dong nodded, firmly grasping Yun Hao with one hand and Song Zishuan with the other. He issued a low command, "Let's go," and in an instant his entire being radiated with shimmering light, propelling the 3 of them to soar high into the sky, reaching several dozen zhang in altitude. The other cultivators, not daring to lag behind, swiftly followed suit, soon vanishing from sight. Once airborne, Yun Hao felt no fear. Rather, he curiously observed the scenery below, noticing that Brother Dong stood atop a transformed flying sword. Additionally, Brother Dong conjured a colorless, transparent barrier of spiritual energy before Yun Hao and Song Zishuan, shielding them from the biting cold winds of the high altitude. The speed of Brother Dong's flying sword was remarkable. Maintaining a significant lead over the other disciples for a full hour, Brother Dong and his companions soared through the skies, traversing countless mountains, rivers, cities, and villages, too many for Yun Hao to count. Eventually, they approached a towering mountain, with Brother Dong leading the charge toward the summit, which upon arrival revealed nothing but emptiness. But he gently set down Yun Hao and Song Zishuan, awaiting the arrival of the other disciples before suggesting, "Let us rest here for a moment and replenish our spiritual energy before continuing." After speaking, Brother Dong seated himself in a meditative posture, closing his eyes to cultivate and recover the spiritual energy expended during their flight. The other 4 cultivators also settled down to practice their techniques. Yun Hao, along with a few children, stepped aside to patiently wait while enjoying the view from the mountaintop. In truth, cultivators of Brother Dong's caliber did not require rest during their journey. However, carrying companions necessitated a brief respite to recover their spiritual energy. Soon, they would resume their flight back to Yuyang sect. After an hour, Brother Dong and the others stood up in succession and continued their ascent. After flying for over another hour, they encountered a fog-laden expanse ahead, obscuring their view of the ground below. They gradually descended before this thick mist, landing just a few meters away from where visibility was lost. Once they had set down Yun Hao and the others, Brother Dong began to perform a series of intricate hand gestures, invoking a complex spell. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Open!" Instantly, the fog before them churned and parted, revealing a long stone path that stretched into the distance, seemingly without end in Yuan Hao's eyes. Brother Dong then lifted Yuan Hao and Song Zixian once more, leaping onto the stone path and dashing forward at an extraordinary speed. The fog rolled above and to the sides of the stone path, leading Yuan Hao to ponder that Brother Dong and the others could not carry them through the sky due to the mist's interference. After half an hour of frantic flight, they finally emerged from the fog as they stepped off the stone path. The mist enveloped it once more, erasing the trail they had taken. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 32. Outer Sect Disciples after traversing the fog. A magnificent mountain range, stretching thousands of miles, appeared before them. Towering peaks soared skyward, exuding majesty, while the entire range was lush with verdant trees, melodious birdsong, and vibrant wildlife. Wisps of white clouds drifted between the colossal summits, painting a picture of a celestial paradise. Without allowing Yuan Hao and the others to admire the scenery, Brother Dong once again took flight, guiding them deeper into the mountains. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they arrived at the base of an even grander peak, which jutted straight into the heavens, its summit hidden from view. Wisps of white clouds floated at mid-height, with ethereal creatures resembling celestial cranes gracefully soaring by. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast valley, within which numerous elegant structures were built into the landscape, crafted from locally sourced materials. Brother Dong and his companions led Yuan Hao and the children to land at the valley's entrance, then proceeded to walk into the heart of the valley. Upon entering, they were greeted by individuals who, upon spotting Brother Dong, immediately exclaimed, "Brother Dong has returned. Hurry to the main hall. The sect master is waiting for you." Brother Dong wasted no words, following the welcoming party deeper into the valley. With Yuan Hao and the children dutifully trailing behind, that in no time, they arrived before an enormous building, which appeared unremarkable apart from its size, failing to give any indication that it was the significant location for issuing commands and receiving visitors at Yuyang sect. As they entered the grand hall, they found only two cultivators seated within. One, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, exuded an aura of undeniable power, causing Yuan Hao and the children to feel a weight of pressure that prompted beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads. The other individual, possessing black hair and beard, with phoenix-like eyes, was elegantly attired in a flowing robe, presenting himself as a handsome figure. His aura was more subdued, had Yuan Hao and the others not been aware of their surroundings within a sect of cultivators. They might not have associated him with such a status. Brother Dong first paid his respects to the elder seated in the place of honor, then greeted the black-haired, middle-aged cultivator. The four disciples following him similarly bowed in greeting. The black-haired cultivator waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes, master," the young disciples replied before exiting the hall. The silver-haired elder then addressed Brother Dong. "Yun Fei, you performed admirably this time. Upon your return, you shall not depart again. I grant you 3 months to cultivate in the spirit-gathering cave on the back mountain as a reward at last." Yuan Hao learned Brother Dong's full name, Dong Yun Fei. Dong Yun Fei's face lit up with joy as he bowed deeply to his master, responding, "Thank you, master, I shall not disappoint your expectations." The sect master of Yuyang sect nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to the children behind Dong Yun Fei. "Yun Fei, in the jade talisman you sent earlier, you mentioned discovering a child with a tri-elemental spiritual root. Which one is it?" The black-haired cultivator asked with a smile. Dong Yun Fei gently ushered Song Zixian forward, replying, "In response to my uncle's inquiry, this child here is he. His name is Song Zixian at this moment." A rare smile graced the elder's face as he softly beckoned to Song Zixian, saying, "Come closer, little one, so I may observe you." With a gentle nudge from Dong Yun Fei, Song Zixian approached the sect master without a trace of fear, confidently stepping forward. Song Zixian's demeanor impressed the sect master of Yuyang, who nodded approvingly to as Song Zixian reached the elder. The sect master grasped his arm, channeling spiritual energy to probe within him. Moments later, he burst into hearty laughter, turning to the black-haired cultivator beside him, exclaiming, "A truly rare, tri-elemental spiritual root. Splendid. I wonder what our senior brother will boast about now." After this declaration, the sect master turned back to Dong Yun Fei, saying, "Yun Fei, you shall issue a notice throughout the sect. I will personally accept Song Zixian as my direct disciple." Dong Yunfei quickly responded, "Understood," while the black-haired cultivator added with a smile, "Congratulations, brother, on acquiring such an exceptional student. That you're too kind, brother. Please arrange for the remaining children," the sect master said, before suddenly vanishing with Song Zixian in a swift motion. The black-haired cultivator glanced at the remaining children, spotting Yun Hao, and inquired of Dong Yunfei, "Yunfei, what is the story behind this disciple here?" Not daring to be negligent, Dong Yunfei recounted the events that transpired at the Ba Dao sect in full detail to his master. The black-haired cultivator nodded before instructing, "Since you have agreed to accept him into the sect, please make the necessary arrangements that I must take these children with me now." With a wave of his hand, the black-haired cultivator whisked the children away in an instant, disappearing from sight, showcasing remarkable prowess. Dong Yunfei, maintaining a composed expression, addressed Yun Hao, "Come with me." Cultivators of exceptional spiritual roots often look down upon those without, like Yun Hao, from the depths of their hearts. Were it not for Song Zixian's intercession, Dong Yunfei would not have considered accepting Yun Hao. Now that he had been admitted, Yun Hao would merely become an outer disciple of Yu Yang's sect, relegating his status even further. Hence Dong Yunfei showed little warmth toward him. After a brief walk, they arrived at an isolated courtyard, where a portly cultivator promptly emerged, grinning broadly as he called out to Dong Yunfei, "Ah, the sect master's eldest disciple has arrived. What brings you here personally? Just give me a command, and I, Ma Fu Kai, will handle it for you." Dong Yunfei replied coldly, "I wouldn't dare trouble you. Manager Mod, I have come to assign you an outer disciple. Please make the necessary arrangements." Dong Yunfei clearly had a disdain for the steward Ma, and after a brief exchange, he hurriedly departed as soon as Dong Yunfei left. The steward Ma immediately altered his demeanor, his cold gaze appraising Yun Hao, before inquiring, "What is your name?" In response, Yun Hao respectfully replied, "My name is Yun Hao." Although he maintained a facade of deference, internally he harbored a different impression of the steward Ma. Recognizing him as no ordinary individual, that it is the ones who are adaptable and shrewd that are most formidable, and thus Yun Hao felt an instinctive wariness towards him. "What skills do you possess?" "I do not employ idlers here," the steward Ma continued to question. Yun Hao, still maintaining his respectful tone, answered, "I can identify various herbs and have some knowledge of alchemy." The steward Ma appeared to scoff at Yun Hao's claims. Finding it audacious for a nascent cultivator in the qi refining stage to assert an understanding of alchemy. "Alchemy is beyond your reach. Outer disciples do not engage in such practices, since you have knowledge of herbs. There happens to be a vacancy for a steward in the medicinal garden on the mountain. You may head there." As he spoke, the steward Ma produced a jade talisman from seemingly nowhere, executed several hand seals, and then handed the talisman to Yun Hao, saying, "Yun Hao, this talisman serves as your identification within the Yu Yang sect and is your pass to navigate the outer sect's various restrictions. Be careful not to lose it. Should you require a replacement, you will have to exchange it for spirit stones. The deal, you understand?" "Understood, steward Ma," Yun Hao replied, still maintaining his respectful demeanor, which evidently eased the steward Ma's countenance, making it less forbidding. The steward Ma nodded and called out to someone inside the nearby building, "Sure to, come out quickly." No sooner had he spoken than a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, burst forth from within. The man grinned broadly at the steward Ma and inquired in a deep voice, "Steward Ma, did you need me for something?" The steward Ma gestured towards Yun Hao, instructing, "Take this person to the medicinal garden and hand him over to junior brother Zhang." The man, named Shirtu, responded with a grunt, flashed a simple smile at Yun Hao, and said, "Come with me. I need to get back for dinner soon." At a glance, Yun Hao discerned that Shirtu was somewhat simple-minded, leaving him curious as to how such a person was admitted into this cultivation sect. Suspecting there must be some special circumstances involved, Yun Hao followed Shirtu as they made their way out of the valley, turning right after exiting, and began to traverse the backside of the mountain. As they walked, Yun Hao meticulously memorized the path they took. In the vast expanse of the Yu Yang sect, one could easily become lost without a clear mental map. After approximately half an hour, they rounded a small peak and arrived at a gently sloping hillside, which spanned several dozen acres. However, only about 4 to 5 acres in the center had been cultivated with herbs, which appeared to be thriving at first glance. Beside the herb garden stood a simple thatched cottage, from which an elderly man with graying hair emerged. "Old Zhang, I brought you a new steward for the garden," Shirtu called out to the elder. The elder approached, scrutinizing Yunhao for a moment. Perhaps Yunhao's presence was agreeable to him, for he smiled and said to Shirtu, "All right, big Shirtu. You can head back now. Don't let your meal be delayed." Shirtu scratched his head, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. I'm off then." And with that, he dashed away, as if genuinely concerned about missing mealtime. The elder chuckled and said to Yunhao, "You may call me Old Zhang or Brother Zhang to be. By the way, what is your name?" As a newcomer, Yunhao understood the importance of etiquette and promptly replied, "Brother Zhang, you may call me Yunhao. That I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm. Chapter 33. The treatment of outer disciples. Yunhao followed Brother Zhang into the thatched cottage, which comprised merely 2 simple rooms. The interior was stark, featuring only a mat on the floor, devoid of even a bed, indicating that Brother Zhang was indeed a frugal cultivator. After leading Yunhao inside, Brother Zhang smiled and said, "My accommodations are quite modest. This room is mine, while the other is for you. Generally, I will be away most of the time, so you will find yourself alone here often. That is perfectly fine. Solitude can be quite serene. Please feel free to attend to your duties, Brother Zhang. I will ensure the medicinal garden is well cared for," Yunhao responded. Brother Zhang smiled and continued, "I can see you are not a deceitful person. I trust you with the garden. Now, let me show you around so you can become familiar with it. Once you are settled, I will have some matters to attend to." Yunhao followed closely behind Brother Zhang as he began to explain. "Yunhao, the small half-acre plot in front is home to some younger herbs, which are not particularly precious. Just keep an eye on them." Yunhao observed the herbs as indicated by Brother Zhang. While they may not have seemed valuable to him, Yunhao recognized their worth, as these herbs were rare in the outside world, many of which were decades or even a century old, making them significantly more valuable than their younger counterparts. Brother Zhang continued, "The herbs in the plot further back require more attention. They are quite rare in the outside world, though they may not be very old. They are essential ingredients in many elixirs, so be vigilant." Yunhao examined the herbs in the designated area closely, nodding earnestly in acknowledgement. Brother Zhang led him a few steps further and remarked, "Remember, the higher up the slope you go, the more precious the herbs become. Look, this area is filled with even more valuable ones, known as spiritual herbs. Most of these are over 200 or 300 years old, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to enhance their medicinal properties. They are suitable for immediate use in alchemy, and thus require extra care." Even without Brother Zhang's warning, Yunhao felt a palpable aura of spiritual energy as he approached the vicinity of these spiritual herbs, clearly demonstrating their unique nature. Brother Zhang continued to introduce Yunhao to the various herbs cultivated further back, and indeed, their rarity increased with each step. Even the most ordinary ginseng was over 600 or 700 years old, and the sheer number of spiritual herbs left Yunhao somewhat numb with astonishment. After completing the tour, Yunhao gained a rough understanding of the entire medicinal garden. Brother Zhang then led him back to the cottage and casually produced a small, palm-sized, earthy yellow flag from his robes, handing it to Yunhao. With a hint of curiosity, Yunhao inquired, "What is this?" Brother Zhang chuckled and explained, "This medicinal garden is not the only one within our Yuyang sect, but it is the most productive. Its significance is paramount, so there are restrictions placed upon it. When I'm absent, I generally keep the restrictions lifted. Now, I'm giving you the command flag to manage the restrictions from now on." After explaining how to use the flag, Brother Zhang demonstrated its function outside the cottage. Holding the flag in one hand, he performed several simple hand seals, and soon, a radiant glow enveloped the garden before a shimmering barrier arose, forming a semicircular protective sphere that encased the entire garden and cottage. For someone like Yunhao, who was still a novice in the ways of cultivation, witnessing such a spell was astonishing, and curiosity compelled him to approach the barrier and push against it. To his surprise, it felt elastic, bouncing his hand back. Undeterred, he struck it with a punch, only to find that not only did it yield no effect, but the rebound was even stronger. Despite Yunhao's physical strength, capable of lifting 1,000 pounds, he found himself utterly helpless against the thin barrier. Brother Zhang chuckled, "Don't waste your effort. It's futile. This restriction would be challenging even for a foundation establishment cultivator to break." let alone someone like you and me in the qi refining stage. Yunhao offered an embarrassed smile, acutely aware of his lack of knowledge in the realm of cultivation, feeling a sense of wonder at everything he encountered. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to study systematically. Once Brother Zhang confirmed that Yunhao could operate the command flag with ease, he imparted a few parting words before taking his leave, evidently in a hurry to attend to pressing matters. Yunhao had many questions he yearned to pose to Brother Zhang, but seeing his haste, he refrained, deciding to wait for a more opportune moment to inquire. Shortly after Brother Zhang departed, the sky gradually darkened. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, Yunhao felt the pangs of hunger. Thankfully, Brother Zhang had provided him with some guidance before leaving, taking the command flag. He exited the confines of the medicinal garden and activated the restriction, ensuring it was securely in place before he felt at ease to depart. He tucked the flag into his robes, oriented himself, and proceeded towards a valley on the opposite side of the slope, which was not far from the medicinal garden, taking only the time it would take to eat a meal to reach. Scattered throughout the valley are a few dilapidated structures, resembling a slum. Every house appears to be haphazardly erected. The Yuyang sect, while not insignificant as a cultivation sect, falls short in terms of accommodation. Initially, the valley that Yunhao visited, although populated with numerous buildings, was at least somewhat presentable. However, this place certainly does not reflect the image one would expect of a cultivation sect that in truth, Yunhao's expectations were somewhat misplaced. Cultivators do not prioritize comfort or indulgence, focusing solely on their practice, that as long as there exists a space conducive to meditation, it suffices. Many cultivators can reside in a cave for a century or two. Moreover, the Yuyang sect is comprised entirely of cultivators. Thus, few possess the skills of a mason to construct proper housing. This valley serves merely as a gathering point for the outer disciples of the Yuyang sect. And it is not the only such location, further diminishing the likelihood that anyone would pay attention to the quality of their lodgings. Yunhao wandered through the valley, glancing around, but could not discern which buildings served as a kitchen. Nor did he observe any smoke rising from rooftops. Fortunately, at that moment, someone passed by, and he hurriedly called out, "Excuse me, sir, please hold on." The man, a middle-aged individual, sized up Yunhao and chuckled. "You must be new here. What questions do you have?" "How did you know I was new?" Yunhao inquired, puzzled. "That it's quite simple," the middle-aged man replied. "This is a gathering place for the outer disciples of several nearby peaks. Since you are here, it indicates you belong to one of these peaks. Yet I have not seen you before, so it is safe to assume you are indeed new. You are fortunate to have encountered me. I am responsible for managing this valley, so you can direct any inquiries my way." Upon hearing this, Yunhao felt lucky to have met the person in charge right upon his arrival. Thus, saving himself the trouble of searching, he quickly responded, "Thank you, sir, that I just arrived today and am here under Brother Zhang to help manage the herb garden, since I am unfamiliar with many areas. May I ask where we take our meals?" The middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter, as if he had heard something immensely amusing. After a moment, he replied, "Young brother, although we are outer disciples of the Yuyang sect, we are still cultivators and we do not consume mundane food. Thus, a dining area does not exist here." "Then, we can't possibly cultivate on an empty stomach," Yunhao said, somewhat bewildered. The middle-aged man waved him over, saying, "Come with me. I will explain what we eat." Yunhao obediently followed him into a stone structure, which, like the thatched houses on the hillside, was nearly devoid of furnishings, save for a woven mat on the floor and a wooden box in the corner. The middle-aged man approached the corner and retrieved a small jade vial from the box, handing it to Yunhao. The vial appeared to be of average quality, filled with many impurities, far inferior to the one Yunhao had previously obtained outside the Jiantian temple. This vial contains 10 pills of the spirit fasting pill, sufficient for a month's supply. From now on, you need only consume these. There is no need for you to eat the grains of the mortal realm, as overindulgence would be detrimental to your cultivation. Additionally, as an outer disciple managing the herb garden, you will receive a low-grade spirit stone and 2 vitality pills each month. You may collect them from me at the end of each month. Having been in Yuyang sect for less than a day, Yunhao was unaware of these provisions. Had the middle-aged man not mentioned them, he would have remained oblivious, delighted by the monthly benefits from the Yuyang sect. Yunhao felt a surge of joy, for he currently possessed nothing beyond 3 recovery pills and had merely glimpsed a spirit stone while at Song Tianxiong's place. never mind owning one himself, with a grateful smile. He replied, "Thank you, brother. My name is Yuan Hao. May I know how to address you?" "My surname is Du. You may call me Brother Du," the middle-aged man said, waving his hand, "that I in our sect, regardless of when one joins. We refer to each other as brothers. Henceforth, I shall address you as Brother Yun." Yuan Hao happily bid farewell to Brother Du and swiftly returned to the herb garden. Night had fallen. He worried that Brother Zhang might return, so he refrained from further conversation with Brother Du, promising to visit again the next day. Back at the herb garden, Yuan Hao consumed a pea-sized, off-white spirit fasting pill. Not long after, he felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, accompanied by a sense of fullness, as though he had eaten a considerable amount. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm. Chapter 34. A deeper understanding after taking the spirit fasting pill. Yuan Hao waited for quite some time without seeing Brother Zhang return. Feeling restless, he yearned to seize the opportunity to cultivate, for he knew he lacked a spiritual root and had insufficient talent for cultivation. However, since fate had inexplicably made him a cultivator, he believed that through diligent effort, he would ultimately reap rewards that, as the saying goes, diligence can make up for shortcomings. Besides, he had not run out of options. At least he possessed extraordinary alchemical knowledge in his mind. Once his cultivation level increased and he was able to refine pills, he was confident he could consume them like candies and still achieve results. Yuan Hao stepped out of the thatched house and took out a command flag to deactivate the restrictions, feeling reassured as he returned to his quarters to cultivate. According to Brother Zhang, all the spiritual herbs in the garden were accounted for within the sect, and he could not afford to let anyone pilfer them while he was occupied in his practice, lest he face dire consequences. Thus, it was prudent to keep the restrictions lifted. Even if someone were to intrude, the moment they touched the barrier, the command flag in his possession would emit a glow, alerting him without interrupting his cultivation. Yuan Hao sat cross-legged and activated the Burning Heaven technique, quickly entering a state of cultivation. This evening's practice was markedly different from previous sessions. He had barely begun when an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged toward him, causing the Burning Heaven technique within him to operate at an accelerated pace that a substantial amount of spiritual energy was drawn into his body, augmenting his spiritual strength that in this brief period, the results surpassed an entire night's worth of cultivation. Even consuming the vitality soup did not yield such effects to that moment. Yuan Hao comprehended why cultivators sought out blessed lands for their practice. The outcomes were undeniably superior. The previous night, he had cultivated along the path near Guangling Prefecture. While the area possessed some spiritual energy, it paled in comparison to the abundance at Yuyang Sect. Beneath the entire mountain range of Yuyang Sect lay a significant spiritual vein, ensuring a copious supply of spiritual energy. Blessed lands are not to be underestimated, especially since Yuan Hao currently resided in a herb garden brimming with spiritual herbs that naturally absorb the energy of heaven and earth, further enriching the environment. Though Yuan Hao lacked a spiritual root, the Burning Heaven technique was no ordinary practice. Once activated, it became unstoppable, drawing in vast quantities of spiritual energy without permitting any resistance from him until his body could no longer contain it, even causing a slight ache in his meridians before he finally ceased. Yuan Hao sighed in relief as he halted his cultivation, yet soon a satisfied smile spread across his face. His decision to join Yuyang Sect had indeed been fortuitous. At this rate, breaking through to the third level was not a distant dream. Had he remained in the outside world, he feared it would take years or even decades to make any progress, which was not a prospect he wished to entertain. Based on the results of his previous night's cultivation, Yuan Hao resolved to discontinue using the vitality soup and the cleansing soup. Firstly, they were inconvenient to prepare here. Secondly, they were essentially ineffective. Unless he switched to consuming vitality pills, he believed that normal cultivation here would yield better results. After a night of cultivation, dawn broke. Having taken the spirit fasting pill, Yuan Hao felt no hint of hunger. He had arranged to meet with Brother Du that day, so he promptly set off, leaving the restrictions and walking toward the valley he had visited the previous night, with the command flag in his possession. He was exempt from the constraints and could come and go freely. Upon reaching the exterior of Brother Du's dwelling, he found Brother Du already waiting for him outside. "Brother Yun, you have arrived. I have been waiting for a while. Come, let us walk and chat. I'll also help you familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment." "Thank you, Brother Du," Yuan Hao expressed with gratitude, bowing slightly. To be honest, Brother Du had treated him quite well upon their first meeting. Yuan Hao was no inexperienced fool. He discerned that Brother Du likely had his own motives for being kind, yet he currently had nothing to offer in return. Brother Du began by explaining the overall structure of the Yuyang sect. The sect stood as one of the two major cultivation factions in the Lu Kingdom, controlling the underworld business across the Guangling Prefecture and Guanghan Prefecture. The Guangling Prefecture was dominated by the Badao sect, while the Guanghan Prefecture was under the influence of the Tai Jian sect. These two martial factions not only served as revenue sources for the Yuyang sect. The supply channel of fresh blood for the Yuyang sect is indeed vital, as each year several children endowed with spiritual roots are sent to the sect through these two major factions, which serves as a crucial pathway for the continuation of Yuyang sect. These two martial arts sects can only be regarded as peripheral forces of Yuyang sect. The true foundation of Yuyang sect lies within the mist-enshrouded expanse of the Yuyang cave, which spans thousands of miles. Within this vast domain, nearly 100,000 inhabitants reside. Among these, approximately two-thirds are external disciples like Yuan Hao, while the internal disciples number only around 20,000. Yuan Hao is aware that external disciples typically possess insufficient innate qualifications, lacking spiritual roots or possessing only pseudo-spiritual roots, leading them to struggle through their entire lives in the Qi refinement stage without any hope of breakthrough. External disciples are unable to learn the profound cultivation techniques of Yuyang sect, nor can they acquire exquisite spells, let alone obtain essential resources such as spiritual pills and magical artifacts necessary for cultivation. They engage in various trades within Yuyang sect. For instance, Yuan Hao oversees the medicinal herb garden, the herbs from which are intended for the internal disciples' alchemical endeavors, while external disciples are forbidden from taking even a single blade of grass from it. Moreover, external disciples are tasked with breeding various spiritual beasts, mining precious ores, and other laborious tasks that in essence, external disciples serve as the laborers of Yuyang sect, undertaking all the arduous and menial tasks while internal disciples focus solely on their cultivation. Yuan Hao thus realizes that while the term disciples sounds flattering, it essentially denotes a group of subordinates, receiving merely a low-grade spiritual stone and 2 low-grade Qi-enhancing pills as remuneration each month. Brother Du further elucidated that the minimum monthly allocation of spiritual stones for internal disciples is 20, with no upper limit for those of exceptional talent. The spiritual pills they consume, even if they're Qi-enhancing pills, are of medium or even high quality or perhaps even higher-grade spiritual pills. The valley that Yuan Hao visited yesterday is where internal disciples reside. Most internal disciples, however, choose to establish their own abodes in areas within the 3,000 miles of Yuyang Cave that are rich in spiritual energy, which is why Yuan Hao did not encounter many internal disciples in that valley. Those qualified to establish their own abodes for cultivation cannot afford to solely engage in arduous training. They require attendance, resulting in a portion of external disciples being specifically designated to serve these internal disciples. Among the 70 to 80,000 external disciples scattered throughout the 3,000 miles of the cave, several peaks nearby Yuan Hao's location are the closest to the valley where the sect leader resides, hosting at least 4,000 to 5,000 external disciples. Brother Du is responsible only for this particular valley and a nearby peak, overseeing fewer than 1,000 individuals. All external disciples are managed by Manager Ma, who wields considerable authority. The managers of various districts beneath him are appointed at his discretion, with Brother Zhang being designated to oversee this area. Brother Zhang guided Yuan Hao around, explaining that under normal circumstances, external disciples are not permitted to wander into the valley where internal disciples reside without an internal disciple to lead them. Other areas are reserved for external disciples to work or live, and Yuan Hao may enter and exit using his identity talisman. Yuan Hao inquired about the availability of a place to study and read within Yuyang sect. Brother Zhang informed him that within the Valley of Internal Disciples, there exists a library spanning 3 levels. The first level is accessible to external disciples, while the second and above is reserved for internal disciples. However, entry to the first level is not granted freely. It requires the recommendation of an internal disciple. A.S. Brother Zhang took Yuan Hao on a tour around the vicinity of the Internal Disciple Valley. He pointed out areas that warranted particular caution. Yuan Hao committed these observations to memory, and the two began their journey back. Along the way, Brother Zhang glanced around mysteriously and advised, "Junior Brother Yuan, you must remain vigilant. Our Yuyang sect is not as tranquil as it seems. While external disciples may not face much trouble, conflicts among internal disciples are fierce, so be wary of getting involved. Yunhao hastily probed, Brother Zhang, could you elaborate on why that is? Initially hesitant to share. Brother Zhang ultimately decided to impart some insights about the internal dynamics of Yuyang's sect, recognizing that Yunhao's assistance would be required in the future. The previous sect leader of Yuyang's sect had taken 5 disciples during his lifetime. As he faced the inevitable limits of his existence, he unexpectedly bequeathed the position of sect leader to his second disciple, who is now the current leader, Yu Jinzi. This decision engendered animosity between the first disciple, who was expected to inherit the position, and Yu Jinzi. This first disciple is now the grand elder of Yuyang's sect, closely allied with the third and fourth elders, whereas the sect leader Yu Jinzi is related to the youngest elder. The black-haired cultivator whom Yunhao saw in the main hall is the fifth elder of Yuyang's sect. Consequently, the grand elder and his 2 disciples form one faction, while the sect leader Yu Jinzi and the fifth elder constitute another, with intense rivalry between the 2 factions. External disciples privy to this insider knowledge typically refrain from meddling to avoid unwarranted calamities, and Brother Zhang's warning is a well-intentioned gesture to keep Yunhao informed. Initially, Yunhao had hoped to seize opportunities to interact more with Dong Yunfei, whom he had met, to see if he could procure an introduction for access to the library and its cultivation texts. However, it now seems prudent to tread carefully to avoid being ensnared by the Grand Elder's faction, which could easily fabricate an accusation against him, knowing that the status of external disciples is precariously low. Making it effortless for internal disciples to eliminate them, it appears that seeking access to the library will require thorough consideration and long-term planning. After all, there are many days ahead to devise strategies. As Brother Zhang and Yunhao conversed, they returned to Brother Zhang's dwelling. Through their interaction, they had developed a mutual understanding that in the first volume, Winds and Clouds of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 35, The Lucrative Task. Brother Du, with his seasoned wisdom, had already discerned that Yunhao was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He was not easily deceived. Had it not been for Yunhao's youthful visage, Brother Du might have suspected him to be an ageless trickster who had consumed a longevity pill. Throughout their journey, Brother Du had expounded at length, yet Yunhao had revealed nothing about his own circumstances. Demonstrating an admirable discretion, Yunhao also recognized that Brother Du's warm demeanor towards him was likely driven by ulterior motives. Having wandered through society in his previous life, Yunhao possessed ample experience in discerning people's intentions, and he would not be easily swayed by Brother Du's facade. However, given the intricate dynamics within Yuyang's sect and his own vulnerable position, Yunhao understood the necessity of seeking a support system. Although Brother Du's influence was limited, it would suffice for the time being. Thus, Yunhao resolved to engage in a candid discussion with Brother Du, laying their cards on the table to explore potential collaboration. Yunhao expressed gratitude for Brother Du's assistance, stating, "If there is any way I can be of service to you, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost." Brother Du's eyes sparkled, and he laughed heartily, clapping Yunhao's shoulder with vigor. "I knew I was right about you. You are indeed a shrewd little fox. However, I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals." Yunhao chuckled. "I hope to rely on your guidance in the future, Brother Zhang." Brother Du replied with a hint of depth. "That is a given, but we must also look out for each other moving forward." Thus, the 2 cunning foxes established the foundation of their future alliance. Yet, Yunhao remained uncertain about the benefits he could offer Brother Du. As the saying goes, one does not rise early without the prospect of profit. Although Brother Du undoubtedly had his reasons for seeking Yunhao's assistance, the specifics eluded him for the time being. With their conversation having opened the door to deeper relations, Yunhao felt emboldened to directly inquire. "Brother, as a newcomer, what is it about me that has caught your interest?" Brother Du smiled enigmatically, replying, "Junior brother, you are not yet of use to me, but that time will come soon enough. Please do not leave me in suspense." "Brother, clarity will aid me in cooperating with your plans," Yunhao urged. Brother Du continued, "I neglected to mention that we external disciples at Yuyang sect do have our opportunities. Once we break through the Qi refinement stage and attain the foundation establishment stage, we will be considered internal disciples." Pausing for a moment, Brother Du suddenly asked, "Do you know why the Brother Zhang who previously tended the medicinal garden has been absent for days on end?" Yunhao admitted his ignorance. "I am not aware. Brother Du has not informed me. Do you know the reason?" Brother Du replied, "Many are privy to this matter. It is no secret, just before the new year." Brother Zhang unexpectedly forged a connection with a disciple under the Grand Elder. Coincidentally, Brother Zhang had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, and that internal disciple provided him with some high-grade elixirs to enhance his cultivation, even allowing him to cultivate in his cave abode. Thus, Brother Zhang has lost interest in overseeing the medicinal garden. It is likely that Manager Ma sent you here to take over the OIC. No wonder Brother Zhang left in such haste. It seemed he was preoccupied with something significant. This means Brother Zhang will soon ascend to the foundation establishment stage, rendering his return to the medicinal garden impossible. Yun Hao began to comprehend certain aspects, yet there remained elements that eluded his understanding. For instance, even if Senior Brother Zhang were to become an inner disciple, the management of the medicinal garden would fall solely to him. However, as Senior Brother Zhang had previously mentioned, every spiritual herb within the garden is meticulously documented, rendering it impossible for him to derive any tangible benefits that if no advantages can be gained from the medicinal garden. Then what exactly does Senior Brother Du seek to achieve through their collaboration? Just as Yun Hao pondered this conundrum, Senior Brother Du solemnly stated, "Junior Brother, you are correct. Since Senior Brother Zhang will no longer oversee the medicinal garden, our collaboration can commence. The Do not underestimate the task of merely overseeing the garden. The potential rewards are substantial. Indeed, this is a lucrative position, one that is typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals." Yun Hao shook his head and replied, "That cannot be right. Senior Brother Zhang informed me upon his departure that the spiritual herbs within the garden are accounted for, that if they are indeed accounted for, how could we possibly reap any rewards?" Senior Brother Zhang smiled knowingly and said, "Ah, Junior Brother, you may be unaware of this. Senior Brother Zhang likely left in haste and did not provide you with the full details. In fact, there are regulations within the sect that permit a certain degree of natural loss for the herbs in the garden each month. Generally speaking, for every 100 plants, one may be deemed expendable, meaning you can return 99 to the higher-ups and keep one for yourself." Upon hearing this, Yun Hao understood. Even in a place abundant in spiritual energy, spiritual herbs are not without their issues. Even nurturing a spirit beast can lead to illness, let alone those delicate plants. The sect's allowance for natural loss is entirely reasonable. This stipulation presents an opportunity for those with ulterior motives, and it was precisely this that Senior Brother Du had recognized. Previously, when Senior Brother Zhang managed the medicinal garden, Senior Brother Du had gained nothing, as Zhang had exchanged all the retained herbs for spirit pills or spirit stones for his own cultivation, a factor contributing to Zhang's slightly superior cultivation level compared to other outer disciples. Every cultivator harbors aspirations for progress in their cultivation, and Senior Brother Zhang, leveraging the advantages of the medicinal garden, had elevated his own prowess, inciting envy in Senior Brother Du. Thus, when Yun Hao mentioned his new role in overseeing the garden, Du's interest was piqued. At this juncture, Yun Hao's mind turned to another question. If the medicinal garden is such a coveted position, why would Manager Ma entrust it to a newly arrived outer disciple? Surely, if it were to be assigned, it should go to one of his trusted subordinates. Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Yun Hao glanced at Senior Brother Du, who was awaiting his response. Instead of providing an answer, Yun Hao inquired, "Senior Brother, could you analyze something for me? I fear there might be something amiss." Senior Brother Du raised his hand, indicating for Yun Hao to continue. "Senior Brother, considering the medicinal garden is indeed a lucrative position, why would Manager Ma assign it to me? I have no acquaintances here. Could there be something suspicious about it?" Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Du furrowed his brow. Initially, he had assumed Yun Hao had some connection with Manager Ma. Otherwise, how could such a fortuitous opportunity fall to him? Now, realizing the situation was not as he had thought, he felt a twinge of doubt. "Junior Brother, could you recount the events leading up to your arrival at the medicinal garden? I need to consider this further." Yun Hao proceeded to recount the pertinent details of his arrival, and after a moment of contemplation, Senior Brother Du clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Now I see what transpired. Junior Brother, you may not be aware, but Manager Ma holds a considerable position within the sect, although he does not bear the title of master or disciple of the previous sect leader. He was raised by the former leader after being brought back from the outside world. Due to his lack of aptitude, he has never advanced to the Golden Core stage, yet he is of the same generation as the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Therefore, before the previous sect leader's demise, he was appointed as the overseer of all outer disciples. For years, he has remained in that position, primarily due to his ability to maintain neutrality, avoiding offense to either side. This has made him a protected figure within the sect, as any action against him could have repercussions for the entire Yuyang sect. Previously, Senior Brother Zhang was aligned with the Grand Elder, while you were brought here by the sect leader's disciple, Dong Yunfei. Naturally, Manager Ma perceives you as part of the sect leader's faction that Tio maintained balance. He assigned a representative from the Grand Elder's side previously, and now he has assigned someone from the sect leader's faction, thereby ensuring neither side would raise objections or trouble Manager Ma. With this explanation, Yunhao finally grasped the situation that he had inadvertently become embroiled in the ongoing power struggle between the two factions within the Yuyang sect. Though he mused that neither side would likely regard him, a mere inconspicuous outer disciple, as a threat. Enough of this, Junior Brother, do not dwell on it any longer. It seems your position as the overseer of the medicinal garden is now solidified. There is no turning back. Let us discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Senior Brother Du interrupted Yunhao's thoughts with a pat on his shoulder. Yunhao recognized that further contemplation would yield no benefit. He resolved to accept his circumstances, believing that a path would reveal itself as he progressed. For now, he would focus on accommodating Senior Brother Du. Senior Brother, how do you propose we collaborate? I am not particularly well versed in this area. Senior Brother Du had long since devised a plan for their collaboration and, upon Yunhao's inquiry, was eager to share. This collaboration is akin to a business transaction that we can start with bold offers and then negotiate from there. Junior Brother, I have an idea. The medicinal garden contains over 10,000 spiritual herbs, and according to the sect's regulations regarding monthly losses, I estimate we could retain around 100 herbs that I would not ask for them without compensation. If you provide me with 50 herbs, I will exchange them for spirit stones. What do you think? That is unacceptable. Yunhao promptly refused. Senior Brother, you seem somewhat misguided. Are you taking advantage of my inexperience? The monthly loss of spiritual herbs cannot be so simplistically calculated. If we account for the natural losses, the actual quantity available for us to retain is beyond our current knowledge. Here is what I propose. At the end of each month, after accounting for the true losses, we will determine how to split the remainder. At this moment, Yunhao felt a surge of anger. Senior Brother Du was clearly attempting to exploit his naivety. Regrettably, Yunhao was no fool. With a little thought, he could discern this petty scheme. The initial goodwill he had harbored towards Senior Brother Du evaporated, and he promptly stood to take his leave. Senior Brother Du, now filled with regret, lamented his oversight that in his moment of arrogance, he had mistakenly regarded Yunhao as just another ordinary disciple, unaware that the latter would no longer agree to exchange spiritual herbs after recognizing the true nature of the arrangement. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 36. Defying Fate or a Burden. Yunhao, now aware that Du Shixiang has a need for his assistance, understands that even though he was not given a favorable expression upon leaving, Du Shixiang would refrain from acting recklessly towards him. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Yunhao contemplated carefully. Other matters seemed trivial. Since he had been assigned to the medicinal garden, it was best to tend to it diligently and, if possible, reap some benefits for himself. The only concern lingering in his mind was that the assignment to oversee the medicinal garden by Manager Ma was certainly not a simple task. The mere recollection of Manager Ma speaking with a smile to Dong Yunfei, who was younger than him, in a subservient manner, revealed that Manager Ma was no ordinary individual, but rather a cunning old fox. Henceforth, Yunhao realized he must exercise caution around him. After pondering for a while, Yunhao dismissed his worries. Since he was here, he would take one step at a time, no matter how many arguments he could muster. His primary focus must remain on enhancing his own cultivation, while all else was inconsequential. With this clarity, Yunhao chose not to meditate or cultivate, instead stepping out of the thatched cottage to observe the various spiritual herbs growing in the garden. Although Yunhao had years of medical knowledge and was well acquainted with mundane herbs, the majority of the spiritual herbs cultivated here were rare in the mortal realm. Even those that existed outside were typically centuries old and not of ordinary quality. His prior medical knowledge was becoming less applicable, and instead, the mysterious alchemical techniques he had stored in his mind were now particularly relevant in the realm of cultivation. Alchemy is regarded as one of the foremost skills among the myriad arts, alongside artifact refinement. However, alchemy is not merely the act of creating elixirs. It is an extensive and systematic body of knowledge pertaining to cultivation. The first aspect of alchemy involves mastering the control of flames, which undoubtedly necessitates the cultivation of fire-attributed techniques. Secondly, it requires a comprehensive understanding of various spiritual herbs, magical beasts, and other rare materials. Alchemy encompasses not just spiritual herbs for elixirs, but also the inner elixirs and even the flesh of magical beasts. Additionally, some peculiar materials can be utilized, even certain rare ores, thus necessitating that an alchemist possesses a vast breadth of knowledge. Undoubtedly, the most frequently utilized materials are various spiritual herbs, thus necessitating an intimate familiarity with their properties, effects, growing regions, and the environments in which they thrive. For instance, one must know how many years a particular spiritual herb takes to mature and the number of flowers it blooms or fruits it bears at maturity. This knowledge is essential. Otherwise, harvesting immature herbs not only leads to waste, but may also yield significant side effects. Some herbs are toxic when unripe, but harmless when mature. Hence, the ability to identify and discern herbs is a crucial aspect of the practice. Understanding the growing conditions and regions for spiritual herbs is another indispensable key. Many herbs grow in specific environments according to their attributes. For example, ice-attributed herbs thrive in frigid climates or areas where ice remains year-round, while fire-attributed herbs flourish in locales perpetually engulfed in flames, with some even growing amidst lava. These considerations represent merely the herbal aspect of alchemy, while the knowledge regarding magical beasts and rare materials worthy of use in elixirs is overwhelmingly extensive and cannot be elaborated upon in detail here. Alchemy also encompasses knowledge of artifact refinement and formations, which is a significant portion of the craft. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, a proficient alchemist is a rare find, and a master alchemist is even more so, akin to a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. Consequently, the majority of alchemists in the cultivation world find themselves as mere dabblers, producing only low-tier elixirs. Take, for instance, the Yu Yang sect. One of the 4 inner elders is an alchemist. He has taken in several disciples who exhibit interest and talent in alchemy, yet even he can currently only produce second-tier elixirs, let alone his disciples. Alchemy is a time-consuming and labor-intensive art, and most cultivators do not opt to practice it themselves, as they lack the time to study it. For those whose time is already insufficient for cultivation, they would never waste it on learning alchemy. Instead, if they desire elixirs, they can seek the services of an alchemist or trade for them with spiritual stones or rare materials, rendering the pursuit of alchemical knowledge unnecessary. The difficulty of mastering alchemy has led to a shortage of alchemists, making even novice alchemists highly sought after in the cultivation community, thus affording them a relatively elevated status. Yun Hao, now with little choice, found himself in a unique position, having already cultivated the Burning Heaven technique. He harbored a genuine passion for alchemy, aspiring to become a master alchemist in the future. Yun Hao's situation diverged from others. His Burning Heaven technique was a profound fire-attributed skill that not only enhanced his cultivation, but also served as an unparalleled gateway to alchemy. Yet, he remained oblivious to its true potential. The alchemical knowledge within Yun Hao's mind was comprehensive and meticulous, encompassing not only the techniques of alchemy, but also extensive information on various spiritual herbs, magical beasts, and other peculiar materials suitable for alchemy. Every aspect of a spiritual herb, including its appearance, medicinal properties, effects, growing regions, attributes, and age, was meticulously documented. Yun Hao merely needed to retrieve this knowledge from his mind and compare it with the herbs before him, thus deepening his memory and enhancing his ability to identify various herbs in the future. The spiritual herbs cultivated in this garden were primarily neutral, requiring no special environment for growth, with the sole prerequisite being an abundance of spiritual energy, a condition easily met within the confines of the Yu Yang cave. Throughout the entire day, Yun Hao focused solely on this task, successfully identifying nearly half of the spiritual herbs. The knowledge gained was certainly rewarding. Yet his most significant discovery was a segment of alchemical formula concerning spiritual herbs. This formula, previously unnoticed by Yun Hao, had eluded his attention until today. Had he not sought knowledge about spiritual herbs, he would not have encountered it in such a short span of time. The formula was called the Spirit Acceleration Technique, a concise set of instructions spanning just over 1,000 characters. However, upon first glance, Yun Hao was left utterly astonished for quite some time, followed by an overwhelming wave of excitement. Unable to contain himself, he shouted to the heavens, "Oh, heaven, you have been too kind to me." The spirit acceleration technique is specifically designed to hasten the maturation of spiritual herbs. However, it is somewhat impractical, as it is effective only on ordinary herbs under 1,000 years of age, losing efficacy on those over 1,000 years, and becoming utterly ineffective on 10,000-year herbs. Herbs under 1,000 years are primarily used for the creation of first and second-tier elixirs, while third-tier elixirs may only incorporate one or two as supplementary ingredients. Thus, overall, the technique seems rather lackluster. Once Yun Hao could produce third-tier elixirs, the spirit acceleration technique would lose its utility. Though it may appear lackluster, for Yun Hao at present, it is akin to a heavenly technique. A stroke of fortune that is immensely beneficial to him. With a substantial amount of 1,000-year herbs at his disposal, he could exchange them for spiritual stones and elixirs, which are his only means of enhancing his cultivation. Given his lack of spiritual roots, eagerly, Yun Hao hurried back to the thatched cottage, closed his eyes, and diligently studied the spirit acceleration technique. Despite its brevity, he took over an hour to comprehend it fully. Still feeling uncertain, he reread it twice more until he could recite it flawlessly. The use of the spirit acceleration technique imposes no restrictions based on cultivation level. However, the quantity and duration of accelerated herbs vary according to one's cultivation. Naturally, Yun Hao, eager to test it, raised his gaze to the star-studded sky, where a crescent moon hung brightly above, illuminating the area outside. Yun Hao stepped out of the cottage, deactivated the barrier, and sat cross-legged beside a century-old Huangjing plant. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he directed the scant spiritual energy within him to his arms before forming the intricate hand seals that as he began to form the seals, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards his hands, gradually accumulating into a large sphere. With each successive seal, the energy gathered around his hands continued to condense, shrinking slowly. After half an hour of effort, despite the sweat pouring down his forehead and his pallid complexion, Yun Hao pressed on, having nearly exhausted his spiritual energy, yet he was so close to success. The spirit acceleration technique is quite simple. Yun Hao's low cultivation and insufficient spiritual energy were the only reasons for his prolonged struggle. If only his spiritual energy were doubled, the time required to execute the technique would be significantly reduced. Finally, as Yun Hao depleted the last vestige of his spiritual energy, the condensing spiritual essence was compressed by his hand seals into a single drop of crystalline liquid, radiating astonishing spiritual power. He sensed it contained even more energy than a single rejuvenation elixir. Without hesitation, Yun Hao promptly dripped this drop of spiritual liquid onto the century-old Huangjing plant beside him. After that, feeling somewhat drained from the depletion of his internal spiritual energy, his mind also grew hazy that he hurriedly activated the Burning Heaven technique on the spot to replenish his spent energy. A night passed amidst Yun Hao's cultivation, and when dawn broke, he concluded his practice of the Burning Heaven technique and assessed the results of his overnight meditation. Indeed, his internal spiritual energy had been restored, and he had even made a slight advancement compared to the previous night. Now that he had completed his practice, Yun Hao was most eager to ascertain whether the drop of spiritual liquid he had painstakingly extracted using the spirit-invoking technique the night before had borne any fruit, and to what extent it had been effective. Upon lowering his gaze, he found that the originally century-old polygonatum had, after a night, appeared to him as if it had aged 200 years. Could it be that the drop of spiritual liquid had caused this polygonatum to grow a century in just one night? This was simply beyond belief. Yun Hao could hardly contain his astonishment as he whispered to himself. In the first volume, Turbulence in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 37, Accelerating the Maturation of Spiritual Herbs, Yun Hao ultimately confirmed that the polygonatum before him indeed possessed a medicinal age of 200 years. A mere drop of spiritual liquid had facilitated its growth by 100 years. He was genuinely excited, for if this continued, he would be able to harvest a millennium-old spiritual herb in less than 10 days. However, Yun Hao felt a pang of frustration, for with his current cultivation level, he could only manage to produce a drop of spiritual liquid each day using the spirit-invoking technique. The prospect of generating 2 or more drops in a single day was, for now, a distant dream. With just 1 drop of spiritual liquid produced daily, he could only accelerate the growth of 1 spiritual herb. and thus far, he had only succeeded in nurturing an ordinary spiritual herb. As for the rarer and more precious varieties, he would need to conduct further experiments. Throughout that day, Yunhao diligently continued the work he had not completed the day before, examining each spiritual herb while cross-referencing the corresponding knowledge in his mind. By the end of the day, he had only managed to identify a small fraction of the herbs that as night fell. Yunhao, brimming with impatience, began to channel his spiritual energy to employ the spirit-invoking technique once more. This time, he was well-versed in the process, and the intricate hand seals flowed seamlessly from his fingers. When the spiritual liquid was finally produced, he still retained a modicum of spiritual energy within him. Unlike the previous day when he had felt utterly drained, this clearly indicated that his cultivation had indeed seen a slight improvement overnight. That evening, Yunhao decided to experiment not on the Polygonatum, but on a more advanced spiritual herb known as purple leafgrass, which also had a medicinal age of 100 years. That he dripped the spiritual liquid onto the purple leafgrass and then set it aside, focusing entirely on his meditation. When dawn arrived, Yunhao concluded his practice and carefully examined the purple leafgrass before him. Based on the information he had in mind regarding the various ages of spiritual herbs, this particular purple leafgrass had aged an impressive 80 years overnight. This observation suggested that higher-grade spiritual herbs matured at a quicker rate, a result that pleased him greatly. The following day, Yunhao finally managed to familiarize himself with all the spiritual herbs in the garden, thoroughly understanding their growth ages and medicinal properties. This knowledge would be invaluable for his next steps in accelerating their maturation. For ordinary spiritual herbs such as ginseng, reishi, and polygonatum, once they had grown for several decades, they could be considered mature, capable of yielding seeds or fruit. After 100 or 200 years, they could be classified as spiritual herbs, while those that matured after 500 or 600 years were particularly exceptional, suitable for medicinal purposes and alchemy, and the effectiveness of herbs aged 1,000 years was beyond compare. These ordinary spiritual herbs were the easiest to gather seeds from, and the spirit-invoking technique was also effective on the seeds or seedlings of these herbs, making them the primary focus of Yunhao's current endeavors. In contrast, high-grade spiritual herbs, even in their seedling stage, were already classified as spiritual herbs, requiring a long maturation period. For instance, purple leafgrass took 300 years to be considered mature, after which it might produce only a few seeds. These were the types of spiritual herbs that Yunhao would soon turn his attention to, but for now, his low cultivation level rendered it impractical to use spiritual liquid on them, as the results would be too slow. For the next few days, Yunhao did not step outside the herbal garden, dedicating all his time and energy to experimentation and the maturation of spiritual herbs. Through his experiments, he found that the shorter the age of the herb, the longer it took for the spiritual liquid to mature it, while herbs with longer ages yielded less pronounced effects. For instance, the night before, he had used spiritual liquid on a 600-year-old ginseng, and upon inspecting it that morning, he found it had only aged 80 years. By extrapolating from this result, he deduced that an 800-year-old ginseng would likely only see an increase of 40 to 50 years with a single drop of spiritual liquid overnight. Calculating meticulously, Yunhao estimated that to grow a 1,000-year-old ginseng from its inception would require approximately 15 drops of spiritual liquid, meaning he would need 15 days to achieve this goal. This result left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as he currently lacked resources. The more spiritual herbs he could gather, the better. 15 days for a single 1,000-year-old ginseng was a slow production rate, even for ordinary spiritual herbs. In a year or so, Yunhao could become quite wealthy in the realm of cultivation, with abundant spiritual stones and elixirs at his disposal, leading to significant advancements in his cultivation. During these few days in the herbal garden, senior brother Du visited him, and though their conversation was cordial, Yunhao was mindful of the fact that he still needed Du's assistance, that he promised to provide him with more spiritual herbs by the end of the month. Now that he possessed the spirit-invoking technique, he was no longer interested in the few herbs that Du sought. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, with Yunhao busily working in the herbal garden. He had begun collecting seedlings or seeds from some ordinary spiritual herbs, preparing to experiment with the maturation of these seeds or seedlings in a cleared area of the herbal garden. Yunhao established a small experimental plot, initially sowing seeds or seedlings of ginseng, polygonatum, aphoti, and reishi. Over the next few days, he dedicated himself entirely to this plot, living and cultivating nearby, and every night he would apply the produced spiritual liquid to one of the seeds, or seedlings. Remarkably, within just one day's effort, the seeds began to sprout tender shoots, while the seedlings grew taller. Upon applying the second drop of spiritual liquid, within a single night, the previously tender shoots of the spiritual herb matured to a medicinal age of 100 years. The effects of the spiritual liquid were evident, confirming the success of Yuan Hao's experimentation. The next step was to find a way to utilize the existing resources in the herbal garden, combined with his spirit-invoking technique, to efficiently and systematically accelerate the maturation of more spiritual herbs. After careful contemplation, Yuan Hao concluded that he should focus on maturing only those herbs that were of high quality, avoiding anything less than 1,000 years in age, and starting with the ordinary spiritual herbs. For each herb he matured, he would harvest one, then replant a similar one in its place, ensuring that even if someone from the sect came to inspect or gather herbs for alchemy, his activities would go unnoticed. However, a significant issue loomed before Yuan Hao. Once the spiritual herbs were matured and harvested, where would he store them? It was critical to resolve this matter, as even ordinary herbs would lose their medicinal properties if left unattended for too long. This was a pressing concern that he needed to address before he dared to mature too many thousand-year-old herbs, as the consequences of their sudden appearance in the garden could be dire, especially if Brother Zhang returned one day. Given his familiarity with the garden, he would easily detect any changes. Just as Yuan Hao was fretting over this dilemma, Brother Du visited the herbal garden the following day, bringing with him some excellent news. The former steward of the herbal garden, Brother Zhang, had recently become a foundational-level cultivator and had officially joined the faction of the Grand Elder, now recognized as an inner disciple. Yesterday, Manager Ma had summoned Brother Du and informed him that from now on, the herbal garden would be under Yuan Hao's stewardship. This meant that apart from the inner disciples who came to gather herbs for alchemy, he would be the only one present in the garden, greatly facilitating his ability to operate discreetly without fear of detection. Brother Du was, of course, delighted with this outcome, which explained why he had hurried to share the news with Yuan Hao. The two engaged in a genuine discussion regarding their cooperative intentions, and they tentatively agreed on certain terms, including the quantity of spiritual herbs Yuan Hao would provide to Brother Du by the end of the month. The items exchanged for each herb would vary based on their quality, that a 500-year-old ginseng could be traded for 50 low-grade spiritual stones or 20 low-grade chi-boosting pills, while ordinary herbs like FODI, Reishi, or Polygonatum would have similar values. Herbs around 200 or 300 years in age would yield even less in exchange. An 800-year-old ginseng could be exchanged for 150 low-grade spiritual stones or 50 chi-boosting pills, with other herbs of equivalent age following the same standard. Of course, this was merely a preliminary agreement between Yuan Hao and Brother Du, with the specifics to be finalized by the end of the month. However, Yuan Hao had no intention of offering any 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs for exchange. All herbs nearing 1,000 years of age in the garden were documented, and even if Yuan Hao replanted them later, it would inevitably raise suspicion over time. Previously, Brother Zhang, who oversaw the herbal garden, typically withheld only ordinary herbs, and even then, they rarely exceeded 200 or 300 years in age. Yuan Hao was keen to avoid drawing attention to himself immediately upon taking over the garden. Accumulating wealth quietly was the right approach. After discussing their cooperative arrangements, Yuan Hao inquired, "Brother Du, what do you think is the best way to store the spiritual herbs I gather by the end of the month? Should I come to you for trading, or will you come here?" Brother Du seemed to anticipate Yuan Hao's question. With a smile, he produced a flat jade box from his robe and handed it to Yuan Hao, replying, "Junior brother, simply store all the harvested spiritual herbs in this jade box from now on." Yuan Hao received the jade box and casually opened it, revealing an ordinary piece crafted from jade, utterly unremarkable. Brother Du added, "This jade box can preserve the efficacy of the spiritual medicine for up to 2 years. However, for long-term storage, one would require a special jade box engraved with a miniature gathering formation inside. Typically, after acquiring the spiritual medicine, we quickly enlist the inner disciples of the alchemy chamber to assist in refining it into spiritual pills. So this ordinary jade box suffices." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao contemplated and replied to Brother Du, "In the future, I kindly request that you provide me with more of these jade boxes to spare me the trouble of frequently asking you for them." "Not a problem. These are not precious items. Within our Yuyang cave heaven, there lies a mountain entirely composed of jade. The jade used for crafting these boxes is merely scrap material. However many you require, I shall gladly furnish you, with Brother Du's provision of jade boxes. Yunhao temporarily resolved the storage dilemma for the spiritual medicine that he could now focus on hastening the growth of a portion of the spiritual herbs, initially accelerating a few ordinary herbs aged 400 to 500 years, followed by some that were 1,000 years old, before finding a suitable location to store them until he could devise a means to exchange them for pills or spiritual stones upon venturing into the outside world. A few days later, Brother Du indeed delivered dozens of jade boxes to Yunhao. He first took out 3 ordinary spiritual herbs, each approximately 500 years old, to place in the jade boxes, intending to hand them over to Brother Du at the end of the month, but he then dedicated himself fully to hastening the growth of the herbs. After another 6 or 7 days, Yunhao harvested his first 1,000-year-old Huangjing herb. However, the challenge of storing this precious herb arose as he gazed at the stark emptiness of his humble grass hut, unsure where to conceal the herb. After much contemplation, he devised a solution. He excavated a 3 to 4 foot square hole beneath his meditation mat and placed the jade box containing the herb within it, covering it with the mat to temporarily resolve the storage issue. In the following days, Yunhao managed to harvest another 1,000-year-old herb. During this period, an inner disciple from the alchemy chamber arrived, armed with a decree from Elder C, to harvest some spiritual herbs. Observing the herbs that the disciple collected, Yunhao surmised that the alchemy chamber was preparing to refine a batch of Peiyuan pills. These pills are considered a higher-grade elixir among first-tier pills, primarily utilized by foundation-building disciples to consolidate their foundations, and may assist perfected Qi practitioners in breaking through bottlenecks. The inner disciple meticulously harvested the necessary herbs for the Peiyuan pills, adhering strictly to Elder C's instructions, refraining from opportunistically collecting a few extra to line his own pockets. Naturally, the medicinal garden's herbs were not solely for harvesting. Periodically, inner disciples would deliver sought-after herb seeds or seedlings for Yunhao to cultivate in the vacant spaces left after harvesting. The day after Yunhao secured his third 1,000-year-old herb marked the end of the month, a day designated for his transaction with Brother Du, along with the collection of the meager benefits distributed to him by the sect. Early the next morning, Yunhao exited the restrictions and made his way toward a nearby valley. From a distance, he spotted Brother Du pacing back and forth at the entrance, indicating his anticipation for this inaugural transaction. "At last, my junior has arrived. Come, let us enter," Brother Du exclaimed upon seeing Yunhao approach leisurely, hastily taking his hand and leading him inside. Once inside, Brother Du eagerly urged Yunhao to present the spiritual herbs for exchange. Wasting no time, Yunhao produced 3 jade boxes and handed them to Brother Du. "Why only 3?" Brother Du asked, momentarily taken aback, his tone tinged with displeasure. Yunhao chuckled lightly and replied, "Brother Du, you must consider my position as a newcomer. I cannot be overly conspicuous, for the sake of our enduring collaboration. It is prudent to exercise caution. Besides, this is merely our first transaction. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Next time, I shall certainly procure more for you." He paused, gesturing toward the 3 jade boxes, and added, "Although the quantity is modest, I assure you the quality is exceptional, and I believe you will be pleased." Upon hearing this, Brother Du opened the 3 jade boxes for a closer inspection, and soon a smile spread across his face. He nodded at Yunhao, saying, "Indeed, the quality surpasses my expectations that I had anticipated you might bring some herbs aged 200 to 300 years, but to my surprise, they are all around 500 years old. Thus, these 3 herbs equate to the value of over a dozen lower-grade herbs. As long as you are satisfied, brother, I will strive to bring you higher-grade herbs for our transactions in the future. However, I cannot guarantee the quantity each time. That is of no concern, that as long as the quality is excellent and the grade high, a lesser quantity is perfectly acceptable, that if you can procure 1,000-year-old herbs. Even one would suffice," Brother Du responded while gathering the jade boxes. Seeing Brother Du securely stow the boxes, Yunhao stated directly, "Then I would like all the herbs exchanged for Qi-boosting pills this time." Yunhao had contemplated this matter beforehand. The atmosphere here was dense with spiritual energy, rendering spiritual stones less effective. Furthermore, spiritual stones served as currency in the immortal cultivation realm, and within the completely secluded Yuyang sect, there was no opportunity to spend them. While medium-grade stones might be acceptable, he had little interest in lower-grade ones that in contrast. Qi-boosting pills were invaluable, offering a swift means to enhance his spiritual energy and serving as his sole option for further cultivation advancement. Surprised by Yunhao's request for all chi-boosting pills, Brother Du paused momentarily before retrieving 3 fist-sized jade vials and 1 smaller vial from a corner of the room, handing them to Yunhao. Here, you have 60 chi-boosting pills, along with 2 that were distributed this month. Additionally, I have included 3 extra for you, so I will not be providing a spiritual stone. Yunhao accepted the jade vials, tucking them into his robe, and replied with a smile, "No need to check. I trust you. Brother Du, I have matters to attend to in the medicinal garden, so I shall take my leave." The Du Shixiang earnestly escorted Yunhao to the door, reminding him that as long as he possessed the spirit medicine, he could come to trade at any time, not just at the end of the month. Naturally, Yunhao nodded in agreement, for now it was he who held the reins. He would decide when to trade based on when he consumed the chi-boosting pills in his possession. Days passed, and Yunhao diligently prepared 5 stocks of 500-year-old spirit medicine for unforeseen circumstances. With a substantial supply of chi-boosting pills, it was clear they were not merely for show, that on the very first day he obtained the pills, Yunhao consumed 1, that although these pills were of low grade. For someone like Yunhao, who had frequently taken chi-boosting soup in the past, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Previously, the ingredients he used for his self-made chi-boosting soup were merely ordinary herbs, not even close to being classified as spirit medicine. Thus, the effects were limited to a mere enhancement of his innate energy prior to reaching the chi training stage at this point in his cultivation. The chi-boosting soup had nearly no effect on him. However, the chi-boosting pills were an entirely different matter. The least of their ingredients was ginseng aged around 100 to 200 years, which could be considered spirit medicine. And the effects were immediate and striking. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and before he could even begin his cultivation, a surge of spiritual energy surged from his lower dantian, overwhelming his previously meager reserves. His dantian felt as if it was about to burst in a hurry. Yunhao activated the Burning Heaven technique, guiding the spiritual energy through his meridians in a continuous cycle, gradually widening his narrow meridians. After a night of cultivation, when the spiritual energy returned to his dantian, he realized that just 1 chi-boosting pill had increased his spiritual energy by more than half compared to before. In high spirits, Yunhao found himself invigorated throughout the day. As night fell, he resumed his efforts to hasten the growth of the spirit medicine. This night, while employing the spirit acceleration technique, the results were markedly improved. The time taken to produce a drop of spirit liquid was shorter than the previous night, and he still had ample spiritual energy remaining in his dantian, unlike before when it would be completely depleted. After dropping the spirit liquid, Yunhao consumed another chi-boosting pill and embarked on another night of meditation and cultivation. Through this round of cultivation, Yunhao discovered that after nearly exhausting his spiritual energy with the spirit acceleration technique, consuming a chi-boosting pill for further cultivation yielded even more pronounced results, with his spiritual energy multiplying exponentially. Half a month passed, and on this day, a disciple of the inner sect visited the medicine garden. This disciple, named Yang Jun, was a direct disciple of the 4th elder of the Yuyang sect and could be considered a somewhat skilled alchemist. Yang Jun was a disciple appointed by the 4th elder, tasked with overseeing the various medicine gardens of the Yuyang sect. It is worth noting that these medicine gardens are crucial not only for alchemists but also for the sect as a whole. Consequently, a disciple like Yang Jun would periodically be assigned to inspect the gardens. The job of the disciple was straightforward: to ensure that the quantities of spirit medicine in the gardens aligned with the records maintained by the sect. As long as the discrepancies did not exceed 1%, the garden would be deemed satisfactory, and the person in charge would similarly be deemed competent. Otherwise, if the loss exceeded 1%, it would signify the need for a change in management. The medicine garden was a lucrative position, attracting many aspirants, including inner sect disciples, who sought to place their own outer sect disciples in the garden to benefit from that 1% loss. Inner sect disciples typically receive no additional income aside from the spiritual stones and spirit medicine allocated monthly by the sect that in the world of cultivation. It is a race of resources. The one with more resources can advance further. Moreover, who wouldn't desire the spirit medicine displayed in the garden? While inner sect disciples appeared to live glamorous lives, they were often engaged in a constant competition among themselves, and had to support several outer sect disciples, leading to substantial expenses. The meager spiritual stones provided by the sect were hardly sufficient to cover the lavish rewards for their subordinates, not to mention the costs of their own cultivation. Yang Jun, the disciple, was known for his ostentatious demeanor, but he was among the favored inner sect members, largely due to his half-hearted status as an alchemist, which prompted many disciples to curry favor with him from time to time. Upon arriving at the medicine garden, Yang Jun, with an air of arrogance, conveyed his intentions to Yun Hao, but hardly spared him another word, choosing instead to conduct a cursory inspection of the premises. Although this was Yun Hao's first encounter with such a situation, he was confident in dealing with an inner sect disciple who was overly ambitious. As Yang Jun walked, he held a jade slip in his hand, occasionally murmuring to himself that an hour later, after completing his inspection, Yang Jun cast a surprised glance at Yun Hao. Based on his experience, he noted that the garden typically showed a decline in spirit medicine during inspections, whether due to natural death or misappropriation by the person in charge. However, regardless of the cause, the losses rarely exceeded the sect's regulations. Yet today, upon inspection, the recorded quantities of spirit medicine in the garden were nearly identical to the actual amounts present, differing by no more than 3 to 5 stalks. Yang Jun was puzzled. Could it be that this new overseer of the garden was simply too honest, lacking the savvy to reap personal benefits? It was understandable that Yang Jun was perplexed. With Yun Hao's spirit acceleration technique, even if he harvested a stalk of spirit medicine, he could quickly replant another to compensate. The discrepancies of 3 to 5 stalks were merely those taken by Zhang Shixiang prior to Yun Hao's arrival. Since then, Yun Hao had not lost a single stalk that in reality, Yang Jun overlooked the seedlings cultivated by Yun Hao. Otherwise, not only would the count not have diminished, but it might have even increased. Yun Hao was well aware of Yang Jun's expression, as he intentionally wished to convey that he was unlike others who were greedy. The more one is perceived as greedy, the more envious eyes they attract, leading to ill intentions, a scenario Yun Hao wished to avoid. Furthermore, Yun Hao harbored another thought, to temporarily find a protector within the Yang sect. However, given that Dong Yunfei was currently in secluded cultivation, even arranging a meeting was challenging as for Du Shixiao. While he held a position in the outer sect, his status was too low for many matters Yun Hao wished to address. Yang Jun, on the other hand, was different. Yun Hao had heard much about the circumstances of inner sect disciples from Du Shixiao, and thus had a general understanding, particularly for young disciples like Yang Jun, who had entered the Yang sect at a young age and had little exposure to the complexities of society. Coupled with his strong spiritual roots and status as an alchemist, he was frequently flattered, leading to an arrogant disposition. Thus, while Yang Jun might possess intelligence, his emotional intelligence was decidedly lacking, making him an easy target for Yun Hao's manipulation. Indeed, the loss of spirit medicine here is among the least in all the gardens. I will duly report this to the sect, Yang Jun remarked, his surprise tempered by the necessity of maintaining appearances. Thank you, Shixiang, Yun Hao replied, while inner sect disciples held a higher status than their outer sect counterparts. It was customary for outer sect disciples to refer to inner sect members with such titles out of respect. Of course, should Yun Hao ascend to the status of an inner sect disciple, he would naturally address Yang Jun as Shixiang in return. Yang Jun tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Hao, and replied with a hint of implication, "There's no need for thanks. While your garden may be better than others, the established rules must not be overlooked. Surely you are aware of this." Yun Hao was well aware of what Yang Jun was insinuating. It was nothing more than an attempt to leverage his position of authority for personal gain. Yun Hao had initially planned to offer a little bribe to Yang Jun, but it seemed he was impatient to broach the subject himself. Taking a step closer to Yang Jun, Yun Hao spoke softly. "I invite Shixiang to my humble abode for a discussion." Yang Jun nodded in response, a smile creeping onto his face. He thought to himself, "This Yun Hao fellow is quite astute. Good. It seems I will be able to acquire some spirit medicine again. Next time, the duties will indeed prove to be quite rewarding." With a self-satisfied grin, Yang Jun followed Yun Hao into the thatched hut. Once inside, Yun Hao began to shower Yang Jun with flattery. Individuals of Yang Jun's temperament, aside from relishing in minor benefits, also enjoyed hearing compliments. Having encountered various personalities during his previous life of wandering, particularly those who would flatter to secure a meal, Yun Hao had long since mastered the art of persuasion. Now, as he spoke to Yang Jun, the words flowed effortlessly. It was not that Yun Hao lacked any dignity. Rather, He was a pragmatic individual who recognized that uttering a few flattering remarks would not cost him anything. As long as he achieved his objectives, a temporary compromise was of little consequence. Shi Xiang, I have long awaited your arrival, that I have heard others say that your alchemical skills are unparalleled, second only to the fourth elder. Moreover, people say you are as handsome as a jade tree, a dashing figure. Today, seeing you in person, it is clear you are indeed a dragon among men, that I believe your future is boundless, and I shall look to you for guidance in the times to come. Yun Hao's words about horses sent shivers down his own spine, yet Yang Jun found them utterly delightful, his eyes narrowing in evident enjoyment, as if savoring the moment. That it was apparent that he was no stranger to flattery. After listening to Yun Hao's eloquent praise, Yang Jun immediately formed a new impression of him. Yun Hao was becoming increasingly agreeable in his eyes. Very well, he said, from now on, at Yang sect, I, Yang Jun, will look after you. If you encounter any troubles, just mention my name. Yang Jun chuckled, patting Yun Hao on the shoulder. Yun Hao chuckled in response, producing a jade box from his robe and presenting it to Yang Jun, that a small token of respect. Please accept it, Master Uncle, that I in the future, I shall bring you more gifts, he said. Seeing only a jade box, Yang Jun felt it fell short of his expectations. Nevertheless, he now regarded Yun Hao as quite agreeable and reasoned that a little gift was better than none. Yun Hao had mentioned he would bring him more spiritual herbs in the future, and time was on their side. Upon opening the jade box, a smile returned to Yang Jun's face as he beheld a 500-year-old ginseng. Though it was a common spiritual herb, it was still quite impressive. The previous gardens he had inspected had mostly yielded herbs aged around 200 to 300 years, so this 500-year specimen was indeed a pleasant surprise. Yang Jun nodded in satisfaction at Yun Hao, smiling as he said, Your name is Yun Hao, correct? You are quite remarkable. Please reserve such excellent herbs for me in the future. I shall not take them without compensation. I will trade you a spirit pill in exchange. As he spoke, Yang Jun produced a small jade vial from his robe and handed it to Yun Hao. Here, take this. These few chi-boosting pills are your payment for the herbs. I trust you won't find this an unfair exchange. Yun Hao, hearing Yang Jun's words, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly despising Yang Jun, that if you want it so clearly, just take it. Why pretend to barter? And offering the least valuable chi-boosting pills? It's a farce. Though he thought this, he dared not voice his true feelings. Master Uncle, you are too kind that I could never dare to trade with you. This is merely my humble respect for you. Please take back the chi-boosting pills, he said, forcing a smile as he attempted to return the jade vial to Yang Jun. Yang Jun firmly pressed Yun Hao's hand down, saying, I, Yang Jun, do not have the habit of retracting gifts once given. If I offer it to you, you shall accept it. Yun Hao glanced at the jade vial, and then at Yang Jun, feigning a look of reluctance before he continued. Since Master Uncle wishes to barter for spirit pills, I would like to propose a condition for our exchange. How does that sound? Speak your mind, that as long as it is within my ability or something I possess. I will do my best to accommodate you, Yang Jun replied, leaving room for negotiation. That I wish to access the library to read the sect's collection. Currently, I lack a guide. What do you think? Yang Jun burst into hearty laughter. This request was far too simple for him. Is that all? Very well, take my identity token. In the future, not only will you have free access to the library, but you can also visit the alchemy room to find me. However, bear in mind that you may only read on the first floor of the library. You cannot ascend to the second floor without my presence. Keep that in mind. With that, Yang Jun removed a small black token from his waist and handed it to Yun Hao. The front bore a large character for Dan, while the back simply read Yang Jun. The rest of the token was unadorned, yet it felt substantial, its material unknown. Suppressing his surprise, Yun Hao examined the token and then said, Thank you, Master Uncle. With this token, there's no need for you to barter spirit pills anymore. This is sufficient. Yang Jun, satisfied, took his leave, reminding Yun Hao that whenever he had spiritual herbs, he should deliver them directly to the alchemy room. He may not be able to visit frequently, as the duty of inspection was indeed a coveted task, and it was uncertain who would take his place next. Yun Hao stood outside the grass hut watching Yang Jun's retreating figure. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and a cold smile barely graced his lips. Yang Jun was content, but in truth, Yun Hao was even more pleased that a 500-year-old spiritual herb held little value for him now, scarcely better than a common weed. Yet this seemingly insignificant herb not only granted him a foothold as an inner sect disciple, but also afforded him the chance to enter the library. Initially, he had not intended to propose such a condition, as someone like Yang Jin seemed to be a one-way street. Yunhao feared that even suggesting it would be futile to his surprise. Yang Jin had readily handed over his identity token without a second thought, leaving Yunhao pleasantly surprised, as it proved to be immensely beneficial for him. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 40. The library was the place Yunhao yearned to visit most after arriving at Yang sect. Here lay the vast knowledge of cultivation he desperately sought to further his journey in the realm of immortality. As dusk fell, it was no longer feasible to visit the library, so Yunhao settled down to meditate, preparing to go at dawn the next day. That night, he refrained from hastening the growth of his herbs, for his small underground chamber was already filled to capacity with jade boxes. There was no more room for additional items. Thus, he chose to pause his efforts for the time being, that he consumed a chi-boosting pill and entered a night of meditation. The following morning, Yunhao activated the restrictions, holding Yang Jun's identity token as he made his way towards the Inner Sect Valley. Upon reaching the valley entrance, he was intercepted by patrolling Inner Sect disciples. That a young disciple, appearing to be only in his teens, yet possessing commendable foundational skills, stood before Yunhao. With a curious gaze, he scrutinized Yunhao and declared, "This is the Inner Sect Valley. Outer Sect disciples are not permitted entry. Please withdraw at once." Yunhao bowed respectfully and replied, "Esteemed disciple, I possess Master Yangjin's token. Please verify it." He extended the token. The young disciple took it, inspected it briefly, then returned it to Yunhao. He inquired further, "Are you here to find Brother Yang, or do you have other matters? Be aware that even with an Inner Sect disciple's token, not all areas are accessible, that I only wish to visit the library to peruse its collection. I have no intentions of venturing elsewhere," Yunhao replied. "Then follow me, to avoid any missteps that might lead to trouble. I happen to be on duty today, and I certainly do not wish to incur my master's wrath," the young disciple said, nodding for Yunhao to accompany him. Yunhao eagerly followed behind, grateful for the guidance, as he genuinely had no idea where the library was located. Initially, he had planned to ask someone for directions. This was an opportune arrangement, providing him with a personal escort that on his previous visit, when brought by Dong Yunfei and others, he had not taken the time to observe the valley closely, as he had been preoccupied with other thoughts. This time, however, he was now a member of Yang sect. And given that entry was not easily granted to outsiders, a sense of mystery enveloped the place that as he trailed behind the disciple, Yunhao took in the sights. Yuyang Cave Heaven was indeed a paradise for cultivation. The valley itself was the confluence of 3,000 miles of spiritual veins, rich in spiritual energy, a true sanctuary. With ample spiritual energy, the flora flourished abundantly. The valley was lush with verdant trees and an array of exotic flowers, embodying a vibrant, thriving landscape. As for the surrounding structures, they were a testament to the capabilities of cultivators. Though they were not masons, they possessed the means to move mountains and reshape the earth, making the construction of buildings and pavilions a trivial task. Towering pavilions, built into the hillsides, were nestled within the shadows of the trees, exuding an air of artistic elegance, the gathering place for outer disciples. When compared to this locale, resembles a grand palace juxtaposed with a squalid slum. There is simply no basis for comparison. That it is no wonder that every outer disciple toils diligently in their cultivation, aspiring to ascend to the ranks of inner disciples, who would not wish to practice in such an enchanting environment, rich in spiritual energy. After a brief interval, Yunhao followed the inner disciple to a 3-story wooden pavilion. At the entrance of the pavilion, a plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the 3 gilded characters onto the library. This library was also guarded, and Yunhao produced his token once more for the sentinel at the door, who then permitted him entry into the library. Upon entering the library, Yunhao was astounded by the sheer volume of tomes within. Although the exterior of the library appeared modest in size, it was evident that some form of spatial magic had been employed, expanding the first floor's area by more than half. Within this expansive space, towering bookshelves were haphazardly arranged, each capable of accommodating 1,000 to 2,000 volumes, and there were no fewer than 100 sets of such shelves. One can only imagine the vast number of books contained herein. Such a collection, Yunhao had only previously witnessed in the libraries of his former life. Taking a deep breath, Yun Hao felt a mix of elation and trepidation. How many years would it take to peruse all these books? The spacious first floor of the library was currently devoid of any other visitors, providing Yun Hao with the perfect opportunity to immerse himself in reading that as he ventured among the shelves. He noticed that each shelf bore inscriptions indicating the nature of the books it contained, allowing him to make informed choices without resorting to random selection. After surveying the shelves, Yun Hao found the selection to be quite diverse, encompassing a wide array of subjects. However, works specifically on the cultivation of immortality were relatively scarce. A significant portion consisted of mundane martial arts and internal energy manuals that he glanced up at the second floor of the library, where it seemed that most texts on cultivation were likely stored. Regrettably, he lacked the qualifications to ascend to that level at present. Yun Hao casually selected a book from the cultivation section, seated himself on the floor, and began to read. Since the awakening of his soul, combined with his rigorous training, his mental acuity had expanded tremendously. Even cultivators several levels above him would not necessarily possess his intellectual prowess, that he scanned the book with remarkable speed, finishing it in no time, and promptly reached for another to continue his exploration. For an entire day, Yun Hao remained before the shelves, engrossed in his reading. By the end of the day, he had perused at least 20 to 30 books on cultivation, marking his progress as extraordinarily fruitful. From these texts, he learned about the various levels of cultivation, including the Qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, and others, levels of cultivation that currently seemed beyond his reach. Previously, he had been entirely unaware of this knowledge, as his mind had contained no information on the subject, but he also discovered that cultivators required not only spiritual elixirs, but also spirit stones, and even magical artifacts or treasures, that he learned of the existence of demon cultivators, practitioners of demonic arts, as well as those who followed Buddhist or ghostly paths, among various other methodologies. Furthermore, he came to understand that this extraordinary realm of cultivation was inhabited by fantastical creatures, including demons, spirits, and malevolent ghosts, entities he had never dared to envision before. Moreover, Yun Hao gleaned from the text that this wondrous realm of cultivation was not the terminus for cultivators. Beyond it lay a place known as the true spirit realm. And even further beyond that was the true immortal realm, an idyllic destination yearned for by all cultivators. Having read dozens of books, Yun Hao did not feel elated by the newfound knowledge. Rather, the deeper his understanding of the cultivation world, the more he realized that the path to immortality was fraught with challenges and obstacles. The journey of cultivation was paved with thorns, growing increasingly arduous as one progressed. However, this realization ignited a spark of determination within Yun Hao. What does it matter if cultivation is difficult? What if I lack a spiritual root? I have already faced death and returned, inexplicably acquiring alchemical skills. This indicates that the heavens have deemed it fit for me to cultivate. As the saying goes, when the heavens bestow a great responsibility upon a person, they must first temper their will, labor their sinews, and starve their flesh. The tribulations on the path of cultivation I shall perceive as trials set by the heavens. As dusk descended, it was time to leave the library, for overnight stays were prohibited. Yun Hao made his way back to the herb garden. After a night of peaceful cultivation, he arrived at the library early the next day. Now familiar with the layout after showing his token to the guards, he re-entered the library, ready to devote another day to his diligent studies. Like a parched sponge, Yun Hao absorbed an abundance of knowledge regarding cultivation. Regardless of its utility, that he diligently committed every detail to memory, knowing that it might prove useful in the future. Within half a month, he had memorized 1,000 to 2,000 books, retaining the information with remarkable clarity, without a hint of confusion. After finishing one entire shelf of books, Yun Hao did not pause. He continued to visit the library daily, delving into other texts, including those on secular martial arts techniques and internal energy practices, which he did not overlook. While browsing these ordinary texts, he stumbled upon a book titled Continent Chronicles, which contained detailed accounts of various nations and geographic features of the world. However, the last passage of Continent Chronicles revealed that the true expanse of the continent remained unknown, and no one could ascertain the number of nations or the population. What was recorded in the chronicles was but a mere fraction of reality. Through this book, Yun Hao finally gained a rudimentary understanding of this vast world. It was an expanse without end, and the area of the continent alone was unfathomable. Moreover, Continent Chronicles mentioned that beyond the continent lay an ocean, said to be significantly larger than the land itself. The allure of the expansive world outside captivated Yun Hao, and he resolved to traverse this extraordinary continent whenever the opportunity arose. Time passed, and over the course of another half-month, Yun Hao immersed himself in a myriad of texts within the library. Having thoroughly perused 7 entire shelves, many of the books were unrelated to cultivation, allowing him to skim through them more rapidly. Today marked the end of the month, a day designated for trading with Senior Brother Du. Yet, having developed a habit of visiting the library daily, Yun Hao rose early and, without a second thought, made his way to the library. It was only during a brief intermission in his reading that he recalled the significance of the day. But he quickly decided to visit Senior Brother Du later that evening. While Yun Hao leisurely perused his books, he was unaware that Senior Brother Du had been searching for him in vain, evidently with something of great importance to discuss. Volume 1. The Turmoil of the Mortal Realm, Chapter 41. The Art of Object Manipulation and Fire Control Techniques. As twilight fell, Yun Hao exited the library. Realizing he was unprepared, lacking any spiritual herbs, that he needed to return to the herb garden before heading to Senior Brother Du's for a trade of some chi-enhancing pills. To his surprise, as he neared the herb garden, he spotted Senior Brother Du waiting by the garden's barrier. "Senior Brother Du, I sincerely apologize for making you wait here," Yun Hao called out from a distance upon seeing Yun Hao return. Senior Brother Du's face lit up with joy. "Oh, why, no worries, no worries. You are quite remarkable. In just a few days, you have already secured an inner disciple as your ally. That I heard you've been spending your time in the library? You're too kind, Senior Brother. It's merely that there is little to occupy my time in the herb garden, so I sought to pass the time in the library. That be why the way. Did you need something from me?" Yun Hao replied, deflecting with modesty. Senior Brother Du nodded, saying, "I've been looking for you all day. I indeed have something to discuss. Please speak freely, Senior Brother. If it is within my capacity to assist, I shall not refuse." Yun Hao responded, leaving room for negotiation. Casting a cautious glance around, Senior Brother Du stepped closer to Yun Hao and whispered, "In the coming months, could you keep an eye out for me? I am in need of a millennium-old spiritual herb for a significant purpose. Of course, your reward will not be meager. Securing a millennium-old spiritual herb is no small feat. The risks are considerable. What do you intend to do with it?" Yun Hao inquired, curiosity piqued by Senior Brother Du's secrecy. "In 2 months, we will have the biannual exchange conference within the sect, where both inner and outer disciples can trade valuable items. That if I can procure a millennium-old spiritual herb, I may exchange it with an inner disciple for a few pills that could help me break through my bottleneck." Senior Brother Du had been stuck at the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage for some time. His spiritual root was a pseudo root, and he was not much stronger than Yun Hao. A few breakthrough pills were precisely what he urgently required. Yun Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such an exchange system existed within the Yuyang sect. However, this conference would not only benefit Senior Brother Du, but also present a rare opportunity for Yun Hao. As he possessed an abundance of spiritual herbs to trade, Yun Hao hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Senior Brother, I will see what I can do. However, obtaining a millennium-old spiritual herb is fraught with danger. How about this? I will do my best to acquire one for you. If that proves impossible, I can at least procure some herbs aged between 700 to 800 years, or perhaps a few that are 400 to 500 years old." Brother Du was aware that obtaining a millennium spirit herb is no simple task. He patted Yun Hao's shoulder and said with a smile, "No worries, Junior Brother. Just do your best, that if it proves too difficult, perhaps you could manage to gather a few 100-year herbs to make up the numbers. However, a millennium herb is a significant threshold. Even 300 or 500-year herbs cannot match the efficacy of a single millennium herb." He paused, adding, "In any case, just stay focused, Junior Brother." "Agreed, then. I'll keep an eye out for you. Since you are here today, you might as well take the spirit herbs we traded this time. It will save me a trip." Brother Du chuckled, reaching into his robe to produce several jade vials, saying, "I have prepared everything in advance. Please, Junior Brother, take the herbs." Yun Hao acknowledged him with a nod, turning to pass through the restrictions of the medicinal garden and entering the thatched cottage to retrieve 5 jade boxes. He then re-emerged from the restrictions, handing Brother Du the 5 jade boxes containing the spirit herbs. Brother Du was pleasantly surprised to find that Yun Hao had brought 2 more herbs than last time. His face lighting up with joy that he opened each jade box to inspect its contents. Each contained a 500-year spirit herb, including 1 ginseng, 2 Rehmannia root, and 2 Polygonatum. Excellent, excellent. You've worked hard this time. Junior brother, that I hope next month you can procure even more herbs of this quality. Perhaps I can exchange something else with you in return, Brother Du said, smiling as he closed the jade boxes and handed the vials to Yun Hao. Yun Hao, too lazy to count, tucked them into his robe and replied, understood. Remember to take me to the trading fair. I want to broaden my horizons. After watching Brother Du depart, Yun Hao returned to the medicinal garden to commence his alchemical training. The 60 vitality pills he had exchanged with Brother Du last time had all been consumed, yet they had only increased his spiritual power several-fold without enabling him to break through to the 3rd layer of the Qi refining stage. If any disciple with spiritual roots had consumed those 60 pills, they would likely have surged through 2 levels. Yet for Yun Hao, the progression had stagnated. This was an unavoidable predicament. Those without spiritual roots found it increasingly challenging to transcend barriers as their cultivation advanced. Even with the aid of elixirs, it was not a straightforward endeavor. Just like Yun Hao, who despite consuming 60 vitality pills, found no significant change. Unfazed by this, Yun Hao refused to accept that such a multitude of spirit pills would yield no effect. If 60 pills were insufficient, he would consume 100. Surely, a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative one, albeit it may take longer. That night, Yun Hao practiced diligently until the early hours, as he had done for the past several days, honing a few basic spells that every cultivator must master. These spells were noted in a book he had discovered in the library, which contained a variety of fundamental spells utilized in the cultivation realm. Most of these minor spells were elemental, varying according to the individual's spiritual root attributes. Although Yun Hao lacked a spiritual root, he practiced a fire-based technique, limiting him to the fire spell fire manipulation. Other spells such as water manipulation, wood binding technique, and earth wall technique were beyond his reach. Fire manipulation was a relatively simple spell that any cultivator with a fire-based technique could practice. After several days of effort, Yun Hao had made some progress. He focused his spiritual power in his palm, and shortly, a flame the size of an egg flickered to life, hovering above his hand and shifting in response to his thoughts. However, this small flame extinguished in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, not due to a lack of desire to practice longer, but rather because it had nearly depleted his spiritual power, indicating that fire manipulation was beyond his current capabilities. Yun Hao sat cross-legged to meditate and recover his expended spiritual energy. After an hour, he regained most of his energy. Next, he turned to another minor spell he had recently begun practicing, known as object manipulation. As the name implies, this spell was designed to control objects, a foundational technique for future usage of magical tools or treasures. Despite being basic, object manipulation had yielded no results after several days of practice. Initially, Yun Hao had attempted to move a leaf of spirit herb using the spell, but alas, it had no effect whatsoever. Yun Hao's resolve was firm. If he could not succeed in one day, he would practice for 2 or 3 days until he mastered it. Thus, he continued his relentless training. In truth, object manipulation was not particularly difficult, but Yun Hao simply had not reached the requisite stage yet. The book did not provide detailed explanations, leaving him to engage in fruitless repetitions. Object manipulation required spiritual awareness to control the movement of objects, but Yun Hao had yet to develop such awareness. Only upon reaching at least the 3rd layer of the Qi refining stage would he be able to cultivate object manipulation effectively. Yun Hao practiced until dawn before returning to the library in search of more knowledge. His extensive reading yielded significant benefits, particularly in his alchemical skills. Mastering alchemy required a broad base of knowledge, and although most of the books were ordinary, they covered a wide array of subjects, documenting various flora and fauna, minerals, and treasures. With such a wealth of information, Yun Hao's cultivation and alchemical skills received considerable enhancement. Thus, he continued to consume pills and refine his skills, practicing fire manipulation and object manipulation by day, while immersing himself in books at the library. During this period, he also visited the alchemy chamber of the Yuyang sect under the pretense of delivering a 600-year spirit herb to Yangjin. But in reality, he sought to observe the workings of the alchemy chamber and the methods employed by alchemists. With Yang Zhen's token in hand, he smoothly approached the entrance of the alchemy chamber. The chamber was not housed in a building, but rather within a cave. Yun Hao stood at the cave's entrance. He was greeted by waves of heat. Unfortunately, he was ultimately unable to enter. Yang Zhen received the spirit herb at the cave's mouth, offering a few encouraging words before dismissing him. not even suggesting he take a look inside. Time passed swiftly, and another half-month went by. Yunhao had consumed nearly 100 vitality pills, and at last, the accumulation had triggered a transformation. That night, not long after consuming the vitality pills, Yunhao sensed his internal spiritual energy circulating faster than usual. As time passed, the flow became increasingly rapid, gradually slipping from his control. At this moment, Yunhao could only concentrate on maintaining a sliver of clarity in his mind. No longer concerning himself with the tumultuous energy, that he understood that this anomalous surge of spiritual energy was a precursor to a breakthrough. The last time he ascended to the second layer of the Qi refining stage, he had experienced similar signs, albeit less intense than now. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yunhao's still form trembled slightly, a faint crack echoing within him, akin to something shattering. That he had advanced, finally breaking through to the third layer of the Qi refining stage. After consuming 100 vitality pills, he had overcome the barrier that would have taken him 1 or 2 years of arduous cultivation to breach. With the aid of the elixirs, he had achieved this milestone in just over a month, illustrating the pivotal role that pills play in cultivation. Following his breakthrough, although Yunhao was unable to contain his joy, he was no longer an ignorant novice in the realm of cultivation. He understood that this was the prime moment to solidify his newfound power, and he could not afford to let the opportunity slip by. Thus, he continued his cultivation, and the night passed swiftly. The entirety of the following day was consumed by his meditation, and it was not until the evening of the third day that he concluded his practice. At this point, Yunhao's cultivation firmly resided at the third layer of the Qi refining stage. Though he remained a mere ant in the cultivation world, this represented a significant leap forward for him. According to the records he had read in cultivation texts, any practitioner who reached the third layer of the Qi refining stage would automatically gain a unique ability known as inner vision, in essence. This technique allowed cultivators to manifest a thread of spiritual awareness within the center of their minds. However, this nascent awareness was still too weak to extend beyond the body, limiting its use to internal observations. In a sense, spiritual awareness could be viewed as a derivative of mental energy, or perhaps they were merely two sides of the same coin. The significance of spiritual awareness in cultivation was immense. It could not only serve as a radar to survey the surroundings, but also control magical tools or treasures and activate formations or restrictions. For Yunhao, it was crucial for his future in alchemy. In summary, the emergence of spiritual awareness signified another aspect of a cultivator's growth, with benefits that were beyond description. Yunhao, too, was eager to discover whether he could utilize inner vision, that he wished to observe how his spiritual energy operated within him. He closed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts on the area of the brain known as the Mud Pill Palace. Before long, he felt a sudden illumination before him, revealing a vast and hazy expanse, so immense that its boundaries were indiscernible. This space was nearly devoid of anything, save for a wispy, cloud-like entity floating in the distance. Upon encountering this scene, Yunhao experienced a fleeting sense of wonder, but soon comprehended that this was indeed his own Mud Pill Palace, the future abode of his primordial spirit. Yunhao cast a few glances around, realizing that aside from the pervasive grayness, there was nothing particularly remarkable about this place. That he then began to survey other parts of himself. Gradually, he directed his gaze downward from his head, observing his brain, cerebellum, throat, lungs, heart, and so forth, as if he were inspecting his own anatomy up close. Ultimately, Yunhao turned his inner gaze to his lower dantian, that he noted that while the area was not as expansive as the Mud Pill Palace, it was filled with swirling spiritual energy, akin to mist, nearly saturating the entire dantian. Just then, as he was surveying the entirety of his dantian, he suddenly discovered an object within it that he had never seen before, and its presence was entirely unfathomable to him. This mysterious object hovered at the center of Yunhao's dantian, resembling a sun, radiating golden light, unmistakably a rare artifact. Focusing his spiritual awareness, he leaned in for a closer inspection, revealing it to be an incense burner. With 3 legs and 2 ears, the more he gazed at it, the more he felt a sense of familiarity, pondering, what is this object? How did it come to be in my dantian? It's strange. It looks like an incense burner. Isn't this similar to the incense burner in my great uncle's house? Although the thought of his great uncle's incense burner crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. Realizing that the mysterious incense burner within his dantian shimmered with golden light and occasionally emitted an unusual aura. Upon comparison, the two were distinctly different. Thus, he dismissed his earlier assumption. Yunhao was not one to dwell on trivial matters. The inability to comprehend it now did not preclude future understanding. He surmised it was merely a reflection of his current insufficient cultivation, acknowledging that the time for clarity had yet to arrive. Since understanding eluded him, he decided to set it aside for the time being and focus on his own body, that in truth, Yunhao had misidentified the object within his dantian. Had he entered the alchemy chamber of the Yuyang sect previously, he would have undoubtedly recognized it as a genuine alchemical furnace. After approximately half an hour of introspection, Yunhao began to feel fatigued, with a dull ache manifesting in his head, a precursor to the exhaustion of his spiritual awareness. His current level of spiritual awareness was still too feeble for prolonged usage, necessitating regular cultivation to sustain it. Aware of this, Yunhao promptly withdrew from his inner vision, gradually regulating his breath to enter a state of tranquility, nurturing his depleted spiritual awareness. After half a day of cultivation, he managed to restore his spiritual awareness to about 70 or 80%. Unlike spiritual energy, which could be absorbed from the external environment, the restoration of spiritual awareness was a slow process. There were indeed certain elixirs capable of replenishing depleted spiritual awareness, and some even enhanced it, though such elixirs were exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Spiritual awareness is an intangible entity. One must ponder how tangible spiritual herbs or other treasures could possibly nourish or augment this formless awareness. However, nothing is ever guaranteed. Among the myriad of spiritual herbs, some do possess significant effects on spiritual awareness, albeit these rare herbs are also elusive in the world of cultivation. With a substantial portion of his spiritual awareness restored, Yunhao resumed practicing the fire control technique and the object manipulation technique. With control over his spiritual awareness, he found that practicing the fire control technique was now effortless, allowing the flames to shift in accordance with his intent. Following that, Yunhao began to sense a semblance of progress in the object manipulation technique. This technique fundamentally depended on spiritual awareness for cultivation. Though he could not yet separate his awareness from his body, he had at least attained some degree of spiritual awareness, which made the practice somewhat perceptible, even if he still could not command a single leaf to move. Throughout the day, Yunhao tirelessly practiced, alternating between meditation to replenish his spiritual energy and awareness, resuming his spell casting as soon as he felt revitalized that he did not allow himself a moment of respite. While he had always been diligent in his cultivation, since gaining a deeper understanding of the cultivation world, he felt a sense of urgency pushing him to strive harder, hoping to achieve further enhancement in his abilities. In the month that followed, Yunhao continued his relentless study, devouring nearly half of the tomes in the library, and the remaining texts held little further value for him. Thus, after that, he never visited the library again. However, Yunhao still harbored a thought in his heart. In the future, he must seize the opportunity to visit the second or third floor of the library. Day in and day out, Yunhao remained dutifully in the medicinal garden, diligently consuming 2 qi-boosting pills daily, and tirelessly cultivating, his cultivation steadily advancing. It should be noted that Yunhao ingested dozens of qi-boosting pills each month, making him the top consumer among the outer disciples. A true luxury. Even among the inner disciples, there were few who treated qi-boosting pills as casually as candies. Only Yunhao, with his ample resources, could afford such extravagance. Anyone else would have long since been impoverished by such consumption. During this time, Brother Du came by frequently, almost every 3 to 5 days, undoubtedly seeking the millennium's spiritual herbs. Eventually, Yunhao grew weary of his incessant visits, and so he preemptively offered him an 800-year-old spiritual herb to settle matters. However, this time, Brother Du did not bring him qi-boosting pills, but rather 10 replenishing pills that in a few days, the end of the month, would arrive again. Yunhao informed Brother Du that he hoped to exchange half qi-boosting pills and half marrow-washing pills in future transactions, with no limits on quantity. Additionally, this month, Yunhao had acquired 3 more spiritual herbs specifically to exchange for spiritual stones, with the upcoming exchange conference among the disciples of the Yuyang sect in a month's time. He could not afford to be without any spiritual stones. After all, he could not trade herbs, as that would be tantamount to exposing his vulnerabilities. Time flew by, and it had been 3 months since Yunhao entered the Yuyang sect. Overall, his luck had been quite favorable. Although he possessed the extraordinary spirit awakening technique, which ensured he lacked neither spiritual pills nor stones or herbs, this was all contingent upon his ability to guard the medicinal garden. Had he been assigned to oversee the spirit beast from the outset, he would not have had such an abundance of spiritual herbs at his disposal. During these 3 months, Yun Hao still managed to gather information regarding Song Zishuan, who had arrived at the sect alongside him. He learned that after the sect leader, Yu Zhenzi, announced the acceptance of Song Zishuan as a closed-door disciple, he retreated to a secluded location to cultivate under Yu Zhenzi's guidance, seemingly honing a formidable technique based on his rare triple-attribute spiritual root. Yun Hao held a fondness for Song Zishuan and felt nothing but quiet joy for him, knowing that with Yu Zhenzi's direct mentorship from the very beginning of his cultivation journey, his future achievements were undoubtedly bright. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm Chapter 43. The Exchange Conference, Part 1. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the eagerly anticipated Exchange Conference was finally approaching. Having made ample preparations, Yun Hao awaited Brother Du in the medicinal garden, ready to embark on the journey together. Before long, Brother Du arrived, accompanied by another individual. The three set forth, and Brother Du provided Yun Hao with an overview of the conference's particulars. The Exchange Conference had a long-standing tradition, as the Yuyang sect's location in the Lu Kingdom was considered an absolute backwater in the cultivation world, where even casual cultivators were a rare sight. Even a few scattered cultivators would find ways to leave this resource-scarce region. Within the entirety of the Lu Kingdom, there were only 2 cultivation sects. Aside from the Yuyang sect, there was also the Lihua sect, whose strength was comparable to that of the Yuyang sect. However, the Lihua sect maintained close ties with the royal family of the Lu Kingdom, rendering it significantly more powerful among mortals, due to the scarcity of cultivators. The markets established by them within the Lu Kingdom were exceedingly rare. Yet cultivators could not avoid mutual exchanges and communications. Even Yu Zhenzi himself would personally travel thousands of miles to procure rare treasures. Yu Zhenzi was a cultivator at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, possessing remarkable abilities. For him, traveling thousands of miles merely took an hour. However, his disciples lacked the capacity to undertake such journeys, as the dangers and time involved were beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. In this context, the Yuyang sect organically formed a temporary marketplace for exchanges and transactions, known as the Exchange Conference. Despite being informal, the scale and attendance of the event were substantial, with thousands of inner and outer disciples from the sect participating, thus qualifying it as a grand assembly. Most of the 3,000-mile expanse of the Yuyang sect was mountainous terrain, consisting of either valleys or peaks with few open spaces. Given the large number of participants in this exchange conference, the chosen location had to be suitable. In the Yuyang sect, there was indeed a spacious area spanning nearly 1,000 acres, devoid of excessive trees, which served as the designated venue for the exchange conference each year. However, it was quite a distance from where Yun Hao and the others were, requiring a journey of 700 to 800 miles, prompting Brother Du to inform him in advance that they were setting out early. Among the 3, Yun Hao possessed the lowest cultivation level, with Brother Du being nearly 10 levels higher, and the other individual at the 11th level of the Qi refining stage, who Brother Du introduced as his trusted subordinate. Although all 3 were cultivators at the Qi refining stage, the disparity in their cultivation levels was evident even during their journey. Cultivators at the Qi refining stage could not fly in the sky unless aided by magical artifacts, such as flying swords. Unfortunately, none of the 3 possessed such artifacts, so they relied on mundane agility techniques to traverse the distance. Having perused numerous books on such techniques in the library, Yun Hao, with his Qi refining level, had learned a particular method with just a glance, allowing him to employ a form of lightness skill for their travel. With Yun Hao's current speed and lightness skills, he would undoubtedly be unmatched in the outside world, swift as a gust of wind. However, compared to Brother Du and the other individual, he still lagged significantly behind. Throughout the journey, they often had to intentionally slow their pace to allow Yun Hao to keep up. Fortunately, Yun Hao's cultivation had made some progress. Otherwise, the relentless sprinting over 700 or 800 miles would have exhausted him. Nonetheless, by the time they reached their destination, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Yun Hao had encountered a type of supportive measure for cultivators, known as talismans, in a book on cultivation at the library. Among these, there existed a low-grade talisman called the Swift Travel Talisman, which purportedly allowed the user to travel 1,000 miles without expending any spiritual energy, making it the optimal choice for travel. As Yunhao reflected on this journey, he lamented that had he possessed such a talisman, he would not have had to run tirelessly, panting like a dog. The three of them traveled to 700 to 800 miles in 2 hours. By the time they arrived, the open area for the exchange conference was already bustling with people, reminiscent of a marketplace, with a throng of several thousand, creating a lively and animated atmosphere. Here, distinctions between inner and outer disciples did not exist. Everyone was engaged in one primary activity, trading as buyers and sellers. Many individuals casually displayed a few items on the ground, scribbling a few words to establish a stall. Others boldly proclaimed their desire to purchase specific items they sought, akin to waiting for prey. In this setting, inner disciples were not necessarily affluent, nor were outer disciples devoid of stock. For instance, Brother Du had quite a few valuable items in his possession. As Yunhao surveyed the bustling crowd, he felt a surge of excitement. He had never witnessed such a grand assembly of cultivators before. Not only was it an eye-opening experience, but he also anticipated potential gains awaiting him. Possessing an exceptionally ample fortune, Yunhao naturally did not wish Brother Du to discover the extent of his resources. Thus, he proposed that the three of them split up to explore. Without hesitation, Brother Du agreed. Once separated, Yunhao immersed himself in the crowd, leisurely observing the items available for exchange or sale at various stalls. Yunhao carried with him 300 low-grade spiritual stones, all of which he had acquired by exchanging herbs with Brother Du. He had long realized that Brother Du had substantial backing. Otherwise, how could an outer disciple casually possess hundreds of chi-boosting pills or spiritual stones, in addition to the 300 spiritual stones? Yunhao also concealed 2 jade boxes containing 2 spiritual herbs aged between 600 to 700 years that he dared not openly display any millennium herbs, as they would attract too much attention. Furthermore, Yunhao possessed over 100 chi-boosting pills and marrow-washing pills, along with a dozen replenishing pills, although all were low-grade. These pills held some allure for outer disciples but were of little value to inner disciples. Of course, Yunhao intended to consume these pills himself, only offering them for exchange when his herbs or spiritual stones ran low. The items exchanged or sold at the conference were incredibly diverse. There were only things one could not imagine, not things one could not see. Spiritual pills, talismans, spiritual herbs, beast skins, bones, and even low-grade magical artifacts were all available. Yunhao found himself somewhat dazzled by the array of goods. Apart from spiritual herbs, he desired nearly everything. Nevertheless, he ultimately had to assess the quantity of his own assets to make decisions that if an item was not particularly needed or suitable, it would be prudent to forego it for the time being. First and foremost, spiritual pills that could enhance his cultivation were his priority. Afterward, he would consider other items of interest he might purchase. As Yunhao meticulously perused the offerings, in the span of half a day, he encountered numerous vendors selling spiritual pills, but their quality was mediocre, merely comparable to those he already possessed. There was little point in exchanging them. He sought at least mid-grade pills from the first tier, such as the chi-boosting pills he consumed like candy, with a single mid-grade chi-boosting pill offering the efficacy of over a dozen low-grade pills. Just as Yunhao continued forward in search of suitable items, he stumbled upon a stall specializing in talismans, manned by a young man dressed in the distinctive attire of inner disciples. Appearing to be in his early 20s, he was notably older than Yunhao. This young man was of modest height, thin to the point of appearing undernourished, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence, indicating he was a shrewd individual. Young brother, what have you taken a liking to? I offer you a preferential price. The young man noticed Yunhao pausing at his stall and greeted him with a smile, displaying none of the arrogance typically associated with inner sect disciples. To be frank, although Yunhao had perused numerous texts that contained ample information regarding talismans, he found himself somewhat perplexed when confronted with these very symbols. Esteemed senior, I am not well versed in talismans. Could you kindly enlighten me about the effects of the talismans you have here? Yunhao politely inquired as he cast a glance over the talismans displayed at the stall. The inner sect disciple chuckled, launching into an elaborate explanation. Young brother, as you can see, the majority of my talismans are of a lower grade. The higher grade talismans are crafted from the hides of spiritual beasts or demon beasts. However, despite their lower rank, my talismans are quite comprehensive. Here, let me show you. These few are defensive talismans known as the Diamond Talisman, and these are the Swift Movement Talismans. Over here, we have the 5 Elements Talismans. This is the Fireball Talisman, this one is the Water Barrier Talisman, and this is the Wood Escape Talisman, along with the Intersect Disciple meticulously detailed each talisman without a hint of impatience. After this thorough introduction, Yunhao gained a clearer understanding of the talismans at the stall and developed a favorable impression of the Intersect Disciple, that he resolved to purchase some talismans as a way of supporting this amiable individual. "What are the prices of your talismans?" Yunhao asked directly. The Intersect Disciple's eyes brightened, finally encountering a potential customer, and he eagerly pointed at the talismans and said with a smile, "My talismans are quite affordable. I crafted them myself, and I can offer you a discount. Which talismans do you require?" Yunhao examined the talismans for a moment, contemplating, before responding, "I would like one of each of the 5 Elements Talismans. 3 Diamond Talismans and 5 Swift Movement Talismans." How many spirit stones will that amount to? With a significant transaction at hand, the Intersect Disciple had prepared extensively for this exchange fair, crafting many talismans. However, he had yet to sell a single one until Yunhao's request brought him unexpected joy, as he eagerly grinned. "All right, let me calculate. The Swift Movement and Diamond Talismans are 5 low-grade spirit stones each, and the 5 Elements Talismans are 10 spirit stones each. That totals to 90 spirit stones, but you can have them for 80. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunhao produced a handful of spirit stones from his ample pocket, counted out 80, and handed them over, taking the talismans as he prepared to depart. "Wait, young brother." The Intersect Disciple called out to Yunhao. "My name is Lin Feng, that if you need talismans in the future, seek me out. That I reside at Intian Peak, so do not forget." Upon hearing this, Yunhao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, I shall come to you once I have used them up." With that, he turned and blended back into the crowd, continuing his search for other desirable items. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 44. The Exchange Fair, Part 2. Yunhao wandered aimlessly, observing the myriad of treasures available. However, many were either unsuitable for his current needs or exorbitantly priced. At least with the limited resources he possessed at that moment, as he continued his exploration, Yunhao encountered numerous elixirs, including a good supply of mid-grade vitality pills. After much deliberation, he decided to trade 1 spiritual herb for 3 mid-grade vitality pills, recognizing their value as a potent means to break through cultivation bottlenecks, especially effective during the qi refining stage. The exchange fair was not only spacious but also bustling with a throng of traders, making it impossible for the event to conclude in a single day. Thus, it was scheduled to last for over 3 days. 3 days provided ample opportunity for Yunhao to explore. Today was merely the first day, and he felt no urgency to rush. The realm of cultivation was filled with an extensive array of items, and despite Yunhao's extensive reading, he discovered a wealth of knowledge at this exchange fair that he could not glean from books. However, due to the relatively modest standing of the Yuyang sect within the cultivation world, most disciples had limited cultivation levels. Even the esteemed Yuzenzi was merely a nascent soul cultivator. Thus, while the exchange fair appeared significant, its overall quality was somewhat lacking. Looking around, Yunhao noted that the highest cultivation present did not exceed the Golden Core stage, with nearly 2/3 of the attendees being outer disciples at the Qi refining stage, and the remaining few being inner disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. Only a couple of individuals at higher cultivation levels could be counted on one's fingers, given the caliber of this exchange fair. It was apparent that the items presented by each cultivator would not be of remarkable quality. Yet, for a newcomer like Yunhao, this fair was a rare treasure trove, and he wished it could be held monthly. The first day passed with Yunhao observing various stalls, and as night fell, all participating cultivators sought out places to meditate and rest. Yunhao casually selected a clean spot to sit and cultivate. For to a cultivator, the distinction between sleeping and meditating was negligible. The night passed uneventfully. At the break of dawn on the second day, Yunhao was roused by the sounds of chatter and activity. Numerous cultivators had already begun their business for the new day. Yunhao stood, stretching his limbs, and after a brief wait for most of the cultivators to set up their stalls, he embarked on another day of purposeful wandering. That morning, Yunhao spotted a low-grade sword-type magical artifact for sale at a stall that was shorter than a typical sword, but slightly longer than the dagger gifted to him by Song Tianxiong. appearing rather unremarkable in its dull gray hue. Yunhao was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. He understood the significance of the item before him. Despite its humble appearance, it was indeed a formidable tool. Far superior to the aesthetically pleasing dagger he currently possessed, magical artifacts served as essential tools for cultivators. Some were designed for combat, others for flight, and some for protection, in essence. Lower-tier cultivators relied heavily on magical artifacts in various aspects of their practice. Magical artifacts also existed in a hierarchy, typically categorized into 4 levels: upper, middle, lower grades, and the rare supreme artifacts. Most outer disciples at the Qi refining stage utilized lower-grade artifacts, while those of the foundation establishment stage generally wielded middle-grade artifacts. Above magical artifacts lay treasures, which were even more precious. Within the entire inventory of the Yang sect, there were merely 3 lower-grade treasures, underscoring their value. Even though the magical artifact before Yunhao was merely a lower-grade item, and he was currently unable to utilize it, this did not deter his desire to possess it. The seller of this lower-grade magical artifact was undoubtedly an inner disciple, and at his stall, aside from 2 vials of elixirs, this artifact was the sole item for sale. When Yunhao first laid eyes on the magical artifact, he resolved to purchase it, having not seen any other artifacts for sale the previous day. Today, this opportunity felt like a stroke of luck. However, as several cultivators were already gathered at the stall, he hesitated to push forward, knowing that his own cultivation level would not intimidate them. He overheard the inner disciple at the stall speaking in a calm tone. "Everyone, this magical artifact was personally bestowed upon me by my master, and its quality is beyond reproach. Were it not for my urgent need for spirit stones, I would not part with it today. 400 spirit stones is my absolute bottom line. Please do not attempt to haggle." Clearly, the inner disciple's fixed price left the other outer disciples visibly hesitant. In truth, it was rare for outer disciples to have the means to produce 400 or 500 spirit stones all at once. For instance, Yunhao's monthly allowance amounted to merely 1 spirit stone, making it a daunting task to save enough over many years. Even for a small steward like Brother Du, it would be improbable for him to present several hundred spirit stones without significant effort, unless he were an inner disciple. Yet Yunhao was an exception. The group of outer disciples lingered at the stall for quite some time, but upon realizing that the inner disciple was firm on the price with no room for negotiation, they gradually departed, unable to pursue what they desired due to their limited finances. Yunhao, observing from the sidelines, calculated in his mind that he possessed 220 spirit stones, as well as a spiritual herb. Together, this amounted to enough for 400 spirit stones. However, he wondered if the inner disciple would accept the herb as part of the deal. "Esteemed senior, I have 220 spirit stones and a 700-year-old spiritual herb. Might I exchange them for your magical artifact?" After a moment of hesitation, Yunhao stepped forward and inquired resolutely. The inner disciple regarded Yunhao with a hint of the pride characteristic of inner disciples, nodded slightly, and replied, "Very well, present your spirit stones and herb, and the magical artifact shall be yours." Yunhao, upon hearing the words, swiftly produced a handful of spirit stones and retrieved a jade box containing spiritual herbs, which he then presented to the inner sect disciple. The disciple accepted the spirit stones offered by Yunhao, casting a cursory glance before opening the jade box for a brief inspection, after which he casually tucked it away. "You may take that," he said indifferently, gesturing towards the artifact. Yunhao remained silent as he grasped the artifact and turned to depart, quickly concealing it without lingering to examine it further. With his cultivation at the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage, exposing his possession of an artifact to others could lead to unfortunate consequences. Although within the confines of the Yuyang sect, such exposure might not result in dire repercussions. The prevalence of treasure snatching on the road made him a prime target for robbery, given his current level of cultivation. As Yunhao walked, he attentively surveyed his surroundings, initially perceiving no anomalies. After a considerable time, he finally felt at ease enough to continue his exploration. Having exhausted his spirit stones and herbs, he found himself truly aimlessly wandering, as he was now incapable of purchasing anything else. While Yunhao meandered, a large crowd suddenly gathered not far ahead, their cacophony indicating a dispute was underway. He had little interest in such trivial matters, believing in the adage of not involving oneself in others' affairs. However, just as he was about to pass the throng, he caught a familiar voice among the din. prompting him to squeeze into the crowd to discern the cause, that in the center of the crowd stood two distinct factions, each poised on opposite sides, their tension palpable as if a conflict were imminent. On the left, a group of individuals whom Yuan Hao recognized, led by Dong Yunfei, a disciple of Yuzenzi, flanked by several inner sect disciples who had returned with Yuan Hao under the guidance of Elder Wu. The right side was occupied by a group of 5 or 6 individuals unfamiliar to him that a glance around revealed a Qi refinement outer sect disciple nearby, whose eyes gleamed with malice, seemingly eager for the two sides to clash. "What is the matter here, senior brother?" Yuan Hao inquired softly, leaning towards the outer sect disciple beside him. The disciple crossed his arms and nodded towards the center of the crowd, explaining, "The two factions are both elite inner sect disciples. The left are disciples of the sect leader's lineage, while the right belong to the Grand Elder's faction. They are perpetually at odds, and today promises to be quite the spectacle." In truth, most outer sect disciples harbored a disdain for their inner sect counterparts, driven by jealousy over their innate aptitude for cultivation and the inner disciples' haughty disposition. The outer sect disciples, feeling looked down upon, typically reciprocated this disdain. The outer sect disciple, evidently one of those harboring grievances towards the inner sect, secretly wished for a confrontation, relishing the thought of a spectacle akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves. Yuan Hao, having had little interaction with the inner sect and thus no significant impressions of them, had only pressed into the crowd upon hearing Dong Yunfei's voice. Now that he was here, he might as well witness the unfolding events. Dong Yunfei, visibly incensed, addressed the leader of the opposing group. "Brother Bai, are you intent on instigating trouble today? The exchange conference prohibits conflict, a rule set forth by the elders. Do you not fear the consequences within the sect?" The man facing Dong Yunfei, appearing to be of similar age, but notably pallid and tall, bore an intimidating glint in his triangular eyes, signaling he was not to be trifled with. "Since you put it that way, let us call a halt to matters today. I have heard you recently emerged from seclusion with significant advancements in your cultivation. We must spar properly another day," the Bai disciple retorted, his smile not reaching his eyes. Dong Yunfei scoffed, gesturing to his fellow disciples before leading them away, while the other faction, amidst the cold laughter of the Bai disciple, also turned to leave. The outer sect disciples, realizing the lack of entertainment, dispersed, each returning to their own pursuits. In the aftermath of 3 days of the exchange conference, nearly every participant had garnered some benefit. For Yuan Hao, his gains were substantial, encompassing tangible items such as spirit herbs and artifacts, as well as intangible knowledge. The designated meeting point, Yuan Hao awaited the arrival of senior brother Du and another companion. Noticing the pleased expression on Du's face, he concluded that his endeavors had indeed borne fruit. "Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving your goals." Yuan Hao greeted with a smile upon their meeting. That Du chuckled in response. "It is merely the result of your assistance. Nothing noteworthy." The trio engaged in conversation while preparing to return. Yuan Hao was eager to test the efficacy of the teleportation talisman he had purchased. He produced a talisman, infused it with his spiritual energy, and then pressed it against his legs. That a flash of white light enveloped his limbs, and he felt an invigorating surge of energy, as if he were weightless, ready to soar. Beside him, Du expressed mild astonishment. "You certainly do not hold back. That talisman is quite costly." Yuan Hao replied with a grin. "I was merely concerned about wasting your time. Besides, my curiosity compelled me to see its effects firsthand." Let us continue our conversation. As we walked, as they journeyed back, Yuan Hao found himself exerting little effort. His internal energy remained untouched, yet his pace matched that of Du and his companion, inciting envy in the latter two. Given their resources, they would never squander spirit stones on such seemingly trivial talismans. But witnessing Yuan Hao's ease in travel was undeniably impressive. Along the way, remnants of the exchange conference lingered, as outer and inner sect disciples hurried towards their respective abodes. Occasionally, Yuan Hao would spot a few foundational stage inner sect disciples soaring overhead on their artifacts, a sight that stirred envy not only in Du and his companion, but also within Yuan Hao himself. The trio conversed animatedly about their experiences at the exchange conference, oblivious to the figure trailing them from a short distance behind. Even when one of them glanced back, no suspicion arose. After all, they were 3 together in the Yuyang sect, where overt hostility was rare, given the sect's strict punishments for such behavior. After a tranquil journey spanning several hundred miles, They arrived at Du's residence. Following a discussion regarding future collaborations, Yunhao took his leave, heading towards the herb garden. By this time, night had fallen, and the path to the herb garden was eerily quiet. As Yunhao approached, an unsettling premonition gripped him. Before he could ponder its meaning, a chilling gust of wind rushed towards him from behind. Responding instinctively to his heightened awareness, Yunhao dove to the side, rolling several times before pushing himself off the ground. Swiftly regaining his footing and retreating a few steps to stabilize himself, that in the spot where he had just stood, a cultivator now loomed. His precise level of cultivation indiscernible to Yunhao, though he sensed a significant disparity in strength. The cultivator brandished a short sword, his expression grim, and his piercing eyes glinted with malice as they fixed intently on Yunhao. A Qi Refinement Stage 8 cultivator should find it effortless to dispatch a mere Stage 3 cultivator, especially with the element of surprise on his side. Yet, the assailant felt a mix of frustration and astonishment at Yunhao's swift reaction. Having been ambushed, Yunhao's fury was palpable, yet he recognized the disparity in their cultivation levels. Engaging in a direct confrontation would only lead to his own downfall. Nonetheless, he refused to allow this assailant to escape unscathed. A person intent on taking his life would not be easily let off the hook. Even if he were to spare this individual now, the threat would linger, leaving him perpetually on edge. Yunhao understood the implications of letting a predator go free. He would need to employ strategy to outwit his opponent. Unwilling to release the assailant, Yunhao noted that the feeling was mutual. The assailant's short sword gleamed ominously as he lunged forward, feet firmly planted on the ground, determined to claim Yunhao's life. Yunhao had long been attuned to the opponent's movements and quickly retreated several steps, producing a protective talisman to shield himself while simultaneously drawing forth the artifact he possessed. "Hold on. We bear no grudge. Why must you seek my life?" he implored, bewildered by the reasons behind this attack. Even if one is confident in eliminating the opponent, it is imperative to first ascertain their intentions, lest one finds themselves embroiled in further complications after the deed is done. In reality, Yunhao had prepared for contingencies. His retreat had been directed towards the medicinal garden, where he intended to engage the adversary with the few items he held in his arms, should he succeed in vanquishing the opponent. It would be ideal. If not, he could swiftly retreat into the medicinal garden, where its protections would keep the adversary at bay, ensuring his escape. This cultivator had not anticipated that Yunhao possessed talismans, causing a momentary pause in his actions. Standing not far from Yunhao, he shifted his gaze to the magical artifact in Yunhao's possession and sneered, "If you are wise, relinquish that artifact. Perhaps I may spare your life." Upon hearing this, Yunhao could not help but chuckle coldly to himself, realizing the opponent coveted his artifact. Clearly, this individual had set his sights on him during their earlier transaction, revealing himself to be a ruthless character. Given his desire to seize Yunhao's artifact, who would believe he would spare Yunhao's life? Such a notion was laughable. Despite his internal musings, Yunhao quickly donned a facade of affability, exclaiming, "Ah, I see, esteemed senior, you have taken a liking to this artifact. Had I known sooner, I would have gladly bestowed it upon you." Yunhao's sudden shift in demeanor took the cultivator aback. However, it was evident that this individual was not easily deceived. He scrutinized Yunhao for a moment, seemingly attempting to discern his true intentions. After a pause, the cultivator declared, "Since you wish to gift it to me, cast the artifact to the ground and take several steps back. Once I have retrieved it, you may depart." Yunhao acted swiftly, casting the artifact at his feet and beginning to retreat cautiously. "Esteemed senior, I have placed the artifact on the ground. May I now leave?" he inquired while continuing to back away. Testing the waters, the cultivator, clearly intent on not allowing Yunhao to escape, responded, "Stop right there. Remain still until I have acquired the artifact. Then you may leave." Yunhao complied, standing still but keeping his eyes fixed on the opponent, silently contemplating the pivotal moment before him. Observing Yunhao's compliance, the cultivator approached the artifact, his eyes vigilantly trained on Yunhao, showing no sign of arrogance despite his superior cultivation. Such individuals are often the most formidable to contend with. Yunhao maintained his composure as the adversary drew nearer to the artifact. Just as the opponent bent to retrieve it, Yunhao bellowed, "Strike!" Having anticipated this moment, Yunhao unleashed a flurry of 5 elemental talismans towards the cultivator. A wood element talisman materialized, summoning several tendrils that ensnared the adversary. Simultaneously, a soil wall talisman flashed in the air, erecting a robust earthen barrier between them, preventing the opponent from closing the distance. Next, a metal element talisman, the most potent of the 5 elemental talismans, transformed into a gleaming short sword that shot forth with the speed of lightning. Caught off guard, the cultivator had not expected such an array of elemental talismans from a mere third-tier chi practitioner. Yun Hao's rapid assault meant that the cultivator, aiming to rush forward and eliminate him, was thwarted by the wall and had to contend with the tendrils, rendering him flustered. The ensuing moment was swift. The blade of the metal talisman pierced through the cultivator's chest with a muffled thud, striking true at the heart. In that instant, the cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, his sword clattering to the ground as blood seeped from his lips. And he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. Yun Hao, ever cautious, refrained from rushing forward immediately. Recalling the old adage that a dying insect remains dangerous, he waited, observing the fallen figure for any signs of movement before cautiously approaching and confirming the adversary's demise. Yun Hao had never fancied himself a paragon of virtue. He would not squander the opportunity to claim the spoils of his victory, that he gathered the fallen cultivator's magical artifact and sword, the latter being a fine weapon even if not enchanted. In the mundane realm, it could fetch a handsome price, potentially amounting to a small fortune. After collecting the sword, he rifled through the cultivator's belongings, discovering only a jade vial, suggesting that this individual was not as affluent as he had presumed. Opening the vial revealed 5 mid-grade chi-enhancing pills, a modest consolation for Yun Hao, for such pills were not easily procured. Having completed his looting, Yun Hao retrieved another elemental talisman, the Fireball Talisman, invoking it to conjure a sizable fireball that incinerated the corpse in mere moments. He then buried the ashes, ensuring that no trace remained. Once his task was complete, he leisurely returned to the medicinal garden to resume his cultivation. Upon returning, though Yun Hao remained calm in his practice, he was acutely aware of the darker aspects of the cultivation world, a realm devoid of law or order, where strength reigned supreme. As he was not yet a formidable cultivator, he understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile while finding ways to bolster his defenses. His recent encounter had nearly depleted his talismans, yet it had also demonstrated the remarkable effectiveness of well-utilized auxiliary methods. Thus, he resolved to exchange some spirit herbs for spirit stones the following day, seeking to procure additional talismans for protection. Early the next morning, Yun Hao brought 5 spirit herbs aged between 600 to 700 years to trade with Brother Du for spirit stones. To his surprise, Brother Du expressed astonishment at the quantity of high-quality herbs Yun Hao possessed, commenting on the lucrative nature of the medicinal garden. "Brother, it seems your position as steward is quite profitable. Do not envy me. Let us see how many spirit stones these herbs will yield," Yun Hao replied with a smile. After a careful appraisal, Brother Du inquired, "Do you wish to exchange all these herbs for spirit stones?" Yun Hao nodded in affirmation. Brother Du's expression faltered. "Such a large sum of spirit stones is not available at the moment. Perhaps you could return in a day or 2. Yun Hao readily agreed. "Very well. I will leave the herbs with you and return in 2 days for the stones." With that, he took his leave, understanding that Brother Du would need time to procure the stones from his connections. Just as Yun Hao approached the barrier of the medicinal garden, a familiar voice called out, "Uncle Yun, why have you only just returned?" Turning with surprise, he saw Song Zishuan peeking out from behind a small mound. "Zishuan has arrived. Come, let us go inside and chat," Yun Hao exclaimed joyfully. Zishuan responded eagerly, springing forth to stand before Yun Hao, cheerfully calling out, "Uncle Yun." Yun Hao ushered Zishuan into the medicinal garden, where they settled in the grass hut. "Zishuan, tell me how you came to be here. How the past few months treated you?" Zishuan beamed and replied, "I had to plead with my master for quite some time before I could come out. Here, you are my only family, so of course I wanted to visit you. It was Brother Dong who first brought me here." Curious, Yun Hao probed further. "How has your cultivation progressed?" Zishuan grinned. "My master has been overseeing my training diligently, providing me with many spirit pills that I have now reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. My master said my progress has been commendable. Otherwise, he would not have allowed me to come out." Yun Hao could not help but feel a pang of envy. Despite his own years of arduous training in both internal martial arts and the Burning Heaven technique, he had not achieved such rapid advancement. Even with the consumption of numerous spirit pills, it was astonishing that within just a few months, Zishuan had surpassed him by several layers. Yunhao pondered, could it truly be the case that the quality of spiritual roots made such a vast difference? Or perhaps the spirit pills provided by the sect leader, Yuzenzi, were of exceptionally high grade. The pace is rather swift, isn't it? Nevertheless, overall, the higher the cultivation level of Song Zishuan, the more delighted Yunhao becomes. He genuinely regards Song Zishuan as a younger relative, especially since Song Tianxiong had previously entrusted him with the responsibility of looking after Song Zishuan. The two had not seen each other for several months and had much to discuss. Their conversation flowed for half a day. During this time, Song Zishuan learned that Yunhao had visited the library to read, and of course, over the past few months, Song Zishuan had also become aware of certain sect regulations. Understanding that Yunhao could only access the first floor of the library, that he then inquired if Yunhao wished to visit the second floor of the library. Zishuan, do you have a way to get me to the second floor of the library? Yunhao asked, surprised, having long coveted that second level. Song Zishuan, with a childlike grin, replied, that's simple. I'll go back and ask my master for a sect leader's token. Not only will I be able to access the second floor, but I can also come and go freely from the Yuyang sect. However, it won't benefit me directly. My master said that I can only go out once I successfully establish my foundation. I truly miss my parents. After all, Song Zishuan was still a young lad. Claiming he didn't miss home would be a falsehood. Even Yunhao occasionally reminisced about his own parents. Yunhao comfortingly patted Song Zishuan on the shoulder, saying, once I am out, I'll check on your elder brother and sister-in-law for you. Focus on your cultivation. Once you become a foundation-building cultivator, you can fly home to see your parents. Wouldn't that bring them great pride? Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Song Zishuan's eyes lit up. Yes. Uncle Yun is absolutely right. I'll fly home to surprise my parents. After saying this, he suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, Uncle Yun, wait for me. I'm going to ask my master for a sect leader's token right now. Yunhao watched as Song Zishuan hurried away, shaking his head with a smile. After all, he was just a child, somewhat impulsive in his actions, yet he bore a hint of his father Song Tianxiong's generous spirit. After a brief period, Song Zishuan indeed returned, presenting Yunhao with a token the size of a palm. This token was not made from any ordinary material. It was dark and felt weightless in the hand. One side of the token bore the inscription Yuyang, surrounded by various runes, while the other side displayed a large character for pass. According to Song Zishuan, there were no more than 5 disciples within the entire Yuyang sect who possessed such tokens. And among the outer disciples, Yunhao was the only one. That this was a testament to the affection that Yuzenzi, Song Zishuan's master, had for his prized disciple, which enabled Song Zishuan to procure this token. Others could only dream of such a privilege. Song Zishuan also explained the token's usage and benefits. Within the Yuyang sect, simply displaying the token would grant access to the library to access the second floor. One would need to input a bit of spiritual energy into the token, which would then disable the restrictions, allowing entry to the second floor where precious cultivation texts were stored. Additionally, this token served as a pass for entering and exiting the protective mist barrier surrounding the Yuyang sect, requiring only a touch of spiritual energy for activation. Yunhao, curious, decided to test the token. After inputting his spiritual energy, he watched as the runes on the token began to twist and reshape. Almost as if they had come to life, he attempted to walk without the medicinal garden's restriction, merely holding the token. And indeed, the restrictions posed no challenge to him. Clearly, this token could be considered a specialized artifact for bypassing barriers. Song Zishuan spent the entire night in the medicinal garden before departing, his eyes filled with reluctance as he left. Yunhao, toying with the token in his hand, noted the favor Song Zishuan had shown him and resolved to repay this kindness when the opportunity arose in the future. The next day, Yunhao set off for the library. Clutching the token to the entrance of the library stood 2 inner disciples, both foundation-building cultivators. They had previously been outer disciples, but upon breaking through to the foundation stage, they had been promoted to inner disciples. However, due to their inadequate spiritual roots, their future progress would likely be limited, relegating them to duties such as guarding the library. Having frequented the library almost daily for some time, Yunhao had become familiar with these guards. They assumed he was merely visiting the first floor again and nodded in acknowledgement, allowing him entry without even checking his token. Once inside the library, Yunhao retrieved the sect leader's token and input his spiritual energy. The token reacted. He proceeded step by step up the stairs to the second floor. Holding the token, he smoothly passed through the barrier between the first and second floors and stood at the entrance of the second level. Surveying this still mysterious area, the second floor of the library was slightly smaller than the first, containing significantly fewer books. Only a dozen or so shelves scattered throughout, giving it an empty feel. However, Yunhao knew that despite the smaller collection, these were the finest texts collected by the Yuyang sect over millennia, typically inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yunhao approached the nearest shelf and began to examine the titles carefully. This shelf contained approximately 400 to 500 texts on cultivation, nearly all related to the art of weapon forging. Some detailed various forging techniques, while others introduced rare minerals or precious metals, along with materials from monstrous beasts that could be used in forging. Yunhao picked up a book titled Basic Forging Techniques, perfectly suited for apprentice-level practitioners. Though he understood the adage about not biting off more than one can chew, he recognized that many skills in cultivation had interconnected principles. Thus, he deemed it beneficial to study broadly to enhance his understanding. And so, Yunhao settled down and immersed himself in the texts on the second floor. Meticulously reading each one, that even if he did not fully comprehend them, he made notes, believing that with time and experience, understanding would come naturally. That he dedicated an entire month to the shelf focused on forging, finding the material profoundly intricate, far more so than the ordinary books found below. Even memorizing the information proved laborious. The second shelf he examined contained texts on formations, but these were scarce, with only a handful of thin volumes available. Clearly, literature on formations was both rare and precious. Since he began studying these formation texts, his brow had remained furrowed. The subject was exceedingly complex, and as a novice without guidance, mastering formations seemed a distant dream. Nevertheless, he adopted a mindset of rote memorization, undeterred by his lack of understanding, believing that retaining the information would eventually yield opportunities for comprehension. After struggling through the few formation texts, Yunhao felt overwhelmed. Having barely scratched the surface, he found his patience wearing thin and decided to take a break for a few days before resuming his studies. Recently, Yunhao had exchanged spiritual herbs for some spiritual stones, accumulating around 400 to 500, albeit all of inferior quality, filling a small, bulging pouch. While he had secured spiritual stones, he had yet to find time to visit Intian Peak to purchase some talismans from Linfeng. Seizing the opportunity to rest from his reading, he resolved to acquire some talismans, believing that preparation was the best strategy. After wrapping the small pile of spiritual stones in a cloth, the bag felt heavy in his hand. Additionally, he carried a few spiritual herbs, prepared to trade them if his stones fell short. This moment, Yunhao couldn't help but envy those cultivators who possessed storage bags, small pouches that reportedly held at least a cubic yard of space. Capable of accommodating numerous items, that he had learned about the utility of storage bags from a text on forging, and the idea had intrigued him immensely that he was determined to acquire one, but upon inquiring further, he quickly abandoned that thought. It was said that only the sect leader Yuzenzi and the Grand Elder possessed storage bags within the entire Yuyang sect. Even other elders lacked them, highlighting their rarity. Moreover, the Yuyang sect was relatively weak, and crafting storage bags was an intricate process, making them exceedingly expensive and seldom seen on the market. Yuzenzi would hardly waste spiritual stones on a storage bag. It would be far wiser to invest in elixirs and herbs. With only 2 storage bags in the entire Yuyang sect, Yunhao's chances of acquiring one seemed bleak, that he resolved to wait for a future opportunity. Before departing, Yunhao had inquired with brother, due to ascertain the general direction of Intian Peak, so he set out with spiritual stones in hand and herbs tucked away. Intian Peak was not far. Approximately 300 to 400 miles away, the entire mountain was shrouded in mist, obscuring its true form, hence the name Hidden Sky Peak. With this distinctive feature, locating it should not pose a challenge. Given the short distance, Yunhao refrained from using a teleportation talisman, opting instead to rely on his agile footwork to traverse the mountainous terrain. About an hour later, Yunhao wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up at a nearby mountain peak, which emerged partially from the clouds. It appeared that there were indeed several caves at the base of this peak, indicating that he had arrived at his destination. As he approached, a few outer disciples came to greet him from a distance, and Yunhao patiently awaited their arrival. Upon reaching him, the outer disciples scrutinized him briefly, and one among them inquired, "What brings you here, junior brother?" Yunhao returned the gesture of respect and replied, I apologize for the interruption, esteemed senior brothers, that I am here seeking Uncle Lin Feng. He instructed me to come find him. Upon hearing that Yuan Hao was looking for Lin Feng, the first disciple to speak quickly responded. Ah, so you are searching for Uncle Lin. Please follow me, and I shall escort you to him. Yuan Hao nodded in acknowledgement, expressed his gratitude, and followed the disciple as they made their way to the foot of the towering mountain. At the base of the immense peak, several caves had been hewn into the cliffside. The outer disciple led Yuan Hao to the entrance of one such cave, which was evidently protected by a barrier. A translucent shield enveloped the entrance tightly. The disciple approached the barrier, gestured at it with his hand, and then stepped aside to wait patiently. Before long, the delicate shield shimmered with a fleeting light, and soon Lin Feng emerged through the barrier. Without waiting for the disciple to report, Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. Who do we have here? Why, it is this young brother. A rare guest indeed. Just as Yuan Hao had observed during their last encounter, Lin Feng exuded no hint of the arrogance typical of inner disciples. Instead, he radiated a refreshing warmth, leaving Yuan Hao with a favorable impression. Uncle Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. That I have long wished to pay you a visit, but I have been preoccupied with numerous matters. Yuan Hao cautiously and respectfully greeted him. Lin Feng waved his hand, smiling. No need for such formalities. Come, let us discuss matters inside my cave. As Lin Feng spoke, he took hold of Yuan Hao and turned to enter the cave, only to recall the barrier and, with a slap to his forehead, released Yuan Hao. He retrieved an array plate and performed several hand seals upon it, causing the barrier at the cave entrance to vanish. Only then did Lin Feng grasp Yuan Hao's arm once more and lead him into the cave. Upon entering, Yuan Hao surveyed his surroundings. The cave was entirely man-made and quite spacious, boasting 4 or 5 side chambers. Lin Feng guided Yuan Hao to a stone table within the cave and inquired, I neglected to ask your name during our last meeting. Would you be so kind as to share it with me? Yuan Hao smiled and replied, Uncle Lin, you are too courteous. There is no inconvenience in sharing. My name is Yuan Hao. You may simply call me by my name. After a brief pause, he directly stated, I have come this time to purchase some talismans from you. Might you have any stock available? Lin Feng responded without hesitation, Of course. How many do you require? I can fulfill your request. May I first take a look at the talismans you possess? Yuan Hao asked, hoping to acquire a few that held greater potency. Yet being entirely unfamiliar with talismans, he wished to understand what was available before making a decision. Certainly, follow me. Lin Feng nodded, rising to guide Yuan Hao toward one of the stone chambers. Yuan Hao closely followed him into the chamber, where he found a large stone table cluttered with various items. Blank talisman paper, beast blood, vermilion, and several pieces of spirit beast hide, all indicative of a workspace dedicated to talisman crafting. Lin Feng approached a wooden chest at the side of the room, opened it, and retrieved a substantial stack of talismans, laying them out on the stone table, while offering Yuan Hao an introduction to each. This stack of talismans included several types that Yuan Hao had previously purchased, along with a few defensive talismans and a couple of offensive ones. However, most were of a lower grade, with no higher quality ones available. After examining each, Yuan Hao inquired, aside from these, do you happen to have any talismans of a higher grade? I am not deterred by a higher price. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly and replied, While I am quite passionate about crafting talismans, I am currently only able to produce these lower grade ones. The spirit beast hides on the table are my attempts to create higher grade talismans. But regrettably, I have yet to succeed. Yuan Hao, upon hearing this, conceded. Although these talismans were of a lower grade, they sufficed for his current capabilities that if necessary, he could simply purchase a few more. Quantity could make up for quality. And in the face of an adversary, he could unleash several at once, overwhelming even a gold core cultivator. Having settled on a plan, Yuan Hao opened his cloth pouch and produced several spirit herbs, placing them on the stone table. Uncle Lin, could you assess how many talismans I might acquire with these? Lin Feng appeared taken aback by the wealth Yuan Hao displayed. That IT was rare for a mere foundation establishment disciple, let alone one at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, to possess such treasures. Though surprised, Lin Feng was nonetheless delighted, recognizing a lucrative opportunity for trade that would enable him to procure more materials for talisman crafting. Truth be told, despite being an inner disciple with exceptional spiritual roots, Lin Feng had neglected his cultivation in favor of pursuing talisman crafting, yet his skills had significantly improved within the Yuyang sect. Few possessed a deep understanding of talismans, making Lin Feng's creations rather unique. Now, which talismans would you like? Each serves a different purpose and thus varies in price, Lin Feng replied with a beaming smile. Yunhao scanned the talismans on the table and pointed out several, primarily offensive ones, such as the Binding Talisman, Metal Talisman, Earthquake Talisman, Fireball Talisman, and Ice Arrow Talisman, as well as one particularly powerful Diamond Talisman. Uncle, I would like these few, he stated. Lin Feng examined the selected talismans and explained, the pricier ones are 15 spirit stones, while the cheaper ones are 10 spirit stones. For you, I shall price them all at 10 spirit stones. With that, he counted out 60 or 70 talismans and handed them to Yunhao. Yunhao was not one to hesitate. He graciously accepted the talismans and smiled. I have greatly benefited from your generosity this time. Uncle, that I will be sure to visit more frequently in the future. Yunhao held a keen interest in talisman crafting. While surveying the stone chamber earlier, he had contemplated the idea of learning the craft from Lin Feng. Thus, once their transaction was complete, he mustered the courage to ask, Uncle Lin, I harbor some interest in talisman crafting. Would you be willing to teach me? Ever since that fateful encounter where he utilized talismans to defeat an enemy, the desire to learn their creation had intensified. In Yunhao's view, mastering talisman crafting would not only afford him convenience in usage, but also provide an avenue to exchange for spirit stones, an opportunity with dual benefits. The only uncertainty lay in whether Lin Feng would acquiesce. You wish to learn talisman crafting? It is not an easy path, especially at the outset, which can be quite costly. All the materials here have been brought from outside at considerable expense. And the failure rate in crafting talismans is notably high. Many give up precisely because of this. Are you certain? Lin Feng did not outright refuse, but instead elaborated on the challenges of talisman crafting, hoping to deter Yunhao from pursuing it. However, Yunhao lacked both a deficiency in spirit stones and a shortage of time to dedicate to this pursuit. Unlike others, he possessed no spiritual root and found that even a day of meditation yielded less benefit than 2 chi-boosting pills. Thus, he typically only practiced in the evenings, leaving his days mostly free, with little to attend to in the herb garden, allowing ample time to learn about talisman crafting. After pondering, Yunhao confidently nodded and replied, As long as Uncle Lin is willing to teach me, then these challenges are of no concern. Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, What is the difficulty? I can teach you right now, for your demeanor is quite agreeable to me. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be bothered on that day. Yunhao diligently followed Lin Feng for 2 hours to learn talisman crafting. As he began, it became evident to Yunhao that the art of talisman creation was far from a simple task. Cultivating oneself was inherently a defiance of the heavens, and everything related to cultivation was equally challenging. Nothing could be mastered without considerable effort. After 2 full hours, Yunhao managed to sketch the peculiar patterns required for a talisman. However, mastering the design was one thing. Accurately inscribing it onto the talisman was another matter entirely. The act of drawing talismans necessitated the invocation of spiritual energy, with his meager reserves of spiritual energy. Even crafting a single talisman proved insufficient. Furthermore, precision was paramount. Even the slightest tremor in his hand could render the talisman worthless, necessitating a complete restart. Throughout those 2 hours, Yunhao squandered a significant amount of talisman paper and powdered beast blood. Failing to complete a single talisman, he found his spiritual energy nearly depleted, and with no other option, he consumed 2 chi-boosting pills and meditated for an hour before taking his leave. Before departing, Yunhao promised to return in 2 or 3 days, not because he lacked time the following day, but rather because he recognized that talisman crafting was a considerable financial drain that he could not simply practice for free. After all, Lin Feng was under no obligation to provide materials without compensation. During those 2 or 3 days, Yunhao planned to procure additional spiritual stones to present to Lin Feng as payment for his lessons or materials. The day after his return, Yunhao, carrying 3 800-year-old spiritual herbs, sought out Brother Du at his door. The intent was clear, and upon seeing the herbs, Brother Du immediately understood the situation, instructing him to return the next day to collect the spiritual stones. While engaging in casual conversation with Brother Du, he was informed of an upcoming competition among the inner disciples. All disciples who had reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage to those at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage were eligible to participate. Ultimately, 20 of the most exceptional disciples from each cultivation stage would be selected. Although this event bore no direct relevance to the outer disciples, Yunhao's curiosity led him to inquire about the reason behind the competition. As an experienced member of the Yu Yang sect, Brother Du was well-versed in the affairs of the sect and provided a historical context. The origins of the competition trace back several thousand years when the Yu Yang sect was far more powerful than it is today, boasting several experts in the nascent soul stage. However, a schism arose between the sect's leadership and 2 or 3 elders of the nascent soul stage, leading to a significant amount of resentment. Though it never escalated to outright conflict. One fateful day, these elders, along with thousands of their disciples, departed from the Yu Yang sect, establishing their own sect in the territory of the Lu Kingdom, which would later become the second-largest cultivation sect, known as the Flame sect. In essence, both sects share a common lineage. For the Flame sect, which was established midway, the conditions for cultivation were inferior to those of the Yu Yang cave. The Yu Yang cave remains the only suitable location for cultivation in the entire Lu Kingdom. Furthermore, the Flame sect's foundation was relatively weak, lacking the abundant resources that the Yu Yang sect had accumulated over nearly 10,000 years. For instance, within the Yu Yang sect, there exists a unique area known as the Heart Refinement Formation, said to have been established by the sect's founding ancestor. This formation is highly effective for disciples on the verge of breakthrough or those with unstable foundations. Any disciple who remains within the Heart Refinement Formation for 3 days generally experiences a significant advancement upon exiting, with even greater benefits for those with shaky foundations. For smaller sects like the Yu Yang and Flame sects, the Heart Refinement Formation holds immense importance, as disciples at the foundation establishment stage constitute the backbone of their sects, and naturally, the more, the better. However, the Heart Refinement Formation has a significant drawback. It requires the simultaneous activation by 5 nascent soul cultivators. If 5 nascent soul cultivators are unavailable, 10 mid to late golden core stage cultivators could manage a makeshift activation. Before the 3 nascent soul elders established their own sect, the Yu Yang sect could easily muster 5 nascent soul cultivators. However, post-separation, the Yu Yang sect found it impossible to activate the Heart Refinement Formation, even with 10 mid to late golden core cultivators. The Flame sect was acutely aware of the Yu Yang sect's predicament, so they proactively approached to propose a collaborative effort to jointly activate the Heart Refinement Formation with the sole stipulation of sharing the quotas equally. The Heart Refinement Formation can accommodate a maximum of 20 participants at a time, and the 2 sects engaged in prolonged discussions over these 20 slots. Ultimately, they devised a method. Each sect would select 20 disciples from their respective cultivation stages, who would then compete in one-on-one matches, ensuring the final 20 victors could enter the formation. Thus, the forthcoming competition among the inner disciples of the Yu Yang sect serves merely as a preliminary selection, awaiting the arrival of the 20 disciples from the Flame sect. What truly constitutes a legitimate contest is this: for the preliminary trials hold little significance for the outer disciples like Yunhao and others, aside from providing them the opportunity to witness the spectacle. Upon grasping the situation, Yunhao felt a flicker of anticipation for the competition. After all, it would allow him to observe how those in the foundation establishment stage engage in combat, thus gaining invaluable experience. After a leisurely conversation with Senior Brother Du, Yunhao took his leave. The following day, he returned to Senior Brother Du to collect 200 low-grade spirit stones. Previously, Yunhao had inquired whether he could exchange for medium-grade spirit stones. As dealing with large quantities of low-grade stones posed considerable inconvenience, Senior Brother Du had chuckled and shaken his head, explaining that medium-grade spirit stones were quite beneficial for the cultivation of Foundation establishment disciples. And furthermore, they were seldom seen within the sect. Inner disciples would never part with them for trade, and outer disciples were fortunate to possess low-grade stones for their cultivation, with no medium-grade stones available. Yunhao had no choice but to settle for the small bag of heavy low-grade stones and return to the herb garden. Recently, the inner disciples had been quite diligent in gathering herbs at the garden, seemingly preparing for the upcoming preliminary trials. Consequently, Yunhao refrained from leaving the herb garden for extended periods, lest these demanding inner disciples fail to locate him and subsequently dismiss him from his management position, a loss he could hardly afford. On the following day, Yunhao seized the opportunity to visit Yintian Peak, purchasing various materials for talisman crafting from Lin Feng. For the time being, he opted to practice within his humble abode, intending to master what he had learned before advancing to more complex talismans. As days passed, the day of the Inner Disciples preliminary trials drew near, and Yunhao made noticeable progress in talisman crafting. Lin Feng had initially taught him the simplest of talismans, the Strength Talisman, which is arguably the least sophisticated and easiest to create. Yet, even with this basic talisman, Yunhao required over half a month to achieve success, having squandered materials for dozens of talismans before managing to produce a single one, an inefficiency that underscored his lack of innate talent in this area. A few days later, the preliminary trials for the Inner Disciples of Yuyang sect commenced. The competition was held in a vast open area not far from Yunhao's residence, approximately half an hour's journey away. This event was entirely public, allowing all disciples of Yuyang sect to observe without restrictions, transforming the biannual trials into a significant occasion for the sect. Given that the majority of attendees were outer disciples, it presented them with a rare opportunity for learning. Inner disciples received systematic instruction in cultivation techniques and other skills from their mentors, while outer disciples primarily relied on self-discovery, often treading unconventional paths. Thus, witnessing the sparring among inner disciples was undoubtedly advantageous for them, even for Yunhao, who had only recently joined, let alone the more seasoned disciples. The preliminary trials would span approximately half a month, with all inner disciples meeting or nearing the requirements mandated to participate. The number of eligible disciples totaled several thousand, and even with hundreds competing daily, the time frame remained quite tight. Nevertheless, this half-month period was likely to be the most relaxed for Yunhao, as no one would visit the herb garden during this time, allowing him to dedicate his days to observing the competitions, aside from his evening cultivation that on the first day of the trials. Yunhao eagerly opened the barriers and made his way to the competition area. Given the short distance, he felt it unnecessary to summon Senior Brother due the venue was situated within a broad and even valley. Upon entering, one could immediately spot the impressive sight of nearly 20 large stone platforms, each measuring 10 zhang in square area, erected at intervals of 100 meters, creating a striking scene. As Yunhao walked, he observed a throng of Yuyang sect disciples moving toward the expansive valley. The majority were outer disciples, with a few inner disciples scattered among them. Among the countless faces, he occasionally spotted a handful of attractive female disciples. Though their numbers were far fewer in the months since he joined Yuyang sect, he could count the female disciples he had encountered on one hand. Confronted with this seemingly endless crowd, Yunhao found himself at a loss for words. While he had previously heard that Yuyang sect boasted over 100,000 disciples, he had no tangible concept of such a figure until now. Witnessing the assembly firsthand was a revelation, showcasing the sheer number of cultivators, a stark contrast to the few he had seen in the outside world over several decades. As he followed the crowd into the valley, the sight of the towering stone platforms came into view. Presently, they stood empty, though groups of inner disciples were gathered before each platform, presumably participants in the preliminary trials. Yunhao traversed the valley, taking note of the layout and gathering information about the specifics of the trials. Once the trials commenced, those who ascended the stone platforms would compete against one another based on similar cultivation levels, with the defeated being eliminated and the victors advancing to subsequent rounds. All stone platforms would commence their matches simultaneously, meaning nearly 40 participants could compete at once, a clear advantage in terms of efficiency. However, Yunhao lamented the absence of a technique to create clones, as he could not simultaneously observe the contest taking place across the numerous platforms. As he stood before the stone platforms in the valley, he recognized several familiar faces, including some disciples of Elder Wu. Among them Dong Yunfei, who sat quietly at one of the platforms. Also present was the white-clad disciple he had encountered at the previous exchange conference, engaged in lively conversation with several other inner disciples. Of all the familiar faces, Yunhao was most acquainted with Lin Feng, who was also among the candidates for the preliminary trials. Lin Feng appeared to be well-liked, as several individuals greeted him as they passed by. Upon spotting him, Yunhao decided to remain and observe Lin Feng's match. "Uncle Lin," Yunhao greeted him warmly. Lin Feng smiled in return. "Yunhao, you've arrived. How has your talisman crafting been going these past few days?" Yunhao felt a flush of embarrassment at the question, sheepishly admitting, "I've managed to learn the strength talisman, but I've only succeeded once. Don't be disheartened. Every beginning is challenging. Achieving one successful talisman in half a month isn't a slow pace." "Keep up the hard work," Lin Feng encouraged, patting Yunhao on the shoulder. Eagerly nodding in agreement, Yunhao added, "I wish you success in this competition." Uncle Lin. Lin Feng smiled and nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your kind words. Once the trials begin, pay close attention to my performance. It may offer you some insights. Their conversation continued, with Yun Hao posing various questions regarding talisman crafting, to which Lin Feng generously provided thorough explanations for each challenge Yun Hao had faced during his practice. Just as their conversation reached a lively peak, a clear, resonant sound akin to metal clashing echoed through the valley, instantly silencing the crowd. All eyes turned skyward toward the valley's entrance. Soon, several figures emerged in the air above the valley, gracefully descending into the gathering. Following the crowd's gaze, Yun Hao recognized the lead figure as the Sect's master, Yu Jinzi, flanked by 4 other cultivators of varying ages, one of whom was Elder Wu. Upon spotting the 5 figures, Yun Hao quickly grasped the situation. Aside from Yu Jinzi, the remaining 4 were all elders of Yiyang sect, the highest echelons of authority within the sect. Among them, Yu Jinzi and the Grand Elder were both in the early stages of the nascent Soul Realm, while the other 3 were in the late stages of the Golden Core Realm. Additionally, Yiyang sect had 2 disciples in the early stages of the Golden Core, one of whom was the Outer Sect Manager. Manager Ma. The 5 figures gracefully hovered above the center of the valley before coming to a halt. The Yu Jinzi's voice resonated slowly through the air. All inner disciples, please commence the preliminary trials according to the order drawn by lot. The voice of Yu Jinzi was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, as though someone were whispering directly beside them. After Yu Jinzi concluded her words, she soared with several other elders to an open space at the valley's end. A designated resting area prepared for them. At this moment, pairs of inner disciples leapt onto the stone platforms, which, despite spanning a radius of several dozen feet, were hardly sufficient for the contest of spells or flying swords that cultivators engaged in. Once the competition commenced, even a space of 10 feet could prove inadequate. On the stone platform before Yun Hao, 2 inner disciples ascended, exchanging pleasantries before commencing their duel. Lin Feng, a familiar figure to Yun Hao, stood beside him, observing the contest between the 2 disciples on the platform. Both were inner disciples at the Qi refining stage, appearing quite young, likely newcomers with exceptional spiritual roots, due to Yun Hao's low cultivation level. He could not discern the precise cultivation of the 2 on the platform. However, Lin Feng, a genuine disciple at the early stage of foundation establishment, quickly recognized their capabilities. Look, Yun Hao, Lin Feng remarked, the 2 disciples on the platform are both at the 10th level of the Qi refining stage. Such competitions at this level are rare, and the spells they can employ are limited. A victor should emerge swiftly. Yun Hao expressed his gratitude while watching the platform, appreciating Lin Feng's guidance far more than if he were to observe the duel alone. The 2 Qi refining disciples on the platform each produced a low-grade magical artifact and began their contest. One possessed a wood attribute spiritual root, while the other wielded a metal attribute. It wasn't long before Yun Hao discerned their respective characteristics. The metal attribute disciple demonstrated a remarkable command over his artifact, launching swift and fierce attacks with a half-meter-long sword-shaped tool that continually lunged at his opponent. Conversely, the wood attribute disciple, after a moment of initial confusion, quickly adapted to the opponent's style and began to showcase a semblance of both offense and defense. In the realm of cultivation, it is customary for sects to impart techniques to disciples based on their differing spiritual roots. Disciples with metal attributes are best suited to become sword cultivators, while those with wood attributes learn corresponding techniques, albeit with comparatively modest offensive capabilities, although the wood attribute techniques lack the potency of their metal counterparts. Victory in duels often hinges on strategy rather than mere power. Observing the 2 on the platform, Yun Hao speculated that the wood attribute disciple would ultimately prevail, a judgment grounded in reasoning rather than mere conjecture. Wood attribute techniques tend to exhibit greater endurance, especially in the case of the wood attribute disciple, who adeptly conserved his strength, that he commanded his artifact to fend off the opponent's assaults while simultaneously gripping a spirit stone to replenish his dwindling spiritual energy, employing agile footwork to evade direct confrontations. Indeed, after half an hour, the metal attribute disciple's attacks began to wane, evidently fatigued from depleting his internal spiritual energy and unable to sustain his initial ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, the wood attribute disciple launched a counterattack, summoning a flurry of small green wooden swords that appeared amidst a whistle, hurtling towards his opponent. This low-tier spell, the wooden sword technique, posed a challenge for practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refining. As it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, the metal attribute disciple, caught off guard by his opponent's ability to execute such a lavish technique after a prolonged duel, wore an expression of dismay. Yet he was not one to concede easily. Retreating swiftly to the edge of the platform and taking a deep breath, he enveloped himself in a translucent shield of light just as the wooden swords rained down upon him with a cacophony of strikes. This seemingly thin barrier flickered under the onslaught of the wooden swords, appearing on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the disciple within the shield bellowed, causing the barrier to solidify significantly, ultimately managing to withstand the assault of the wooden sword technique. As the last of the wooden swords dissipated into smoke, the shield also vanished, revealing the disciple seated and panting heavily, drenched in sweat, a clear indication of his exhausted spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the wood attribute disciple, despite having expended 2/3 of his spiritual energy on the wooden sword technique, still retained enough strength for another round. Observing their performances on the platform, the disparity in their conditions was evident. Yun Hao, watching from below, found the spectacle thoroughly exhilarating. Though the spells accessible to Qi refining practitioners were limited, the duel was a novel experience for him, having never witnessed genuine cultivators in battle before. As the saying goes, an expert sees the subtleties, while a novice merely enjoys the spectacle. Due to his recent extensive reading on various aspects of the cultivation world, Yun Hao harbored his own insights and judgments regarding the contest. The Qi refining stage consists of 18 levels, divided into 3 tiers of 6 levels each, the early, middle, and late stages. The 2 participants on the platform were disciples in the middle stage of Qi refining. Those at this stage possess access to a range of spells. For instance, the control of magical artifacts begins at the 6th level, while techniques like the wooden sword technique are primarily utilized by practitioners in the late Qi refining stage, only marginally accessible to those in the middle stage. Moreover, the protective light barrier employed by the metal attribute disciple, known as the spirit shield, is formed from external spiritual energy. This technique is particularly taxing for practitioners in the middle stage of Qi refining, with a duration of no more than 20 to 30 breaths before depleting their energy. Yun Hao was well aware of these spells, even understanding their cultivation methods. However, with his own cultivation at merely the 3rd level, he found none of them within his grasp, owing to his insufficient spiritual energy and mental acuity. Though the first round of the contest may not have been particularly thrilling, it proved immensely practical for Yun Hao as a disciple in the Qi refining stage. In the second pairing, the inner disciples showcased significantly higher cultivation levels than the previous duo, one at the 15th level and the other at the 14th level, both in the late Qi refining stage. Practitioners at this level can cultivate a multitude of spells, offering a much greater spectacle than the prior match. As the second pair of disciples ascended, the one at the 15th level promptly unleashed his spirit shield, while the 14th level disciple unexpectedly deployed a low-tier water barrier talisman, surrounding himself with a pale blue veil of water for protection in the Yuyang sect. Even the use of a disposable talisman by an inner disciple is considered a luxury, particularly a low-tier talisman with a brief duration. A single contest could require a dozen such talismans. Accumulating a dozen talismans could necessitate 100 or 200 spirit stones, a burden most inner disciples cannot afford. Yet this particular disciple evidently possessed considerable wealth, employing a talisman upon entry, indicating a substantial stockpile. Few cultivators within the Yuyang sect possess the skill to craft talismans, with only a handful capable, Lin Feng being one of the more proficient artisans. Although he specializes in low-tier talismans, the overall quality of his creations is commendable. Yun Hao turned to Lin Feng, and before he could speak, Lin Feng remarked, "No need to look further. The young man up there purchased a dozen defensive talismans from me a few days ago. The water barrier talisman is of my making." Yun Hao responded with a simple, "Oh," but could not resist asking, "Master, which is superior, your water barrier talisman or the spirit shield?" Lin Feng chuckled, replying, "That's a rather complex question. In terms of defensive capability, the water barrier talisman falls short. For endurance, the spirit shield is less effective. However, neither is absolute. Each possesses its own strengths and weaknesses, while the water barrier talisman may lack the defensive prowess of the spirit shield. It does not consume any of the user's spiritual energy. Provided one has a sufficient stockpile of talismans, victory is still attainable." Conversely, while the Spirit Shield offers solid defense, its duration for a Qi-refining disciple is limited. Once one's spiritual energy is exhausted, the outcome is all but certain. In sum, battles between cultivators hinge not only on their cultivation levels, but also on their financial resources. After listening attentively, Yunhao pondered deeply and realized that it was indeed the case. For cultivators to continuously advance in their cultivation, two essential factors are required. First, diligent self-cultivation, and second, a substantial supply of spirit stones, elixirs, or rare natural treasures. With these resources, even a cultivator like Yunhao, who lacks spiritual roots, can traverse further along the path of cultivation. Additionally, magical tools and treasures that enhance one's combat prowess are indispensable for any cultivator. On the stone platform, the second pair of disciples had already commenced their duel. The strength of the late-stage Qi refinement disciples was markedly different. They could manipulate magical tools with greater finesse to attack their opponents while simultaneously casting multiple spells. One disciple, employing a spirit power shield, was acutely aware of the duration for which he could maintain it. Thus, he launched an aggressive onslaught right from the start, wielding a formidable blade-like magical tool that struck fiercely against his opponent's water barrier. Yet, this was only the beginning. With a deft movement of both hands, he executed a hand seal, summoning over a dozen translucent ice arrows that appeared seemingly out of thin air, whistling through the air as they pierced toward the delicate water curtain. The disciple using the water barrier talisman, upon witnessing the opponent's combination of magical tools and spells, particularly the formidable ice arrow technique, began to doubt the efficacy of his water barrier talisman. Gritting his teeth, he decided to employ a Vajra talisman, thus activating his magical tool to initiate his own counterattack. While the water barrier talisman offered reasonable defense, the initial strike from the opponent's magical tool merely caused a few ripples. However, the subsequent barrage of ice arrows proved much more potent, visibly thinning the water barrier without breaking it. This left the disciple wielding the spirit power shield somewhat disheartened. The manipulation of his magical tool required a significant expenditure of spirit power and mental focus. And coupled with the sustaining of the spirit power shield, the energy drained rapidly. Adding to this, the use of powerful spells had consumed nearly half of his spirit power after just one round of attack. In stark contrast, his opponent had barely expended any spirit power aside from utilizing two talismans that if this continued, defeat was all but assured for him. However, at this juncture in the duel, retreat was not an option. Conceding would be too embarrassing, that he could only grit his teeth and endure, regretting his earlier overconfidence upon realizing he was facing an opponent of ostensibly lower cultivation. Meanwhile, his opponent remained composed and unhurried, effortlessly deploying another water barrier talisman to bolster his defenses. This costly maneuver elicited gasps of astonishment from the outer disciples observing below, yet it was undoubtedly an effective strategy. Puff. The flying sword pierced through the spiritual shield, immediately followed by a barrage of fireballs, each as large as a basin, raining down relentlessly upon the shield. The disciple with lower cultivation began to retaliate, launching a continuous onslaught. Just as the fireball spell subsided, before the opponent could catch their breath, a wind blade technique, equally formidable as the fireball, swiftly followed. The scythe-like wind blades howled as they sliced through the spiritual shield, causing it to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the disciple sheltered by the shield began to pale, beads of sweat forming on their forehead, clearly indicating a depletion of spiritual energy. It must be noted that this disciple's cultivation was quite commendable. Having utilized the spiritual shield from the outset and employing various magical implements, they had managed to maintain the shield for nearly half an hour, demonstrating a solid foundation in their cultivation. Unfortunately, their tactical execution was lacking, rendering their defeat somewhat unjust. The battle on the stone platform quickly drew to a close, with the outcome having been anticipated by the spectators, devoid of any suspense. The next contest, the third group match, was about to commence, featuring disciples in the Foundation establishment stage, with Lin Feng being one of the principal participants. This prospect filled Yunhao with excitement, for the preceding matches had already captivated him thoroughly, and he believed this upcoming round, featuring Lin Feng, would be even more riveting. Upon Lin Feng and his opponent ascending the stone platform, the audience erupted in applause, with many outer sect disciples eagerly anticipating this bout. Lin Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with his opponent, indicating that they were likely acquainted. Soon, the two took their stances. Lin Feng's adversary initially conjured a spiritual shield, as Foundation establishment disciples could sustain it for 1 to 2 hours during combat, making it their primary form of defense. That, of course, possessing a defensive magical artifact would additionally enhance their protection. As for Lin Feng, he unleashed a rapid sequence of 5 talismans, golden armor talismans, water barrier talismans, stacked together, enveloping himself in a shimmering protective aura. Many within the Jade Yang sect were well aware of Lin Feng's reputation, and no one deemed his extensive use of talismans extravagant. After all, he was a talisman maker, free to utilize them as he pleased. It would have been more surprising had he refrained from using them. His opponent, cautious and with a serious expression, observed Lin Feng keenly. Earlier from below the platform, he had witnessed the significant role talismans played in the second round, and he was determined not to suffer the same fate as before, being worn down by Lin Feng's relentless onslaught. After Lin Feng had fortified himself with a shield resembling a turtle's shell, he did not retrieve his magical artifact, but rather gestured for his opponent to make the first move. An apparent underestimation of his rival. Though his opponent did not immediately act, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, clearly incensed by Lin Feng's demeanor. However, no disciple in the Foundation establishment stage would act recklessly. Once they decided to strike, it was imperative that their actions bore fruit. Lin Feng, confident in his shield, wished to allow his fellow disciple the opportunity to attack first, but the latter misinterpreted his intentions. After a prolonged silence, without any action from his opponent, Lin Feng decided to take matters into his own hands. Hu Wunti won a swift resolution to advance to the next round. Spending unnecessary time in this initial bout was meaningless. He produced a thick stack of talismans, comprising nearly 30, and casually drew one, sending it forth as a blade of spiritual energy towards his opponent's shield. At that moment, his adversary sprang into action. The Foundation establishment disciple wielded a formidable magical artifact, one of considerable power, despite being classified as a low-grade artifact. Nevertheless, its might was incomparable to the artifacts used by the Qi refinement stage disciples in previous rounds. A wheel-like artifact spun in the air, its sound of slicing through the air almost imperceptible, leaving behind a fleeting shadow before striking Lin Feng's protective barrier with great force upon impact. Lin Feng's shield flickered with light, effortlessly dissipating the first wave of his opponent's attack. Displaying a nonchalant demeanor, Lin Feng barely acknowledged the assault, focusing instead on drawing his second talisman, flicking it into the fray. This time, it was an ice arrow talisman, conjuring 7 or 8 ice arrows that struck the spiritual shield before transforming into a mist and vanishing. Following that, Lin Feng released a fireball talisman, summoning a fireball the size of a basin that crashed upon the spiritual shield. The defensive power of his opponent's shield was indeed impressive, despite Lin Feng's relentless barrage of 5 or 6 different offensive talismans. It only caused the shield to tremble slightly. Yet, Lin Feng exhibited no signs of impatience, methodically tossing talisman after talisman into the fray. This round of competition, devoid of any spectacular moments, had devolved into a test of endurance. A war of attrition. Nevertheless, the dazzling display of talismanic magic remained a highlight on the stone platform, eliciting cheers from the enthralled audience below. After some time, Lin Feng reinforced his shield with several more talismans, making it even more formidable, while his opponent began to dodge the incoming attacks, seemingly attempting to minimize the spiritual energy expenditure required to withstand the onslaught, hoping to prolong their own endurance. Yet, Lin Feng's talismans appeared to possess a sentient quality, striking his opponent's shield with uncanny accuracy, regardless of the latter's evasive maneuvers. The contest between Lin Feng and his opponent persisted for over half an hour. Yet their combat strategies remained largely unchanged. Foundation establishment practitioners could utilize magical artifacts for aerial combat, but within this arena, any disciple who stepped off the Tianzhong stone platform would be deemed the loser. Thus leaving little room for evasion, IT had become a test of resilience. The one who could endure the longest would emerge victorious. Lin Feng expended his final stack of talismans. His opponent appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the talismans were crafted by Lin Feng himself, the cost of producing them was substantial, and most practitioners would not have such an abundance to squander. However, it was evident that Lin Feng's reserves were ample, as he promptly retrieved another stack of talismans from his robes. The immediate change in his opponent's expression was telling. The prospects for his own outcome were grim. Lin Feng's rival was a cultivator of similar age, unremarkable in appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with an intensity that betrayed a formidable character. Lin Feng was quite familiar with his fellow disciple, who was known to be a formidable figure among the inner sect disciples of the Jade Yang sect. Thus, he approached the bout with a steady, cautious demeanor, avoiding any reckless moves. Lin Feng typically dedicated most of his time to practicing talisman crafting, which naturally curtailed his cultivation hours. Currently, he found himself at the pinnacle of the early foundation establishment stage, and this opportunity to enter the heart refinement array was crucial for him. Consequently, he had prepared thoroughly in advance. Particularly in terms of talismans, crafting no fewer than 200. In contrast to Lin Feng's deliberate approach, his opponent became increasingly anxious. His strategy was one of swift resolution, and witnessing Lin Feng clutch yet another stack of talismans. His agitation was palpable. With a determined resolve, he bit his tongue, the glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The wheel-like magical artifact hovering before him began to spin rapidly, its 6 sharp edges gleaming ominously, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. With a sharp pop, he bit down on his tongue, unleashing a spray of blood mist that evenly coated the artifact before him. Remarkably, the wheel-like artifact absorbed every drop of blood mist without leaving a trace behind. Once the blood mist was consumed, the artifact emitted a resonant hum, seemingly coming to life, its rotation accelerating to such an extent that it left only a fleeting shadow in its wake, generating a powerful whirlwind that even those below the platform could feel. Observing his opponent's willingness to expend blood essence to unleash the full power of his artifact, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, with a swift motion, he layered 5 or 6 defensive talismans onto his shield, followed by a flurry of gestures that activated the remaining 20 or so talismans in his possession, sending them hurtling towards his adversary in a torrent of fireballs, ice arrows, and golden blades that that moment. Lin Feng's opponent bellowed, "Go before him!" A wheel-shaped magical artifact flickered and vanished, only to reappear before Lin Feng in the next instant. That a sharp sound echoed, and what seemed to be an impenetrable shield was unexpectedly slashed open by the opponent's artifact. The shield, initially a unified whole, became useless upon sustaining a breach, dissolving into a stream of spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. Fortunately, the opponent's artifact did not fully penetrate the shield. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an assault. After the strike, the artifact soared diagonally into the sky, and the whirlwind it generated knocked Lin Feng to the ground with a thud. Observing his adversary, it was evident that after losing a portion of his vital blood, the opponent's internal spiritual energy was significantly depleted, causing his spiritual shield to weaken considerably. Before he could make a move, a large handful of talismans thrown by Lin Feng surged through the air, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, ice arrows, and other spells upon the opponent's spiritual shield. Although the talismans were of lower grade, their sheer quantity rendered their power formidable. Even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage would have to retreat under such an onslaught. The spells unleashed by the talismans struck the spiritual shield with a cacophony of crackling sounds, reminiscent of popping beans. Soon after, a faint pop signaled the shattering of the shield, observed by keen-eyed disciples below the stone platform. The spells transformed from the talismans continued their assault, and without the protection of the spiritual shield, the Foundation Establishment disciple found himself on the brink of being overwhelmed by the multitude of fireballs and ice arrows. In a desperate maneuver, he flipped and leaped off the stone platform, evading the incoming spells. This voluntary leap from the platform signified his admission of defeat. Although Lin Feng appeared rather disheveled, he remained on the platform, ultimately claiming victory, albeit at a perilous cost. This outcome took many by surprise. While both parties had suffered considerable damage, the final clash was undeniably spectacular, leaving spectators discussing Lin Feng's formidable strike long after he had exited the stage. Yun Hao, who had been intensely focused on Lin Feng since his ascent, observed every movement and its implications, learning a wealth of experience from the encounter that he realized that even low-grade talismans, when employed skillfully, could yield effects akin to mid-grade ones. For instance, the layered use of defensive talismans was a strategy he had never considered before, yet it proved remarkably effective. With his current cultivation level, enhanced defenses would greatly benefit him. Moreover, he noted the strategic use of talismans. Generally, opponents would not remain stationary to be struck. Lin Feng's precise targeting of each talisman at his adversary's spiritual shield, regardless of the latter's evasive maneuvers, was a technique Yuan Hao studied meticulously, particularly the execution of the technique itself. With these two insights in a talisman usage, once Yuan Hao mastered them, he could potentially defeat cultivators 1 or 2 levels above him, marking a significant gain from this experience. After watching the bout, Yuan Hao wandered from the stone platform, pausing to admire various displays of combat, which broadened his horizons. Each of the 10 cultivators exhibited distinct fighting styles. Although many spells were similar, the effects varied greatly from one practitioner to another. As Yuan Hao strolled deeper into the valley, he approached the first stone platform, where he spotted a pair of combatants, one of whom was Dong Yunfei. Dong Yunfei, the eldest disciple of the sect leader Yu Jinzi, had achieved the pinnacle of the late Foundation establishment stage, mere steps away from the Golden Core stage. Yet he had been stagnant at this threshold for several years, showing no signs of a breakthrough. This time, he was determined to enter the Heart Refinement Array, perhaps finding the opportunity for his long-awaited advancement. Dong Yunfei's opponent was also a late Foundation establishment disciple, seemingly affiliated with the Elder faction. Upon taking the stage, they exchanged a curt salute, foregoing pleasantries, and immediately assumed combat stances. Dong Yunfei produced a familiar flying sword, the very one that had transported Yuan Hao to the Yu Yang sect. It was a medium-grade artifact. His opponent wielded a similar medium-grade flying sword, and the two blades clashed with fervor. Cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage possessed a vast array of spells, and their spiritual shields could endure for several hours, unless faced with an overwhelmingly powerful spell or artifact. Otherwise, the solid shield was as impenetrable as a turtle shell. A throng of disciples gathered before the stone platform where Dong Yunfei and his opponent battled. Yuan Hao managed to edge closer to the front, witnessing the spectacle of their fierce exchange. The glimmering swords danced through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages, accompanied by the resonant sounds of clashing metal. Both combatants were evenly matched, exchanging spells with vigor. The potency of their attacks was awe-inspiring. Even a simple fireball spell unleashed a torrent of flames towards the opponent, while hundreds of ice arrows sparkled ominously, creating a breathtaking visual display. For a novice cultivator like Yuan Hao, there was little he could glean from such a match, as the disparity in skill was vast. Much of what unfolded before him was merely an exhilarating spectacle. Beyond his comprehension, as the duel continued for the length of 2 incense sticks, it was clear that both Dong Yunfei and his rival were exerting their full strength, striking without mercy. Shortly thereafter, Dong Yunfei leaped forward, retrieving a palm-sized, square artifact resembling a gold brick. He tossed the artifact into the air, where it levitated a few feet in front of him, with swift movements. He channeled a series of incantations towards the artifact. As Dong Yunfei's hand gestures quickened, the artifact began to expand, ultimately reaching a size of 10 feet square. With a flick of his right index finger, he let a drop of blood fall onto the massive artifact, which promptly absorbed it. This entire process transpired in mere moments, no longer than 3 or 5 breaths. Dong Yunfei's opponent, upon witnessing the colossal artifact, turned pale with dread. This artifact was a top-grade one, originally belonging to the sect leader Yu Jinzi, who had bestowed it upon Dong Yunfei to ensure his success in this competition. Having possessed the artifact for only a short time, Dong Yunfei had yet to fully refine it, making it somewhat challenging to wield. In a final effort to control the powerful artifact, he even resorted to sacrificing a drop of his precious blood. Dong Yunfei let out a soft snort, and the enormous magical artifact soared into the air, crashing down upon his opponent with the force of a mountain. His adversary, having already lost their nerve, fled the stone platform long before the artifact struck. With a resounding boom, the artifact landed heavily on the stone platform, causing it to tremble for quite some time. This spectacle left many disciples watching from below in awe. Had it been anyone else facing such a blow, they would surely have been reduced to a pulp, and even his spiritual shield would have been of little use in this first round. Dong Yunfei emerged victorious, yet he felt an overwhelming discontent within him. The reason for his dissatisfaction lay in his reluctance to reveal his top-quality magical artifact so early on. He had hoped to reserve it until the rematch, or until he faced a disciple from the Flame sect. Unfortunately, his opponent proved to be of equal strength. If only Dong Yunfei had maintained his composure and played it safe, he could have secured victory without exposing his trump cards so soon. Frustrated, Dong Yunfei descended from the stone platform and turned to leave, while the onlookers continued to buzz with discussion. There were only a handful of top-quality magical artifacts within the Jade Yang sect, easily countable on one hand, and the power of the artifact that resembled a golden brick was truly astonishing. Even after a long time had passed, the disciples remained captivated by the display. After witnessing Dong Yunfei's match, Yunhao moved on to observe another duel between disciples, each showcasing their unique strengths, making the experience well worth his while. The first day of preliminary matches concluded in this fashion, and on the following day, Yunhao returned early as a loyal spectator. After half a month of competitions, the trials of thousands of disciples finally came to an end, leaving only 100 participants, who would face yet another round of elimination. From this group, 20 would ultimately compete against the disciples of the Flame sect. The rematch was to be held in the same valley and would conclude in just 2 days. Among the remaining 100 disciples was Lin Feng, and predictably, Dong Yunfei was also among them. Amusingly, ever since word spread about Dong Yunfei's formidable artifact, several disciples who had been slated to compete against him opted to withdraw, resulting in Dong Yunfei's subsequent matches being uncontested, much to the disappointment of those eager to witness the artifact's power. The remaining 100 disciples were divided into pairs based on their varying levels of cultivation for the competition. Yunhao's focus remained on Lin Feng, as he was the only one among the multitude with whom he was familiar. The most elite disciples of the Jade Yang sect were predominantly among this 100, each possessing a foundation building stage cultivation or higher, with several having reached the pinnacle of foundation building, just a step away from the golden core stage. Each of these 100 individuals possessed unique skills, with nearly everyone wielding a mid-quality magical artifact, and some even possessing two. That among these 100 elite disciples, their contests were bound to be spectacular, likely surpassing the excitement of the previous matches held over the last 10 days. Thus, many disciples arrived early, eager to secure a good vantage point for the thrilling display of skill. Despite Yunhao's early arrival, he found himself amidst a throng of spectators, making it a challenge to locate the stone platform where Lin Feng was to compete. With some time still remaining before the matches commenced, Lin Feng and the inner sect disciples had yet to arrive. Only outer sect disciples and a few inner sect members had gathered in clusters, chatting amongst themselves. With few acquaintances in the vast crowd, Yunhao felt somewhat out of place. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Feng and the other 100 disciples arrived in succession. After greeting Lin Feng, Yunhao inquired, "Lin Shishu, do you have confidence in this competition?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Confidence or not, I must compete. Though I aspire to enter the heart refinement array to enhance my cultivation. Look at our remaining peers. Who among them is easy to defeat? My chances of victory are slim. However, even if I do not emerge victorious, this competition will allow me to test the efficacy of my talismans." Lin Feng demonstrated a commendable level of self-awareness. Many among the 100 disciples possessed greater cultivation than him. Were it not for his reliance on talismans, he might not have even qualified among this group. Realizing Lin Feng's lack of confidence, Yunhao responded, "Regardless, I wish you great success, Lin Shishu." Lin Feng smiled, patting Yunhao's shoulder before moving aside to meditate and gather his energy for the impending match. Soon, Yu Jinzi and several elders arrived in the valley. Among the disciples competing in this rematch were many of their direct disciples, and each harbored personal ambitions, hoping their pupils would secure a place among the top 20. As the competition commenced, Lin Feng stood upon the stone platform, following his usual strategy that he activated a thick stack of talismans, starting with several defensive talismans to ensure ample protection. Although he possessed a magical artifact, he had refrained from using it throughout the competition, relying solely on his talismans, which had proven effective up to this point. Lin Feng's opponent was a middle-aged cultivator at the pinnacle of the early foundation building stage. With a metal-type spiritual root, the sword hilt visible on his back indicated he was a sword cultivator, specializing in the sword path, making him a formidable adversary. Such cultivators typically boasted immense offensive power, with few peers able to match them. Lin Feng couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. Encountering this individual in the first round of the rematch was indeed unfortunate, but he felt he had little chance of victory. "It is you, senior brother Liu. I kindly ask you to show mercy," Lin Feng stated with a respectful bow. The middle-aged cultivator responded with a faint smile, returning the gesture. There is no need for modesty. Lin shitty that we are merely engaging in friendly sparring. Once you are prepared, I shall begin. Lin Feng nodded, having already erected his protective shield, ready for battle. The Lu surname cultivator extended 2 fingers towards Lin Feng, and with a sharp ding, his flying sword soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light that shot directly toward Lin Feng. With a grave expression, Lin Feng swiftly activated 5 or 6 talismans simultaneously, hurling them toward the Lu surname cultivator while deftly evading the incoming sword. Though his protective shield was reasonably robust, he dared not test the sword's might with his body. As Lin Feng dodged, he continued to launch his first wave of attacks, fully aware that against his opponent's strength, 5 or 6 talismans would have little effect. Therefore, while moving, he activated a few more talismans to throw at his adversary. The Lu surname cultivator stood firm, absorbing Lin Feng's initial wave of talisman attacks with his spiritual shield, while his hands deftly manipulated the slender flying sword, which pursued Lin Feng with remarkable agility. With a ripping sound, it was as if fabric was torn apart. The protective shield constructed from multiple defensive talismans was sliced through by the Lu surname cultivator's sword, dissipating in an instant. That moment, Lin Feng chose to leap off the stone platform willingly. His reliance on the protective shield had been compromised. Without it, his offensive capabilities could not withstand a single strike from the opponent's sword. He deemed it wiser to concede rather than risk a fatal confrontation, especially since they were all brothers within the same sect. Just as Yun Hao intended to remain at the stone platform to witness the second round of matches, he noticed the disciples around him suddenly rushing toward another platform. Quickly, he grasped the arm of a nearby disciple to inquire about the commotion. Moments later, he learned that the upcoming duel featured Dong Yunfei and the eldest disciple of the Grand Elder, a disciple with the surname Bai. These two were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the Jade Yang sect, each having been personally mentored by their respective masters. Their duel promised to be a true clash of titans. Many disciples had long anticipated this matchup, and the throng that had just surged away served as the best testament to this excitement. Yun Hao, not one to miss an opportunity for entertainment, followed the crowd, maneuvering his way closer to the stone platform than on the platform. Dong Yunfei and the by surname disciple stood facing each other, their gazes cold and unyielding, too disdainful even to exchange the pleasantries typically expected before a duel, indicating a long-standing enmity between them. Dong Yunfei snorted coldly, stating, "Let us begin. Today, one of us shall be forced off the platform that I hope you can endure and do not concede halfway." The by surname disciple scoffed, replying, "Then let us commence. There is no need to waste energy on idle chatter. The outcome remains uncertain." Dong Yunfei's eyes flashed a glimmer of fierce intensity, and he promptly summoned his spiritual shield. His medium-grade flying sword shot forth with a swift whoosh, piercing directly towards the Bai clan disciple without any hesitation. The Bai disciple, with a deft maneuver, slipped sideways using a subtle footwork, narrowly evading the assault. In response, he initiated his counterattack, wielding a medium-grade artifact, a replica of the formidable Haisha sword, whose might should not be underestimated. Dong Yunfei engaged his artifact to restrain the Bai disciple's Haisha sword, deftly casting 2 spells in succession. In an instant, the air was filled with the clashing sounds of their artifacts, while fireballs and ice arrows filled the entire stone platform, creating a scene of chaotic splendor. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a joss stick, Dong Yunfei produced a superior-grade artifact, drastically shifting the tide as he aimed it forcefully at the Bai disciple's head. Unperturbed, the Bai disciple drew forth a palm-sized knife-shaped artifact, also a superior-grade piece. With a few incantations, the artifact transformed into a massive blade, cleaving towards Dong Yunfei's weighty artifact. The resounding clash echoed throughout the valley, a deafening roar as their artifacts collided with tremendous force, resulting in a backlash that sent both combatants reeling. The exchange appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Gritting his teeth, Don, "Furthermore, I would like to request a few more red envelopes from everyone, preferably with generous recommendations, flowers, and rewards. Thank you all." Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm. Chapter 54. Elite Showdown. The following day, before dawn broke, Yun Hao rose and made his way to the location designated for the disciples' duel. For he was keen to prevent others from occupying the spot he had carefully selected to be by the time Yun Hao arrived. The sun had already risen, and the area around the mountain peak buzzed with a throng of disciples from both the inner and outer sects of the Yuyang sect. Yuan Hao quickly scanned the surroundings. Several of his chosen locations had already been taken. Fortunately, he discovered a slightly secluded spot that was still unoccupied, prompting him to hasten his steps towards it. Although this location was somewhat remote, it offered an excellent vantage point from which he could see nearly the entire summit of the mountain. The only drawback was its considerable distance, which might obscure some of the finer details of the duel. As time passed amidst the eager anticipation of the numerous disciples, the sun finally emerged, casting its light upon the scene. From the horizon, a dark mass of cultivators approached, drawing nearer to reveal the disciples from the Yuyang sect and the Lianyan sect, who had gathered for the competition. To the left stood a contingent from the Yuyang sect, while to the right was the Lianyan sect, both groups consisting of 22 disciples clad in the uniform of the Lianyan sect, exuding an air of vigor and determination. Upon witnessing the arrival of their fellow disciples, the other members of the Yuyang sect erupted into a cacophony of cheers, greatly boosting the morale of the 20 disciples led by Dong Yunfei. Once the two groups of disciples alighted upon the summit, they settled onto a small patch of ground on either side of the peak. The Yuyang sect's master Yu Jinzi and several elders were present, engaging in hushed discussions with two elders from the Lianyan sect atop the fractured summit. The day prior, a draw had been held to determine the order of the matchups between the disciples of the Yuyang sect and the Lianyan sect, thus rendering today's pairings a surprise for all involved. Each elder would simply call out the names of their respective disciples, who would then proceed to the stage. The first duel featured disciples at the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation building. The Lianyan sect was represented by a cultivator in his 30s, while the Yuyang sect's contestant was a slightly younger individual. Upon stepping onto the stage, the two exchanged bows of respect before launching into combat. Without further ado, both disciples had distinguished themselves from thousands of others, demonstrating their formidable prowess, particularly as they hailed from rival sects, which intensified the stakes of their confrontation. They struck with no mercy, unleashing their signature techniques. In an instant, artifacts soared across the stone platform, clashing with resonant sounds, while an array of dazzling spells lit up the skies. Notably, the disciple from the Lianyan sect employed several low-tier talismans during the fray. The battle did not last long. The disciple from the Yuyang sect appeared to be exceptionally well prepared, perhaps armed with artifacts bestowed by his master, in addition to the flying sword he was already wielding. He swiftly produced another mid-grade whip-like artifact. With one hand gripping the handle of the whip-like artifact, he deftly executed several hand seals, channeling a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the weapon. Then, with a sudden flick of his wrist, the artifact elongated dramatically, resembling the tail of a serpent as it lashed out towards his opponent's spiritual shield. With a resounding crack, the Lianyan sect disciple's spiritual shield shattered into fragments, dissipating into the air. Yet the whip-like artifact's assault did not cease there. After breaking the shield, it struck directly against the opponent's body. With a thud, the disciple of the Flame sect spat blood and was sent flying. An elder of the Flame sect flickered into view, catching the fallen disciple in mid-air. With a grim expression, he entrusted the care of his disciple to others, having briefly assessed the injuries, which were not severe. A few healing elixirs and a few days of recuperation would suffice for recovery. It was not that the disciple of the Jade Sun sect had shown mercy. Rather, it was a reflection of his own limited strength. Utilizing two magical artifacts simultaneously, with the latter clearly a recent acquisition not yet fully refined, he naturally wielded diminished power. Otherwise, a single strike of such magnitude could have easily cost the Flame sect disciple half his life. As for the next pair of competitors, both were at the pinnacle of the early foundation establishment stage, perfectly poised for a breakthrough. Otherwise, they would not have been selected for this contest. This match was equally thrilling. Yet this round saw the Jade Sun sect suffer defeat, as the Flame sect disciple held a slight edge in prowess. Subsequent matches saw participants progressively enhance their cultivation levels, advancing from the mid to late foundation establishment stage. And the excitement of the contests correspondingly escalated. Notably, one disciple from the Flame sect employed remarkably similar tactics to Lin Feng, relying predominantly on a vast array of talismans to vanquish his opponent, making for a truly spectacular bout. Another disciple from the Flame sect, whom Yun Hao found quite memorable, had a cherubic visage and demonstrated a clever integration of mundane martial arts with cultivation techniques, yielding remarkably effective results that sparked inspiration in Yun Hao's mind. As the match commenced, this particular flame sect disciple, like others, employed a magical artifact to restrain his opponent's artifact. However, rather than launching spells or talismans to attack, he executed an intricate footwork, darting about like a phantom. The Jade Sun sect disciple's spells nearly all went awry, and even when they missed, the Flame sect disciple deftly closed the distance, enveloping his hands in a faint black mist. With 2 swift strikes, he struck the spirit energy shield of the Jade Sun disciple. The once vibrant and robust shield, akin to a turtle shell, began to show signs of wear under the impact of those fleshly palms, as if it were being corroded by some malevolent force. This alone suggested that the Flame sect disciple had cultivated some sinister technique, while simultaneously affirming that the mundane martial arts were not without merit in the realm of cultivation. Every existence holds its own rationale. After a series of matches between dozens of disciples, an entire day had slipped by unnoticed. Both the contestants and the observing disciples below were exhausted, although the darkness of night posed no hindrance to cultivators. Rest was still necessary on the following day. Yun Hao rose even earlier, for it was the day of the matches among disciples in the late Foundation establishment stage. Notable participants like Dong Yunfei and the elder's prominent disciple with the surname Bai were included in the lineup, promising an exhilarating day ahead. Fortuitously, Yun Hao arrived early, securing an optimal viewing position before any other spectators could claim it. After quietly waiting for over an hour, as the sky brightened, more disciples gathered for observation. And soon, the 2 competing teams arrived at either side of the mountain peak. The first match featured a disciple with the surname Bai, having gathered some information about him the previous day. Yun Hao learned that his full name was Bai Zhanfeng, said to be a descendant of the elder from the mortal realm, brought to the Jade Sun sect for cultivation due to his spiritual roots. Bai Zhanfeng, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, was on par with Dong Yunfei, both elite disciples on the verge of entering the ranks of Golden Core cultivators, often referred to as the Jade Sun's twin prodigies. His opponent, however, was an older cultivator of a half-century, embodying the adage that older ginger is spicier. Such seasoned practitioners wield considerable experience, making them formidable adversaries. The elder calmly exchanged greetings with Bai Zhanfeng before assuming combat stances. Bai Zhanfeng, typically brimming with confidence, exhibited an unusual caution against this opponent, fighting with utmost care. Indeed, the elder's spells, though seemingly ordinary, were executed with an effortless grace that hinted at substantial reserves of power. His control over magical artifacts was precise, with impeccable timing that surpassed the grasp of ordinary cultivators. Initially hesitant to unleash his full potential, Bai Zhanfeng found himself at a disadvantage, feeling constrained and frustrated as he struggled to find an opening. Nevertheless, cultivators who achieve the late Foundation establishment stage at such a young age are invariably tenacious and astute, and Bai Zhanfeng was no exception. Despite being on the defensive, he decisively brandished a high-quality artifact bestowed by his master. Against such a cunning adversary, the only viable strategy was to overwhelm with sheer force, compelling the opponent to concede. Bai Zhanfeng hurled his artifact, which elongated dramatically in the wind, transforming into a gleaming giant blade that cleaved toward his foe. The elder's expression shifted as he hastily produced a palm-sized talisman crafted from mysterious beast hide. Yun Hao, having acquired some knowledge of talismans, recognized this as a mid-tier talisman, far from low-grade. The elder rapidly executed several incantations. Infusing the talisman with his essence blood, in an instant, the talisman morphed into a large turtle shell, hovering in mid-air and spinning rapidly, increasing in size with each rotation until it reached the dimensions of a round table. Had Lin Feng been by Yun Hao's side at that moment, he would have undoubtedly elucidated the nature of this talisman. Regrettably, Yun Hao's understanding of talismans was limited, leaving him in the dark about its properties, prompting him to seek Lin Feng's insight later. Bai Zhanfeng's giant blade descended swiftly, colliding with the turtle shell talisman, which ceased its spinning. The impact caused the shell to dip, yet its brilliance flickered, effectively absorbing the tremendous force of the strike. Utilizing a high-quality artifact, a late Foundation establishment cultivator could not fully unleash its potential due to insufficient spiritual energy, which also restricted the frequency of its use. Bai Zhanfeng's blade, particularly energy-consuming, allowed him to wield it only 4 or 5 times, and after this initial unsuccessful attempt, his countenance darkened. With a grim expression, Bai Zhanfeng commanded the artifact to strike anew. While his opponent remained ensconced beneath the giant turtle shell, seemingly out of options. When Bai Zhanfeng's blade once more crashed against the shell, its brilliance flickered again, but it was evident that the light had dimmed considerably. The elder beneath appeared pained, as if he cherished the turtle shell talisman deeply. Just as Bai Zhanfeng, resolute, prepared to swing his blade once more, the elder shouted, "I concede. I withdraw," at the contest grounds of the two sects. Both parties prefer to be knocked out of the arena rather than concede defeat voluntarily. The shout from the opposing side left Bai Zhanfeng momentarily stunned. Not only him, but all present at the contest displayed expressions of incredulity. Since the opponent had willingly admitted defeat, Bai Zhanfeng naturally retracted his magical artifact and retreated to the sidelines. Meanwhile, the middle-aged cultivator, with hands forming intricate seals, watched as the enormous tortoise shell began to spin and gradually shrink, ultimately reverting to a palm-sized talisman. This cultivator, appearing exceedingly cautious and somewhat regretful, gently tucked the talisman into his embrace before departing the contest arena. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers began to grasp the underlying reason. Unsurprisingly, it was evident that the cultivator held great affection for the talisman, which was clearly capable of repeated use, and he sought to preserve it from being destroyed beneath Bai Zhanfeng's magical artifact, thus opting for a strategic concession. This round brought unbridled joy to the Yuyang sect, with the Grand Elder repeatedly exclaiming praises, while the two elders from the Lian sect wore grim expressions. However, given the circumstances, they found it unwise to express their ire, choosing instead to return to their own sect for further discussion. The subsequent matchup promised to be equally riveting, although no superior-grade magical artifacts made an appearance. In the remote corners of the cultivation world, such as where the Yuyang and Lian sects resided, superior-grade artifacts were considered scarce resources, not easily acquired at will. From the onset of the contest, the disciples of the Lian sect had not produced a single superior-grade artifact, revealing the sect's own resource deficiencies. This pair of disciples engaged in a fierce struggle that lasted nearly an hour before a victor emerged, with the Lian sect claiming the win, thus slightly improving the countenance of their two elders. Among the next set of contestants was Dong Yunfei, who gracefully ascended to the mid-peak of the contest arena. The majority of the disciples from the Yuyang sect erupted into cheers, indicating that the chief disciple of their sect enjoyed considerable popularity, with many holding high hopes for his success. Even Yuan Hao believed this time would see Dong Yunfei emerge victorious, especially since most disciples had witnessed the formidable power of his magical artifact. Once unleashed, the might of a superior-grade artifact was such that no foundational-level cultivator dared to test their luck against it, unless they were seeking an untimely end. Dong Yunfei's opponent was a towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall. While others flew up, he leapt directly onto the mid-peak, his massive feet sinking 3 or 4 fingers deep into the mountain upon landing. This hulking cultivator brandished a colossal axe, its length nearly rivaling his own stature, crafted entirely from refined iron, categorizing it as a low-grade magical artifact. However, such a large weapon was a rarity, and its weight was formidable. Cultivators with even a modicum of knowledge understood that this giant was a body cultivator. While others cultivated from within outward, body cultivators developed from the outside in, and their advancement was notoriously slow. Even with spiritual roots, their training speed rarely surpassed half that of ordinary cultivators. Nevertheless, it was a well-known fact that body cultivators boasted remarkable combat prowess, often capable of defeating opponents of higher ranks. However, many innate limitations prevented every cultivator from pursuing this path, making body cultivators a rare breed in the entire cultivation realm. Upon realizing his opponent's capabilities, Dong Yunfei's eyes clouded with concern that he understood that body cultivators possessed incredible combat strength and, once engaged, would not easily retreat. Their physical defenses were formidable, and typical magical artifacts inflicted negligible damage upon them. The only viable strategy was to confront them head-on. Reluctantly, it seems I must begin with my superior-grade artifact. It is the only means to overcome this body cultivator, Dong Yunfei mused. While contemplating his strategy, Dong Yunfei held a spirit-replenishing pill in his palm, capable of swiftly restoring a cultivator's spiritual energy. Although this pill was merely of the first grade, its effects were beneficial to most cultivators. Furthermore, the ingredients required for its concoction were not commonly found, rendering it a precious elixir. The body cultivator grinned at Dong Yunfei upon entering the arena. Offering no further words, disregarding whether Dong Yunfei was prepared, he swung his massive axe, initiating the confrontation. With a thunderous roar, the body cultivator cleaved the air, sending a half-arc of yellow energy hurtling towards Dong Yunfei. Fortunately, Dong Yunfei had already activated his spiritual shield, yet he dared not take the blow head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped as he evaded. He retrieved his magical artifact, performing a series of intricate gestures before casting it forth. The artifact, resembling a golden brick, expanded dramatically in the wind, swelling to nearly 2 yards in size within moments. This was the limit of what Dong Yunfei could manipulate. At this size, he could utilize it 3 times. But any larger would deplete his spiritual energy too rapidly, even for a peak foundational level cultivator. Dong Yunfei's intent was clear. He aimed to conclude the battle within 3 strikes, that if he could not secure a swift victory, he could still rely on the spirit replenishing pill to use the artifact once or twice more. Should he fail to defeat his opponent thereafter, he would have no choice but to concede. As Dong Yunfei evaded another strike, he commanded the massive artifact to descend upon the body cultivator. The latter's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the approaching artifact, yet instead of fear, he exhibited a fierce excitement. With another resounding shout, he hefted the giant axe, bracing himself to counter the oncoming assault. A resounding crash echoed as Dong Yunfei's artifact was deflected several feet away. The body cultivator's garments tore under the strain, and his feet sank deep into the earth while he gasped for breath, clearly affected by the force of the impact. Dong Yunfei, not one to show mercy, seized the opportunity to press his advantage, directing the artifact to descend upon the body cultivator once more. The latter's eyes bulged as he inhaled deeply, unleashing a thunderous roar as he swung the axe, defiantly facing the looming threat. With a resounding clash, louder than before, Dong Yunfei's artifact was again repelled, this time a distance of 1 or 2 meters. The valiant body cultivator found his calves nearly buried in the mountainside. His shirt shredded and his face flushed, revealing the immense pressure he had endured. Before he could recover, Dong Yunfei's artifact soared down again. The body cultivator could only hastily raise his axe in a desperate defense. This time, another metallic clang rang out, and the body cultivator's axe was sent flying, forcing him to roll aside to narrowly evade the artifact's assault. The massive artifact continued its trajectory, crashing heavily against the mountainside, causing the mid-peak to tremble. Cracks splintered the earth where the artifact struck, leaving one to ponder the devastating effect it would have had on a person. That I concede. This is truly no fun. The body cultivator rose to his feet, shouting as he leapt down from the half-peak of the competition, retrieved his weapon, and returned directly to his team. Dong Yunfei let out a quiet sigh of relief. This third assault had truly been his limit. Fortunately, his opponent conceded, or else he would have been compelled to waste a precious spirit-replenishing pill at the same time. He was inwardly astonished by the formidable strength of his adversary, realizing that he must exercise caution when encountering body cultivators in the future. Following Dong Yunfei, 3 more pairs of competitors remained, captivating the audience's attention as each participant showcased their unique skills. Akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrating their own abilities, much to the delight of the onlookers. When the final pair concluded their bout, the elders from both sects tallied the results. Each faction retained 10 disciples. Logically, the Yuyang sect, with its superior foundation and better resources and cultivation environment compared to the Lion sect, ought to exhibit an overall strength exceeding that of their rivals. Yet, after this round of competition, the outcome was evenly matched, leaving both sides with a sense of parity. Such results elicited mixed emotions. One side rejoiced while the other lamented. Historically, the Yuyang sect had dominated past competitions, consistently securing at least 12 slots. Under the leadership of Zhuan Zizi, however, the number of selected disciples had reached a nadir, leading to a dismal mood for the sect's leader. In contrast, the 2 elders from the Lion sect, despite witnessing 2 of their disciples concede, and thus losing face, were nonetheless elated by the final results, as they could now provide their leader with a satisfactory report. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm, Chapter 56. A visit to the market with the competitions concluded. The day following would see the disciples of both sects entering the Heart Refinement Array, the AS for the Array's location and the means of entry. Such details were beyond the comprehension of outer disciples like Yun Hao. That night, at a nondescript foothill several miles from the inner valley of the Yuyang sect, a figure approached with utmost caution, scanning the surroundings as he advanced. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he concealed himself in the shadows, rendering him nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Before long, another figure appeared, clad in the attire of an inner disciple of the Yuyang sect, his expression tense as he glanced back nervously, fearful of being spotted. The concealed individual stepped forth swiftly, confronting the newcomer, and they exchanged hushed words. The latter then handed over a jade slip, and they parted ways, disappearing into the night. Had there been any disciples of the Yuyang sect present, they might have recognized the first individual as one of the 20 competitors from the Lian sect, an elderly cultivator possessing mid-tier talismans. After the competition, Yun Hao returned to his highly regimented life, continuing his studies in the library, taking medicine for cultivation, tending to the herb garden, and occasionally hosting inner disciples who came to gather medicinal herbs, employing the interpersonal skills he had honed in his previous life. Yun Hao formed a close rapport with several inner disciples who frequently visited for herb collection or inspections. Through small favors and gifts, he managed to glean some information regarding the alchemy chamber. Given Yun Hao's extensive knowledge of alchemy, he was keenly interested in the art that he sought to cultivate relationships with the inner disciples, hoping for an opportunity to enter the alchemy chamber for hands-on learning, which was preferable to solitary experimentation. Time flew by, and on a day a month later, while meditating in the herb garden, Yun Hao noticed a figure soaring through the sky, landing directly in front of the garden's protective barrier. It was Lin Feng, whom Yun Hao had met just days prior. Lin Feng dismounted his flying sword, touched the barrier, and then stood with his hands behind his back, sensing the arrival of someone with the barrier flag in hand. Yun Hao calmly concluded his meditation, exited his humble abode, and promptly opened the barrier to welcome Lin Feng. Master Lin, it is a rare pleasure. You are the first to visit here. Yun Hao warmly invited Lin Feng into the herb garden. Among the few acquaintances Yun Hao had in the Yuyang sect, even his most frequent contact, Brother Du, was merely a matter of superficial courtesy without genuine affection. However, Lin Feng was different. Yun Hao sensed that Lin Feng regarded him as a true friend, and thus his enthusiasm was entirely sincere. Lin Feng entered the modest grass hut and casually took a seat, addressing Yun Hao. I have come today to take you out for a bit of exploration, to broaden your horizons. Where to? Yun Hao inquired, puzzled. With a smile, Lin Feng replied, to the only market within the borders of the Lu Kingdom that I need to purchase some materials for talisman crafting. Care to join me? Yun Hao could hardly refuse. After several months at the Yuyang sect, he was eager to venture outside. Although he possessed a sect leader's token, he had heard from others that the Yuyang sect was nestled amidst a vast mountain range, making it difficult for someone of his cultivation level to traverse the mountains unless by flight. Otherwise, the low-tier demonic beasts within would pose a significant threat that, of course, why would I not go? I've longed to step outside, and today is the perfect opportunity to do so with your guidance, Master Lin. Yun Hao responded enthusiastically. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Very well, let us depart now, that I will ask the steward for a token for a horse. You can accompany me. Yun Hao shook his head, retrieving his sect leader's token and displaying it before Lin Feng. That I no need. I have my own sect leader's token. You need only lead me outside. Lin Feng looked at Yun Hao in surprise, but said nothing further, proceeding directly out of the herb garden. Yun Hao, aware that anyone discovering this humble cultivator possessed one of the rare sect leader's tokens would undoubtedly be astonished, noted Lin Feng's discretion in not prying further. Once Lin Feng exited the grass hut, Yun Hao swiftly retrieved several jade boxes from a hidden cave and tucked them into his robe before heading out. Upon reaching the herb garden's exterior, Yun Hao casually activated the barrier. As he turned around, he saw Lin Feng had already drawn out his flying sword, performing several incantations that transformed it into a massive sword nearly 2 meters long. Lin Feng gently grasped Yun Hao's arm, leaping onto the flying sword with him. With a flick of his fingers, the sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Yun Hao, standing behind Lin Feng, curiously surveyed the scenery below, marveling at the view from such heights. The sensation of overlooking the earth from above was beyond description. However, he felt a tinge of regret that it was not he who was flying through the air. After a brief period, Lin Feng's flying sword reached the protective array of the Yuyang sect, that he landed before the formation and turned to Yun Hao, saying, "Lend me your sect leader's token for a moment. It will save me from performing those complex incantations." Without hesitation, Yun Hao produced the token and handed it to Lin Feng. The latter infused the token with spiritual energy, causing it to emit a soft glow. He then extended the token into the thick fog before them, which soon began to roil and recede, revealing a stone pathway. Flying was prohibited within this protective array, so Lin Feng led the way, with Yun Hao following closely behind as they utilized lightness skills to swiftly traverse the stone path. Once they exited the protective array and the fog closed back together, Lin Feng returned the sect leader's token to Yun Hao and then continued to guide him onto the flying sword. Heading eastward, as Yun Hao stood on the sword and admired the landscape, he casually asked, "Master Lin, I recall that the materials you use for talisman crafting are typically brought back by the inner sect stewards. Why do you need to purchase them yourself this time?" Aside from a few elders in the Yuyang sect, the stewards, including Steward Ma who managed the outer sect, and another named Zhang who oversaw all affairs of the inner sect, were responsible for procuring spiritual pills, magical artifacts, and even spirit stones for the inner disciples from markets located thousands of miles away. The materials Lin Feng required for talisman crafting were ordinarily acquired through the Zhang steward. However, during this period, the Zhang steward had been preoccupied with the competition between the two sects and had not visited the market, leaving Lin Feng without a supplier. Moreover, items procured by others rarely matched one's own standards. Once Lin Feng elucidated this reason, Yun Hao understood. However, he still had a lingering question. "Master Lin, if there is indeed a market in the Lu Kingdom, why do you not visit it yourself more often?" Lin Feng chuckled and explained, "The market we are heading to is rather small and only opens for 2 days each month. Moreover, the primary transactions occur between us and the disciples of the Lion sect, so there is rarely anything of value available. Consequently, I usually refrain from making the trip and leave it to Steward Zhang. This time, however, I have completely run out of materials and must make the journey myself." Yun Hao emitted a soft sound of understanding, signaling his comprehension and refraining from further inquiries. However, Lin Feng continued to meticulously elaborate on various aspects concerning the market, that he mentioned that the founder of this market was a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core, the sole high-level loose cultivator within the realm of cultivation in the Lu Kingdom. In this region, it was rare to find even Qi refinement or foundation establishment stage loose cultivators, making the presence of a Golden Core loose cultivator exceedingly noteworthy. Both the Flame sect and the Jade Yang sect had extended invitations for this individual to join their respective sects, but these overtures were politely declined. It is said that the cultivator, known as Bia Sanrin, did not reject the invitations outright. Rather, he proposed a condition that neither sect could meet, leading to the cessation of discussions. Every month, this Bia Sanrin procured numerous ordinary items used in cultivation from the market, located thousands of miles away, that if the Flame sect or the Jade Yang sect desired to acquire something, they simply needed to consult Bia Sanrin. The transaction methods were remarkably straightforward. Spirit stones were acceptable, as were spirit herbs and elixirs. Any other rare resources could also be used for trade, rendering it akin to the previous barter convention. The location of this market was not particularly close to the Jade Yang sect. Lin Feng had flown for over an hour before descending to rest and meditate for half an hour, then soared again for another hour until he reached a precipice. Yun Hao glanced around, his expression one of confusion. There was not a single soul in sight, nor any indication of a market, had they not yet arrived at their destination. Just as Yun Hao was lost in thought, Lin Feng led the way towards the cliff. Below the precipice lay an abyss of unfathomable depths, and Lin Feng stepped onto the edge of the cliff, vanishing into thin air with a further stride, a mirage. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Hao's mind momentarily blanked before he quickly comprehended that the cliff was an artificially crafted illusion, not a reality. Not daring to delay, Yun Hao hurriedly followed Lin Feng, stepping into the cliff and vanishing as well. Volume 1. Turmoil in the Mortal Realm Chapter 57. Exchange of spiritual elixirs. Yun Hao felt a momentary blur before he found himself in an entirely different environment. Before him lay an expansive area measuring several hundred meters, quite vacant save for a quaint wooden cottage nestled in one corner, exuding a unique charm.